Chapter 1. The Rebirth of Li Yunlong. 8 long years. At last, this day has arrived. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 8 years? This must be the final opportunity. One must succeed. Amidst the swirling smoke of battle, a spectral soul quivered with excitement. On this expanse of Central Plains, a fierce confrontation between 800,000 and 600,000 was unfolding with fervor. Li Yunlong concealed himself behind a mound of earth, bellowing, 89th Division. Your commander Chu is an old acquaintance of mine. Hearing this, Chu Yunfei furrowed his brow in recognition. This voice sounds familiar. Yet, I have no acquaintances in the 74th Army. Prepare for battle, direct the mortars at that old acquaintance. Yes, sir. The soldiers around him promptly replied. At that moment, Li Yunlong spotted Chu Yunfei, raised a finger, and instructed his companion Duan Peng, target that fellow in the yellow coat first. Duan Peng immediately raised his submachine gun, taking aim at Chu Yunfei. Li Yunlong shouted, "Hey, where is your commander Chu?" Oomph. With a cold snort, Chu Yunfei abruptly stood, brandishing his submachine gun, and proclaimed, "Brother Yunlong, Yunfei is here." Barely had he finished speaking when Chu Yunfei swiftly squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat. Chu Yunfei was renowned for his marksmanship, his movements incredibly swift, unleashing a barrage of hot bullets aimed directly at Li Yunlong. However, Li Yunlong was no novice. He promptly ducked behind the mound of earth. Bullets struck the soil, sending up clouds of dust. As the gunfire ceased momentarily, Li Yunlong and Duan Peng sprang to their feet, aiming at Chu Yunfei and pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat. The air filled with the sound of gunfire as bullets sped towards Chu Yunfei. Caught off guard, he was struck, 2 blossoms of crimson erupting from his chest as he fell to the ground. Thud! Just then, Chu Yunfei's mortar fired a shell, soared hundreds of meters into the air, and plummeted, landing mere meters from Li Yunlong. Boom! A violent explosion ensued, sending Li Yunlong sprawling to the ground, shrapnel raining down upon him, nearly turning him into a sieve. As the skirmish commenced, both commanders suffered grave injuries, and their respective soldiers, prioritizing the rescue of their leaders, hastily retreated from the battlefield. Duan Peng, accompanied by his fellow soldiers, rushed the severely wounded Li Yunlong into a field hospital of the Huayi. Make way. Clear the path. Where's the operating room? We need surgery for our commander now. You must register over there before surgery. A hospital staff member obstructed their path. Duan Peng's eyes widened with fury as he seized the man's collar, aiming his pistol at his head. You listen while you will perform surgery on our commander immediately, or I swear I will put a bullet in you. The commotion outside startled the director, who, upon learning that the injured individual was the commander, did not dare to delay. He immediately instructed that Li Yunlong be taken to the operating room and summoned the best Japanese doctor, Takeda, from the field hospital to perform the surgery. Duan Peng and others anxiously awaited outside the operating room, like ants on a hot pan. The director commanded, "The patient has lost too much blood and is in imminent danger. Tianyu, take them for blood tests and draw blood." Yes. Tianyu responded and led Duan Peng and the others to the adjacent room for testing and blood collection. Following the fierce battle, thousands were injured, and the field hospitals were already overflowing, with no reserves of plasma available. Fortunately, the soldiers who brought Li Yunlong were all robust as young bulls, if not them. Then whom should they draw blood from? However, after the blood tests, it was discovered that only 4 matched the required blood type, so they were the first to be arranged for donation. At that moment, the director entered and said to Tianyu, "Have the others donate as well. The hospital is in urgent need of plasma." Understood. Duan Peng, whose blood type was incompatible, was anxious, scratching his head while a nurse called him to donate. Duan Peng, confused, asked, "Didn't you just say my blood wouldn't do?" The director explained, "Your blood may not save your commander, but can save other injured soldiers. The hospital is overwhelmed with casualties and urgently needs blood. We must trouble you to donate a bit." Duan Peng, filled with indignation, retorted, "You can take my blood, but let me be clear. If you cannot save our commander, I will hold you accountable." The director casually remarked, "This fellow has a good physique, he can donate more." The operating room door opened, and a nurse emerged. Duan Peng rushed forward. "How is our commander?" The nurse ignored Duan Peng and called out to Tianyu. "Tianyu, Dr. Takeda says we need to continue the blood transfusion." Tianyu, surprised, asked. They've already received over 3,000 milliliters. Is it still not enough? The nurse replied, the patient is nearly drained of blood. He's been shot full of holes, with over a dozen fragments removed, and we're not finished yet. How can this little blood suffice? Quickly arrange for more blood draws. The 4 soldiers who had donated blood for Li Yunlong, though physically fit, were utterly exhausted after the fierce battle and the rush to the field hospital. Having just donated 800 milliliters of blood, they were now listless, sitting weakly on the side waiting. However, upon hearing this, the 4 sprang to their feet, rolling up their sleeves. Draw for me. Draw for me. Tianyu frowned and said, you cannot donate more blood otherwise. You too will be in danger. As long as it can save our commander, feel free to draw as much as needed. We are not afraid. Take from me, if it saves our commander, I am willing to be drained completely. Enough. Everyone quiet down. Tianyu shouted to restore order. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a slender, fair arm, and said, let's draw from me. I have typo blood. With that, he turned and walked into the blood collection room. Tianyu, being but a young girl, felt the effects of having 400 milliliters of blood drawn from her. Her once rosy complexion turned pale as she clutched her arm and exited the blood donation room, while the plasma was already on its way to the operating theater. No sooner had Tianyu stepped outside than Duan Peng fell to his knees before her with a thud. Oh dear, what is this? With tears streaming down his face, Duan Peng exclaimed, you have selflessly provided blood for our commander. You are a benefactor to our entire regiment, and a great benefactor to me, Duan Peng. I bow to you on behalf of all the soldiers. With that, he prostrated himself before her 3 times, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. Tianyu stood there, momentarily speechless, her curiosity about Li Yunlong deepening. She found herself pondering what manner of commander could inspire such unwavering loyalty, compelling so many soldiers to willingly risk their lives to save him. Meanwhile, in the operating room, Li Yunlong lay unconscious on the table. With a resounding thud, the 18th shrapnel fragment was placed onto a nearby metal tray, signaling that the surgery was nearing its conclusion. The doctors began stitching up Li Yunlong's wounds. At that moment, a faint, ethereal spirit finally seized the opportunity to invade, successfully merging with the dying Li Yunlong, granting him a second chance at life. Upon his rebirth, Li Yunlong found his consciousness intact. He could hear the conversations around him, yet he was unable to move, speak, or even open his eyes. All he could perceive was darkness, as if he were ensconced in a void, able only to listen to the sound surrounding him. Finally, it's a success. Yet, I've had the worst luck. Others reincarnate as Li Yunlong, engaging in battles at Sangyan Ridge, defeating Sakata, and conquering Shambin. Why am I here, arriving in a state of severe injury and near death? And what good does it do to be reborn as Li Yunlong at this juncture? Fight the Japanese? The little devils have already surrendered. Am I to eliminate Dr. Takeda, who is performing the surgery? Victory is imminent for the nation. There are no battles left to fight. Here I am, the illustrious Li Yunlong, reduced to merely enjoying life. What a lamentable fate. However, upon reflection, Li Yunlong realized that from this moment forward, he had not engaged in any significant battles. According to the narrative, the next events would involve marrying Xiao Tian, training soldiers, studying at a military academy, and eventually receiving a commission, thus embarking on a path to greatness. With this thought in mind, it didn't seem so dire after all. If he could endure this period and heal, life would soon be all about enjoyment. I've fought for half my life, shouldn't I be allowed to relish it? Yet the former Li Yunlong never had this fortune. I shall begrudgingly take on the mantle of enjoyment for him. In this moment, Li Yunlong began to daydream about a future filled with sweetness, living in the general's residence with Tianyu by his side. However, the ultimate fate of Li Yunlong was somewhat tragic. Nevertheless, as a time traveler, knowing the conclusion, how could he simply wait for his demise? I shall defy fate and alter my destiny. Dear Master, welcome to the Cinematic Universe number 2025. System tasks are now being issued. Completing these tasks will successfully activate all system functions. Chapter 2. The System's Mission. A crisp system notification chimed, startling Li Yunlong, who was fortunately immobilized in his current form. Had he truly leapt up, he might have met a dire fate. A system? Could it truly exist? Li Yunlong felt tears welling in his eyes. 8 years prior, he had traversed into this world, existing solely as a wandering soul, akin to a lost spirit, trailing behind Li Yunlong for an entire 8 years. Previously, he had heard a system prompt in his mind, urging him to attach himself to Li Yunlong and be reborn as him. Yet, the physicality of this Li Yunlong was as robust as a young bull, leaving him without an opportunity to seize the moment. 8 long years had passed. He had begun to doubt the very existence of the system, fearing that he would remain in this state until his essence dissipated. Fortunately, today marked a successful turn of events. Moreover, the system seemed to still be operational. Mission name: defend the homeland. Mission requirements: protect the homeland, march north with the troops, and successfully reach the Chosin reservoir to complete the mission. Mission reward: activation of all functionalities of the war god system. As Li Yunlong pondered in confusion, a new wave of system information appeared in his mind. Defend the homeland? This he understood, likely referring to the battle 2 years hence. It appeared his dream of leisurely enjoying life would be postponed for a few years. Thankfully, this battle would only last 3 years, leaving ample time for enjoyment thereafter. According to the system's stipulations, as long as he led his troops to the Chosin reservoir, the mission would be deemed complete. For others, this might pose some difficulty. However, for Li Yunlong, the time traveler, it presented no significant challenge. The Song Corps would be heading to the Chosin reservoir. As long as he followed their lead northward, he would fulfill the mission. Yet, currently, Li Yunlong's troops did not belong to the Song Corps. In fact, the Song Corps had yet to be formed. However, they were on the verge of reorganizing and establishing the Song Corps. Regrettably, his division was not part of it, which meant Li Yunlong would miss the opportunity to partake in this battle, a considerable regret in his life. It was said that he had submitted countless reports requesting to march north, all to no avail. Frustrated, Li Yunlong was left to indulge in mock military exercises within his command post, compelling his subordinates to play the roles of soldiers and puppet troops, while he himself acted as a volunteer soldier, incessantly maneuvering around the sand table for strategy rehearsals. Consequently, his aides unanimously believed that Li Yunlong had lost his mind. As a time traveler, Li Yunlong naturally yearned to rectify this regret. After all, having been reborn as Li Yunlong, it was rather untenable to avoid the battlefield and instead bask in the pleasures of life with his wife. Fortunately, according to the timeline, there were still 2 years remaining. This 2-year preparation period would afford Li Yunlong and Tian Yu the opportunity to savor their honeymoon and perhaps even welcome a child. Li Yunlong contemplated that once he recovered from his injuries, he would first win over the affections of the young Tian and then find a way to transfer to the Song Corps. By the time the 2 years elapsed, he would be poised to successfully complete the mission and activate the system's capabilities. Thus, it appeared that this task bore little difficulty. The sole challenge lay in whether he could seamlessly integrate into the Song Corps. After all, this matter was neither trivial nor insignificant. For Li Yunlong, the challenges he faced were monumental. However, for the leaders, it might merely be a matter of a few words. Fortunately, time was still ample. As long as Li Yunlong could devise a plan, this dilemma could be resolved. Severely injured and on the brink of death, he could do little more than dream of a beautiful future. How tragic! After enduring the hardships of reincarnation, he now found himself struggling on the precipice of life and death. Thankfully, he felt no pain, yet the inability to act was profoundly disheartening. It seemed that the benefits of Li Yunlong's position were not easily attained. To enjoy his fortunes, one must first endure suffering. At that moment, the voice of Duan Peng echoed from outside, as the wooden door of the operating room offered no soundproofing. Li Yunlong, lying within, could hear him clearly. "How is our commander?" he asked, followed by a few rapid utterances from Dr. Takeda. To Li Yunlong's astonishment, he realized he could comprehend some of it. Before his transmigration, he was almost entirely ignorant of the Japanese language, knowing only a few phrases like Baka Yuru. Yet now, he could understand fragments of Dr. Takeda's speech, likely a result of having inherited the original owner's memories and some abilities upon his rebirth. The original owner had fought the Japanese for 8 years and had learned a smattering of their language, enabling him to understand a bit, though Takeda spoke too swiftly for complete comprehension. At that moment, the director interjected, "Dr. Takeda says the surgery is complete, but the injured soldier's chances of survival are minimal due to the severity of his wounds. We can only rely on his tenacious vitality now." "Damn it," Duan Ping exclaimed, his anger igniting at this news. He drew his gun and aimed it at Takeda's chest, shouting, It must be this little Japanese who failed to treat our commander properly. I'll shoot him. For someone like Duan Peng, his thought process was straightforward. If Li Yunlong was in dire condition, it must be the fault of this Japanese doctor. Disregarding the actual severity of Li Yunlong's injuries, the director was taken aback and seized the gun from Duan Peng's hands, shouting, "What are you doing? Stop!" At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from a distance, familiar to Li Yunlong. It seemed that his old comrade, Zhao Gang, had arrived. Zhao Gang had hurried to the field hospital upon hearing of Li Yunlong's injury, only to find Duan Peng causing a ruckus. Zhao Gang rushed forward, and upon seeing Duan Peng, he instantly deflated. He hastily lowered his weapon, looking pitiful as he said, "Political commissar, the commander." Zhao Gang kicked Duan Peng to the ground, furiously shouting, "You scoundrel! Duan Peng, you are a veteran of the independent regiment. Do you have no sense of organizational discipline? Who allowed you to act recklessly here? How dare you draw your weapon? Guns are meant for enemies, not for our own. Go back and write a self-criticism. Don't think that just because I am leaving, you will escape punishment. Now take your men and get out." Zhao Gang was already on edge with worry for Li Yunlong, and upon witnessing Duan Peng's antics, his anger boiled over, unleashing a torrent of scolding. Faced with Zhao Gang's wrath, Duan Peng was rendered speechless, too intimidated to utter a word. Upon hearing the command to leave, Duan Peng instinctively turned to depart. However, he recalled that Li Yunlong was still lying in the room. "But the commander is still inside," he exclaimed. Zhao Gang, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "The hospital has medical personnel to attend to him. Your presence here serves no purpose but to create chaos. Now, promptly take your leave." Duan Peng felt unjustly treated, thinking, "We are not merely a hindrance. We just donated blood." Having lost several hundred milliliters to the hospital, he felt a sense of resentment at being deemed unnecessary. Yet, in the face of Zhao Gang, he lacked the courage to voice his thoughts and, accompanied by his fellow soldiers, left the field hospital in a dejected manner. Chapter 3. This is nothing short of a miracle. After sending Duan Peng away, Zhao Gang sought information from the hospital director regarding Li Yunlong's condition. Upon learning that Li Yunlong's injuries were severe and that survival was uncertain, tears welled in Zhao Gang's eyes. Gripping the director's and doctor's hands, he implored, "You must do everything in your power to save him. I beg you." The director promptly assured him, "Rest assured, Director Zhao, we will spare no effort in treating Commander Li." "Thank you." Zhao Gang wiped his tears and asked, "May I go in to see him?" "Certainly." Upon entering the room and witnessing Li Yunlong, wrapped in bandages like a mummy and lying motionless on the bed, Zhao Gang's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Subsequently, Li Yunlong was transferred to an intensive care unit, and Zhao Gang remained vigil by his bedside until dawn the following day. Having been awake all night, he spoke to Li Yunlong in an attempt to rouse him from his deep slumber. Throughout the night, Zhao Gang recounted many tales, from their first meeting in the independent regiment to the victory in the War of Resistance, and even the current Huaihai campaign. As emotion overtook him, he wept like a child, his grief palpable. Li Yunlong, despite being unconscious, could hear Zhao Gang's words distinctly, having inherited the original owner's memories and feelings towards his old comrade. Witnessing Zhao Gang's sorrow weighed heavily on Li Yunlong's heart, yet, in his current state, he could not even open his eyes to see him, only able to listen to his voice. To have such a steadfast brother was indeed a blessing. Zhao Gang, burdened with numerous responsibilities, could not remain at the hospital indefinitely and reluctantly departed the following morning. Days later, although Li Yunlong's condition stabilized, he remained in a coma. At that moment, it felt as if he were confined in a small, dark room, unable to see anything, only able to hear the sounds from the outside world, an experience more unbearable than imprisonment. Frustrated, Li Yunlong heard footsteps approaching. It must be the nurse coming to change his dressings. He perked up his ears, listening intently to the commotion outside, as it was the only means he had to pass the time. Blood pressure elevated slightly, temperature normal. The situation remains stable and has evidently improved over the past 2 days. He is much better than when he was first admitted. At that time, Commander Li was battered and bruised, hardly distinguishable from a corpse. If all goes well, he should pull through. It appears that this Colonel Li is no ordinary individual. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, he has managed to endure. Had it been someone else, they would have perished long ago. He is certainly not an ordinary person. You are unaware that in the past few days, there have been continuous streams of visitors coming to inquire about his health. The phone in the director's office has not ceased ringing, with calls pouring in to ask about Colonel Li's condition. Every leader whose name you could possibly mention has made a call. I have encountered numerous injured soldiers of senior rank. Yet I have never seen one like Colonel Li who has attracted such extensive attention. My goodness, he is indeed exceptional. It is said that Colonel Li possesses a wealth of experience, with many leaders being his former superiors and comrades in arms. Rumor has it that the director is so troubled that he is on the verge of losing his hair, fearing that Colonel Li might not survive the ordeal. Listening to the conversation between two nurses, Li Yunlong could not suppress a swell of pride. With the kind of influence old Li wields, it will be challenging not to thrive in the future. As he envisioned a promising life ahead, it seemed that enduring this suffering was worthwhile. After being in a coma for a full 8 days, Li Yunlong finally awoke. Slowly opening his eyes, he gazed at the dark ceiling with immense joy, exclaiming to himself, "At last, I am no longer confined to that little dark room." This world, both familiar and unfamiliar, appeared extraordinarily beautiful to Li Yunlong at that moment. Observing that Li Yunlong had opened his eyes, a nearby nurse approached him and gently called out, "Colonel Li." Though he wished to speak, he found himself unable to do so. However, seeing his eyes move, the nurse was convinced that Colonel Li was indeed awake. Ecstatically, she rushed out and announced, "Colonel Li has awakened." Within 2 minutes, the small intensive care unit was filled with a throng of medical personnel clad in white coats. Dr. Takeda examined Li Yunlong's condition and turned to the director beside him, exclaiming, "This is nothing short of a miracle. This man's vitality is remarkably resilient." The director promptly inquired, "Dr. Takeda, are you saying he has recovered?" Once the words left his lips, the director realized the imprudence of his question. After all, given the severity of the injuries, it would be a blessing for him to have survived. Yet, the director was exceedingly concerned for Li Yunlong, fearing that this young man might not endure and truly perish. In recent days, phone calls from leaders at all levels have continuously flooded in, all inquiring about Li Yunlong's condition. Many of these seasoned commanders, who have spent years in battle, are known for their fiery tempers. Upon hearing that Li Yunlong's injuries were critical and that he might not pull through, some leaders became enraged, slamming their fists on the table and bellowing, "If you cannot save Li Yunlong, I will have you shot." Under such immense pressure, the director visited Li Yunlong's hospital room dozens of times a day. Yearning for his swift recovery, Dr. Takeda explained, "He is recovering well. I can only say that he is no longer in immediate danger. As long as the subsequent care is appropriate and there are no infections in the wounds, his life is secured. However, full recovery will require a prolonged period of rehabilitation." Upon hearing this, the director finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he said, "Very well, as long as his life is preserved, that is what matters." Li Yunlong's eyes darted about, observing the crowd before him and listening to their conversations. He attempted once more to speak, but ultimately found himself unsuccessful. He tried to lift his hand, but it merely twitched, and an excruciating pain surged through him. "Damn it, this pain is unbearable," he thought, feeling as though his body were being torn into fragments, with agony radiating from every part. He could scarcely discern where the pain originated. In truth, 18 fragments of shrapnel had been extracted from him, alongside several penetrating wounds, and it was likely that some shrapnel remained embedded within. A nearby nurse quickly grasped Li Yunlong's hand to prevent him from moving erratically, softly inquiring, "Commander Li, you must remain still. Is there anything you wish to communicate?" However, Li Yunlong slowly closed his eyes, slipping back into unconsciousness. "Doctor, Commander Li has lapsed into unconsciousness again," a nurse reported. Dr. Takeda assessed the situation and remarked, "There is no cause for alarm. His injuries are severe, and his body is exceedingly weak. Recovery will require time. I believe it will not be long before he awakens once more." The hospital director smiled and added, "That is reassuring. We must rely heavily on Dr. Takeda. This patient is unique, and we cannot afford any errors." Director Luo chuckled, "Indeed, he must not suffer any setbacks." The hospital has been bustling with visitors these past few days. Some arrived by jeep, others on horseback, all eager to see Commander Li. "If anything were to happen to him, we would be in quite a predicament," Dr. Takeda stated. "This man's vitality is remarkably resilient. He has already surmounted the most perilous phase. Future complications seem unlikely. His recovery is merely a matter of time." Li Yunlong had not anticipated that regaining control over his body would accompany such pain, but it was an unavoidable reality. For the sake of a brighter future, this fleeting suffering seemed trivial in comparison. Chapter 4. Li Yunlong's malicious intentions. Days passed, and Li Yunlong's condition had noticeably improved, although the wounds still caused significant discomfort, remaining still alleviated much of the suffering. Yet, while he could endure the stillness, the process of changing his dressings brought him immense torment. Each time the nurse changed the bandages, he broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in silence to maintain his heroic and formidable demeanor. Fortunately, as his injuries healed, the pain lessened considerably, or perhaps he had merely begun to grow accustomed to it. Once the nurse had completed the dressing change and exited with her tray, the hospital director entered, cheerfully asking, "Commander Li, how are you feeling today?" "Not well." Li Yunlong was finally able to speak. "Not well?" The director could not help but furrow his brow, asking, "Is there any particular discomfort you are experiencing?" Li Yunlong replied, "Lying here all day, unable to do anything? Moving even slightly feels excruciating. How could I possibly feel well?" Upon hearing these words, the director finally exhaled with relief. Such situations were not uncommon. Many injured patients in the hospital, particularly those severely wounded, suffered immensely from their injuries and were rendered immobile. It was only natural for them to feel anxious and irritable, experiencing a range of emotions indicative of their plight. The director smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, your health is paramount. With proper recuperation over the next few months, you shall return to your former self." "Few months?" Li Yunlong interjected. "I mean, once the wounds mend a bit more, the pain will lessen. But to achieve a complete recovery, it will indeed take several months." Li Yunlong, uninterested in further banter, continued, "You arrived just in time. I have something to discuss with you." The director replied, "Please, feel free to voice any requests. We shall do our utmost to accommodate you." Li Yunlong stated, "Could you assign me a different doctor? I'd rather not have that little Japanese fellow attending to me. His mere presence infuriates me." The director chuckled and remarked, "You mean Dr. Takeda? He is our finest physician, a member of the Anti-War Alliance, and he saved your life." Li Yunlong, growing impatient, retorted, "Spare me the platitudes. My disdain for the Japanese is profound. Were it not for his current utility, I would have dispatched him long ago. Let me put it this way. During the war against the Japanese, my troops never accepted enemy captives. Even if we captured live soldiers, they were executed on the spot. This was, indeed, a fact. At the onset of the War of Resistance, Li Yunlong was a regiment commander who had taken a few Japanese prisoners during a battle. He paced around the captives, anxiously wringing his hands. Unfortunately, these prisoners were not compliant, muttering curses in their tongue, though he could not comprehend their words. Their expressions conveyed their defiance. They would rather die than submit as captives. Had they not been injured, he surmised, capturing them would have proven a greater challenge. Li Yunlong thought to himself, "You claim to despise captivity? Very well, I shall grant you that wish." Without hesitation, he drew his pistol and executed the prisoners one by one, sending them straight to hell. Consequently, he faced demotion from his position as commander. After some time, he assumed command of a new regiment. It is worth noting that there exists a discrepancy in the television adaptation Brightsword. Li Yunlong claims that when he crossed the Yellow River, he encountered Chu Yunfei, at which time he was the commander of the new regiment, supposedly in 1937. However, after the Battle of Changjin Ridge, his superiors sought to discipline him. The deputy chief of staff noted, "Li Yunlong had been with the new regiment for less than a year, yet he managed to transform it into the most formidable fighting force. This clearly presents a contradiction. In truth, during the early stages of the war, Li Yunlong was indeed a regiment commander, but not of the new regiment. His demotion resulted from the execution of enemy prisoners, after which he later took command of the new regiment. Nevertheless, even after facing disciplinary action for killing captives, Li Yunlong remained unfazed. In subsequent battles, he continued to execute any prisoners taken. As time passed, the number of prisoners captured by the enemy increased, leading the higher-ups to pay less attention to the situation. Additionally, given that the leadership was aware of Li Yunlong's stubborn temperament, they chose to turn a blind eye, refraining from reprimanding him for the execution of enemy captives. Now, after over 20 years of military service, had it not been for a few disciplinary actions against him, Li Yunlong's extensive experience and accomplishments would surely have elevated him to at least a divisional rank. The hospital director, cognizant of Li's volatile nature, recognized that, having sustained injuries and now lying immobile, even the most patient of souls would inevitably feel anxious. Thus, he dared not defy Li Yunlong's wishes, responding with a smile, "All right. I shall arrange for another physician to attend to you, and I will inform Dr. Wu to keep his distance from your ward to spare you any further irritation." The director's swift acquiescence stemmed from another reason. Li Yunlong was recovering well and did not necessarily require the finest doctor in Dr. Wu. Had Li still been in a precarious condition, the director would have been reluctant to entrust him to anyone else. Li Yunlong continued, "There is one more thing. Please, go on," the director urged. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yunlong added, "I heard that during my surgery, a nurse administered a blood transfusion to me." The director nodded affirmatively. Feigning ignorance, Li Yunlong inquired, "What was that nurse's name again?" "Her name is Tian Yu," the director replied. Yes, that's right." Li Yunlong chuckled. "It seems my mind may have suffered some damage. My memory isn't what it used to be. I had heard her name before, but had forgotten. Rest assured, your mind is not gravely affected. It will recover in due course," the director reassured him. Li Yunlong continued, "That nurse Tian Yu is truly my savior. I must express my gratitude to her properly." The director promptly responded, "That is merely her duty. It is to be expected." Li Yunlong asserted, "I, old Li, am one to repay kindness. I must thank her adequately." The director, with a smile, inquired, "How do you plan to express your gratitude?" Li Yunlong thought to himself, "Of course, I intend to have her bear me a few robust sons." Naturally, such thoughts were not to be voiced aloud. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Well, I haven't quite decided yet. How about this? You can arrange for her to be my special nurse for the time being. This way, I can get to know her better and understand her preferences, so I can prepare a proper gift of thanks." The director furrowed his brow and asked, "Is it because Nurse Ajuin has not met your expectations that you wish to replace her?" At this moment, Li Yunlong was the highest-ranking patient in the field hospital. And given the severity of his injuries, the hospital had assigned him the best doctors and nurses available. Nurse Ajuin performed well in all respects, however. The issue lay in Li Yunlong's preference for Nurse Tianyu. Li Yunlong recalled that in the original narrative, to replace Ajuin, he had not explicitly stated his desire, but instead had resorted to temperamental antics. Whenever Ajuin arrived, he would erupt in anger and even resort to refusing meals, enduring several hunger pangs until he successfully replaced her with Tianyu as his special nurse. Although Li Yunlong was currently in a dismal mood, he had no desire to vent his frustrations on Ajuin for no reason, nor did he wish to resort to fasting. Thus, he decided to speak plainly, concocting this excuse with the sole intention of having Tianyu attend to him as a personal caregiver, which was evident in its underlying motive. Li Yunlong explained, "Ajuin is not at fault. As I mentioned earlier, I simply wish to express my gratitude to Tianyu. That young girl selflessly donated several hundred milliliters of blood to save me. Should I not extend my heartfelt thanks to her?" The director thought to himself, "Your so-called gratitude is merely a means to have her serve you. Is this truly a way to express thanks?" Nevertheless, the director found it difficult to refuse. Considering Tianyu's commendable professional skills, meticulous nature, and earnestness in her work. Thus, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall arrange for Tianyu to be your caregiver." With a cheerful grin, Li Yunlong responded, "Thank you very much, director." The director, smiling, replied, "You are too courteous. Colonel Li, please rest. Mealtime approaches, and I will have Tianyu come by shortly to assist you with your meal." Chapter 5. If there's a deal to be had, it's not like Li Yunlong to pass it up. Under Tianyu's attentive care, Li Yunlong's injuries gradually began to heal, and he was soon able to take a few steps. However, some wounds had yet to fully mend, and excessive movement inevitably led to instances of reopening and bleeding. Li Yunlong, being a restless soul, often found himself in situations where his wounds would split open. Despite Tianyu's daily supervision, one day, feeling particularly bored, Li Yunlong struggled to get out of bed. "Don't move." Tianyu rushed in from outside, unable to contain her frustration. "Old Li, can't you spare me a thought? You keep moving around, and look, your wound is bleeding again. At this rate, when will you ever heal?" Reluctantly, Li Yunlong complied, sitting back down with a sigh. "Am I not simply trying to alleviate my boredom?" Tianyu suggested. "How about I read you the newspaper?" "That sounds rather dull." Li Yunlong shook his head. After pondering for a moment, Tianyu proposed, "Shall I play chess with you?" Li Yunlong, somewhat surprised, replied, "You know how to play chess?" "Of course." The young girl beamed with pride. Li Yunlong chuckled. "All right then, let us play. I shall even let you have a two-piece advantage." "Forget it." Tianyu laughed. "I'd rather give you half of my pieces, like the chariot and horse." Li Yunlong laughed. "Oh, you cheeky little girl. You may be young, but your bravado is considerable." Tianyu fetched a chess set and brought over a small table. Setting up the board. Young people should be humble. Middle-aged individuals ought to exhibit maturity. Boasting is not commendable. Opening cannon. Move the horse. However, mere minutes into the game, Li Yunlong began to cheat. Boldly, you cannot strike with your cannon without a base. Ah, but you misunderstand. This is a mortar. It can fire without a base. Cheater. Tianyu pouted, seizing a piece and capturing Li Yunlong's last chariot. Waving his captured piece in front of him, she grinned. Now, how will you proceed? Oops. I wasn't paying attention. That move doesn't count. Return my chariot. Li Yunlong seized Tianyu's delicate hand, intent on commandeering the vehicle. This old lecher was not merely claiming a chess piece. He was clearly seizing the opportunity to indulge in a bit of intimacy. Not to mention, this small hand was indeed soft, fair, and tender. In truth, Li Yunlong was not so much outmatched by the girl as he was playfully toying with her, seizing an occasion to gain a slight advantage. If only she were less naive, she would have seen through his crafty antics long ago. As mealtime approached, Tianyu announced, I shall fetch your meal. With that, she began to tidy up the chessboard and stepped out to prepare food for Li Yunlong. Before long, she returned, carrying a tray of dishes and setting it upon the table. Eat, she urged. Li Yunlong inquired, Aren't you going to feed me? Tianyu replied, Your hand is fine now, isn't it? Why should I feed you? Feigning distress, Li Yunlong protested, Look, my hand trembles terribly. I can hardly steady the bowl. How can I eat? Tianyu rolled her eyes and retorted, You certainly didn't seem to struggle when you were snatching chess pieces. Nevertheless, despite her words, she lifted the bowl and began to feed him bite by bite. Li Yunlong was not one to stand on ceremony. After all, she was his wife. What need was there for formality? The moment was fleeting, and who could say what the future held? After their meal, Tianyu took the dishes away, at which point Zhao Gang entered with a cheerful demeanor. Ah, old Zhao, when did you arrive? Zhao Gang replied with a grin, I've been here for a little while, but I didn't want to interrupt you while you were eating. Li Yunlong chuckled, as if I could be disturbed by a meal. You intellectuals are always so finicky. Zhao Gang glanced outside and remarked, Well, that's certainly better than some, who can eat on their own yet insist on being fed. Li Yunlong laughed heartily. Now you're unjustly accusing me. Look at these wounds on my body, here and here, still oozing blood. Every movement sends pain coursing through me. Zhao Gang chuckled, Enough of that. Don't think I don't see through your little ruses. But this girl is indeed remarkable. When I first encountered her, I was quite taken aback. A quintessential beauty from the Jiangnan region. You must have stumbled upon quite a stroke of luck. However, with your disposition, she may not be inclined to favor you. Li Yunlong grinned. Don't underestimate me. In my youth, I was renowned across the region for my good looks. The matchmakers at our door were nearly worn out from their visits. Zhao Gang laughed. No wonder you've developed such a thick skin from practicing that iron head skill since childhood. Li Yunlong, who had trained in martial arts and endured striking his head against stone mills, had earned the nickname Big Head. He laughed. Ah, you are simply envious and jealous. Zhao Gang then asked, On a serious note, do you truly have confidence in taking that hill? With unwavering confidence, Li Yunlong proclaimed, Of course. There is no hill that Li Yunlong cannot conquer. Zhao Gang retorted, Your bravado is impressive, but do you think courting a woman is akin to waging war? Quite similar, I would say. Li Yunlong laughed. By the way, old Zhao, I've heard you're making quite a name for yourself and have received a promotion. Zhao Gang chuckled and remarked, You, my friend, seem to have your ear to the ground even while in the hospital. Recently appointed as the deputy political commissar of the division. Li Yunlong sighed. I never imagined I would be surpassed so easily. From now on, I must salute you when we meet. Greetings, Chief. As he spoke, Li Yunlong raised his hand in a mock salute with great seriousness. Zhao Gang retorted with a hint of annoyance. Enough of that. Be careful not to let Xiao Tian see you, now that his hand is healed. He might not feed you next time. With a hearty laugh, Li Yunlong responded, Come on, Lao Zhao, did you come to visit the patients empty-handed? Zhao Gang replied, I brought a few things, but they're with Director Luo. I've already told him that you should take it easy. Wait until you're better. You can have a little drink, but do so sparingly, don't overdo it. Li Yunlong chuckled. You know me well, Lao Zhao. How much liquor did you bring? A case of Fingio. Now that's generous. Li Yunlong nodded, then suddenly realized, So, you're heading south as well? Zhao Gang nodded. The troops are about to cross the river, and we are also moving south. You must take the time to recover quickly, otherwise there won't be any battles left to fight. With a resigned sigh, Li Yunlong responded, I'll miss the action. At this rate, my million-strong army will easily cross the river, sweeping through the southern provinces like autumn leaves. By then, there will be no significant battles left. I'll need a few more months to heal. and by then, I'll truly miss the fight. Don't worry, we will meet again soon, Zhao Gang assured him. Focus on your recovery, Zhao Gang added. Once you're well, return to the unit. I'll be waiting for you there. Absolutely. Li Yunlong smiled. I must also find a way to advance quickly. Perhaps we will have another chance to be partners. Chapter 6. Astonishing Strategic Insight. A few days later, an unexpected visitor arrived, astonishing Li Yunlong. Laughter filled the air as he lay in his hospital bed, a sound so familiar that it piqued his curiosity. Suddenly, Ding Wei strode in with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, loudly, I've come to see you. Ding Wei. Li Yunlong exclaimed in surprise, what brings you here? Ding Wei grinned. I heard you were blown to bits and had to be rescued for several days to save your life. Let me check if all your vital parts are still intact. As he spoke, Ding Wei reached under the covers. Get your hands off me. Li Yunlong protested, pushing Ding Wei's hand away with irritation. Ding Wei laughed. Looks good. You're recovering well. All vital parts are still in place. Li Yunlong shot him a glare. Enough of the nonsense. Aren't you stationed with the 4th Field Army? Why are you here? Ding Wei pulled up a chair and plopped down. The army is moving south. We took a train from Tianjin to Suzhou, and we'll transfer to the Longhai line to head west before continuing south. Isn't that a hassle? The troops remained in Suzhou for 2 days, and I heard you've been living quite well here. I traveled over 100 miles in a jeep specifically to see you. Hee hee. Li Yunlong chuckled as he spoke. You're quite something. Ding Wei replied with a smile. I came all this way to see you, so you owe me a drink. But judging by your state, it seems you won't be able to drink now. Just remember this. You must repay me double in the future. The two engaged in light conversation, reminiscing about the past and discussing the current situation. They both agreed that the overall tide had turned. The elite forces of the enemy had suffered significant losses, and the troops in the south were largely comprised of newly recruited soldiers lacking combat effectiveness. Only the Guangxi army retained some fighting capability. But even they were like a solitary tree struggling against a storm. Faced with our million-strong army, not even a mere strategist, let alone 10 true strategists, could turn the tide. Li Yunlong remarked. With this, there are essentially no major battles left to fight domestically. However, even if the nation achieves victory, it does not guarantee peace. The current situation remains grim. The newspapers are saying that, according to the present circumstances, the war is not over, and new conflicts may erupt at any moment. Ding Wei, surprised, said, Indeed, it's been said that absence sharpens the eye. You, old Li, are now concerned about global affairs. Li Yunlong sighed. In my current predicament, I can do little else. I spend my days merely reading newspapers. It's hard not to take an interest. You have no idea how stifling it has been for me these days. Ding Wei laughed. I've heard that you have beautiful young ladies accompanying you every day. How can you feel stifled? Cut the nonsense. Who is spreading these rumors about me? Li Yunlong firmly denied such claims. Ding Wei replied with a grin. Do you really need to hear it from someone else? That nurse from earlier, wasn't she quite attractive? You're something else. Recovering in the hospital and still managing to have the prettiest girl attend to you. Enough of this chatter. Let us get back to serious matters. Li Yunlong interjected. You've come from the northeast, so you should have a clearer understanding than us. The situation over there is a powder keg. After the Japanese surrendered, as per previous agreements, Korea was divided. The northern part was taken over by the Soviets while the southern part fell under American control. This created two factions, and these two are constantly at odds. However, this is merely the chessboard. The real game is played by the players behind the scenes. Thus, this area is a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Given how close we are, just a river apart, any sudden change could affect us greatly, and we would find ourselves swept along. Ding Wei nodded. Indeed, the northeast is our heavy industry base, with half of the nation's heavy industry located there. If the north prevails, we can rest easy. However, if the south wins, it could spell trouble for us. We cannot afford to let others sleep peacefully beside us. Li Yunlong agreed. Precisely. Therefore, if conflict erupts here, it will not just be a matter between the northern and southern factions. If it were merely minor skirmishes, it would be of little consequence, as the players behind the scenes likely would not intervene lightly. However, once a lopsided situation emerges, with one side facing imminent defeat, the opposing player may, in a fit of rage and humiliation, choose to intervene personally. Ding Wei's strategic insight is quite remarkable, as evidenced by his thesis from Military Academy. He is, of course, aware of the stakes involved. What astonishes Ding Wei is that Li Yunlong possesses such extraordinary strategic vision. Ding Wei nodded and remarked, You speak wisely. Given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that this situation can persist for long. This issue must ultimately be resolved, and trouble will inevitably arise. If that truly occurs, it would indeed present a significant challenge. Li Yunlong deliberately steered the conversation in this direction for a purpose. He then stated, "We are on the brink of victory. Once we cross the river, our forces will sweep through the enemy like a tempest, encountering little resistance. After the main body of the enemy is annihilated, what remains will merely be mopping up the remnants and eliminating local bandits, tasks which should pose no major difficulty for us. Therefore, I offer you a piece of advice." Ding Wei, intrigued, inquired, "What advice?" Li Yunlong, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Henceforth, our primary defensive focus should be to the north rather than the south. The remnants in the south are nearly eradicated. We must certainly redeploy troops to reinforce the northern defenses in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. The first to be reassigned will undoubtedly be your forces, as you emerged from this region. If we do not send you back, who else shall we send? Thus, you might consider requesting a return to the northeast. Perhaps there will be greater battles to fight in the future. Do you not wish to encounter that individual? Of course, we do not seek war, but certain matters are beyond our control. There is a distinction between mere machinery and a true military force. They boast incessantly of being the best in the world, yet I refuse to be swayed by such claims. Should they dare provoke us, I shall teach them a lesson in humility." Ding Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he chuckled. "This is intriguing. You know, I share that sentiment. Certainly, we have yearned for peace after decades of conflict. Yet, as you said, some matters are beyond our decision. We must prepare in advance to keep the enemy at bay, which is the most prudent course of action. However, I need to contemplate this thoroughly. Even if, as you suggest, we are to redeploy troops back to the northeast, it is not a matter of mere desire." Li Yunlong retorted, "You just boasted about your prowess, claiming a division could sweep away an entire army, stating how highly Lin regards you. It seems you were merely puffing yourself up. If you truly are his favored general, getting reassigned back to the northeast would be but a word from him. With your esteemed reputation, why not approach him in advance?" Ding Wei, now indignant, responded, "Old Li, do not underestimate me. You should inquire about the might of our Eastern Field Army. Then you would understand. That boast is not mere bluster. Our strength is not to be dismissed lightly. You are indeed correct. Should one desire to revert the situation, it would merely require a single utterance from him. This matter truly hinges on that individual's words." According to Li Yunlong, when it was time to redeploy troops to the north, Lin remarked that the commander of the 13th was somewhat lacking and suggested that the commander of the 15th should be reassigned instead. Thus, the command structures of the 13th and 15th divisions were exchanged. Hence, for Ding Wei, this issue can be resolved with but a word. After being reminded by Li Yunlong, Ding Wei took note of this and contemplated that if he were indeed able to be reassigned northward, it would present a splendid opportunity. Li Yunlong merely intended to offer a suggestion to Ding Wei. Whether it comes to fruition depends entirely on Ding Wei's capabilities. Should Ding Wei succeed, so too would Li Yunlong, allowing the Iron Triangle of Jinsi North to converge once more on Bangdao to fight side by side. As for Kong Jia, following the original narrative, it is evident that he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to partake in this war. Chapter 7. Dare to compete with me for a wife? After several months of recuperation, Li Yunlong's wounds have gradually healed. He is now able to rise from bed and move about freely. The wounds have nearly mended, though he remains in the recovery phase and still requires crutches. Li Yunlong feels that his recovery has been somewhat sluggish, however, given the severity of his injuries. The fact that he retains his life is already a stroke of fortune, considering the medical conditions and living standards of the time. Reaching his current state can be regarded as a rapid recovery. Li Yunlong has also been in good spirits lately, as the million-strong army crossed the river, advancing with unstoppable momentum and on the brink of achieving ultimate victory. Had the former Li Yunlong been in his current position, he would have been anxiously pacing, eager to return to his troops. Yet, the present Li Yunlong perceives little excitement in battling those defeated enemies. It feels rather meaningless. He is still contemplating a future venture to the Korean peninsula, where he intends to confront his old adversaries. At that time, the elite forces would emerge in full force, accompanied by 16 subordinate units, primarily consisting of elite troops. However, in Li Yunlong's eyes, that is mere nonsense. What so-called elite forces? He himself embodies the true elite. Recently, Xiao Tian has also been in good spirits, for since he began serving as Li Yunlong as personal attendant, Director Luo has ceased to seek out Tianyu to introduce potential suitors. Previously, Director Luo had introduced two candidates, one a division commander and the other a deputy commander of a corps. Both were rejected by Tianyu, leading to considerable discord between the parties and leaving Tianyu rather disheartened. As the hospital's chief matchmaker, Director Luo could hardly be oblivious to Li Yunlong's interest in Tianyu. Thus, since Tianyu became Li Yunlong's attendant, Director Luo has not dared to approach her again. Nevertheless, being renowned for her beauty in the hospital, Tianyu remains the object of others' affections. Director Luo's former superior, Deputy Commander Wang, had heard about Tianyu from someone and, intrigued by her beauty, began to pursue her. He called Director Luo several times, requesting introductions. Director Luo conveyed to Deputy Commander Wang that it appeared Li Yunlong harbored feelings for Tianyu and hoped he would reconsider and seek another. To her surprise, Deputy Commander Wang proved to be rather stubborn, fixated on Tianyu. The weather loomed ominously as I personally arrived at the hospital. Director Luo hurried out to greet me. "Old leader, how are you?" "What nonsense?" I retorted. "Little Luo, how can you be so inept as to handle such a trivial matter? Must I come here in person?" Director Luo hastily explained. "Old leader, this matter indeed poses a bit of a challenge. Young Tian has always been somewhat resistant to such situations, and now, with Colonel Li clearly taking an interest in her, I find myself quite helpless." Deputy Commander Wang stated, "Take me to meet this young Tian." Director Luo led him to a courtyard. "Old leader, the injured soldier basking in the sun on that chair is Colonel Li, and the nurse beside him is young Tian." Deputy Commander Wang followed Director Luo's pointing finger, and from his vantage point, he could see Tianyu's visage, illuminated by the sun, which enhanced her beauty. He could not help but softly exclaim, "This girl is truly enchanting. Little Luo, go fetch her. I wish to speak with her." Director Luo frowned. "That may not be advisable. Colonel Li is currently conversing with her." Deputy Commander Wang retorted impatiently, "If I ask you to go, then go. Why all the unnecessary chatter? My time is precious. Do you expect me to wait here indefinitely? You may arrange for someone else to attend to Colonel Li." Reluctantly, Director Luo complied, mustering the courage to approach, smiling as he said, "Young Tian, why not escort Colonel Li back first, and then come see me? I have matters to discuss with you." Li Yunlong glanced at Director Luo, perceiving the underlying intentions from his expression. He noticed someone standing in the distance. And although he turned away and did not see the person's face, he surmised their identity. Tianyu, too, realized that Director Luo often sought her out to introduce potential suitors, and pouting, she remarked, "If you have something to say, you may as well say it here." Colonel Li is not a stranger. Director Luo, feeling somewhat awkward, insisted, "You should first escort Colonel Li back." Li Yunlong immediately declared, "I am not going back. The sun is splendid today. I shall remain here to enjoy it. If you have matters to discuss, feel free to converse." He did not hinder Tianyu from approaching, knowing that once she did, she would undoubtedly grasp the situation upon meeting Deputy Commander Wang. Let them converse first, and then Li Yunlong would step in to rescue Tianyu. Surely, she would be grateful, which would be even better. Sitting on the chair, Li Yunlong watched as young Tian was called over to speak with Deputy Commander Wang. Only then did he rise, leaning on his crutch, and made his way over. Director Luo, observing Li Yunlong's approach, quickly greeted him. "Colonel Li, are you returning to the ward?" "Just taking a stroll," Li Yunlong replied, striding confidently towards Deputy Commander Wang. Smiling as he said, "Which esteemed leader has come to inspect the hospital?" "Director Luo, why haven't you introduced us so that I may curry favor?" Li Yunlong's words were laced with sarcasm, causing Deputy Commander Wang to furrow his brow in response. Director Luo hastily remarked, "This is Deputy Commander Wang, who has come to visit the hospital today." Li Yunlong, with a look of astonishment, responded, "If I recall correctly, this hospital is directly under the jurisdiction of the Wild Division. When did it come under the command of Deputy Commander Wang?" The Deputy Commander, somewhat irritated, replied, "Comrade, such jokes are not appropriate. I merely passed by. Xiao Luo is my old subordinate, and I came to pay a visit." Li Yunlong chuckled and inquired, "If Director Luo is your old subordinate, does that mean Xiao Tian is also one of yours?" The Deputy Commander, now slightly annoyed, retorted, "Why do your words always carry a sting, comrade?" Li Yunlong, unfazed, smiled and continued, "Regardless, you are a Deputy Commander and a leader. I have a matter I wish to bring to your attention." The Deputy Commander sighed, "Commander Li, you are not even part of our army. Why would you come to me with your concerns?" Li Yunlong grinned and said, "Our division, oh, It has now been renamed an army, hasn't it? Our army has moved south, and we can't reach our direct superiors. Since I happened to meet you today, I thought to relay it to you. Disregarding the deputy commander's willingness to listen, Li Yunlong pressed on. Here's the situation. I heard from Director Luo that as soon as victory is imminent, some cadres are already preoccupied with changing wives. They claim their previous marriages were arranged and not voluntary, and the organization has regulations that allow such marriages to be dissolved. I agree that arranged marriages should be abolished, but we cannot allow some to exploit this loophole. You say it was not voluntary, yet you have several children. Were you not willing when you first took to the bed? At that time, nothing was delayed. But now you find your wife unworthy and suddenly claim it was not voluntary. Where was your resolve then? You had the audacity to crawl into bed with her. The deputy commander's face flushed with anger, and if not for his efforts to restrain himself, he might have struck Li Yunlong. Director Luo turned pale, thinking to himself, how does Li Yunlong know that Deputy Commander Wang has a wife back home and 2 children? I never mentioned it. This is a predicament from which I cannot extricate myself. Li Yunlong, still smiling, inquired, Deputy Commander Wang, do you not agree with my statements? Those in high leadership positions ought to manage and eradicate such vile conduct. Chapter 8. Kidnapping Tianyu. The deputy commander's face shifted from blue to white, silently clenching his fists as he struggled to suppress the urge to strike this insolent fellow. Even this eloquent individual found himself at a loss for words at that moment. Li Yunlong continued with a smile. Look, Deputy Commander Wang is indeed a person of great integrity, visibly angered by the disgraceful actions of these scoundrels. In my view, we must be unyielding with such miscreants and impose severe punishments. Enough, scoundrels, beasts. Who are you insulting? The deputy commander finally lost his composure, exclaiming angrily, such vile conduct must be rectified, but this is not a concern for you as a mere commander. Focus on your recovery. Once healed, return to your unit. Li Yunlong smiled and said, all right, now that we have concluded this matter, shall we discuss something else? Vice Commander Wang retorted curtly. There is nothing for us to talk about. Li Yunlong chuckled. How can there be nothing to converse about? I still owe you something. Vice Commander Wang, perplexed, inquired. What do you mean by that? Li Yunlong, with a serious demeanor, replied, I still owe you a head. Don't you remember? Vice Commander Wang suddenly recalled the familiarity of this Colonel Li. You are that Colonel Li? Indeed. Li Yunlong nodded. Would you like me to return that head to you right now? The expression on Vice Commander Wang's face shifted immediately. Come now, old Li, let us not jest. It has been so many years since that incident. I was merely executing orders at the time, and there was no choice. The higher-ups have already classified this matter. So let us not reopen old wounds. Past events should remain in the past. Li Yunlong nodded in agreement. I concur. I too hope such tragedies do not recur. Vice Commander Wang smiled. It has been over a decade since we last met. We ought to reminisce properly, but alas, today is not suitable, as I must return for a meeting. Let's arrange another day, and I will come visit you then. Farewell. With that, Vice Commander Wang hurriedly departed. Li Yunlong watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress his expletives. Damn it. So many good comrades have sacrificed, yet this scoundrel still lives. Heaven must be blind. Why did that wretched soul not perish instead of those noble individuals? Director Luo hurried off to see Vice Commander Wang off. Tianyu grinned, old Li. You are truly formidable. That Vice Commander was nearly at his wit's end with you. Yet, it seems he is reluctant to see you. Li Yunlong replied, of course. He is reluctant. I nearly had him executed back in the day. Upon Tianyu's inquiry, Li Yunlong recounted events from over a decade ago. They indeed had some conflicts, but it was not a personal vendetta. However, Li Yunlong held a particular disdain for such individuals, and today's incident only deepened his unfavorable impression of Vice Commander Wang. Tianyu, with a playful smile, said, Old Li, you are truly my guardian angel. By the way, Li Yunlong casually asked, what did that fellow discuss with you earlier? I won't tell you. If you want tea, then so be it. Li Yunlong merely inquired out of curiosity. He was already aware of the fellow's intentions regarding Tianyu, and saw no need to feign ignorance. Tianyu remarked, Old Li, let's make a pact. Once you have recovered, you must take me with you. I cannot bear to stay here any longer. Tianyu had long wished to escape the field hospital, primarily due to Director Luo, who incessantly sought to introduce him to potential partners, often elevating it to a matter of loyalty to the organization. Today's events solidified Tianyu's resolve to join Li Yunlong in the combat units. Li Yunlong smiled and said, rest assured, I will definitely take you away when the time comes. This matter had been previously discussed with Tianyu, to which Li Yunlong had readily agreed. Naturally, he did not wish for his wife to remain here, surrounded solely by monks in his battalion. Once this opportunity was missed, it would be uncertain if a better one would arise. Hence, Li Yunlong was determined to keep his wife. Thinking of Deputy Commander Wang filled Li Yunlong with indignation. This man possessed exceedingly poor character and had the audacity to covet his wife. Li Yunlong certainly did not intend to let this scoundrel off easily. Consequently, he took the time to pen a letter detailing the prevalence of individuals like Deputy Commander Wang, who, upon entering the city, busied themselves with exchanging wives. Such corrupt practices must be rectified. He then sent the letter directly to his former superior. Previously, Li Yunlong would not have resorted to such underhanded tactics, but the current Li Yunlong was not averse to it. After dispatching the letter, he soon forgot about it. Little did he know that this letter would later prove to be immensely beneficial to him. What a fortunate twist of fate. During this period, Tianyu remained by Li Yunlong's side. Each day, she would read the newspaper to him. The present Li Yunlong was far removed from the illiterate man he had once been. Under Zhao Gang's guidance over the years, he had diligently pursued knowledge. Moreover, prior to enlisting, he had attended a private school for 3 years. Adding to this, the current Li Yunlong was a man who had traversed through time, having graduated from university in his past life. Although he initially struggled with traditional characters, he had now largely acclimated to reading and writing without issue. Nevertheless, he insisted on having Tianyu read to him, as he found it a source of enjoyment. In his leisure time, he would engage in chess, often playfully bending the rules. Additionally, Tianyu would incessantly pester him for tales of valor from the battlefield. Over this time, Li Yunlong had recounted his heroic exploits to her on numerous occasions. As the saying goes, beauty favors heroes, and Tianyu was no exception. Under Li Yunlong's embellished narrations, she gradually became an infatuated admirer. Months passed, and at last, Li Yunlong's injuries had healed completely. He was finally ready to leave. Although the hospital provided excellent meals and was filled with lovely women, a rare oasis of gentleness for a soldier, Li Yunlong knew it was not a place to linger. He had more pressing duties. With the war looming just over a year away, he must integrate into the Song Brigade. Tianyu, filled with excitement, eagerly assisted him in packing his belongings, as Li Yunlong had long promised to take her along. With a bright smile, she said, "Oldly, once we arrive at your unit, you must get me a gun. I want a carbine to pose with for a photo to send back home, and they will surely be envious." Li Yunlong thought to himself, a gun would indeed be provided, but it would not be a carbine. Li Yunlong smiled and said, "A single gun is no issue at all, but there is one matter we must clarify beforehand. Our unit is a field army, and we do not have female soldiers." Upon hearing this, Tianyu became anxious. "You promised me before, as a dignified commander, can your words not hold weight?" Li Yunlong replied, "If you wish to accompany me, there is a way." "What way?" Tianyu inquired eagerly. With a serious expression, Li Yunlong stated, "It's quite simple. Marry me. This way, I can justifiably take you with me." Tianyu was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an abrupt proposal. Li Yunlong continued, "Xiao Tian, to speak candidly, I have feelings for you. Ever since I first laid eyes on you, I have liked you, which is why I specifically requested the director to assign you as my special nurse. After spending this time together, my affection for you has only deepened. I have made my decision. If you are willing to marry me, I promise to treat you well for the rest of my life. Given our time together, you are well aware of my circumstances. Now I ask you one question. Will you marry me?" Tianyu's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, sitting on the bed, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, as though her throat was constricted, rendering her speechless. Li Yunlong smiled and said, "Silence implies consent." Tianyu quickly shook her head. Observing this, Li Yunlong remarked, "So that means you disagree?" No, that means you agree?" "No." With a hint of impatience, he said, "Then do you agree or disagree? Such matters require mutual affection. I would never force you. Please be clear, do you agree or not? If you do not, I will leave at once and will not trouble you further. We can remain friends and comrades." At this moment, Tianyu became even more flustered, tears streaming down her face. Li Yunlong felt a deep sense of helplessness. The women of this era were exceedingly reserved, particularly someone like Tianyu, a lady of refinement. If only Xiuqin were here, she would have embraced him without hesitation. Li Yunlong sighed deeply and said, "Xiao Tian, I understand. Do not put yourself in a difficult position. You saved my life by donating blood and cared for me for over half a year. I, Li Yunlong, can only express my gratitude. This kindness I shall forever remember. Thank you. I must take my leave, and I hope we shall meet again. After finishing his words, he decisively picked up his packed belongings and turned to leave. Wait. Tian Yu finally panicked, rushing forward to embrace Li Yunlong from behind. Old Li, please don't go. I beg you not to leave me. A faint smile appeared on Li Yunlong's lips. So, does this mean you agree? Tian Yu cried. I am willing to marry you. I like you too. You are being so cruel. Why would you want to leave me? This is all so sudden. You must give me time to think. Darn it, Old Li. Why didn't you say this sooner? The subsequent events unfolded more smoothly. Director Luo, being quite perceptive, had long prepared Tian Yu's documents. After Li Yunlong and his companions explained the situation and bid farewell to everyone, they departed from the hospital, accompanied by the guard, Xiao Chun. The trio arrived in Shuzhou and took a train directly to Jinling, as the troops' garrison was located there, and Li Yunlong needed to report in. Although Tian Yu consented, she stipulated a condition. Such a significant matter as marriage required familial approval. Tian Yu's family resided in Gusu, conveniently close to Jinling, thus allowing them to address this issue simultaneously. Chapter 9. Li Yunlong's request. Upon reaching Jinling, Li Yunlong first went to the troops' garrison to report. Report. Come in. Li Yunlong pushed open the door and cautiously stepped inside. Noticing the leader engrossed in reviewing documents, he remained silent, standing attentively by the side, awaiting acknowledgement. The leader glanced at Li Yunlong without speaking, continuing to focus on the files, seemingly oblivious to Li Yunlong's presence. Sensing the leader's stern demeanor, Li Yunlong dared not utter a word and, after a brief wait, took a seat on a nearby chair. Who permitted you to sit down? Stand at attention for 3 hours. Li Yunlong was momentarily taken aback. Had he unknowingly offended anyone? Why was he being punished upon their first meeting? What? Do you have an opinion? Li Yunlong quickly rose again, a smile adorning his face as he replied, How could I dare? Even if you ordered me to stand for 3 hours, I would comply without complaint. However, my injury is still healing, and standing for prolonged periods is quite challenging. The leader looked at Li Yunlong, irritation evident in his voice as he retorted, Stop playing the victim. Do you know why you are being punished? Li Yunlong straightened his posture, his face serious as he replied, Please enlighten me. Humph. The leader scoffed and continued, In the Battle of Zhao Village, your division performed admirably, achieving significant merit. To replace you, I expended 5 rounds of artillery. I intended to reward you handsomely once the battle concluded, but what happened? As a division commander, you personally led the reconnaissance battalion deep into enemy territory to capture prisoners. Do you think you are some legendary hero? As a commanding officer, your position is at the command center, directing troops in battle, not charging into the fray yourself. Since you enjoy leading the charge so much, very well. I will grant you your wish. You shall serve as the commander of the reconnaissance battalion. Yes, Li Yunlong replied respectfully. You are absolutely right. I shall not dare to do so again. I acknowledge my mistake this time, accept the criticism, and I am ready to face any punishment you deem fit. You are also aware that I have a long-standing rivalry with Chu Yunfei. We have been at odds for several years since our time in northwest Shaanxi. At that moment, I did not think much of it. I merely wished to capture that rascal personally, considering it a blow to the enemy's ranks. However, I did not anticipate that he would strike so fiercely that shell nearly shattered me. Yet, he did not escape unscathed either, taking a few bullets himself. So we are even. The leader waved his hand, saying, Enough. Sit down and let us talk. I knew you still cared for us, Li Yunlong chuckled, boldly taking a seat. How is your injury healing? Li Yunlong smiled and remarked, I have essentially recovered, and all the vital components are intact, allowing me to continue serving the nation. He nodded slightly and added, It is good to be restored. The past is behind us. However, this is the final occasion. There shall be no next time. If there is a repeat offense, there will be no leniency. Yes, Li Yunlong responded with a grin. You know me. I, Li Yunlong, have always been the most honest and obedient. I assure you, I will not err again. Enough of your nonsense. The leader retorted sharply. What sort of character do you possess? Do you think I am unaware? I heard you were getting married. Even while recuperating, you have not been idle. You left with the most beautiful nurse from the hospital. Hee. Li Yunlong chuckled. I beg your pardon for the laughter. He continued, I must admit, I underestimated you. It seems you, Li Yunlong, are not only adept in commanding troops but also skilled in courting women. Li Yunlong laughed. You jest? My success is merely a stroke of luck. He smiled and added, It is rare for you to exhibit humility. Regardless, this is indeed a joyous occasion. Your marriage application has been approved. Do not forget to invite me to celebrate. It would be my honor to have you in attendance. He replied, now that you are healed and about to marry, take a moment to rest. We can discuss work matters later. Li Yunlong said, thank you for your concern, but I have a request regarding work. As he spoke, a sense of trepidation gripped him, as the outcome of this matter directly influenced his future. Should the leader refuse, Li Yunlong would truly find himself at a loss. The leader chuckled, you rarely make requests. Do share. Cautiously, Li Yunlong said, I do not wish to return to my old unit. Could you allow me to work with Old Song instead? With a look of surprise, the leader replied, that is peculiar. Most people are eager to return to their old units. I recall when I retained you, you were somewhat reluctant. Why the sudden disinterest in returning now? Li Yunlong smiled and explained, I have been away from the unit for over half a year, recuperating. I hear the unit has been performing admirably during this time. And the current commander is doing well. It would not be fair for me to usurp his position. The leader, with a serious expression, said, that cannot be the true reason, can it? Speak honestly. Hee. Li Yunlong chuckled, nothing escapes your notice. Although my old unit is still engaged in combat in Fujian province, victory is imminent, and there will soon be no battles left to fight. The only remaining opportunity for merit is likely this last chance for distinction. The Song Brigade is our ace, currently stationed in the Suzhou Zhejiang area for rest. As the saying goes, good steel should be used on the cutting edge. I suspect that when the time comes to confront the remaining challenges, the Song Brigade will undoubtedly be at the forefront. I have spent over half a year recuperating and missed numerous significant battles. I am contemplating that this final opportunity for distinction must not be overlooked. Therefore, I sincerely hope you will grant my request. Li Yunlong's words were rooted in reality. The Song Corps had been resting and training in the Su and Zhejiang regions, ostensibly preparing to confront the enemy. According to the current plan, the Song Corps was to serve as the vanguard. However, circumstances later changed, and this plan was reluctantly shelved. In the interest of defending the homeland, the Song Corps was urgently reassigned northward. This turn of events was unexpected, leaving Li Yunlong unable to reveal the truth. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how he had foreseen the Song Corps' future redeployment. Thus, the excuse he provided now seemed quite reasonable. The leader smiled and remarked, your intuition is quite sharp. The plan for the Song Corps to be the first echelon had been established long ago, and in military circles. It was hardly a closely guarded secret. Li Yunlong was aware of this and showed no particular astonishment. He quickly interjected, all these years, I, Li Yunlong, have never asked you for anything. This time, I humbly beseech you. If necessary, I shall kneel before you. You see, my old comrades have now surpassed me. Ding Wei, Cheng the Blind, and even that rascal Kong Jia have all outstripped me. Compared to them, I am but a veteran. I personally taught Cheng the Blind how to shoot. And when Kong Jia enlisted, I was already the deputy company commander. Ding Wei joined only a few months after him. Being overshadowed by these youngsters fills me with indignation. If I do not confront them in a fierce battle, I fear I shall never rise again. Chapter 10, a series of joyous events. The leader chuckled and said, do you still have the nerve to complain about this? As far as I know, you have no one to blame but yourself. Count how many mistakes you have made over the years. How many times have you been demoted? This is all of your own making. Can you truly blame others? Li Yunlong forced a smile and replied, yes, you are right. I accept your criticism. Therefore, I do not dare to ask you for anything else. I only wish to secure an opportunity to make a contribution. After pondering for a moment, he said, I will consider this matter. You may return and await further news. Li Yunlong responded, you know me well. If you do not give me a clear answer, I will be unable to sleep. Especially since my injury has yet to heal completely. The doctor has repeatedly advised me to rest properly to avoid a relapse. I suspect that quack doctor never treated me properly. Surely, there are still fragments of shrapnel lodged within me. He expressed helplessness, saying, stop playing the victim. You have not changed at all. You remain relentless until you achieve your goal. Very well. Do you remember that Vice Commander Wang you mentioned in your previous letter? I do. Li Yunlong nodded eagerly, asking what about him. The leader replied, Old Wang has been reassigned, leaving a vacancy for a vice commander in our army. You shall fill that position. After your wedding, you may report for duty. Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong was overjoyed. The army was none other than the elite force known for its prowess in battle, renowned for its victories over both polar bears and the Marine Corps. Previously, Li Yunlong had served as a division commander, and now, with a single statement, he was to be elevated to vice commander, Indeed, a promotion. This could be considered a double blessing, although he lags behind his old comrades who have long since attained the rank of army commander. Even Zhao Gang has recently received a promotion to the rank of a regular army officer. Li Yunlong could hardly contain his joy, exclaiming, "Leader, I am truly grateful. This is wonderful." The leader, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Given your regiment's achievements at Zhuang, I had long intended to promote you. However, I did not anticipate that before the battle concluded, you would find yourself hospitalized. Your decision to leave the command post to charge into battle should have warranted your dismissal." Li Yunlong quickly responded, "I understand your concern, and I assure you it will not happen again. Once I am back in the army, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly and strive to live up to your trust." With a chuckle, the leader remarked, "I thought you would resist becoming a deputy position. I heard that when you were to be promoted to deputy regiment commander, you vehemently refused, insisting you would not accept a subordinate role. It was only out of necessity that you were directly promoted to commander. So why are you suddenly willing to take on a deputy role now?" With a grin, Li Yunlong replied, "As long as I can serve in the army, I would accept even the position of deputy regiment commander. You know me. I am not afraid of battle, but rather of not having any battles to fight. As long as I can be on the battlefield, how could I lament the lack of opportunity to earn merit?" The leader scoffed, "Just don't get into trouble. I have already burned incense for your safety. Now, are you satisfied? You may leave." "Yes." Li Yunlong stood tall and respectful, declaring, "I shall take my leave now. Farewell." Upon finishing his words, he turned and swiftly departed, internally expressing gratitude towards that old Wang. Without him, Li would not have stumbled upon such fortune. However, given that fellow's disposition, it was for the best that he was reassigned, sparing the situation from being spoiled by a troublemaker. With his desires fulfilled, Li Yunlong felt a joy that surpassed even the anticipation of marrying his beloved. He left the garrison with a heart full of satisfaction. Subsequently, Li Yunlong, accompanied by Tian Yu, traveled to Suzhou to propose. Tian Yu hailed from a scholarly family, a household of considerable standing, bound by numerous traditions. Although Tian Mashuan was well-versed and knowledgeable, he was also a rather obstinate elder. The disparity between the two was significant, not only in educational background and lifestyle habits, but also in age, with a gap of nearly 20 years. To speak candidly, at Li Yunlong's age, he could easily be considered old enough to be Tian Yu's father. Thus, at first, Tian Mashuan was adamantly opposed to the match. What father would willingly marry off his precious daughter to a man 2 decades her senior, especially one who appeared rather rough around the edges? Concerned for their daughter, both Tian Mashuan and his wife were resolute in their disapproval. However, through Tian Yu's persistence and Li Yunlong's earnest efforts, they ultimately had no choice but to consent to the union. Their marriage application had already been approved by the organization, leaving Li Yunlong free and unencumbered as a bachelor. They wed in Suzhou. It must be said that Tian Yu possessed a great sense of romance. On their wedding night, she crafted a poem for Li Yunlong, a heartfelt piece expressing a wife's love for her husband. At this moment, Li Yunlong's thoughts were entirely consumed by Tian Yu, leaving him little inclination to ponder the convoluted and overly sentimental love poem before him. After patiently waiting for Tian Yu to finish her composition and rereading it, he could hardly contain himself and swiftly embraced her. "Old Li, could you please turn off the light? I feel a bit frightened." A few days later, Li Yunlong bid farewell to his newlywed wife and eagerly set off for his new post. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he was equally excited to return to the military, a place he had long missed. Although it was not the same army he had previously known, he too had transformed, rendering the specific unit irrelevant. Every assignment felt akin to the last. Furthermore, with the system tasks awaiting him, he could hardly suppress his joy at the prospect of joining the forces. Yet, this separation was but a temporary affair. Once Li Yunlong settled in, he would undoubtedly devise a plan to bring Tian Yu to his side. With nearly a year remaining before the call to defend their homeland, and with the Song Corps being part of the second wave heading north, they would have to await their turn. As autumn faded into spring, summer arrived once more. During these months, Li Yunlong remained preoccupied with military training. The former commander, having been reassigned to the Navy, left the position vacant, and thus, Li Yunlong was appointed as the acting commander. With only a few months left before their deployment north, he faced a significant responsibility. The Li Yunlong of now was not the same as before. He possessed foresight into the outcome of the upcoming battle. Our forces would achieve a resounding victory, albeit with unforeseen challenges. This year's Battle of Chosin Reservoir was particularly frigid, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees. The soldiers, overcoming insurmountable odds, defeated an enemy force of 100,000, led by the elite Marine Division. Casualties from combat were under 20,000. Yet the toll from freezing conditions soared to 40,000. Consequently, the Song Corps had to remain in place for recuperation and resupply, missing subsequent major engagements. Thousands of brave warriors did not perish by enemy fire, but succumbed to the harsh cold. Li Yunlong was resolute that such a tragedy must never occur again. Chapter 11. Li Yunlong, are you abandoning your post at the critical moment? On a particular day, Li Yunlong arrived at the Corps headquarters. Report. Acting Commander Li Yunlong has arrived. Commander Song looked up, puzzled by his presence. Holy, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Is there something you need? With a chuckle, Li Yunlong took a seat without hesitation. Having previously served in the Ionhui base, Commander Song was already acquainted with Li Yunlong, and their camaraderie had deepened over time. I just missed you and wanted to pay a visit. Enough chit-chat. What is it you want? Commander Song replied with a smile. Li Yunlong, with a friendly demeanor, stated, I wish to request a task from the leadership. Commander Song furrowed his brow, inquiring, what task do you have in mind? Li Yunlong answered candidly, although it is summer. The troops need to order winter clothing and bedding in advance. I would like to ask the leadership to assign this task to me. Commander Song was taken aback, utterly surprised by Li Yunlong's unusual request. You are truly worrying about trifles. Is this something a commanding officer should concern himself with? It seems the training within the troops is not keeping you sufficiently occupied, Li Yunlong remarked with a smile. The training of our forces is indeed the most crucial matter. However, detailed training plans have already been established and are being executed meticulously. You previously praised my training plan, suggesting it be implemented across the entire Corps. We are diligently adhering to the schedule and showing no signs of complacency. Moreover, you may not fully appreciate my capabilities. I, Li Yunlong, am renowned for my versatility, even receiving commendations from our superiors. Back in the days of battling the enemy, I served as the head of the clothing factory. I am quite the expert in this regard, far superior to those in our logistics division. Therefore, entrusting this task to me is undoubtedly the right choice. I assure you it will be handled efficiently. Commander Song furrowed his brow and inquired, what schemes are you concocting this time? Li Yunlong chuckled. What could possibly occupy my thoughts? Besides, could I possibly conceal my intentions from you? Humph. Commander Song scoffed. Spare me your tricks. You are the most cunning of them all. I truly cannot fathom what you are aiming to achieve. Li Yunlong replied, I am simply straightforward. What else could I want? I merely wish to accomplish more tasks to hasten the removal of the word acting from my title. Our Corps has been training in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions for a year, yet opportunities for battle are scarce. The amphibious campaign has been postponed time and again, and it remains uncertain when it will commence, without opportunities to demonstrate valor. When shall I be rid of this acting title? Thus, I am eager to engage in practical work and make a name for myself. While I may not be versed in many areas, I excel in matters such as cotton clothing and bedding. After all, I did not serve as the head of the clothing factory in vain. Commander Song retorted brusquely, Oh, spare me. You defied orders on the battlefield and were demoted to the clothing factory to sew. Now you have the audacity to boast about it. Is that something to be proud of? Li Yunlong maintained a smile. Regardless, entrusting this task to me will undoubtedly yield positive results. Commander Song, contemplating, remarked, in theory, delegating this to you is not out of the question. However, I wish to understand your true motivations. Li Yunlong laughed sheepishly. This is somewhat embarrassing to admit. Commander Song replied, if you choose not to speak, you may return whence you came. Li Yunlong, slightly bashful, confessed, my wife is pregnant, you see. I have heard the news. She is quite young and has a childlike disposition. If you are here to flaunt your good fortune in marriage, you may as well leave now. I, old Li, am in the prime of my life, in excellent health. I am merely concerned about the possibility of inadvertently harming my son. It is best for me to keep my distance from her. Having a wife so young is not without its challenges. She is naive and rather clingy. Commander Song paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. Li Yunlong continued. The matter of ordering cotton clothing and quilts cannot be accomplished in just a day or two. With our troop of over 15 to 16,000 men, the sheer volume might overwhelm a single factory. It would be prudent to engage several factories. Competition among them would ultimately benefit us. Thus, this endeavor will keep me occupied for quite some time, and it seems I shan't be returning home for a while. The military headquarters of Li Yunlong and the Corps command was several hundred miles apart. If he truly undertook this task, a swift return home would be out of the question. Commander Song chuckled. I believe it's not your fear of accidentally injuring your son, but rather that you, old fellow, may not be up to it anymore. Nonsense. Li Yunlong rose, thumping his chest. Just look at this physique, strong and robust, fully equipped. How could I possibly struggle against a mere girl? Commander Song laughed. Li Yunlong, look at you today. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. However, you are practically fleeing the battlefield. Li Yunlong replied, I assure you, enough. No need for explanations, I understand. You should rest at the guest house for now. This evening, I will treat you to drinks. Old comrades from the Iowan region, let us gather and reminisce. He added, remember to consult an experienced traditional doctor when you get the chance. I believe it should not be a significant issue. Li Yunlong sighed in resignation. Alas, it appears I cannot clarify things. Let it be. Think as you wish. However, securing this assignment is worth any sacrifice, considering it pertains to the survival of tens of thousands of lives. During the Battle of Chosin Reservoir, the soldiers of the Song Corps did not lack cotton clothing. Rather, they had been stationed in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, preparing for an amphibious assault, which led to the procurement of light cotton clothing suitable for the south. Due to the rapid developments in the war, the Song Corps hastily advanced north, initially intending to change into heavier winter gear in the northeast. Yet, for various reasons, they were unable to switch to thicker clothing and rushed into Korea instead. It was presumed that once the troops entered Korea, they would eventually receive the heavier winter uniforms. However, relentless bombardments by the enemy severely disrupted logistics, making it impossible to deliver adequate supplies. Consequently, the majority of soldiers had no choice but to wear the thin cotton clothing intended for the southern climate, enduring temperatures plunging below -40 degrees as they traversed icy terrain and battled a heavily armed foe. Nevertheless, despite these adversities, we emerged victorious, achieving a glorious triumph in the Battle of Chosin Reservoir. What kind of steely resolve could accomplish such a feat? With Li Yunlong at the helm, such tragedies would surely be averted. Chapter 12. Has Li Yunlong caused trouble again? After a busy fortnight, Li Yunlong visited several garment factories, successfully ordering the thick cotton clothing and quilts required by his troops. Having completed this task, he let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could rest, he was summoned to Commander Song's office and thoroughly reprimanded. Li Yunlong, how could you have assured me initially, claiming to be an expert from your time as a factory director? Nonsense. Do you think this is Jinsei North? Here lies Jiangnan. Do we truly require such thick cotton clothing and quilts? Are you aware that this will more than double our budget? Such a substantial amount. Would you be able to cover it? Even if you were to sell off Li Yunlong, it would barely scratch the surface. What do you propose to contribute? I must have been blinded by folly to have trusted your deceptive words and entrusted this matter to you. I suspect you are deliberately creating chaos for me. Whoever makes the mess must clean it up. You must make another trip to resolve this issue for me, or I assure you, I will not let you off lightly. Li Yunlong, unhurriedly fanning himself, chuckled and said, Commander Song, on this scorching day, you've been ranting for quite some time. Do take a moment to hydrate and cool down. Old Song retorted irritably, did you comprehend what I just said? If you have, then be off with you. Your presence only fuels my ire. Li Yunlong replied with a smile, patience, my friend, there is a rationale behind my actions. Commander Song scoffed, indeed, you are a stubborn mule, refusing to relent until you hit a wall. Pray tell, what rationale do you have? Li Yunlong gestured towards the newspaper on the table. You must have perused the news as well. On the 25th of last month, hostilities erupted. Earlier this month, we established a border defense force and began mobilizing troops northward. Old Song, perplexed, inquired, what does this have to do with the cotton clothing? Li Yunlong elucidated, it is indeed relevant. As of now, the situation remains manageable. Yet the Americans have openly declared they will not stand idly by. They are preparing to take action. Should they intervene directly, the Northern Army would be unable to withstand the assault, and the flames of war may very well extend to us. We must remain vigilant. Hence the formation of the Border Defense Force to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. In fact, we are already feeling the repercussions. Once hostilities commence in the north, the enemy's fleets will arrive at our doorstep, clearly aiming to thwart any resistance. The enemy harbors relentless intentions against us. They are exceedingly audacious. If the Northern Army falters, do you think those arrogant foes will spare us? Rather than passively endure their onslaught, it is wiser to take the initiative. Thus, I believe we can no longer afford to be complacent. Even if merely as a precaution, we must continue to redeploy troops northward. Old Song pondered for a moment and remarked, I concede that your analysis bears some merit. However, the Northern Army currently appears unstoppable. The Li traders and their military are being relentlessly driven back, and it seems they are on the verge of being cast into the sea. Li Yunlong countered. That is only because the main forces have yet to arrive. Once the main contingent reaches the battlefield, can the meager forces of the Northern Army truly contend with them? Our military is not like theirs, which boasts powerful land, sea, and air forces, equipped with superior weaponry and formidable strength. How could the small Northern Army possibly withstand such might? Old Song nodded, acknowledging the logic. That seems plausible, but what does this have to do with ordering cotton clothing? Li Yunlong responded, in light of this, our previous plans will undoubtedly be delayed. Although the Border Defense Force comprises over 20,000 troops, should conflict arise, such numbers may prove insufficient. When the time comes for us to reinforce our ranks, which unit do you suppose will be dispatched northward? Old Song suddenly realized and said, are you implying that we might also be ordered to head north? Li Yunlong replied, to speak candidly, after all these years of conflict, I too desire a few years of peace, yet this decision lies beyond our control. Should circumstances shift and our forces dwindle, it is likely that we will be the first to be dispatched. We are the elite, and we have been resting and training in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions for over a year. The original battle plan has been unceremoniously shelved. Thus, where shall we wield this finely honed sword that we have prepared for so long? Other units have their own assignments, and the number of capable troops that can be reassigned is limited, not to mention that such reassignment requires time. Meanwhile, we have remained in the relatively stable Jiangsu and Zhejiang areas, ready to be deployed north at a moment's notice. If my conjecture proves accurate, we shall likely be among the second wave of troops heading north. I have heard that winters in the northeast can plunge to minus 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. Even with thick cotton clothing, one freezes at night, and venturing outside to relieve oneself necessitates carrying a stick. The climate on the northern front is not dissimilar to that of the northeast, and in some mountainous regions of the northern territories, where the altitude is greater, the cold is even more severe. If that time comes and we must switch to thick cotton attire, what if something goes awry? Are we to send our soldiers, clad in thin cotton, into the frigid battlefield to face the enemy? I advocate for preparedness. It is far better to be equipped in advance than to scramble for solutions at the last moment. Old Song nodded, acknowledging there is some merit to your words. But this remains merely your speculation. He continued, what if the situation does not escalate to that point, or if we are not ordered north? Li Yunlong chuckled. You just claimed I was boasting. I assure you, I possess greater insight in this matter. Transitioning from thin cotton to thick cotton is no easy feat. Yet reverting from thick to thin is quite manageable. A bit of cotton can be extracted and adjusted. It's a simple task, one even I could undertake with the soldiers. Our clothing factory director is no slouch. Old Song frowned and questioned, if we spend so much money and it goes unused, wouldn't that be wasteful? Li Yunlong responded, I have calculated that selling the extracted cotton will not incur significant additional costs. Should it come to that, I shall cover any excess outlay myself. Old Song scoffed. What a grandiose claim. Where do you intend to procure such funds? With your meager stipend, what can you achieve? Li Yunlong asserted. I would be willing to forfeit my wages for the next several decades to compensate you. If necessary, my father-in-law has some savings. He could liquidate assets to ensure this gap is filled. Would that not suffice? However, if my prediction proves accurate, how will you reward me? Chapter 13. An Unexpected Delight. Old Song retorted angrily, Reward? Nonsense. I am as broke as they come. What could I possibly offer you? Moreover, our budget has exceeded its original amount by more than double, and payment is due in the next 2 months. I have yet to secure those funds, and you dare to dream of a reward? Li Yunlong, with a look of helplessness, remarked, Currently, factories require payment upfront for orders, and I insisted that the work be completed before October. Without payment, they cannot afford to commence operations. After much persuasion, I managed to postpone the payment deadline slightly. Perhaps it would be best to seek assistance from his former superior to resolve this matter. Old Song, with a furrowed brow, replied, He is currently recuperating in Qingdao. I feel quite reluctant to make this call. Li Yunlong insisted, You must make this call. It's also a chance to gauge the situation. Old Song immediately grasped the urgency and picked up the phone on the table. The call connected swiftly. With a smile, Old Song inquired, How is your health now? Are you feeling better? I have a situation to report. He then relayed the entire sequence of events, including Li Yunlong's earlier comments, with utmost clarity. Did Li Yunlong truly say that? Came the response, full of certainty. Absolutely. I believe this young man has a point, Old Song affirmed confidently. After a brief pause, the voice on the other end stated, I understand the situation. Let us proceed with the cotton clothing and blankets as Li Yunlong suggested. Regarding the funding shortfall, draft a report, and I will speak to them about allocating the necessary funds. Old Song quickly asked, does this mean we must head north? The response was cautious. It's still uncertain. It depends on the evolving situation. However, you will certainly be on standby. Better to be prepared. Even if those thick cotton garments are not needed in the end, I will find a way to resolve that. Thank you, sir. Old Song replied with a smile. It's your brilliance that shines through. This matter nearly caused me great distress, yet your single statement resolved it. There's no need to flatter me. Li Yunlong interjected. This young man is indeed proving to be capable. I previously underestimated him. It seems he is worth far more than 5 basic artillery shells. This venture has not been in vain. Old Song glanced at Li Yunlong beside him and chuckled. He is an adept warrior and a skilled trainer, truly a rare talent. Yet, his knack for causing trouble is quite remarkable. Now that he leads the military, he is in need of a partner. Without anyone to rein him in, he becomes increasingly reckless. You know his stubborn nature. Few are willing to collaborate with him. After a moment of silence on the other end, the voice resumed. This cannot continue. If a conflict arises, without someone to manage him, he could become uncontrollable. However, there currently are no suitable candidates to handle this obstinate mule. Let's transfer Zhao Gang from Fujian. He and Li Yunlong have partnered for several years, and among the viable options, he is the only one who can rein him in. Old Song replied with a smile. I have no objections, but I must ask for your continued assistance in this matter. Leave this to me. I will handle it. The call ended with Old Song expressing his gratitude profusely. Li Yunlong chuckled. What did I tell you? Such trivial matters are mere words to him. Old Song smiled and remarked, you've actually guessed correctly this time. His views on the situation over there are largely in accord with yours. He believes in being prepared for any eventuality. So be it. It seems we truly have a chance to head north. Although Li Yunlong was seated nearby, he had not heard the conversation on the other end of the phone. He merely caught Old Song's words and could only vaguely infer the situation, lacking any specifics. With a smug expression, Li Yunlong declared, this is what we call a meeting of heroes' minds. Stop being so vain. Old Song retorted with mild annoyance. You heard earlier. I've arranged for you a partner. Li Yunlong, unabashed, inquired. I was just about to ask you. Who did you say you were bringing over? I think it's entirely unnecessary. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Who says Old Li can't handle it all? There's no need for a partner. I can shoulder it alone. Dream on. Old Song scoffed. You've quite the notorious reputation, Li Yunlong. I've heard Commander Chen say that with you around. He feels like he is losing 10 years off his life. I certainly don't wish to lose a decade. So if you think you can handle it all, think again. Li Yunlong defended himself. It's mainly that I can't work well with others. Old Song replied, that's precisely why Zhao Gang has been transferred back. Your former partner. Surely you don't object? Who? Zhao Gang. Isn't he with the military in Fujian? Transferring him is merely a matter of a word from him. Li Yunlong laughed heartily. That's splendid. The two of us can indeed work together. If he comes, that's fine. But you were just opposed to it. Truly a dog, changing your mind so swiftly. It depends on who it is. I don't want just anyone, but old Zhao is acceptable. Old Song chuckled. All right then, that is settled. You needn't linger here any longer. Hurry back. However, take care of your health. Don't collapse before you even make it to the battlefield. Li Yunlong replied irritably. Get lost. I've explained it all to you already. Forget it. I won't bother explaining again. Believe it or not, I assure you. My health is better than yours. At this moment, Li Yunlong was in high spirits, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected turn of events. He had previously considered having Zhao Gang transferred back to continue their partnership, but Zhao Gang was thriving in Fujian, and Li Yunlong had never thought he could manage to bring him back. Recently, he had managed to transfer Duan Ping, who had since been promoted to company commander. It had taken significant effort to secure Duan Peng's transfer, as the latter had been reluctant to leave. What Li Yunlong found challenging, however, was simply a matter of a word for his superior. With the most crucial issue resolved, Li Yunlong left the command post contentedly and hurried back to his unit. With only 4 months remaining before their northern deployment, he realized it was time to prepare thoroughly. The troops needed to continue their rigorous training. As the adage goes, sweat more in peacetime to bleed less in war. Even if it means a last-minute rush, training must continue diligently. According to Li Yunlong's strategy, targeted tactical training specifically designed to counter the enemy has already commenced. Chapter 14. 50,000 elite soldiers, heroes abound. At present, it can be said that Li Yunlong commands a formidable army. The troops are inherently elite, equipped with superior weaponry, and possessing extraordinary combat capabilities. Recently, the forces have been further reinforced. Following the reorganization of the army, a principle of 3 regiments per division has been adopted. Each army encompasses 3 divisions, and each division contains 3 infantry regiments. The brigade-level structure has been largely abolished, meaning divisions now directly oversee regiments. Each division comprises over 10,000 personnel. However, the Song Corps stands apart. Each of its 3 armies has been augmented by an additional division. Thus, Li Yunlong's army now commands 4 divisions, totaling over 40,000 soldiers. And with the army's direct units included, the total force exceeds 50,000. 50,000 elite soldiers. It can be said that Li Yunlong has never engaged in such a well-resourced battle in his lifetime. Moreover, his subordinates are all exceptional commanders. The 1st Division is led by General Zhou Weigua, the 2nd Division by General Jiang Dia, the 3rd Division by General Chen Dali, and the 4th Division by General Fang Zhaowu. Li Yunlong is familiar with each of these esteemed leaders, having previously known them through broadcasts. Each of them is a seasoned warrior, and with such a talented ensemble, achieving victory seems almost inevitable. In addition, Li Yunlong commands an artillery regiment directly under the army, equipped solely with heavy artillery of a specific model. The regiment is led by Colonel Yang Zhihua. At the time, the production of this model of artillery was beyond our capabilities, but Commander Zhang's generosity proved bountiful. He consistently delivered complete sets of this equipment, leaving no room for refusal, thus enabling Li Yunlong's forces to be well armed. Upon his appointment, Li Yunlong selected a distinguished group of soldiers from each division to form an independent regiment under his direct command. The regiment is led by Colonel Zhou Tianyi, with Major Duan Peng commanding the 1st Battalion, Major Su Hu leading the 2nd Battalion, and Major Tan Ziwei at the helm of the 3rd Battalion. Among them, Captain Wu Qianli commands the 7th Company, with political instructor Mei Sheng and Deputy Captain He Changguei, along with 1st Lieutenant Yu Song Rong and artillery platoon leader Lei Suixing. Indeed, the 7th Company is renowned as the illustrious 7th Infiltration Company, having already earned significant accolades during the Huaihai campaign. Upon learning that this 7th Company was the same one familiar from his previous life, Li Yunlong unhesitatingly transferred the entire company to his independent regiment. With 50,000 elite soldiers, superior weaponry, and an abundance of talented commanders, how could victory be in doubt? Nonetheless, Li Yunlong remains cautious, for the adversary they face is purportedly the world's finest. Their first engagement at the Chosin Reservoir brings them face to face with the so-called elite Marine Division. Yet, in Li Yunlong's eyes, such titles are mere bluster. He is determined to confront even the most celebrated forces head-on. Not even the divine could stand before him. He would compel them to kneel and submit. Having resolved the issues surrounding cotton clothing and bedding, the soldiers now face the biting cold of temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees. They endure the rigors of ice and snow, braving the elements and often experiencing non-combat casualties, as the frigid conditions are exceedingly harsh. However, the tragic loss of tens of thousands to frostbite and hypothermia will certainly not recur. The loss of 40,000 lives would equate to the loss of an entire army for the Song troops. With this issue now addressed, it is anticipated that non-combat casualties will significantly decrease. This suggests that we are destined to achieve a far more resounding victory in this campaign. Upon returning to the unit, Li Yunlong continued to focus on training his troops. He even procured several tanks, captured during previous battles, specifically for the soldiers to practice tank demolition. Li Yunlong understood that the enemy's tank arsenal was vast, with many being from pure armored divisions, creating a formidable steel tide. Our anti-tank weaponry was relatively limited, and given the enemy's overwhelming number of tanks, infantry would inevitably need to engage them. Thus, Li Yunlong prioritized this training for his troops during this period. He convened several seasoned veterans to collaboratively study the tanks, formulating appropriate strategies. One must express gratitude to Captain Jiang, as these tanks were actual equipment, facilitating the training process significantly. They meticulously examined the tank's blind spots, shooting dead zones, and vulnerabilities. Li Yunlong has also developed a habit of reading newspapers and listening to broadcasts. In this era, these were the only means to grasp the international situation. In the 2 months following the outbreak of war, the northern forces have indeed performed admirably, capturing the capital of the southern forces within 3 days. They now occupy 90% of southern territory, with the Li puppet army and a small contingent of landing troops being encircled around Busan, struggling to hold their ground. Given these circumstances, the outlook appears exceedingly favorable, and it seems this conflict may soon reach its conclusion. Yet, Li Yunlong is acutely aware that the 5-star General MacArthur has yet to make his move, merely concocting a larger operational plan. This battle is destined to become the final act for this legendary commander. Soon, our gallant general will take the field, decisively sending the enemy fleeing, only to later boast on the podium, "Old soldiers never die." As Li Yunlong was engrossed in reading the newspaper, the door swung open. He looked up to see Zhao Gang stepping inside. "Oh, old Zhao," Li Yunlong exclaimed, filled with joy, and quickly approached. It had been over a year since they last met in the hospital, and their reunion was understandably heartwarming. Li Yunlong smiled and said, "I told you, old Zhao. You should have informed me of your arrival in advance so I could have come to greet you." Zhao Gang replied, "I'm not a new bride. There's no need for a welcome. After taking the train here and reporting to the headquarters, they sent a vehicle to bring me directly. Let me see how well you've recovered." Haha. Li Yunlong chuckled heartily, proclaiming, "All is well now. Old Li has indeed survived great tribulations and shall be rewarded with blessings." Zhao Gang playfully delivered a punch to Li Yunlong's chest, exclaiming, "Indeed. Back then, we were nearly blown to pieces, and now you are as robust as a bull." Li Yunlong responded with a chuckle, "Heh, who am I, Li Yunlong? I've already ventured into the realm of the King of Hell. How could I possibly back down? I gave the king a good thrashing, and he graciously sent me back." Zhao Gang laughed. "You really consider yourself some kind of monkey king, don't you?" Li Yunlong inquired. "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" "It's been over a month," Zhao Gang replied. "There were numerous matters to attend to. A proper handover was necessary. I find it perplexing. I was doing quite well over there, and suddenly I was reassigned." "Did you get yourself into some sort of trouble again?" Li Yunlong laughed. "When have I ever caused trouble? Besides, if I had, would I still be a military commander? I hurried as fast as I could, and finally caught up with you." Chapter 15. Old Zhao, do you desire a wife? Zhao Gang suddenly became serious, stating, "I have already heard about the cotton clothing and bedding situation from the commander. What intrigues me is how you deduced that our forces might advance northward." Li Yunlong elaborated on his analysis once more. Zhao Gang, astonished, remarked, "You can infer so much from mere newspaper reports?" Haha. Li Yunlong chuckled. "Back when I first enlisted, serving as the aide to the commander, he remarked that I was indeed a genius. This genius mindset is beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals like you." Zhao Gang couldn't help but roll his eyes at Li Yunlong, retorting, "I've come to realize your skin has grown thicker. No wonder you emerged unscathed from that explosion. It seems even the shells cannot penetrate your thick skin." Haha. Li Yunlong laughed heartily. "Enough of the banter. Regardless, we are partners once more. And surely, a significant battle lies ahead. We can once again fight side by side." Zhao Gang sighed in resignation, stating, "No one wishes for war. But the enemy is almost at our doorstep. We cannot turn a blind eye. History has shown that retreating only leads the enemy to perceive us as weak and emboldened, compelling them to advance further. Rather than waiting for them to invade our homes, we should take the initiative and confront them at our borders." Li Yunlong smiled. "Haha. This is what we call a meeting of heroic minds. We are once again aligned in our thoughts. I trust that higher authorities will make the wisest choice. If we can comprehend the situation, surely they can as well." Zhao Gang expressed some concern, saying, "However, we now face internal divisions. The enemy we confront is exceedingly formidable, and the domestic situation is rather unstable. Consequently, many do not support this conflict." Li Yunlong boldly declared, "What is there to fear? We have fought battles for decades. Every time the enemy has been strong while we were weak. Yet what was the ultimate outcome? We emerged victorious. Although we may face formidable foes this time, we have also undergone a remarkable transformation. In the past, when we battled the enemy, we were severely under-equipped, with each soldier possessing only a handful of bullets. Yet, we bravely wielded our blades against the adversaries. Now, armed with rifles and artillery, bolstered by skilled troops and ample supplies, what do we have to fear? The so-called world's best is, in my view, merely a collection of pretentious individuals. Whether facing foreign foes or even the King of Hell himself, we would still manage to pluck a few of his whiskers." Zhao Gang chuckled, saying, "You remain as fearless as ever. I heard your wife is expecting. She is about to give birth, isn't she? If conflict arises, would you truly be willing to leave?" Li Yunlong replied, "What is there to hesitate about? After years of bloodshed, what have we fought for if not to secure a peaceful world for our descendants? Throughout history, peace has always been achieved through struggle. If we do not fight this battle, our descendants will have to. Our generation must take up the mantle and lay the groundwork for a tranquil future, allowing us to forge true prosperity and create an unprecedented era of peace." Zhao Gang laughed, remarking, "I never expected that after more than a year apart. You have indeed matured. Your words now flow with such eloquence. Truly, one should regard a scholar with fresh eyes after a brief separation." Li Yunlong chuckled heartily, responding, "You flatter me. In your esteemed presence, I feel like I'm merely showcasing my lack of skill." Zhao Gang replied, "Do not underestimate yourself. You have come a long way." No longer resembling the Li Yunlong of Jinxi Northwest. Suddenly, Li Yunlong recalled something and could not resist asking, "By the way, old Zhao, are you still single?" Zhao Gang responded, "Unlike you, I am perpetually busy. I hardly have time for such matters. Perhaps I shall wait a little longer." Li Yunlong laughed, "Old Zhao, you are not getting any younger. It is time to consider this matter seriously. You, with your education and skills, possess a commendable appearance, though not quite as striking as mine. You are certainly handsome enough. How can you still be without a partner? I believe it is simply that you are too timid, like a bashful maiden. When you find someone you like, you must take the initiative. Unlike me, you do not have charm that attracts women to you. So do you intend to remain a bachelor for life?" Zhao Gang shook his head with a wry smile, pointing at Li Yunlong and saying, "I have never encountered anyone so audacious." Li Yunlong laughed heartily but then turned serious, asking, on a serious note, "Old Zhao, do you want a wife? Just say the word, and I will find one for you immediately." Zhao Gang replied with a smile, "Marriage is a significant matter. It cannot be treated lightly. Do you think finding a partner is as simple as buying cabbage off the street? You do not comprehend my perspective on love. Enough of this." Li Yunlong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You lack the ability and yet offer so many excuses. I am about to become a father. Do you suggest I do not understand love?" Zhao Gang remarked, "What you have is merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Li Yunlong chuckled, replying, "If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. There's no need to deny it. There's no shame in that." He continued, "As for this matter concerning you, instead of waiting for future complications to arise, allow me, as your elder brother, to assist you in resolving it. Our tradition dictates that parental consent and matchmaking are paramount. We share a bond of life and death. You are my brother, and I am your elder brother. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. By that logic, you ought to address me as father." To hell with that. Zhao Gang couldn't help but curse. Before meeting Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang, a distinguished student from Yenjing University, was an intellectual, typically embodying the demeanor of a cultured scholar. However, after spending a few years with Li Yunlong, he became somewhat corrupted, adopting a more coarse manner of speaking. Of course, Zhao Gang's rough language was mostly directed at Li Yunlong and some unruly soldiers under his command. Li Yunlong laughed heartily, declaring, "This matter is settled. Just await the invitation to my wedding feast." He continued, "It has been over a year since we last met. Let us reminisce today. I shall treat you to drinks, and we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." With that, Li Yunlong took Zhao Gang to drink. The two, overjoyed by their reunion, inevitably indulged a bit more than usual. Chapter 16. The Tide Turns. In the dead of night, Li Yunlong staggered home, intoxicated. Upon entering, he was greeted by the fierce gaze of Tian Yu, who sat on the sofa. Li Yunlong chuckled, "Little Tian, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Tian Yu, with a sullen expression, retorted, "Did I not tell you? If you get drunk in the future, do not return home." Li Yunlong, with a cheerful demeanor, sat beside Tian Yu, who promptly pushed him away, saying, "You reek of alcohol. Keep your distance, lest you offend our son." Sensing her displeasure, Li Yunlong shifted slightly and said, "As it happens, I have something important to discuss with you. Today, that kid Zhao Gang finally reported in. You know we haven't seen each other in over a year, and in a moment of joy, I may have overindulged." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy crossed Tian Yu's face as she asked, "Zhao Gang really transferred here?" "No doubt about it," Li Yunlong affirmed. "Did you not mention wanting to introduce him to your classmate? Now that he is here, why not give her a call and invite her over so they can talk? Whether it blossoms into something more depends on fate." It turned out that Tian Yu had previously met Zhao Gang at the hospital and had frequently heard Li Yunlong speak of him, nurturing the desire to introduce Zhao Gang to her classmate, Feng Nan. However, Zhao Gang had been far away in Fujin, leaving no opportunity until now. Excitedly, Tianyu exclaimed. I assure you, they are destined to be together. They are a perfect match. She rushed to call Feng Nan. Li Yunlong quickly interjected. It's too late. Let's discuss it tomorrow instead. You should head to bed now. I will take the sofa tonight. Concerned, Tianyu asked. Would you like me to make you a bowl of hangover soup? No need. A good night's sleep will suffice. You should rest early if you're not tired. Our son certainly is. Li Yunlong waved his hand dismissively, reclined on the sofa, and soon fell into a deep slumber, his snores echoing softly. Within the military headquarters, Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang, and a cadre of officers congregated around a sand table. Deputy Commander and Chief of Staff Qiu Ming pointed at the sand table and declared, on September 15th, over 70,000 troops from the Marine Corps 1st Division and the 7th Infantry Division, supported by more than 200 vessels and hundreds of aircraft, successfully landed at Rinchuan. The main force of the Northern Army had all advanced southwards, launching a fierce assault on the enemy's defensive perimeter in Busan, leaving their rear vulnerable. Following a successful landing, our forces surged forward with relentless momentum, swiftly severing the Northern Army's escape routes, effectively trapping them on all sides. Furthermore, the enemy deployed a substantial number of strategic bombers to launch attacks on the Northern Army's rear, targeting crucial railways, roads, and bridges, which were largely devastated by aerial bombardment, effectively crippling their logistical support and completely reversing the tide of battle. Zhao Gang sighed in resignation, stating, MacArthur truly deserves his reputation as a renowned general of World War II. His tactics have instantaneously altered the entire situation. Qiu Ming nodded in agreement, remarking, although the Northern Army possesses formidable strength, they can contend with the Li puppet army. However, a considerable disparity exists when facing our main forces. MacArthur's landing operation was indeed executed with remarkable finesse, but such strategic maneuvers necessitate robust naval and air support. Given the present trajectory, it is only a matter of half a month at most before the Northern Army experiences a complete rout. At that moment, Li Yunlong tossed his cigarette but to the ground, exclaiming, You perceive only the enemy's might, yet fail to recognize MacArthur's arrogance. It is undeniable that MacArthur's strategic acumen is exceptional. However, this individual is excessively presumptuous. They secured their landing just the other day, and already we are privy to such detailed information from their newspapers. Is this not the height of hubris? Clearly, he regards the Northern Army with disdain. The battle has scarcely begun, the outcome remains uncertain, yet they boldly disclose their troop strength and progress in the newspapers. What sort of arrogance does it take to act in such a manner? Furthermore, did they limit their assaults to the Northern Army's supply lines? Enemy aircraft have already intruded into our territory, with Anong also suffering bombardment. What does this signify? The enemy not only dismisses the Northern Army but also shows contempt for us. This is nothing less than provocation and aggression. If we remain passive, the enemy will perceive us as weak and vulnerable. Today they dare to bomb Anong. Tomorrow they will not hesitate to strike Phondian. Thus, this battle has become imperative. The Northern Army's defeat is inevitable. MacArthur's brazen arrogance will not cease at the 38th parallel. If they dare to cross the 38th parallel tomorrow, they will certainly venture beyond the Yarlung Tsangpo River the day after. To refrain from action is to await our demise. I am convinced that this conflict is unavoidable. Notify all units to prepare for deployment and, upon receiving orders, advance northward immediately. Understood. At that moment, a guard rushed in, announcing, Commander, your sister-in-law has called and requests to speak with you. Li Yunlong furrowed his brow, asking, What is the matter? She mentioned it as urgent. Zhao Gang remarked, Could it be that your sister-in-law is about to give birth? You should hurry and answer the phone. Li Yunlong thought to himself that it couldn't possibly be so soon, as the due date was still over a month away. Nevertheless, being a first-time father, he felt a twinge of anxiety and rushed to pick up the call. Old Li, Feng Nan has arrived. Please bring old Zhao over for lunch today. Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong let out a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, Understood. You can rest easy. After hanging up, he turned to the guard and instructed, Xiaochen, go buy some fine wine and delicacies immediately. I am hosting a gathering today. Yes. Xiaochen responded promptly and hurried off. Zhao Gang inquired, Old Li, what are you up to this time? Li Yunlong, draping an arm around Zhao Gang's shoulders, cheerfully explained, We have a distinguished guest at home, an intellectual whom you will surely connect with. Therefore, I need your assistance. Come back with me to properly entertain our guest. Zhao Gang frowned and hesitated. Is that really appropriate? Li Yunlong glanced at Qiu Ming with a knowing look and chuckled. Old Qiu is here at the military headquarters, so you need not worry. right, old Xiao? Xiao Ming immediately understood the situation and nodded, assuring, indeed, I am here. You may return. If anything arises, I will notify you. All right, let's go. Li Yunlong insisted, pulling Zhao Gang along. Despite a lingering sense of unease, Zhao Gang was unable to decipher Li Yunlong's intentions. Li Yunlong, however, was well aware that Zhao Gang, whether due to shyness or a disdain for blind dates, always clamored for love and believed in fate. He knew that if he were to be straightforward, Zhao Gang would likely decline. So he resorted to coaxing and trickery to lure him over. Chapter 17. Zhao Gang's Quick Marriage. Li Yunlong cleverly brought Zhao Gang to his home. This was also Li Yunlong's first encounter with Feng Nan, who turned out to be an exquisite beauty. He thought to himself, this old rascal Zhao Gang has truly struck gold. Ah, you must be Feng Nan. I hope the journey was not too taxing. I am Li Yunlong. This is my esteemed partner, Zhao Gang. I trust Xiao Dian has informed you about his situation. As the host, Li Yunlong displayed great enthusiasm upon their initial meeting. Zhao Gang, upon entering, quickly realized he had fallen into Li Yunlong's trap. Initially resistant, he contemplated retreating. However, once his eyes met Feng Nan's, he found himself unable to look away. Both were captivated, embodying the essence of love at first sight. Li Yunlong chuckled. Well then, you two should converse and get to know each other better. Xiao Dian, come to the study for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Seeing the two lost in infatuation, Tianyu chuckled and said, all right, you two carry on. Li Yunlong grinned. I've already sent the guard to fetch wine and dishes. Let us celebrate properly this afternoon. With that, Li Yunlong escorted Tianyu to the study and closed the door behind them. Tianyu, wearing a smug expression, declared, what did I tell you? They are truly a match made in heaven. Li Yunlong chuckled and remarked, I've noticed as well, the moment these two met, it was as if a turtle was gazing at a green bean, perfectly matched. Tianyu retorted with mild irritation, Pa, how crude. What they have is called love at first sight. From now on, their eyes will only reflect each other. I can guarantee they will never part for the rest of their lives. Li Yunlong shrugged indifferently. It's all the same. They are undoubtedly a perfect match. This afternoon, you should speak with Feng Nan, while I will handle Zhao Gang. Since they are clearly smitten, there's no need for hesitation. We must expedite the process and aim to finalize everything within a fortnight to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Tianyu, taken aback, inquired, is it really necessary to rush so? Li Yunlong replied with a serious demeanor, what do you understand? We are about to embark on a new mission. And we might be heading north as early as next month. If we delay, who knows how long we will have to wait upon our return. The smile on Tianyu's face vanished, replaced by a hint of bitterness as she asked, are we truly leaving? Yes, Li Yunlong affirmed with a nod. I regret to say that I may not be by your side when our child is born. Tianyu nodded in understanding, saying, I appreciate that. You need not worry about me. Li Yunlong continued, consider this, if they marry, and the higher-ups allocate a flat for old Xiao, we shall become neighbors. After we depart, you will have another companion, won't you? With Feng Nan by your side, I can rest assured. Tianyu shot him a disapproving glance, saying, you certainly have a well-calculated plan. What do you take Feng Nan for? A maid? Li Yunlong laughed. You and Feng Nan are classmates and good friends. My bond with old Zhao is that of brothers. Our friendship runs deep. It is only natural for her to care for you. At worst, when she has her child, you can return the favor. Let me tell you, old Zhao is quite the marksman. He might hit the target right away. Oh, spare me. Tianyu retorted, exasperated. You are in such a hurry while they are not even anxious yet. Li Yunlong replied, my arrangements are made for a reason. Just think, once we leave, who knows when we will return? If we delay for 3 or 5 years, everything will be cold. Tianyu interjected, even if they marry, they will still be apart. Li Yunlong countered, that is a different matter entirely. If old Zhao indeed proves to be a marksman and she becomes pregnant, she can remain at home to focus on giving birth and raising the child. If not, and once the situation stabilizes, we could arrange for Feng Nan to visit or even accompany the troops. But if they are not married, how can we make such arrangements? Tianyu frowned. But half a month is rather hasty. Li Yunlong insisted, there is no alternative. This is a special circumstance, a flash marriage. Flash marriage? That term is quite novel. Who did you hear that from? Tianyu asked, pondering. Li Yunlong replied, why can't you ever grasp the crux of the matter? Clearly, you were not an exemplary student in school. To return to the main topic, you should directly ask Feng Nan whether she is willing to endure the anguish of separation for the next 2 to 3 years, or even longer. or if she prefers to expedite matters. I firmly believe Feng Nan will make a wise decision. As for Lao Zhao, there is no need to elaborate. Being a confirmed bachelor, he may claim to be in no rush, but deep down, he is more anxious than anyone when faced with someone he truly desires. Tianyu, with a smile, inquired, "Were you not particularly anxious back then?" Li Yunlong retorted, somewhat irked, "What good did my anxiety do? I lay on that sickbed for several months. I was anxious, but did it help? I merely wished for my recovery, so that I could whisk you away." Tianyu, not in the least bit amused, replied, "Yet you were constantly moving about, causing your wound to reopen multiple times, showing little regard for our efforts." Li Yunlong defended himself. "Could you blame me for being restless? Try lying in bed for months." "Ah, I digress. The focus should be on their matters." Outside, the two individuals, initially somewhat reserved, soon found themselves engaged in animated conversation. As if they were old friends reunited after many years. Their discussion revolved around life aspirations, interests, poetry, philosophy, and music. Given the nature of their conversation, they might chat for months without broaching the topic of marriage. Fortunately, Li Yunlong was quite earnest, and with Tianyu's assistance, he voiced his thoughts to Zhao Gang on their way back to the military headquarters that afternoon, ultimately persuading him. On another day, Tianyu also successfully convinced Feng Nan. Initially, Feng Nan had reservations, fearing that her family would oppose such a hasty decision, but with Tianyu, an experienced ally, offering guidance, these concerns became trivial. The following day, Zhao Gang accompanied Feng Nan to her home to propose. Although they encountered some obstacles along the way, the outcome was ultimately joyful. Li Yunlong also submitted the marriage application on Zhao Gang's behalf, which was swiftly approved by the higher-ups. Thus, Zhao Gang entered into a whirlwind marriage. From their first meeting to the eventual wedding, merely a few days elapsed. Even so, the time left for the couple to relish their honeymoon was scant. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield unfolded much as Li Yunlong and his team had predicted at the command center. The Northern Army, besieged on all fronts, faced utter defeat. Their forces collapsing in disarray, while our troops advanced relentlessly, gradually approaching the 38th parallel. Chapter 18. Mobilizing northward. At this juncture, we issued a warning to the enemy forces, stating that should their ground troops dare to cross the 38th parallel, our army would not stand idly by. Let it not be said that we did not forewarn you. However, the arrogant MacArthur utterly disregarded our warning. Following the Northern Army's defeat, he ordered his troops to continue their relentless pursuit northward. Oldly, phone call. Li Yunlong swiftly approached and answered the phone. "Hello, this is Li Yunlong." On the other end, Lao Song spoke with a grave demeanor. "Oldly, you've truly hit the nail on the head this time. I knew you had it in you." Li Yunlong was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "Did the enemy cross the line?" "Indeed. Moreover, the enemy's offensive is fierce, and the Northern Army is utterly incapable of resisting." "Has the order been issued?" Li Yunlong pressed further. Old Song remarked, "The higher-ups have ordered our division to swiftly head north to the Qilu province for rest and readiness, prepared at any moment to advance to the northeast. We are currently coordinating the train arrangements. Your troops must gather immediately, ready to board the train northward. For now, you will be stationed around Taiyan for rest and standby." "Fantastic!" Li Yunlong exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I've long awaited this moment. Although we cherish peace and none of us desire this battle, I have always asserted that the enemy harbors an unrelenting intent to annihilate us, persistently provoking us. This confrontation has become unavoidable. Since we must fight eventually, it is better to engage sooner. Defeating the enemy swiftly will allow us to focus on our development." Old Song nodded in agreement, saying, "You make a valid point. This time, you have truly accomplished a great feat. The shipment of cotton clothes and blankets has arrived and will accompany us north. The weather is growing colder, and they shall indeed prove useful." "Haha," Li Yunlong laughed. "I remember how you scolded me back then." Old Song replied, "Was I wrong? But who told you not to consult me beforehand?" Li Yunlong chuckled. "I feared you would disapprove. When I placed the order for the cotton garments, the situation suddenly shifted. In a moment of inspiration, I recalled this necessity and had no time to report it. I had to act first and inform you later. Nonetheless, you acknowledged my contribution. What reward do you propose?" Old Song laughed. "What do you desire? I am quite impoverished. If you have something in mind, I shall simply give it to you." "That's a promise," Li Yunlong exclaimed with excitement. "But you must not backtrack. I've heard you have a few fine bottles of wine. Since you are reluctant to drink, I shall take it upon myself." Upon hearing this, Old Song immediately regretted his words and quickly said, I still have matters to attend to. You should hasten to inform the troops to assemble and prepare for departure. Let us discuss this later. With that, Old Song abruptly hung up the phone. Hey, aren't you being unreasonable? Li Yunlong couldn't help but complain as he set the phone down. Zhao Gang promptly inquired, Old Li, is the division set to depart? Li Yunlong nodded. The order has been issued. We will first head to Tai'an for rest, prepared to advance to the front lines. However, this is confidential. Do not disclose it to the ranks just yet. Simply state we are heading north to the Qilu province for rest. Understood. Zhao Gang nodded. I will inform the various divisions immediately. Li Yunlong, with a smile, asked, Are you reluctant to leave so soon? Zhao Gang grinned. That question should be directed at you. Your son is about to be born. Are you willing to depart? Haha. Li Yunlong laughed heartily. Now that we are having a son, we are free of worries and can confidently head to the battlefield. What about you? Having tended to the fields for several days, are you certain of your harvest? Zhao Gang replied, Rest assured, I am more capable in this regard. But it's not your fault. The injury you sustained was severe, and it was a miracle you retained your vital parts. Li Yunlong retorted, Oh, come on. I have fully recovered. Otherwise, how could I father a son? With a command from Li Yunlong, the various divisions began their urgent assembly. Subsequently, they boarded the train in batches, heading north. The cotton clothing and quilts that Li Yunlong had ordered were all delivered and distributed to the various units, effectively resolving the greatest dilemma. Li Yunlong was filled with confidence, convinced that this battle would yield even more glorious results. Most importantly, he hoped that more valiant soldiers would survive this brutal campaign. Aware that they would rest for a period in Qilu province before advancing to the front lines, Li Yunlong did not rush northward. With Tianyu nearing childbirth, he anticipated that his departure would mean a 2 or 3 year absence. Zhao Gang, newly married, was advised not to accompany the first wave of troops, but rather to send Xiao Ming ahead to Tai'an. The mobilization of 100,000 troops required time, particularly for coordinating the trains. Nevertheless, even if Li Yunlong wished to linger, he could only extend his stay by a few days. A few days later, Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang, along with the final contingent, boarded the train northward. Although there was some reluctance, arrangements at home were well in place. The sole regret was that he would miss witnessing the birth of his son. On the train, Li Yunlong tossed the newspaper onto the table with a chuckle, remarking, Did you see this? That old MacArthur is so arrogant. Wherever his troops advance, the next day it's reported in the newspapers. It's partly to flaunt, but it also proves that this old fool is indeed excessively presumptuous. Zhao Gang smiled and replied, This is beneficial for us. We can glean their advancing speed from the papers, even deduce their troop deployments. You're right. The enemy has underestimated the Northern Army and us. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to disregard our warnings and advance northward without hesitation. Li Yunlong sneered. That old man has yet to grasp our might. As the saying goes, pride precedes a fall. His arrogance has sealed his fate. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow, cautioning, That may be true, but we must not underestimate him. After all, MacArthur is considered a legendary general, renowned for his victories and undefeated against the Japanese. Li Yunlong laughed, saying that that's not entirely accurate. During the battle in Luzon, he nearly fell into the hands of the Japanese. Let bygones be bygones. We are now adversaries. I care not whether he is a famous general or a perpetual victor. If he dares to challenge us, we shall strike him down mercilessly. I shall not differentiate between the Japanese and the Westerners. All shall face my wrath. Even if their deity appeared, I would show no mercy. Chapter 19. Such audacity, daring to obstruct my vehicle. Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang disembarked at Tai'an Station. Following orders from higher command, the military temporarily stationed themselves nearby to rest and prepare for the next leg of their journey northward. After disembarking, the two men traveled by car to their designated location. Zhao Gang smiled, suggesting, If time permits, we could climb Mount Tai to witness the sunrise. Li Yunlong chuckled and said, Rest assured, there will be time. I estimate we won't be dispatched northward anytime soon. The situation has not escalated to a point of imminent danger. Those foreign devils may appear to possess mechanized forces, yet their pace of advance is not significantly faster than ours, mere foot soldiers. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, remarking, The northern regions are predominantly mountainous. The rugged terrain may hinder the enemy's advance. Li Yunlong replied with a grin, Moreover, the enemy's aircraft have been relentlessly bombing, and vital roads and bridges have been nearly obliterated. When the northern troops retreat, they will undoubtedly inflict further damage to delay the enemy. which will only serve to slow their progress even more. Although that old rascal Mike may be arrogant, his troops are composed of pampered soldiers who cannot endure hardship. They likely won't even walk a single step, relying solely on wheels. How fast can they really move? Furthermore, we are currently in reserve. The first echelon, the Deng Brigade, has yet to engage, so it is unlikely that we will be called upon. I would say we can afford to rest for a good 10 days or even half a month. If you truly wish to climb a mountain and watch the sunrise, I will accompany you, Li Yunlong added. Zhao Gang smiled and replied, "Are you still able to handle it?" "Bah." Li Yunlong retorted with annoyance, "No matter what. I am still better than you. That you may be younger by a few years, you are merely a frail scholar, and in terms of culture, I, old Li, am your superior. But in terms of physical fitness, you cannot compare." Zhao Gang smiled and replied, "That was in the past. Last time, I nearly got blown to bits. Who knows how well I've recovered? Not convinced? Shall we put it to the test? A test it shall be. Who is afraid of whom? All right. When the time comes, we shall race to see who reaches the summit first. The loser will treat the winner to drinks. You are just craving a drink. Your intentions are clearly not pure. We are about to head to the front lines. Once the fighting starts, it won't be so casual. I mustn't indulge too much in advance." Just as the two were enjoying their banter, the car suddenly screeched to a halt. Li Yunlong, caught off guard, collided with the sea back in front of him due to inertia. "What kind of driving is that?" he exclaimed. "Acting Commander, someone is blocking the car." Li Yunlong glanced ahead and indeed saw a ragged young man standing in front of the vehicle. Guard Xiao Chun, having grown considerably during this period, reacted swiftly, drawing his pistol and leaping from the car. "Don't move. If you take one step, I will shoot you." The young man, possibly stunned by fear, stood frozen in place. Xiao Chun advanced and pinned him against the car hood, thoroughly searching him. Li Yunlong casually remarked, "Go take a look." Zhao Gang nodded, and the two stepped out of the vehicle. Xiao Chun glanced up and reported, "Commander, he is unarmed." Li Yunlong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, let him go. If he were a spy, would he be foolish enough to block our car? He would have already opened fire." Xiao Chun replied, "He might be a bandit." As he spoke, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Li Yunlong, exasperated, retorted, "You, Xiao Chun, are you trying to slap me in the face with that remark? Do not assert that the bandits here have been thoroughly eradicated. Presently, I command a formidable force of 50,000 troops stationed in the vicinity. Which bandit would possess the audacity to dare ambush us here?" Zhao Gang interjected with a smile, urging, "Do not be overly anxious. I perceive that this young man does not appear to be nefarious. Release him." "Very well," Xiao Chun responded, loosening his grip and allowing the lad to stand, yet remaining vigilant with his weapon still drawn. The young man rose, casting a menacing glare at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun coldly inquired, "Who are you to dare halt a military vehicle?" The fellow defiantly replied, "I specifically halted the military vehicle. I wouldn't have done so otherwise." "Huh." Xiao Chun retorted angrily, "It is evident that this individual is no good. You are the one who is not good." As Li Yunlong observed the escalating quarrel, he bellowed, "What are you two squabbling about? Speak up. Why did you obstruct our vehicle?" The young man turned to Li Yunlong and declared, "I wish to enlist." Li Yunlong scrutinized the lad, noting his tattered clothing, reminiscent of a beggar, and his grimy face, as if he had just emerged from a coal heap. His hair was unkempt and filthy, giving him the appearance of a madman. However, upon closer inspection, Li Yunlong suddenly recognized him. At that moment, Zhao Gang chuckled. "If you wish to enlist, you cannot simply halt vehicles in this manner. What if the driver fails to brake in time and runs you over? This is a motor vehicle. Can your frail frame withstand such an impact? You would most likely end up with broken limbs. This conduct is far too perilous. It must never be repeated. If you wish to join the military, you may register at your local recruitment office, and upon passing the necessary evaluations, you can enlist." The young man replied, "I wanted to accompany my brother, but he refused to take me along. I secretly followed him, yet your unit is not recruiting soldiers, leaving me no choice but to halt vehicles." Li Yunlong chuckled, "Old Zhao, I find this lad quite intriguing. What is your name, young man?" The boy glanced at Li Yunlong and replied, "My name is Wu Wanli." Indeed, it was this young man. Li Yunlong thought to himself, "This boy seems to possess potential." Presenting himself without hesitation, how could one refuse such an opportunity? "You say your brother serves in our military? What is his name, and which unit does he belong to?" Wu Wanli responded, "My brother's name is Wu Qianli. I only know he is a company commander in your army, but I am unaware of the specific unit." "Wu Qianli? That name rings a bell," Li Yunlong explained. He is the commander of the 7th Company of the Independent Regiment. Is it the 7th Infiltration Company? Indeed. That is the one. Wu Wanli exclaimed with excitement. Do you know my brother? That is splendid. Zhao Gang, observing Wu Wanli, inquired with confusion. How did you end up in this state? Wu Wanli, somewhat embarrassed, replied. My brother returned home for a family visit but suddenly received an urgent mobilization order from the unit and returned. I wanted to enlist alongside him, but he would not take me, so I secretly followed him. However, his unit departed, and I traveled by train to this area. I clung to the train to come here. Thus, Zhao Gang remarked with a wry smile, you have quite the audacity. It seems you've endured considerable hardships along the way. Li Yunlong replied, Old Zhao, I believe this lad has potential. He possesses a commendable spirit. Wu Wanli, I shall take you under my wing. He turned to Xiao Chun, instructing, take him back, give him a wash, shave his head, and dress him in clean attire. Upon hearing this, Wu Wanli was overwhelmed with joy. I wish to be with my brother. However, I fear he might send me away. Li Yunlong reassured, that can be arranged. I will personally take you to find your brother. He wouldn't dare refuse you. Chapter 20, The God of Throws. Subsequently, Li Yunlong led Wu Wanli back to the base, where Xiao Chun facilitated his bath, shaved his head, and clothed him in military uniform. Commander, when will you take me to meet my brother? Wu Wanli eagerly approached Li Yunlong. Zhao Gang glanced at Wu Wanli and chuckled. This young man looks quite spirited now that he has cleaned up. Li Yunlong nodded. He certainly appears much more presentable. So eager to meet your brother. Very well. I shall take you now. Thank you, Commander. Thereafter, Li Yunlong escorted Wu Wanli to the 7th Company S station. Instructor Mei Sheng promptly saluted. Good day, Commander. Li Yunlong inquired, where is Wu Qianli? Mei Sheng replied, he is out training with the soldiers. Li Yunlong smiled. Even at this hour, he hasn't forgotten his training. Impressive. Mei Sheng continued. The sudden troop movements suggest we may be heading for battle. We dare not be negligent. Li Yunlong nodded in approval. It's excellent that you possess this awareness. However, do not share unverified information with the soldiers. Discretion is paramount. Understood. Mei Sheng stood tall, his expression serious. Li Yunlong said, There's no need to be so solemn. Lighten up. By the way, I rejected your request for discharge. You hold that against me? Mei Sheng laughed. Not at all. I am grateful to you. We were undergoing intensive training, and I thought peace had settled in, leading me to consider returning home to care for my family. If you had approved my departure, I would have been a deserter. Li Yunlong smiled. I hear you have a daughter? She is 8. Mei Sheng's face lit up with joy as images of his daughter filled his mind. Do you have a picture? Let me see. Mei Sheng produced a photograph of his daughter. After viewing it, Li Yunlong handed it back to Mei Sheng, exclaiming, quite charming indeed. My wife is about to give birth as well, though she often claims we will certainly have a son. Seeing your daughter's cuteness makes me think a daughter wouldn't be so bad after all. 8 years old. She must be of school age now. Indeed. I've heard you were self-studying English? Mei Sheng nodded. Yes, I've been studying for over 2 years. Li Yunlong patted Mei Sheng on the shoulder, smiling. Excellent. You will surely find it useful. When you have free time, teach the other soldiers. Skills are never burdensome. Absolutely. Mei Sheng responded eagerly. Li Yunlong concluded. All right. Enough of this. Let us take this young rascal to meet Wu Qianli. Look at this kid. He's quite anxious, Mei Sheng remarked with a smile. I thought he was just desperate to relieve himself, but it turns out he wants to see Wu Qianli. Why does he wish to see him? His name is Wu Wanli, Li Yunlong said, waving his hand as he led a few people outside. Mei Sheng paused momentarily, then followed suit, inquiring. Are you Wu Qianli's younger brother? Wu Wanli nodded in affirmation. Mei Sheng turned to Li Yunlong and asked, Commander, what's the story with this lad? Li Yunlong replied casually. He snuck away on his own, insisting he wants to join the army. Since he is Wu Qianli's brother, he must follow his sibling. Hence, I entrust him to your 7th Company. Wu Wanli, your brother commands the 7th Company, which is my ace unit, renowned as the 7th Infiltration Company. Only those with genuine skill can gain entry. Do you possess any noteworthy talents? Wu Wanli was suddenly flustered. At 19 years of age, many young men of his generation had already established families and careers, or at the very least, were the primary breadwinners of their households. In contrast, Wu Wanli spent his days idly, engrossed in frivolity, rendering him a quintessential ne'er-do-well of that era. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, and now, faced with such questioning, he found himself at a loss for any redeeming skills. Li Yunlong remarked, You've never even held a gun, so let us not discuss marksmanship. Your physique hardly suggests any martial training, and close combat is out of the question. How about grenade throwing? It's quite simple to learn. Back in the day, during the fight against the Japanese, I had a remarkable soldier named Wang Zhenxing. He grew up herding sheep and spent his idle time throwing stones, which honed his skills. Once he joined the army, his innate talent allowed him to throw grenades with incredible accuracy, landing them directly in enemy positions from several dozen meters away. Unfortunately, he later perished during the ambush on Zhao Jieyu while attempting to break through. Upon hearing this, Wu Wanli's eyes lit up. He quickly said, "Isn't it just throwing stones? I can do that. From several dozen meters, I can smash Lu Shaoxi's oil lamp with a stone." Li Yunlong chuckled. "Is that so impressive? Surely, you're not boasting." Wu Wanli, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "I wouldn't deceive you, sir. Let us put it to the test." Before long, the group arrived at a training ground. Wu Qianli hurried over, and upon seeing Wu Wanli, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. However, he quickly composed himself and reported, "Commander, the 7th Company is currently in training. Please provide instructions." Li Yunlong replied with a smile, "Wu Qianli, this is my newly recruited soldier. He claims to be a sharpshooter. So I'm assigning him to your 7th Company." Wu Qianli, looking troubled, responded, "Commander, he is my brother, and he is just a troublemaker who knows nothing." Li Yunlong laughed and said, "I find this lad quite clever. To join the army, he hid by the roadside and flagged down my vehicle. Knowing that those who ride in such cars are typically officers, he insisted on enlisting, and if I don't take him, he might just go flag down someone else's car. Moreover, the journey from Huzhou to this place spans nearly 1,000 miles, fraught with the challenges of train travel and the struggles of beggars. With such tenacity, he is undoubtedly capable. Hence, I have decided to accept this soldier. Did he not boast of being a sharpshooter? From several dozen meters away, he can strike a kerosene lamp with a stone, so he must possess skill. Let us procure a few training grenades and allow him to demonstrate." Indeed, on the training grounds, Wu Wanli astounded everyone. Nonetheless, there exists a distinction between hurling stones and tossing grenades. His initial throw was imprecise. However, the lad is astute. After one attempt, he discerned the differences between the stone and the grenade. With each subsequent throw, his accuracy improved remarkably. From several dozen meters away, he could precisely land them in the pit, without a hint of error. Even Wu Qianli was left in awe as the soldiers of the 7th Company erupted in cheers. Li Yunlong chuckled, saying, "Wu Qianli, did I not tell you? Your brother is a talent. With such a fine soldier, I have no reason not to accept him. Let us make good use of his specialty. It may serve us well on the battlefield." Li Yunlong was aware of Wu Wanli's exceptional skills, and everything was orchestrated to ensure that Wu Qianli and the others were aware of Wu Wanli's remarkable talent, which certainly bore advantages. Wu Qianli had no objections. Li Yunlong continued, "However, this lad's temperament requires some refinement. As his brother, do not burden others with it. Let us expedite his adaptation to the unit." "Yes, I guarantee the task will be accomplished." Chapter 21. I am the ace. Though there remains barely a month before the troops are dispatched to the front lines, it is implausible to transform a raw recruit into a seasoned veteran in such a brief period. Nevertheless, Li Yunlong harbored no concerns regarding Wu Wanli, for this fellow seems to possess a protagonist aura that surpasses even Li Yunlong's. During the battle at Watergate Bridge, the entire 1st level 9th Army of the 7th Infiltration Company perished heroically, leaving only Wu Wanli unscathed, not even a hair harmed. Of course, in the brutal cold of -40 degrees, had he truly sustained an injury, he likely would not have survived. Regardless, this individual's fortune is extraordinary. Thus there is little cause for concern. Li Yunlong's regiment was stationed in Taiyan for a period, with all units continuing their training as usual. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong and his comrades remained vigilant regarding the situation at the front. Whenever time permitted, a group from the command center would gather around a sand table to analyze the current state of the battlefield. Li Yunlong, gazing at the sand table, remarked enviously, "It is indeed advantageous to have a navy. The enemy's 10th Army landed at Rinchuan last month, and in the blink of an eye, they have now reached the eastern coast, landing at Wansan. Following the route of the Northern Army's main force, the enemy's 8th Group Army is advancing swiftly northward. Additionally, Old Mac has executed a stunning maneuver, reassigning the enemy's 10th Army, previously composed of the Marine Division and the 7th Army that landed at Rinchuan, back onto ships and redirecting them to land at the eastern coast of Wansan. Without a formidable navy, such a feat would be utterly impossible." This left the envious Shaoli blushing. Although Li Yunlong was aware that decades later, we would possess a formidable navy, that was still a matter for the distant future. At present, our navy was truly impoverished and lacking. Xiao Ming gazed intently at the sand table, stating, "It is evident that Mike intends to encircle us from both the eastern and western fronts, advancing simultaneously to decisively conclude this battle." Li Yunlong nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed. The enemy's 10th Army on the eastern front and the 8th Group Army on the western front are rapidly advancing northward. If they manage to converge at the Yarlung-Tsangpa River, sealing it off, the remnants of the northern forces will be completely encircled by the enemy, ensuring a swift victory." Zhao Gang furrowed his brow and remarked, "In this light, the situation appears exceedingly unfavorable for us. The Northern Army has now lost its organized resistance. Should Mike's strategic intentions come to fruition, the outcome of this battle would be all but certain. No wonder this old man is so audacious, claiming he can conclude the fighting before Thanksgiving." Mike's arrogance was indeed striking. Not only did the newspapers boast of their achievements, detailing the advances of their troops, but this also provided us with a certain advantage, as we could glean detailed intelligence from these reports. It hardly seemed like warfare. Mike had transformed this conflict into a public spectacle of his career, broadcasting it globally. Meanwhile, the enemy remained woefully uninformed. Even after our forces had been engaged for several months, Mike did not even know the identity of our supreme commander, mistakenly believing it to be Lin. His hubris extended beyond this, as he publicly asserted that he could end the fighting before Thanksgiving and that his soldiers would be home for the holidays by Christmas. Yet the result was that we would soon deliver a resounding rebuttal to his claims. Li Yunlong scoffed, saying, "He is indeed delusional. Our inaction has allowed this old fool to boast. But now we must act. Such arrogance will surely lead him to a significant downfall. I suspect that the troops of the Deng Brigade have already secretly advanced to the front lines. However, this is a matter we will not publicly disclose. Even we have not received any news. For if we do not act now and allow old Mike to seal off the Yarlung Tsangpa, any opportunity for us to engage will vanish." Xiao Ming nodded in agreement, stating, "You speak wisely. We can all discern this. The border guards must have more information than we do, and they too can grasp the situation. The Deng Brigade has already prepared, and if we do not mobilize soon, it may be too late." Li Yunlong exclaimed excitedly, "Thus, it won't be long before we receive good news. However, one thing I can almost confirm now is that while the enemy is advancing from both fronts, the Deng Brigade, despite having 6 armies and over 200,000 men, faces the reality that the northern forces have suffered devastating losses and are temporarily unreliable. The 8th Group Army alone boasts over 200,000 enemy troops. We hold no advantages. The Deng Brigade can at most withstand the assault of the enemy's 8th Group Army on the western front. Thus, I surmise that we shall soon head north and engage in the eastern front of the battlefield. We cannot allow them to advance to the Yarlung Tsangpo River. Hence, we must resolutely impede their progress. The Deng Corps can at most allocate 1 army to delay the enemy along the eastern front, buying us time for reinforcements. According to my assessment, we are most likely to confront the enemy in the Changjin Lake area for a decisive battle. Our adversaries primarily include the 1st Marine Division and the 7th Army of the enemy forces. These 2 units, particularly the 1st Marine Division, are lauded as the enemy's premier elite. In my view, they are nothing but a farce, for I shall confront their so-called aces. As Li Yunlong aptly stated, our volunteer forces have already covertly advanced to the front lines. On the 25th, the 40th Army achieved an initial victory near Wenjing, annihilating a portion of the Li puppet troops, marking a promising start. At that moment, the front line reported to MacArthur that they might have come under our assault. However, MacArthur was utterly incredulous regarding our military's involvement, as he believed we lacked the audacity to engage them. Moreover, he perceived that we had missed the optimal window for intervention. Had we acted during the Busan defense phase or at the onset of the Incheon landing, when they had yet to fully mobilize, we could have altered the battlefield dynamics. Yet now, with the northern forces facing inevitable defeat, our intervention would hold little practical significance. At least, this was the deluded conviction of old MacArthur. Consequently, this old fellow continued to issue orders for his troops to advance north, only to face a fierce assault from the 39th Army against the enemy's elite cavalry division near Yushan. The battle at Yunnan resulted in a catastrophic defeat for the cavalry division, with its 2,000 troops completely obliterated. This was undoubtedly a profound humiliation for the cavalry division, which was, after all, regarded as the army's foremost elite. Despite its designation, The cavalry division is entirely mechanized and not comprised of actual cavalry. Chapter 22. Rapid Deployment to the Front Lines. On November 1st, Li Yunlong received orders for the army, as the first echelon of the Song Corps, to advance northward and head to the front lines. With a firm command, Li Yunlong directed the various units to board trains bound for the northeast in batches. Within the command center, he addressed Zhao Gang and others, stating, "The situation at the front is exceedingly urgent. Higher authorities have commanded us to expedite our deployment. Do not underestimate our corps. Even our single army comprises over 50,000 personnel, and with the necessary horses and equipment, we require a substantial number of train carriages to transport us. Relevant departments are making concerted efforts to allocate additional carriages for our use. We must endeavor to resolve this predicament. Every train must carry as many people as possible. These cramped boxcars are unbearably uncomfortable. However uncomfortable it may be, do the soldiers on the front lines not face hardships? It has now been largely confirmed that the battlefield we are to advance to is the Eastern Front. Presently, Ding Wei's division is exerting every effort to thwart the enemy at Huangkeling, delaying their advance. The battle is arduous, as the enemy comprises heavily armored units, and our equipment is woefully inadequate. We can only rely on the terrain to mount a staunch defense. The situation has escalated to a critical juncture. We must hasten our pace and make our way to the front lines, reaching the Changjin Lake area as swiftly as possible." Indeed, Ding Wei heeded Li Yunlong's counsel. It remains unclear what methods this young man employed, but he has been ordered northward and is among the first to head to the front lines. At that moment, due to insufficient manpower, the enemy was advancing northward along two routes, east and west. To delay the enemy on the eastern front, Ding Wei's army dispatched a division to fiercely resist the enemy near Huangkeling. Zhao Gang, with a grave expression, declared, "Old Li, rest assured, I will coordinate with full commitment. I believe our soldiers can overcome any obstacle." Just then, the telephone beside them rang, and an aide answered. "Yes, Commander. It's a call from Director Song." Li Yunlong promptly picked up the phone, greeted with a smile. "Director Song, this is Li Yunlong." Old Song inquired, "How are things on your end?" Li Yunlong replied, "We are mobilizing the troops as per your orders, heading north. However, we are facing some tight constraints with transport. Nevertheless, we will exert every effort to resolve these challenges and ensure no delays." Old Song sincerely responded, "Li Yunlong, I must thank you once more. I did not expect the situation to evolve so rapidly. We must expedite our northern advance without any preparation time. Your army will take the lead, and the other two armies will follow suit, heading directly to the front lines. If it weren't for your order of that batch of cotton clothing and blankets, we would have been in dire straits. The Changjin Lake region is characterized by a high-altitude terrain, and winters there are particularly frigid. Moreover, reports from the front suggest this winter will be even colder. You have saved our entire corps." Li Yunlong chuckled. "It's a trivial matter. Besides, didn't you gift me 2 bottles of wine?" He continued, "I must say, that wine is truly exceptional. Decades-old Yangadaku. The flavor is simply exquisite. Do you have any left? Perhaps you could send me 2 more bottles." Upon recalling those 2 precious bottles, Old Song couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had saved them for over a year and had refrained from drinking them, only for them to be enjoyed by this young man. Old Song laughed. "When it comes to drinking, you should be treating me to celebratory wine." Celebratory wine. Li Yunlong paused in surprise. Old Song continued, "The garrison just forwarded a telegram. Your wife has given birth to a son, weighing 6 pounds and 6 ounces, and both mother and child are safe. Your wife also mentioned that she wishes you a triumphant return, naming your son Li Kaixian. What incredible luck you have, marrying such a wonderful wife." Old Song chuckled. Li Yunlong laughed heartily. "What can I say? It's hard to help being handsome and charming." "Oh, please." Li Yunlong continued, "However, my wife is truly remarkable. She has given birth to a son. This alleviates my concerns, for the lineage of the Li family shall continue. Even in the face of sacrifice, there will be a son to carry on the legacy of defending our homeland." Old Song, with a serious expression, replied, "Do not speak foolishly. Your wife and son are waiting for your return. You must not act recklessly. Hasn't the last lesson been sufficient? Moreover, the leadership has made it clear, should you err again, your position will be revoked. I currently possess the authority to remove you, and it would be merely a matter of words." Li Yunlong chuckled. "Even without such authority, should you choose to dismiss me, it remains a simple matter. However, I shall not afford you that opportunity." Old Song responded, "That is for the best. Report any situations promptly. There must be no delays. Proceed north swiftly. And head to the front lines." Understood. After hanging up the phone, Li Yunlong exclaimed, "Xiao Chun." "Yes." Li Yunlong emptied his pockets, smiling as he said, "Go buy some wine and meat. I'll treat everyone to a celebratory feast." "Yes." Zhao Gang grinned and said, "Oldly, congratulations. I just heard the news. You have a son." Li Yunlong replied with a smile, "Feel free to envy me. You should strive to have a daughter as well, so we can arrange a marriage between our children." Zhao Gang laughed. "Now that you are a father, it is time for you to mature. You cannot continue to act foolishly as before. You are no longer merely a regiment commander, but a division commander, with over 50,000 soldiers awaiting your guidance. So, when you reach the front lines, you must exercise caution. I will keep a close watch on you." Li Yunlong smiled. "Rest assured, I know what I must do without your instruction." He pondered the urgency of the situation, realizing that upon reaching the northeast, he would not linger long before proceeding to the front lines. Once he arrived, his system task would be complete, and the system's functions would activate. What powerful capabilities might it possess? Li Yunlong was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the 1st Division under Ding Wei's command, they had been engaged in a fierce defense against the enemy at Huangkeling for several days. Initially, the enemy's advancing troops were merely cannon fodder, the traitorous Li soldiers. Thus, the battles fought over the past few days had been against these puppet troops. Despite the enemy launching continuous attacks under the cover of aircraft, our forces had successfully repelled them. However, the Marine Division soon arrived at the front. On the 2nd day, with the support of 50 aircraft, the enemy deployed dozens of tanks for a fierce assault on the positions held by the 1st Division at Yantai Peak. The soldiers, leveraging the advantageous terrain, tenaciously resisted the enemy's advances. Confronted with the steel tide of the enemy and lacking anti-tank weaponry, our soldiers fought valiantly despite the arduous circumstances. Yet, the courageous warriors, driven by indomitable will, repeatedly repelled the enemy's assaults. The intense battle raged throughout the day, and by nightfall, under Ding Wei's orders, the defending forces at Yantai Peak were compelled to withdraw, with the entire division regrouping to organize defenses along the eastern and western lines of Huangkeling. Ding Wei, studying the map before him, spoke with a grave demeanor. "Our mission on the Eastern Front is to slow the enemy's advance while awaiting reinforcements. To delay the enemy as much as possible, the main force of the Marine Corps 1st Division has not yet fully arrived at the Huangkeling area. Their firepower is formidable, consisting of mechanized units that are heavily reliant on logistics. I have ordered the 1st Division to organize several assault teams to maneuver behind enemy lines under the cover of darkness, destroying roads and bridges. Anything that can be blown up should be obliterated. They are to carry landmines and bury them along the enemy's likely routes. In short, we must spare no effort to slow down the advance of the enemy's main force. The main body of the 1st Division at Huangkeling must hold their ground with unwavering resolve, keeping the enemy firmly at bay and preventing any further advance. We must hold out for at least a few more days." Yes. Chapter 23. Luring the enemy in, Old Mac fell for it. Our forces deployed 4 armies to launch a comprehensive counteroffensive. After days of bloody combat, we achieved victory in the first battle. Old Mac finally paid the price for his arrogance. In this battle, our troops killed or captured over 15,000 enemy combatants. Following the success on the Western Front, the troops stationed at Huangkeling on the Eastern Front were ordered to retreat northward. However, due to the heavy losses suffered by the enemy forces on the Western Front, the situation changed. Although our army retreated from Huangkeling, the enemy on the Eastern Front dared not push northward, fearing they would become isolated. While this battle yielded significant results, it primarily eliminated the forces of the Li puppet army, with only a small number of regular troops affected. The regular army displayed considerable cunning, positioning these Li puppet troops at the forefront during their advance northward, allowing them to bear the brunt of the conflict. Consequently, the majority of the enemy casualties were from the Li puppet army, with the regular army suffering relatively minor losses. The command assessed that this battle did not inflict a heavy blow on our forces, and the results were not entirely satisfactory, given the enemy's overwhelming numbers. And although Old Mac received a slap in the face, it did not wound his pride, as his arrogant nature remains unchanged. The enemy's propaganda reflects the shift. Mac has altered his narrative, now claiming that combat will conclude before Christmas rather than before Thanksgiving. Thus, it is anticipated that the enemy will certainly launch further offensives. At this juncture, the 50th and 66th Armies of the Deng Corps are set to advance to the front lines, alongside 3 armies from the Song Corps also en route. Consequently, our forces will be able to concentrate 9 armies, approximately 400,000 troops, bolstered by additional forces from the Northern Army, resulting in a total strength exceeding 400,000. With such formidable manpower, we are fully capable of initiating a larger-scale campaign. In light of the enemy's arrogance, the command ultimately decided to employ a strategy of luring the enemy deeper into our territory. Given that the majority of the enemy consists of mechanized units reliant on roadways, while our forces primarily comprise infantry, we can effectively conceal ourselves in the mountainous terrain, awaiting the opportune moment. The northern regions are predominantly mountainous. Once the enemy advances northward, we will launch a sudden counteroffensive, encircling and cutting off their retreat, thereby surrounding and annihilating the advancing enemy forces. Therefore, after achieving victory, we did not pursue aggressively but instead opted for a strategic withdrawal. They intentionally released some of the captured soldiers, allowing them to return, and conveyed a message to these prisoners. The message was that our army had no plans for large-scale intervention. Our deployment was merely a warning, aimed at safeguarding the hydroelectric station on the Yalu River to ensure the normal operation of the northeastern industrial base. Moreover, we had only mobilized a few divisions and would soon retreat, with no plans for further troop increases. Would the enemy fall for this? Indeed, Old Mac believed it. He was steadfast in his conviction that, under their formidable military pressure, given our army's current circumstances, we lacked the courage to engage in battle. Previously, their primary concern was merely the bear, and once they confirmed the bear would not intervene, they dared to significantly bolster their forces. They even publicly ridiculed the bear for its lack of loyalty, pointing out that it was they who had supported the northern faction in their conflict with the southern faction. Yet now, with the northern army facing defeat, the bear had chosen to abandon them. Nevertheless, Old Mac remained convinced that we would not dare to wage a large-scale war against them. Our actions of feigned weakness, retreating, and releasing prisoners of war, in their eyes, represented true cowardice. Consequently, Old Mac immediately ordered the frontline units to reorganize their forces and prepare to launch a new offensive, urging them to expedite their progress to ensure the battle could be concluded before Christmas. Thus, the second campaign was about to commence. At this moment, Li Yunlong's main forces had already crossed the Yalu River and were secretly advancing towards the Chosin reservoir area. In the temporary command post, Li Yunlong scrutinized the map on the table and casually inquired, "Is this map accurate?" Zhao Gang responded, "This is a photocopy based on the map provided by our elder brother, but it wasn't drawn by them. It was actually created by the Japanese. The Japanese occupied the Korean peninsula for decades, and after their surrender, the northern region was taken over by the bear along the 38th parallel. During this takeover, they naturally acquired the cartographic materials previously produced by the Japanese." Li Yunlong nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Then I shall rest easy. Although the Japanese are beasts, they approach their work with seriousness, and their maps are undoubtedly reliable." Zhao Gang concurred, stating, "Before the outbreak of the War of Resistance, the Japanese dispatched numerous cartographers under the pretense of business to conduct surveys across our regions. After the war began, the maps they employed were even more precise than our own. It is indeed lamentable. However, the maps drawn by the Japanese should be accurate, considering they operated here for decades." Li Yunlong smiled and said, "With these maps, we won't be like blind men anymore. These maps will prove invaluable, and we must ensure their protection. Rest assured." Zhao Gang replied casually. At that moment, a staff officer approached briskly, saluted, and reported, "Report, Commander, a telegram from the front." Li Yunlong reached out to take the telegram and read it carefully. Zhao Gang asked, "What instructions does the front have?" Li Yunlong remarked, "We have been entrusted with a small task. As the number of troops heading to the front lines increases, our corps consists of a total of 9 armies, and the command must also unify some allied forces. Consequently, there is a severe shortage of radio equipment, necessitating the urgent dispatch of a batch of radios and telegraph operators from the homeland to our command. The command has ordered us to send a unit to escort the radios and operators to the front." Zhao Gang inquired, "Where are the radios and operators?" "At Jian Station. The independent regiment's train is about to arrive at Jian Station." Li Yunlong replied, "Let the 7th Company escort the radios to the command. Inform them of the situation, but remind them that this mission is of utmost importance and must be executed without a hitch. They must remain vigilant against enemy aircraft along the way." Those enemy planes are far more formidable than the Japanese ones. Utmost caution is essential. Zhao Gang readily agreed. No problem, I will have them send the telegram. However, the idiom one guest does not trouble two masters seems somewhat misplaced here. Li Yunlong chuckled. You wouldn't understand. But let's not dwell on that. We must also alert the troops heading to the front to remain vigilant against enemy bombings. They must not let their guard down at night. As the enemy has night-flying aircraft, campfires should be avoided, and they must take care to disperse and conceal themselves. The convoy can only operate at night, but they must not use headlights. They need to exercise caution to minimize unnecessary casualties. Zhao Gang sighed in resignation. The enemy's bombings are indeed severe. I've heard that the Deng Corps lost over half of its several thousand vehicles in just a few days, leading to logistical challenges. Li Yunlong furrowed his brow. As the front line stretches, the supply lines will also lengthen. The enemy will inevitably intensify their bombings of our supply routes, making logistical support one of the greatest challenges we face in the near future. We cannot seize air superiority, so we must find ways to cope. But let's set that aside. According to higher orders, we must swiftly and secretly move to the Changjin Lake area. The enemy has begun their advance northward, and we must hasten our pace to maneuver around their flanks. When in dire straits, we resort to tactical infiltration. When in abundance, we rely on firepower. For now, we can only employ tactical infiltration. Chapter 24. The most formidable infantry on the surface. Li Yunlong turned to glance outside, where snowflakes began to fall. He could not help but curse. Damn it, even the heavens are against us. This weather is becoming increasingly frigid. Zhao Gang, however, remained optimistic, smiling as he said, We are cold, but so are the enemy. In this icy expanse, their vehicles may not be more effective than our two legs. Li Yunlong responded. Yet our soldiers are the ones truly suffering. With such cold weather, we can only camp in the wild, unable to light fires, forced to huddle for warmth. Even though we have donned thick cotton uniforms, the cold is unbearable, and temperatures continue to drop, reaching lows of -40 degrees. At such frigid temperatures, even with thick clothing, one would still feel frozen. However, it certainly helps to reduce unnecessary casualties. Li Yunlong could hardly fathom how the martyrs of your managed to vanquish the 10th Army clad in nothing but thin cotton garments. It was nothing short of miraculous. However, with the advent of thick cotton clothing, the circumstances have vastly improved, thus paving the way for potentially resplendent victories. Yet, in such frigid weather, the soldiers enduring the harshness of ice and snow are bound to suffer. During encampments, the only viable option is to seek shelter in concealed, wind-protected areas, huddling together as a group to conserve warmth, which provides some relief. To evade detection by the enemy, the troops typically march under the cover of night. Although the nights are the coldest, the continuous movement keeps the soldiers from feeling the chill too acutely. However, visibility at night is poor. And given the high-altitude mountainous terrain adorned with snow-capped peaks, the troops must navigate narrow paths to circumvent the enemy's flanks. Nighttime marches entail certain risks, as a moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall from a cliff. Still, even this is far safer than marching during the day, when the enemy's aircraft relentlessly bombards various locations. Large troop movements in daylight are easily spotted by enemy bombers, resulting in significant casualties. Moreover, revealing troop movements could jeopardize the overall operational strategy, rendering such losses unacceptable. Zhao Gang, with a sense of resignation, declared, There is nothing to be done. We can only endure. I have faith in our soldiers. They can overcome any adversity. Li Yunlong sighed in resignation, trusting in his soldiers but feeling a pang of compassion for their plight, recognizing the inevitability of their situation. Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang, along with others, arrived at Ding Wei's command post. Upon seeing Li Yunlong, Ding Wei was overjoyed, rushing forward to embrace him, exclaiming, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Li Yunlong, with a stern expression, pushed Ding Wei away and replied impatiently, Get off. I have no interest in men. Ding Wei, taken aback, retorted, Get lost. Do you think I have any interest in you? Now that you are here, I can return to the Western Front, where the enemy's elite force of 200,000 lies. That is the true battleground. As Ding Wei spoke, he warmly greeted Zhao Gang, Xiao Ming, and the others, quickly inviting everyone to sit and discuss matters. Li Yunlong inquired, How many enemies are present on the Eastern Front? Have you gathered any intelligence? Ding Wei responded, On the Eastern Front, the enemy comprises the 10th Army. Currently, we are aware that the Marine Corps 1st Division and the Army's 7th Division are the main forces. Additionally, There is the 3rd Division and a fraction of the army, but their numbers are not substantial, approximately a regiment or a brigade. Besides, there are some troops from the Li puppet army. Altogether, these forces exceed 100,000 in strength, with the Marine Corps 1st Division and 7th Division being the most formidable, positioned at the forefront. Given that your corps consists of 3 armies totaling 150,000, do you believe you can eliminate them? Li Yunlong chuckled and replied, while completely annihilating over 100,000 enemies may prove challenging, dispatching the majority of them should not pose a significant problem. Ding Wei, with a hint of irritation, remarked, your bravado seems to be growing by the day. Li Yunlong, with a triumphant expression, declared, of course, with our 600,000 troops, we can easily overcome their 800,000. Surely, dealing with a mere 100,000 is child's play. Ding Wei, with a wry smile, replied, you speak so lightly, young man. Do you think they are the Jiang bandits? If that were the case, it would indeed be simple. My army could sweep them away in no time. You must not underestimate the enemy. Their strength is formidable, especially the Marine Corps. Li Yunlong remarked, I have heard that you faced the Marine Corps at Huangkeling and withstood their fierce assaults for over 10 days. Quite impressive. Ding Wei sighed in resignation, saying, to be honest, that battle was truly infuriating. The enemy's tactics were exceedingly straightforward and brutal. They commenced with aerial bombardments, and their aircraft are far superior to those of the Japanese and Jiang bandits. A barrage of bombs and incendiary devices turned the entire mountain into a sea of flames, reducing the snowy peaks to charred earth. After the aerial assault, heavy artillery would commence, followed by an infantry charge shielded by tanks. According to our intelligence, each regiment of the Marine Corps has a tank battalion equipped with over 70 tanks. Their infantry is also heavily armored, traveling not on foot but in a fleet of armored personnel carriers. Li Yunlong exclaimed with excitement, such an abundance of resources. I am genuinely envious. It seems fortune is on my side. Ding Wei chuckled. True to form, Li Yunlong, this does not daunt you. Li Yunlong, with a dismissive air, responded, I am not easily intimidated. They possess their advantages, but we have ours as well. The outcome of war is never solely determined by equipment or numbers. If that were the case, it would be simple. We could just line up, count heads, and tally equipment. Ding Wei tapped a small notebook on the table, grinning. This is prepared for you. It contains intelligence we've gathered on the 10th Army, along with some summaries of combat experiences. I hope it proves useful to you. Zhao Gang immediately interjected, Old Ding, thank you for your thoughtfulness. You have truly aided us immensely. Li Yunlong, however, was candid, stating, what is there to thank? After so many years as brothers, expressing gratitude feels overly formal. Ding Wei laughed. That is true, but I should be the one thanking you. Had it not been for your earlier reminders, I might not have reached this point. I owe you for granting me the opportunity to engage with the world's strongest army. Li Yunlong asserted, nonsense about the world's strongest. They have never encountered us. This time, we shall teach these scoundrels what it truly means to fight. Victory in battle does not rely solely on equipment. The decisive factor is always the soldiers. The best equipment is useless without skilled hands to wield it. In this battle, we will not only demonstrate to these foreign devils what true strength is, but we shall also show the entire world what it means to have the strongest infantry on the planet. Chapter 25. Mission accomplished, system activated. Ding Wei nodded. Well said. Regardless of the formidable adversaries we may face, we must possess an unwavering determination and courage for victory. It has been a long time since we last met. And now that we are to part once more, I find myself somewhat reluctant to say goodbye. Once we triumph in this battle, should the opportunity arise, let us sit down and reminisce. Li Yunlong remarked with a smile, no problem. When the time comes, I shall procure several bottles of fine foreign wine for us to indulge in. I surmise that this battle will not conclude swiftly. Perhaps one day that fool Conger Lingzi might even arrive at the front lines, and then our iron triangle of Jinsei North could once again unite. Ding Wei responded with a grin. That would be splendid. If such a day comes, the 3 of us must gather and celebrate. After bidding farewell to Ding Wei, Li Yunlong returned to the command post. Ding Wei has indeed chosen an excellent location for the command post. The arrangements are commendable, which certainly eases our burdens. Zhao Gang glanced at the booklet left by Ding Wei and stated, currently, the enemy is gradually advancing northward, though their pace is rather sluggish. Li Yunlong nodded in agreement. Isn't this even better? We now have ample time to prepare. Our army has not yet fully arrived, and the 2 other divisions are still en route. If the enemy were to exert their full strength northward at this moment, we would find ourselves in significant trouble. As Li Yunlong approached the sand table with a serious expression, he continued, "This means we should still have some time to prepare. If this trend continues, the battlefield for our final confrontation with the enemy will be around Changjin Lake. I wish to seize this opportunity while the enemy's main forces have yet to advance northward, to explore the terrain and familiarize myself with the landscape, which will enable me to command operations more effectively. Relying solely on maps and sand tables is akin to navigating blindfolded." Zhao Gang inquired, "If you leave, what will happen here?" Li Yunlong replied, "Isn't there you and old Xiao? Moreover, in a couple of days, Lu Chang should also arrive. With the three of you present, what issue could possibly remain unresolved? Besides, I will bring along a radio, and I will be in contact with the command posts of each division and regiment." Lu Chang serves as the deputy commander of the army. Zhao Gang remarked, "We have just arrived here, and as we are unfamiliar with the terrain, it is indeed prudent to familiarize ourselves with the situation first." Li Yunlong added, "Furthermore, I now command an army of 50,000. This is my maiden experience leading such a large force. If I do not take the time to understand the circumstances, how can we hope to win this battle?" Zhao Gang nodded. "Very well then, but do exercise caution on the journey and bring along additional personnel to ensure safety." 2 days later, accompanied by the division commander Zhou Weigua, Li Yunlong arrived in the vicinity of Latonli to scout the terrain. The icy landscape and treacherous roads posed challenges. Li Yunlong chuckled, "Old Zhou, do be careful. With one arm, maintaining balance is no easy feat. We wouldn't want you to slip and tumble off a cliff." Zhou Weigua responded with a smile, "You should be more concerned about yourself. Though I may be down an arm, my wits remain intact. I see your gait is rather uncoordinated. Perhaps your brain was damaged in that explosion all those years ago. Xiaoqin, could you assist in supporting our commander? Should he falter in battle and tumble over the precipice, I might inadvertently ascend to the rank of commander myself." Li Yunlong chuckled, remarking, "You rascal. Are you plotting a coup?" Having spent over a year together, Li Yunlong and Zhou Weigua had developed a rapport, often indulging in playful banter during their leisure time. At that moment, a melodious system notification chimed in Li Yunlong's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the system task. All system functions have been activated." A wave of elation washed over Li Yunlong. He had finally accomplished the task. Unbidden, a system interface materialized in his mind. Map. Note: the host may utilize this feature to view the map, with both enemy and allied forces displayed accordingly. This marked the initial function of the system, with its introduction being succinct and clear. However, as Li Yunlong familiarized himself with this feature, he was astonished to discover its true complexity. Upon focusing his consciousness on the two characters, the scene shifted instantly to reveal a system map interface. This page bore a striking resemblance to an online satellite map, allowing for effortless adjustments in scale. Upon examining the map, Li Yunlong noticed several small red dots, which upon magnification revealed themselves to be enemy forces, as indicated by the label 1st Marine Division. This meant that the map not only displayed the troop deployments of both sides, but also annotated their designations. When fully magnified, it even provided clarity on the specific actions of each enemy soldier. However, Li Yunlong observed that the greater the magnification, the more taxing it was on his mental acuity. When fully zoomed in, he experienced a slight dizziness after a brief observation. Fortunately, as a commander rather than a sniper, he did not require such intricate detail in his assessments, thus deeming it unnecessary to maintain such a high level of zoom. He had merely been experimenting. Consequently, he promptly reduced the scale. The first function of the system was indeed a map, suggesting that the system was inclined towards a command-oriented role, perfectly suited for Li Yunlong's current position. With such a map at his disposal, every movement of the enemy was effectively within his grasp. After adjusting the scale, he even spotted enemy aircraft in the skies. This was no ordinary system map. It not only marked the positions of friend and foe, but also possessed radar capabilities, allowing visibility of any aircraft. In Li Yunlong's view, the enemy planes represented the most significant threat, and with this feature, the potential difficulties were markedly diminished. It was akin to possessing a divine perspective, making the conduct of warfare feel almost providential. However, Li Yunlong soon suspected that the system housed more functionalities beyond this. Without delving too deeply into whether the map concealed additional hidden features, he quickly exited the interface. Shop. Note: the host may purchase any item from the shop, with purchases requiring the expenditure of gold coins. Gold coin acquisition method. The host will earn a certain amount of gold coins as rewards for commanding troops in battle and achieving victories. Rewards are settled once daily at noon, accounting for the previous day's achievements. Through the introduction of the system, Li Yunlong gained a general understanding of the functionalities of this so-called system mall. According to his explanation, as long as he commanded his troops in battle and achieved results, he would receive certain rewards, undoubtedly corresponding to the magnitude of the victories, in the form of gold coins. With these coins, he could procure items from the mall. Upon opening the system mall page, he was met with a dazzling array of products, everything one could possibly desire. Unfortunately, Li Yunlong's current coin count stood at 0, so he could only browse. Nevertheless, this feature resolved a significant dilemma for him. While others remained unaware, Li Yunlong was acutely aware that, especially in the early stages of war, the greatest challenge faced by the army was logistical support. The enemy's bombardment was relentless, rendering transport from the rear virtually impossible. Otherwise, they could have achieved even more glorious victories. With the introduction of the system mall, Li Yunlong no longer needed to fret over supply issues. His current concern was whether the system would be generous enough to provide rewards sufficient to sustain his army. However, logistical difficulties did not equate to a complete breakdown of supplies. A portion could still be transported from the rear, and in critical moments, the system could serve as a lifeline without any issues. Moreover, the amount of rewards distributed should correlate with the outcomes achieved. With the map functionality, even if Li Yunlong were to suffer a defeat, achieving noteworthy results would be considerably easier, ensuring that rewards would not be lacking, alleviating any worries about procuring sufficient supplies. Chapter 26. 4 Functions. Astonishing. Amidst his excitement, Li Yunlong suddenly recognized a pressing issue. How would he retrieve the items purchased from the mall? It would be absurd to extract them directly and present them before everyone, claiming they were conjured by him. Naturally, Li Yunlong wished to keep his secret concealed, lest others view him as a monster. At that moment, he noticed a warehouse section on the mall page. System Warehouse. Items purchased by the host can be temporarily stored in the warehouse, and the host may retrieve them at any time. Method of retrieval. The host can extract items at any time within a 10-kilometer radius of their location. Alternatively, items can be airdropped to any designated area. However, oversized and heavy items cannot be airdropped, and a fee must be paid for airdropped supplies. Now, Li Yunlong understood that he could place these purchased items in any area within a 10-kilometer range. This meant that during combat, he could retrieve these items and stockpile them in the local camp, effectively turning them into captured spoils. If the distance were considerable, he could opt for an airdrop, which had no distance limitations. Since the army lacked transport planes for airdrops, any items descending from the sky would merely be perceived as enemy supplies mistakenly delivered to the wrong location, fortuitously allowing them to be collected. This feature proves to be exceedingly useful. Even with a single army under Li Yunlong, comprising over 50,000 troops, the battlefield expands significantly. It cannot merely be confined to a mere 10 kilometers. Should a unit find itself ensnared within the enemy's encirclement, depleted of ammunition and provisions, this functionality would provide vital support. Thus, in summation, this system is remarkably potent. These 2 functionalities alone have already bestowed immeasurable benefits upon Li Yunlong. Furthermore, he has recently discerned that there appear to be additional features available. Returning to the main interface, he discovered other functionalities. Healing. The host can utilize this feature to expedite the recovery of themselves or others from injuries, incurring a cost in gold coins. Each person may only use this feature once per injury, with the maximum recovery rate being tenfold. Costs are determined based on the severity of the injury, recovery rate, and duration of use. Li Yunlong pondered briefly and grasped the essence. If an individual were to sustain an injury that would typically require a month for recovery, employing this feature would allow for a tenfold recovery speed, enabling complete healing within 3 consecutive days of use. Had he possessed this functionality earlier, he would not have languished in a hospital for over 6 months. Moreover, he is acutely aware that not all fallen soldiers perish on the battlefield. A considerable number succumb in hospitals due to grievous wounds, particularly in military engagements. With relentless enemy bombardments and logistical challenges, frontline medical supplies are scarce. The frigid conditions of the Chosin reservoir region, with temperatures plummeting below -40 degrees, pose a dire threat to even the healthiest individuals, let alone the wounded. This functionality undoubtedly has the potential to save countless lives. Li Yunlong's weathered face beamed with joy. Yet, this was not the extent of the system's offerings. There exists a 4th functionality: simulation. The host can employ this feature for practical combat simulations, allowing them to foresee the outcomes of battles. Usage of this feature incurs a monetary cost. Upon encountering this feature, Li Yunlong's mouth fell agape in astonishment. This is undeniably another exceedingly practical function. After formulating strategies and tactics, he could conduct simulations to ascertain results, validate the feasibility of his strategies, and make timely adjustments. With this capability, could he possibly face defeat? However, the foremost challenge confronting Li Yunlong now is that, aside from the map, the majority of these formidable functionalities necessitate gold coins. Engaging in combat is the sole means of acquiring gold. Currently, his coin count stands at 0. He must first secure a victory to accumulate a requisite amount of gold to access these powerful features. Fortunately, the gold will be distributed by noon the following day. By Li Yunlong's recollection, this campaign is likely to span at least 10 days to 2 weeks from the onset of the general assault. With the most intense fighting anticipated in the first week, followed by the subsequent phase of concluding operations. Due to logistical constraints, our forces can only sustain an offensive for a maximum of 10 days, a characteristic the enemy has quickly noted, dubbing it the Sunday Offensive. However, these are discussions for another time. Li Yunlong could effectively utilize the system's capabilities while engaged in combat, alleviating the predicament and thus achieving greater victories. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, yearning to launch an all-out offensive immediately and showcase his prowess in this battle. However, the main forces had yet to mobilize. In accordance with the directives from the command, they needed to further entice the enemy into their depths. Once the adversary advanced into their encirclement, they would then initiate a comprehensive counterattack. Even with the utmost audacity, Li Yunlong dared not commence a preemptive strike. Should he inadvertently expose their position and jeopardize the overall strategy, he might find himself unworthy even of the trivial task of embroidery at the supply depot, and likely face execution instead. Thus, he had to suppress the restlessness within and strive to remain composed, reassured that only about 10 days remained until the grand assault. After enduring over 30 years of solitude, 10 days seemed trivial by comparison. Li Yunlong and Zhou Weiguo ascended to a mountaintop. Zhou Weiguo pointed downwards and remarked, "That is Latanli. The enemy has yet to advance to this vicinity. The Marine Corps seems to be as slow as turtles in their progress. However, they should reach Latanli within 3 to 5 days." Li Yunlong raised his binoculars for a prolonged observation and stated, "Once the counteroffensive commences, Latanli should be one of the key areas for your division's assault. Familiarize yourselves with the terrain and prepare accordingly." Zhou Weiguo replied, "Rest assured, Commander. I will memorize every hill and stream in the vicinity." Li Yunlong cautioned, "This is our first engagement with the military, and our opponent is their premier ace, the Marine Corps. We must remain vigilant." Zhou Weiguo nodded in agreement. "I understand. We must secure victory in this inaugural battle, striving for a resounding success." Given the commendable performances of the 4 armies under the Deng Brigade in their initial campaign, we must aim to surpass their achievements. Nevertheless, we cannot afford to be careless. This location, elevated and conspicuous, offers excellent visibility but also renders us highly noticeable. Should an enemy reconnaissance aircraft approach, our position could easily be compromised. If it were merely a reconnaissance plane, it might assume we were a small scouting unit. However, if it were a fighter or bomber, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Thus, we must vacate this area promptly. Li Yunlong assured, "Do not worry. There are no enemy aircraft in the vicinity." He had already checked with the system and confirmed that no enemy planes were detected nearby. Zhou Weiguo, curious, inquired, "How do you know?" Li Yunlong chuckled, "It's merely a hunch, for I am fortunate enough not to be discovered by the enemy." Zhou Weiguo, momentarily speechless, offered a wry smile. "I thought you had the gift of foresight." Li Yunlong laughed heartily. "My abilities far exceed mere foresight. I possess unparalleled strategic insight." Zhou Weiguo jested, "Keep boasting. If a Japanese bomber were to arrive and drop a firebomb, you might just make headlines as the first commander to fall since the onset of war, potentially becoming the highest-ranking casualty in this conflict, forever enshrined in history." Li Yunlong said irritably, "Can't you wish me some good fortune?" Zhou Weiguo replied with a grin, "I am hoping for your success, which is why I'm telling you all this." Li Yunlong set down the binoculars and pointed, "Enough nonsense. Let us go over there and take a look." Understood. Chapter 27. An opportunity to leave a mark in history. In the command post of the Marine Corps 1 SD Division at Zaya-Jiu, Major General Ahmad, commander of the 10th Army, stormed in, prompting the officers in the command room to rise. Major General Smith, commander of the Marine Corps 1 SD Division, glanced at Ahmad, who immediately began to interrogate him without any preamble. "Major Smith, is your division composed entirely of sea turtles?" Why is your response so sluggish? What are you constructing out there? We need to advance north swiftly. Yet you are wasting precious time here. Are you planning to build a nest and lay eggs? Smith's expression darkened as he replied, we are constructing an airfield. As our forces advance north, the front lines are stretching further. Our troops are trapped in this icy wasteland. The airfield is vital for logistical support and timely evacuation of the wounded for treatment. Thus, the construction of this airfield is imperative. Amund retorted angrily. How could there possibly be casualties? The main force of the Northern Army has been thoroughly defeated. They lack the capacity for large-scale resistance. Smith countered. Do not forget that the great power to the north has already deployed troops. We faced their ambush at Huangkaling. Although their equipment is rudimentary, their fighting spirit is tenacious, and their combat effectiveness far exceeds that of the Northern Army. Additionally, our forces have suffered significant losses in places like Yunshan on the Western Front. I have heard that the cavalry division lost 2 battalions. Amund insisted, but they have retreated. Those fellows are merely farmers wielding shabby weapons. What is there to fear? You must remember, this war has a deadline. Your procrastination is wasting time and jeopardizing our chances. You will be held accountable. Smith replied resignedly. I firmly believe that this war is not as simple as General MacArthur imagines. War is not a performance. Setting a timeline for warfare is itself a farce. General MacArthur, far away in Japan, sipping wine and enjoying fine steaks, cannot comprehend the circumstances and challenges we face. Amund asked sternly, do you realize what you are saying? Smith nodded. I have not been drinking. I am very much aware of what I am saying. Amund gritted his teeth and commanded. I am now ordering your troops to accelerate their advance towards Jiangjia immediately. That is the last stronghold of the Northern Army and must be captured without delay. Smith replied with calm assertiveness. I am the commander of the Marine Corps 1st Division. Amund asked through clenched teeth. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Smith nodded. I understand. As the commander of the Marine Corps 1st Division, I must be responsible for the lives of my soldiers. I will not send them into danger or allow them to perish needlessly. Alderman was nearly seething with frustration, yet he found himself powerless against Smith. Very well. You are doing splendidly. According to the commander's orders, a full-scale offensive must be launched simultaneously along both the eastern and western fronts by the 25th at the latest. Your troops are to continue advancing north from Luton and assault Jiangjia. I hope that by that time, your forces will grace the front lines rather than remain here like turtles, lying low and laying eggs. Should I fail to see you at the front when that moment arrives, I will have your skin. With that final, fierce remark, Alderman stormed off. Smith watched Alderman's departing figure, his expression growing grave as he sighed softly and turned to his aide, saying, Fetch me a cup of hot coffee, please. With sugar, sir? Of course. After Alderman's departure, he did not return to his command post, but rather took a helicopter to the command center of the 7th Infantry Division. Upon entering, he could not restrain his complaints. David, that Smith fellow is insufferably arrogant, utterly disregarding my commands, believing himself to be infallible and obstinately pursuing his own agenda. I ordered them to attack and quicken their pace, yet they remain like turtles, still busying themselves with their nests, preparing to lay eggs. As for the Marine Corps 1st Division, they might as well be the Turtle Division. Major General Barr, commander of the 7th Infantry Division, smiled and replied, Edward, do not be angry. Those Marines always carry an air of superiority, particularly the 1st Division, convinced they are the best of the best, looking down upon others. Have a cup of hot coffee to warm yourself. This wretched weather is growing increasingly frigid, and I am beginning to suspect we have reached the Arctic. My soldiers of the 32nd Regiment feel as though they have returned home. Alderman rarely allowed a smile to grace his features, responding, They are the Arctic Bear Regiment. The Chosin Reservoir area truly resembles the Arctic now, with ice and snow everywhere. However, aside from them, no one enjoys this wretched place. No, they do not enjoy it either. After all, they are not true polar bears. Perhaps they are now yearning to become real polar bears. Thus, we must conclude this battle swiftly, so we can depart from this cursed land. Respectable General, what can we do for you? Alderman replied with a smile. If only Smith were like you. If this battle does not end soon, I shall either freeze to death or be driven mad by that man. Both Major General Alderman and Major General Barr, being longtime friends in the army, shared a more harmonious relationship. Barr remarked, Had you entrusted us with the mission to attack Jiangjia, we would not be facing such troubles. Alderman waved his hand dismissively. No, that was not my decision. It was directed by Commander McKee, and I am merely following orders. However, there is no need for you to complain. Although your 7th Division is tasked with supporting the 1st Marine Division and ensuring their flank safety, your advance has been swifter than theirs. You are now overshadowing them. Bar responded, yet Jiangjia serves as the temporary capital of the Northern Army. Capturing this location holds great significance. Alderman remarked, you need not ponder this. The credit is destined for the Marine Corps 1st Division, those sea turtles. However, you are not entirely devoid of opportunity. Opportunity? General Bar furrowed his brow and inquired. What opportunity could there possibly be? There are no enemies in our front. Is there still a chance for merit? I reckon only Jiangjia has a battle left to fight. We seem out of luck. Alderman smiled and replied, it is not solely through combat or seizing Jiangjia that one can achieve distinction. You still possess a commendable opportunity. One significant enough to etch your name in history. Chapter 28. Alderman is targeted by Li Yunlong. Upon hearing this, Bar's eyes brightened, and he hastily asked, what opportunity? Alderman rose and approached the map, pointing to a location and stating, your forces can swiftly advance northward and reach Huishan. Bar shook his head, saying, Huishan is remote and holds little military value. According to reconnaissance reports, the enemy has scant forces there. One might even say it is merely an empty city. Alderman chuckled and said, David, I have long told you that military knowledge is not all-encompassing. From a military perspective, capturing Huishan indeed lacks significance. However, to the north of Huishan lies the Yalu River. By seizing Huishan, your troops would be the first to reach the Yalu River. Just as the first forces to arrive at the Rhine, you shall be met with boundless accolades and applause. Your photographs urinating towards the Yalu River will grace the front pages of major newspapers. This is a historic moment. You have the chance to witness the creation of history. Will you not be immortalized? General Bar suddenly understood and grasped Alderman, exclaiming, Edward, is what you say truly the case? Alderman responded, the Marine Corps moves slower than the sea turtles, and the Western Front is not progressing well. Currently, you are closest to the Yalu River. The main force of the 8th Army on the Western Front will not launch a full-scale attack until the 25th. It will take them at least 2 to 3 days to reach the Yalu River. As long as you can capture Huishan and reach the riverbank before the 25th, the credit and honor will be yours. General Bar, filled with excitement, pointed at the map and declared, there are no enemies in this region. Huishan holds no military value. Even if the enemy from north of the river intervenes, they will not concentrate heavy forces at Huishan. Thus, capturing Huishan will be effortless. We could seize it by the 22nd at the latest. That is splendid. Alderman smiled and said, I await your good news. Do not forget to inform me when the time comes, for I too wish to witness history firsthand. Bar replied, certainly. We can take a commemorative photograph by the river together. Alderman chuckled, what a delightful idea. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong, concealed on a distant mountain, surveyed the enemy's situation through binoculars. He observed a plethora of tanks stationed within the enemy camp. Li Yunlong commented, it seems this Marine Corps should be dubbed the Sea Turtle Corps. With so many ironclad turtles, what else could they be? The commander of the 4th Division, Fang Xiaowu, remarked with a smile, Commander, your analogy is quite apartment. The enemy is well equipped, consisting of mechanized forces with a substantial number of tanks and armored vehicles, which indeed poses a formidable challenge. Li Yunlong set down his binoculars and replied, Old Fang, let's discuss this later. They have conducted most of their reconnaissance by now. Subsequently, Li Yunlong and Fang Xiaowu, along with others, retreated. The group returned to the temporary command post of the 4th Division. Li Yunlong could not help but curse, damn it. This wretched weather is truly frigid. The wind against my face feels like a knife. If it weren't for my thick skin, I would likely be disfigured by now. At that moment, a staff officer handed him a cup of water and cheerfully said, Commander, have a cup of hot water to warm yourself. Li Yunlong carefully took 2 sips from the teacup and smiled. A sip of hot water feels much more comforting. Fang Xiaowu chuckled, Commander, we owe our ability to enjoy hot water to you. If it weren't for the smokeless stove you invented, we probably wouldn't even have hot water to drink. During their training in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, Li Yunlong had anticipated such a scenario, thus undertaking specific training and preparing the smokeless stove in advance. This innovation was not only promoted throughout the army but also across the entire corps. And it would not be long before this method was adopted by the entire volunteer army. Li Yunlong stated, although the smokeless stove is effective, it is not entirely without smoke. We must exercise caution while using it. The enemy's aircraft are formidable. We should avoid drawing their attention and minimize the risk of being bombed. A little hardship is bearable as long as we win this battle. Better days lie ahead. Indeed. Fang Zhaowu promptly replied, "We are all being very careful and will not be discovered by enemy aircraft." Li Yunlong and his troops were among the first from the Song Corps to reach the front lines, having deployed as per the headquarters directives. They arrived early and had nearly completed their deployment. The other two divisions arrived later, tasked with infiltrating the enemy's flanks. This arrangement made sense. For if the enemy were to launch a major offensive without any main forces to withstand them at the front, they could swiftly advance to the riverbank, potentially cutting off their retreat, which would lead to complications. However, this meant that the soldiers under Li Yunlong would endure considerable hardship, having to conceal themselves in the bitter cold for several days until the other two divisions were in position to launch a full-scale assault. In the ensuing days, the temperature in the Chosin reservoir area plummeted, reaching over 30 degrees below zero. The troops could only camp in the open fields. Could they avoid suffering? Even with thick cotton clothing and blankets, they struggled against the cold. During the night, they dared not sleep for extended periods, typically after sleeping for just over an hour. The on-duty personnel would rouse the clustered soldiers, urging them to get up and move about to prevent freezing in their slumber. Li Yunlong said, "Old Fang, I wish to discuss something with you. You should be aware of the upper echelon's general strategic plan." Fang Zhaowu nodded in agreement. Li Yunlong continued, stating, "Our army will deploy from the front, primarily to confront the enemy's Marine Division and the 7th Division. The Marine Division is undoubtedly the most formidable force, and this is beyond dispute. Your 4th Division and the 1st Division will be responsible for countering this Marine Division and halting their advance. Meanwhile, the 2nd and 3rd Divisions will engage the 7th Division. Once our 20th and 26th Armies manage to outflank and infiltrate, the general assault will commence, which I estimate will occur in about 7 or 8 days. The Marine Division is indeed a tough opponent. My suggestion is to first target the weaker adversary, focusing our main strength on defeating the 7th Division before turning our full attention to the Marine Division. The primary responsibility for holding back the Marine Division will fall to the 1st Division under Zhou Weigua, while your 4th Division will cover the flank and serve as the reserve. Therefore, I would like to requisition a regiment from your 4th Division to bolster the 2nd and 3rd Divisions in their efforts against that troublesome 7th Division." Fang Zhaowu replied, "No problem. We will resolutely obey orders. Which regiment do you require?" Li Yunlong smiled. "It matters not. Any regiment will suffice. You may arrange it as you see fit." Fang Zhaowu responded, "Then let us take the 10th Regiment." Li Yunlong chuckled. "The 10th Regiment is indeed the strongest under your command. You truly are willing to part with them." Fang Zhaowu laughed. "As a division commander, I must say, the 10th Regiment has earned its accolades, and we share in that honor. Furthermore, when it comes to battling the Marine Division, our efforts will not go unnoticed. We have contributions on both fronts. So why should the other 3 divisions compare to us?" Li Yunlong laughed heartily. "Indeed, your contributions shall not be overlooked. I just so happen to be heading east shortly, so I shall take the 10th Regiment with me." In his leisure moments, Li Yunlong frequently examined the system map. He noticed a peculiar detail. The enemy was represented by red dots, and upon closer inspection, he discerned that some of these red dots appeared more vibrant than others. The more pronounced red dots seemed to indicate officers, with brighter hues signifying higher ranks. Throughout the eastern battlefield, Li Yunlong observed the most brilliant red dot moving erratically. Upon closer observation, he realized this individual was traveling by aircraft, visiting multiple locations in a single day. Li Yunlong surmised this must be Major General Aldermont, the commander of the enemy's 10th Army. Having gained insight into his movements, Li Yunlong considered the possibility of eliminating this individual if the opportunity arose. Reminiscent of the pivotal moment at Songyan Ridge when a single artillery strike obliterated the command post of the Sakata Brigade, thereby turning the tide. Should Aldermont be neutralized, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for the forthcoming decisive battle. However, this task was not without its challenges. The enemy's helicopters provided significant mobility, rendering it difficult for Li Yunlong to anticipate Aldermont's whereabouts and prepare accordingly. Thus, this matter required careful deliberation. Chapter 29. Anomalies indicate intrigue. Li Yunlong arrived at the headquarters of the 3rd Division, where he met the illustrious company commander, Chen Dalei. During the years of confronting the enemy, this fellow had just assumed the position of commander of the 6th District, with merely a battalion at his disposal. The total strength of his forces barely allowed for the formation of a reinforced company. In contrast, other military districts typically boasted at least a regiment. His battalion-level command was a rarity akin to a scorpion's excrement. Nevertheless, This young man exhibited commendable abilities, having risen from humble beginnings to gradually assemble a formidable force. Now, as the commander of the 3rd Division, he commands a substantial and elite unit of over 10,000 troops, a testament to the prowess of Li Yunlong's esteemed military. Commander, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly anticipating your visit to our 3rd Division since I heard you were deployed. Upon meeting Li Yunlong, Chen Dali expressed his enthusiasm warmly. Enough with the pleasantries, Li Yunlong waved his hand and inquired, "What is the situation here lately?" Chen Dali replied, "Indeed. There is a matter I wish to report." "Speak," Li Yunlong urged, as Chen Dali led him to a map, pointing to it and stating, "The 7th Division has unexpectedly dispatched a regiment, specifically the 17th Regiment, advancing rapidly towards Huishan. They are nearly upon it." "Huishan?" Li Yunlong furrowed his brow and questioned, "Are there significant military objectives for our allies in Huishan?" Chen Dali shook his head. "To my knowledge, there are none. This area is remote. Although it lies by the river, it is not a crucial crossing, nor does it boast any major bridges. From a military standpoint, capturing this location holds little value. Based on our intelligence, our allies have nearly abandoned this region, and our forces have not advanced towards Huishan. Currently, we are positioned here and in the surrounding area, remaining concealed and on standby. I truly cannot fathom their intentions. Could they be pursuing some ulterior motive? Commander, should we attempt to intercept them?" Chen Dali proposed. "While we remain unaware of their objectives, as the saying goes, strange occurrences often harbor sinister intentions. We cannot allow them to succeed easily." Li Yunlong shook his head. "The 20th and 26th armies have yet to be properly positioned. It would be unwise to reveal our strength at this juncture. Our strategy is to draw the enemy in, elongating their front lines, thereby creating opportunities for us to strike. Diverting a main regiment from the 7th Division to occupy the militarily insignificant Huishan undoubtedly stretches their lines and scatters their forces further. When we launch a general assault, we will have a greater chance to defeat them in detail. Surely, this is advantageous?" Chen Dali nodded thoughtfully. "While that may be true, I remain uneasy about not discerning the enemy's intentions." Li Yunlong remarked, "Let us analyze the situation. The enemy currently holds an absolute advantage. If that is the case, do they truly need to resort to any devious schemes? Furthermore, do these foreign adversaries comprehend the concepts of strategy and tactics? Their methods are rudimentary and brutish, bombardment by artillery and aerial strikes. As previously noted, Huishan lacks any significant military targets. Thus, what could they possibly seek there?" After much contemplation, "I have discerned that the singular peculiarity of Huishan lies in its proximity to the Yarlung-Tsangpo River." Upon hearing this, Chen Dali appeared to grasp the essence of the matter and inquired, "Are you suggesting?" Li Yunlong replied, "I merely speculate. Perhaps their motives are rooted in vanity, wishing to boast in the newspapers about their arrival at the Yarlung-Tsangpo, proclaiming that the battle is nearing its conclusion. Have you perused their publications or listened to their broadcasts? They incessantly report on our northward advances in the cities we have seized. This leads me to believe that they are not engaged in warfare. Rather, it resembles a theatrical performance, a display of their formidable military prowess for the world to behold. Given their current mindset, it is not surprising that they engage in actions solely for the sake of appearances." Chen Dali pondered this for a moment and found the possibility highly plausible, unable to resist giving a thumbs up as he remarked, "Commander, you have indeed seen through these foreign devils." "Cease the flattery," Li Yunlong retorted. "However, it must be noted that this remains merely our conjecture. I am not privy to the innermost thoughts of these foreigners. Their true intentions are beyond my comprehension. Therefore, with ample time before the counteroffensive, we can certainly venture to Huishan and ascertain what tricks these foreign devils are up to. Additionally, we must gauge the enemy's true strength. Once the counteroffensive commences, the 17th Regiment of the 7th Division, being the most exposed and positioned at the rear, must not be taken lightly. We must eliminate them first." Chen Dali responded, "The enemy's line is extended, and their forces are dispersed. To confront them, we too must divide our troops and stretch our line, which consequently may leave us somewhat undermanned." Li Yunlong chuckled, "What are you plotting, you rascal? Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You know I have brought the 10th Regiment from the 4th Division, along with the independent regiment directly under the army, stationed nearby. Are you not merely seeking additional troops?" "Aha." Chen Dali laughed. "The commander is astute. Nothing escapes your notice." Li Yunlong continued, "I have deployed the 10th Regiment to bolster the strength of your 2 divisions. The 17th Regiment in Huishan must be neutralized first. allowing the independent regiment and one more regiment from the 10th to join forces, totaling 3 regiments to tackle this 17th regiment. You shall oversee the unified command here. Upon hearing this, Chun Dalei was elated. This essentially meant he would command both the independent and the 10th regiments, granting him a total of 5 principal regiments at his disposal. He had never before experienced such an abundance in warfare. How could he not be overjoyed? Commander, are you jesting? He exclaimed. Li Yunlong replied, Isn't this the outcome you desired? Enough with the distractions, let us first survey Huishan, and then I shall proceed to Xinjiang to assess the situation. Time is of the essence. After addressing matters here, I must return to the command center. So we must move swiftly. Let us go to Huishan. Yes. Chun Dalei responded eagerly. I shall make arrangements at once. We will journey to Huishan together. Chun Dalei, having achieved his desires, was in an exceptionally jubilant mood. He promptly set off with Li Yunlong towards Huishan in secret. While the independent regiment and the 10th regiment received Li Yunlong's orders to commence their clandestine assembly in the vicinity of Huishan. Chapter 30. Perhaps we can catch a big fish. The 17th Infantry Regiment successfully seized Huishan without encountering any resistance. Upon receiving the report, Major General Barr was elated and immediately called Ahmed. Edward, I have splendid news. The 17th Regiment has taken Huishan. It is a veritable ghost town, and our troops face no opposition. This operation has been remarkably smooth. Ahmed responded with a smile. Splendid. This aligns perfectly with my expectations. The enemy would not fortify Huishan. One might even say they lacked the courage to continue resisting. This was an utterly predictable conflict. Their resistance was utterly futile. Major General Barr exclaimed with excitement. In this case, we shall become the first troops to advance to the Yalu River. The soldiers of the advance party can hardly wait to relieve themselves by the riverbank. Aha! Ahmed, equally exhilarated, replied, Wonderful. With this achievement, you have become a hero, my dear David. Barr quickly interjected, This credit should rightly go to you. Had it not been for your guidance, we might have missed this opportunity. I wonder if you would be interested in accompanying me to the riverside for a commemorative photograph? Ahmed inquired with a smile. Such a momentous occasion would be incomplete without my presence. Ahmed assured, I am confident our photograph will grace the front page. Barr chuckled. It's rather late today, and preparations are necessary over there. How about tomorrow? Ahmed replied with a smile. Tomorrow is perfect for me. Let us go to the riverside and admire the beautiful scenery. Barr eagerly agreed. What a splendid idea. It is settled then. Thus, the two foreigners made plans to visit the riverside the next day to commemorate this historic moment. That night, Li Yunlong and Chun Dalei, along with their men, marched swiftly to the vicinity of Huishan. Duan Peng's independent regiment had already arrived and dispatched reconnaissance soldiers to survey the surrounding area. Upon Li Yunlong's arrival, he immediately summoned Duan Peng. Commander, the enemy has occupied the vicinity of Huishan City. Their advance units have reached the riverbank and established lookout posts there. Li Yunlong nodded slightly and inquired, Any other discoveries? Duan Peng furrowed his brow in thought before replying. Since this afternoon, groups of enemy soldiers have been arriving at the riverbank, and many have been urinating into the river. There are also accompanying journalists taking photographs, but we are unclear as to their intentions. Chun Dalei could not contain his anger, exclaiming, These despicable scoundrels, how utterly lacking in decency, urinating into the river. Li Yunlong scoffed. This is a provocation from the enemy. Provocation? Chun Dalei frowned, saying, If I catch them in the act, I shall ensure they are deprived of their appendages to feed the dogs. Li Yunlong explained that, if he remembered correctly, towards the end of World War II, Patton's troops advanced to the Rhine River and celebrated their victory by urinating into the river, a gesture that served as an affront to the enemy. It appears that these foreign devils have adopted a similar tradition. At this moment, Duan Peng remarked that they had discovered a group of enemy engineers clearing a patch of land by the riverbank, and by evening, the surrounding area had heightened its vigilance. Li Yunlong inquired about the location. Duan Peng produced a map, pointing to a nearby area, and stated, There is a large, flat stone by the riverbank from which one can gaze across to the opposite shore. Many enemies have been taking photographs and urinating there. Li Yunlong furrowed his brow and asked, Are you saying that the enemy suddenly intensified their vigilance nearby this evening? Indeed. Duan Peng nodded in affirmation. They have constructed a camp just a few hundred meters from the riverbank and cleared a substantial area. They have also increased the number of sentries around. It seems intriguing. Li Yunlong pondered for a moment, then quickly located the area on his system map. After examining it closely, doubts began to creep in. Let us join the fray and see what these fellows are up to. Before dawn, Li Yunlong and his men quietly approached the riverbank, taking refuge in a concealed gully. Duan Ping cautioned, "Commander, we cannot advance further. It would be easy for the enemy to spot us." Li Yunlong led his men to the summit, concealing themselves as they surveyed the distance. Indeed, he could discern a prominent flat stone on the hill by the river, which was an excellent vantage point for enjoying the river's scenery. "Commander, dawn is approaching. We should make haste," Duan Peng advised. "No need to rush." Li Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. "The main force of the 17th Regiment is primarily within Huishan City, and only a few hundred enemies are in this vicinity. Even if we are discovered, we can retreat effortlessly, but the enemy can call for air support. If we are spotted during our withdrawal in broad daylight, it could lead to trouble," Duan Peng replied, his concern stemming from a fear of Li Yunlong encountering any issues, particularly after the last incident, where Li Yunlong had nearly been blown apart. Duan Peng was even more anxious about his safety. Li Yunlong retorted sharply, "Stop the chatter. How far is it from here to there?" Duan Ping replied, "Approximately 2 kilometers." Li Yunlong continued, "If I am not mistaken, the nearest enemy force is several hundred meters away, merely their sentry posts. Although there are a few hundred enemies around, they are mostly scattered throughout the area, on alert. Our current position is quite advantageous. The enemy is unlikely to notice us here." Chen Daler, perplexed, asked, "Commander, do you have a plan?" Li Yunlong chuckled. "I have a hunch that we shall catch a big fish in this place, if my guess is correct. The reason these numerous enemies have come here to relieve themselves and take photographs is that they are the first troops to reach the riverbank, prompting them to capture this moment as a keepsake. Such behavior is typical among ordinary soldiers. One might wonder if there are any ostentatious foreign officers who would also come over to document this occasion." Chen Dalei chuckled and remarked, "Commander, there might indeed be such enemies." Li Yunlong responded with a smile, "Now that we are here, we ought to devise a way to engage them. Perhaps we can catch a big fish." Chen Dalei expressed some concern, saying, "But if we strike now, are you not worried about alerting the enemy?" Li Yunlong replied, "With so few of us, if we expose ourselves, they will merely assume they have encountered a guerrilla unit from the Northern Army. Northern guerrillas are active in many areas, launching attacks on the enemy. This is nothing extraordinary. Thus, there is no risk of alarming the enemy." He added with a grin, "I have a feeling we will certainly catch a big fish this time. Today, I shall remain here, waiting for the opportunity. If the fish do not bite, I will not leave." "Duan Peng, you know what to do. No need for me to instruct you," he continued. Duan Peng nodded slightly and assured, "Rest assured, Commander. If a big fish bites, none will escape." Li Yunlong, filled with pride, recounted, "Chen Dalei, back in the day when we fought the Japanese, I once annihilated an observation group, taking out a major general, 6 colonels, and over 100 officers in one fell swoop. I have a strong premonition that this time, the catch will not be small." Chen Dalei smiled and replied, "Then let us wait and see just how big this fish is." They remained concealed, silently waiting, too apprehensive to move for fear of exposure. Prolonged inactivity rendered their limbs stiff and their bodies cold. Fortunately, they had grown accustomed to such weather. They were resilient against the cold, and since it was daytime and the sun shone brightly, it was somewhat more bearable. They continued to wait until around 10 o'clock, when an unusual sound filled the air. Li Yunlong turned to see 2 helicopters approaching from a distance. Chen Dalei whispered, "Commander, those are the enemy's new aircraft. They can ascend and descend vertically." Li Yunlong explained, "These are helicopters. Not only can they go straight up and down, but they can also hover." Chen Dalei remarked, "In any case, I sense this equipment is formidable. However, they fly low. If we are well prepared and ambushed, they should be manageable." Li Yunlong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed through the system map that the helicopters were filled with vivid red dots representing enemy personnel, indicating that high-ranking officers were aboard. Yet, he pondered, what business could these 2 aircraft have here? Chen Dalei, perplexed, inquired. Li Yunlong chuckled and said, "As far as I know, the enemy mainly uses these helicopters to transport the wounded and occasionally to ferry supplies. However, their cargo capacity is limited, primarily designed for personnel transport. Had it not been for the transportation of the wounded, it must surely be that a high-ranking enemy official was aboard." Chen Daler, upon receiving this reminder, remarked that it could not possibly be for the transport of the injured. As there had been no recent battles nearby, where would the wounded have come from? Surely, they could not have frozen themselves while relieving themselves by the riverside. Thus, it was indeed likely that a high official had arrived. "You are quite astute, Commander." At that moment, Duan wore a tense expression. He was unaware if there was a dignitary on the plane, but he was acutely aware of the military commander and the division commander who were in close proximity. Should their presence be exposed, and they were pursued by the enemy, any misstep on their part would lead to dire consequences. By then, the two helicopters had landed on a clearing a few hundred meters from the riverside. Li Yunlong, grinning broadly, commented, "These enemy officers must be here to take photos and show off." Chen Dalo had grown accustomed to the peculiar phrases that occasionally escaped Li Yunlong's lips. His gaze remained fixed on the two helicopters that had just descended. "Commander," Chen Dalo began, but was swiftly interrupted by Li Yunlong. In a hushed tone, he instructed Duan Peng, "Prepare yourself. Wait for my command." "Yes, sir," Duan Peng replied. "However, Commander, once we finish, we must retreat swiftly." Li Yunlong nodded in agreement. "After the fight, do you expect to linger and offer the enemy a chance to capture us?" Duan Peng countered, "I am merely concerned for your safety." Li Yunlong, with an air of confidence, declared, "Fear not. My life is remarkably resilient. The one capable of ending it has yet to be born." Duan Peng could not suppress a smirk, reflecting on the last incident where it was a close call. Had they not hastened, Li Yunlong might have met his demise. Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself and cautiously withdrew. As the two helicopters touched down, a group of military officers approached eagerly. At the forefront was Colonel Allen, the commander of the 17th Regiment, who, accompanied by his subordinates, stood at attention in a display of utmost respect. The individuals disembarking from the helicopters held ranks superior to his own. First among them was Major General Ahmad, the commander of the 10th Army, followed by Major General Barr, the commander of the 7th Division, and Major General Hodge, the deputy division commander, as well as Brigadier General Schiffer, the artillery commander of the 7th Division. Remarkably, 4 generals had arrived. Major General Ahmad, brimming with excitement, addressed Colonel Allen, "Congratulations, Colonel, on your remarkable achievement." Colonel Allen promptly replied, "Thank you, sir." Major General Barr, unable to contain his eagerness, urged, "Colonel Allen, let us proceed to the riverside." Allen gestured ahead, saying, "Gentlemen, you will need to walk up that hill. On the other side lies the Yarlung River. There is a large rock at the cliff's edge, serving as a natural observation point, perfect for admiring the river view." Major General Ahmad smiled, "That sounds splendid. I am eager to witness the backward and ignorant scene across the river." Major General Barr added, "I have visited that country. They are indeed quite primitive, and their people are steeped in ignorance." Ahmad exclaimed, "Colonel Allen, please lead the way. Gentlemen, follow me." Colonel Allen guided Ahmad and the others along a rugged hillside path, ascending towards the summit. After approximately 10 minutes, the group reached the peak and approached a large stone. Ahmad, filled with excitement, inquired, "Is this the Yalu River?" "Indeed. Is that the ancient and underdeveloped country across from us? I must say, the scenery here is quite splendid. The opposite side is merely desolate wilderness, obscuring their ignorance and backwardness." Major General Barr remarked, "Next time, we could choose a different location. Soon we shall occupy all of the Jiangnan region." Ahmad smiled and responded, "Regardless of how much territory we seize, this remains our first foothold by the river, and you are the first troops to reach its banks. That fact is immutable." At this moment, the enemy officers were all brimming with excitement, unaware that just 2 kilometers away, on another mountain, a pair of ravenous eyes were fixated upon them. Chen Dalei, growing increasingly impatient, stated, "They are coming. It appears they are indeed a group of officers. Shall we take action?" Li Yunlong whispered, "Wait a moment longer. What are we waiting for? I've told you. Yet you don't understand." Chen Dalei questioned in confusion, "If you don't explain, how can I know you think I don't understand?" Chapter 32, A Complete Sweep. This venture will yield great profits. However, Li Yunlong found himself at a loss for words. He had just discovered through the system map that 2 enemy aircraft were flying towards the Yalu River. They were not too far away, and the army could call for air support at any moment. Li Yunlong would never engage in a losing endeavor. He understood the necessity of ensuring his own safety before confronting the enemy. Fortunately, those 2 aircraft, upon reaching the Yalu River, had veered westward, flying further away. Seeing that the planes did not head east along the river towards their direction, Li Yunlong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. There was still an opportunity, but for safety's sake, it was prudent to wait a little longer. The longer they waited, the more time they secured for a safe retreat. As the planes flew westward, the farther they went, the longer it would take for them to return. Thankfully, the distant figures remained engrossed in their activities, showing no immediate signs of departure. After a few minutes, Li Yunlong felt that the moment was right. Waiting any longer could prove perilous should they choose to leave or if unforeseen circumstances arose. He decisively issued the command, engage. Meanwhile, Ahmed and Bar were lined up, preparing for a group photograph. The foreign officers were beaming with radiant smiles, while the photographer attentively adjusted their positions and sought the optimal angle for the shot. All right, gentlemen, hold your poses, we're almost ready. Click. The photographer pressed the shutter, successfully capturing the final photograph of these foreign soldiers, their lives immortalized in that singular moment. Suddenly, a piercing whistle pierced the air, causing the enemy officers present to change color in alarm. Before Ahmed and the others could react, an 82mm mortar shell struck the large rock with devastating force. The explosion erupted before them, a brilliant flash illuminating the sky. Shrapnel rained down upon Ahmed and his companions, splattering blood in a gruesome display. The shockwave from the blast hurled Major General Ahmed, Brigadier General Bar, Brigadier General Hodge, Brigadier General Ziff, Colonel Allen, and a lieutenant colonel, 6 men in total, into the air. Behind them lay a cliff, and below that, the banks of the Yarlung Tsangpo River. Without exception, all 6 plummeted from the precipice, the sheer height of the fall granting them a fleeting thrill akin to bungee jumping before their demise. Even those who had not been killed by the explosion met their end as they fell from the heights, crashing onto the rocks below, where thick ice coated the ground near the riverbank, ensuring a fatal landing. Duan Peng and his men had long since positioned 2 82mm mortars on the hillside, already calibrated and aimed at the large rock, awaiting the command from Li Yunlong. In rapid succession, they fired 3 rounds, unleashing 6 shells in total. The first shot found its mark. The remaining 5 were somewhat superfluous. Nonetheless, these artillery strikes not only claimed the lives of Ahmed and his comrades, but also decimated several nearby officers and soldiers, so the expenditure could hardly be deemed wasteful. Li Yunlong surveyed the scene, unable to contain his exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Ha! This time, I've caught a great haul." In that moment, Li Yunlong felt as though he had returned to the days when he dismantled the Sakata Brigade at Songyun Ridge. Yet today, he was a vastly transformed man, and this catch was far more substantial than that of the old Sakata. One strike had dispatched 4 generals, along with a colonel, a lieutenant colonel, and approximately a dozen enemy soldiers. Nearly all those on the rock had been obliterated. Consulting the system map, Li Yunlong noticed that the previously vibrant red dots had vanished entirely. Though delighted, he remained composed and quickly commanded, "Everyone, retreat immediately." They had claimed their spoils, but their position was now exposed. The surrounding enemies were in disarray, frantically searching for them. If they did not flee now, they could find themselves entangled in considerable trouble. With their objective achieved, Li Yunlong was disinclined to linger and promptly ordered a retreat. The group acted swiftly, sprinting away. Their escape route had been predetermined. They skied down the mountainside and followed a narrow path through the woods, continuing their withdrawal into the distance. The enemy, caught off guard and in haste, found themselves unable to organize their forces for a pursuit, even if they had detected the presence of their adversaries. It would have been futile to chase after Li Yunlong and his companions, who had retreated into the desolate mountains, devoid of any discernible paths. Given the age of these seasoned soldiers, it was rather implausible for them to catch up. Li Yunlong led his men to a safe haven, temporarily seeking refuge in a cave. He estimated that even if the enemy conducted a search, they would likely overlook this location for the time being. Thus, Li Yunlong resolved to wait here for a while before seeking another opportunity to retreat. Shin Daler excitedly remarked, "Commander, after this strike, we should have captured quite a few significant targets. I just wonder how substantial these targets might be." Li Yunlong shared in the uncertainty of the matter. He could not ascertain the precise identities of those who might have been eliminated in the bombardment. Relying on the indications of the system's map, he speculated that among the casualties, there was a possibility of Almonda being included, as that red stood out conspicuously on the entire Eastern Front battlefield. Nonetheless, this remained merely conjecture, and Li Yunlong dared not assert with certainty that it was indeed Almonda. With a smile, Li Yunlong responded, "Regardless of the size of the catch, we can be assured that there will certainly be substantial targets. Such opportunities are rare. These fellows have unwittingly collided with our line of fire. It would be remiss not to eliminate them. However, I anticipate that we shall soon discover their identities, if there truly are significant targets among them. The enemy's newspapers and broadcasts will undoubtedly reveal this. We shall await the news." Li Yunlong was eager to learn which notable figures had been taken down, yet he could only bide his time for further information. He mused that if indeed several key figures had been eliminated, a handsome reward would surely follow the next day. Although the number of enemies dispatched was not vast, the ranks included several officers, along with high-ranking officials, suggesting that the outcome was indeed substantial. According to the system's regulations, rewards for today would be disbursed promptly at noon the following day, promising a considerable bounty in gold coins. In fact, over the past few days, Li Yunlong had accrued some gold coins, albeit in modest quantities, as the main forces had remained concealed and on standby, resulting in no significant engagements. Only a handful of reconnaissance soldiers had infiltrated enemy lines, taking out a few foes and capturing some intelligence, but that was the extent of it. The ordinary soldiers were, of course, not nearly as valuable as senior military officers, hence a substantial bonus was all but guaranteed for the following day. With these thoughts, Li Yunlong's spirits soared. Chapter 33. Li Yunlong strikes gold. Before long, the enemy's retaliation commenced. The military, indeed bountiful in resources, dispatched dozens of aircraft of various types to conduct bombings in the vicinity. Incendiary bombs rained down, engulfing the mountain peaks in a fierce inferno, with thick plumes of smoke rising to the heavens. Shundaler could not restrain himself from cursing. These scoundrels are truly willing to spend their resources. It seems we must have struck down one of their high-ranking officials, or else they would not be this furious. Li Yunlong shook his head and replied, "Based solely on this, it's difficult to draw any conclusions. The foreign devils are indeed affluent. To them, a few planes and bombs are of little consequence. As far as I am aware, their infantry can summon air support at any moment, raining bombs down as if they were mere trifles. In the future, we are likely to encounter an increasing number of bombings, making troop air defense of utmost importance, which must be taken seriously." Shindalei promptly responded, "Understood. You need not worry. No one dares to be careless in this regard. Fortunately, we withdrew swiftly and distanced ourselves adequately. Otherwise, we might have ended up as roasted pigs by now." Li Yunlong remarked with a smile. "However, this means we are safe now. They are unlikely to deploy large forces for an extensive search. Perhaps they fear falling into an ambush, preventing them from venturing deep into the mountains for a wide-ranging hunt. It may also simply be laziness. Regardless, we are temporarily safe. Let us keep a watchful eye outside, and if no substantial enemy forces approach, we can retreat by evening. The others should take this opportunity to rest well." Yes, the commander of the 10th Army was killed in the bombing, effectively severing unified command of the Eastern Front's 10th Army. This significant news reached Mac's headquarters, far away in Wano, at once. Ahmad, a trusted subordinate of old Mac, was killed in the explosion, prompting Mac to erupt in furious curses. However, what is done is done. It is too late to lament now. Once Mac regained his composure, he resignedly stated, "In that case, let Major General Smith take charge of all frontline troops of the 10th Army." The adjutant acknowledged, and then added, "Commander, not only did General Ahmad perish, but several senior officers from the 7th Division also fell in battle." Mac felt his anger surging once more. As the high command of the 7th Division had been nearly wiped out, one major general and 2 brigadier generals were all lost. Colonel McLean, the commander of the 32nd Regiment, would be put in charge of unified command of the 7th Division's forces. After all, this war is nearing its conclusion. So inform Major General Smith to expedite their efforts. I will grant them a maximum of 3 more days. The 25th is the deadline. And they must reach the designated position and launch a large-scale offensive. The enemy has little strength left and is disinclined to resist. We must seize this opportunity to annihilate them completely and bring this war to a victorious close. Upon receiving the news, Major General Smith was deeply shocked. These individuals are truly idle, seeking to flaunt themselves by the river. Now they can remain there forever. Who did this? The adjutant replied, "It is still unclear. It should be the guerrillas of the Northern Army." After firing a few shots, they immediately retreated, and the soldiers of the 17th Regiment could not catch up. It is said that this group is small, likely just a guerrilla unit. Major General Smith sighed helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. This is nothing short of disgraceful. A small enemy unit has managed to eliminate 4 of our generals. The adjutant quickly remarked, "This was merely an accident." Smith replied, "While it may be called an accident, Ahmad and Ball are indeed dead." Soon, Mac's orders arrived. Major Smith let out a resigned sigh and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Commander Mike is once again urging us to hasten our progress. He is far removed in the land of Yamato and remains oblivious to the specific circumstances at the front lines. His optimism is misplaced, and could lead to complications. A military officer interjected, "General, the commander's repeated exhortations leave us little room to defy orders. The airport is nearly completed, and I believe," Smith interjected. "Then command the troops to launch successive offensives towards Latanli and other areas. Should we encounter the enemy's main force, we must do everything in our power to overcome them. It is imperative that our main forces advance to the Latanli front within the commander's deadline and prepare to continue the assault towards Jiangxia. Let the 3rd Division of the Southern Corps safeguard our left flank, while the 7th Infantry Division secures our right flank and serves as a reserve, ready to provide support at any moment." Gazing intently at the sand table before him, Major Smith contemplated for a moment, convinced that his arrangements would ensure absolute success. Ding dong. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 67,856 gold coins." At noon, with the sound of a crisp system notification, Li Yunlong finally received this substantial reward of gold coins. The unexpected windfall of over 60,000 coins astonished him, particularly since, in previous days, he had only garnered a maximum of 500 coins on the busiest day, given the lack of significant battles. Suddenly receiving such a bounty felt like a stroke of fortune. Li Yunlong was well aware of the strong purchasing power of these gold coins in the system's marketplace. A military carbine cost merely 10 coins, while a Garand rifle was a mere 12 coins. Various types of submachine guns were also priced in the tens of coins. With over 67,000 coins, he could procure a substantial arsenal of weapons and ammunition. Of course, this was only for light weaponry, which was relatively inexpensive. The marketplace also boasted heavy armaments, cannons, tanks, aircraft, and more, all of which generally required thousands or even tens of thousands of points. Thus, while this sum might not seem overwhelmingly large for heavier equipment, it nonetheless represented a considerable profit for Li Yunlong, who had only expended a few mortar shells to acquire such wealth. This was undeniably a lucrative venture. Li Yunlong understood that his success was largely due to fortuitous circumstances. Having encountered a few major fish this time, future opportunities might not be so favorable. However, once the general assault commenced and large-scale battles erupted, although ordinary soldiers might not be particularly valuable individually, their sheer numbers would surely yield a significant return of gold coins after a major conflict. That afternoon, Li Yunlong arrived at the headquarters of the 2nd Division. By nightfall, he and the division commander, Jiang Dia, along with others, stealthily approached the vicinity of Xingxingli. Li Yunlong surveyed the situation and inquired, "Have we thoroughly investigated the enemy situation?" Chapter 34. Good news. Jiang Dia nodded and whispered, "The reconnaissance is complete. The main forces of the 31st Regiment of the 7th Infantry Division, along with part of the 32nd Regiment, are stationed in and around Xingxingli. We have gathered a comprehensive understanding of their specific defensive arrangements." "Well done." Li Yunlong nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "This 31st Infantry Regiment, known as the Polar Bear Regiment, is an elite unit, one of the finest among our brigade-level forces. This signifies that the Polar Bear Regiment is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Once we launch a full-scale assault, your 2nd Division's primary target will be Xingxingli. With Jiang Dia no longer in the picture, can you manage to tackle this tough nut?" Jiang Dia had once confessed his feelings to Dongfang Wening, only to be met with rejection. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept this and inquired, "What is it about me that you dislike? I can change." Dongfang Wening pondered deeply and decided to use an unchangeable flaw to dismiss him. She replied, "I simply do not like your large tooth." Without hesitation, Jiang Dia pulled out a box cutter and promptly removed the offending tooth. Unfortunately, the two could not reach a happy conclusion, as Dongfang Wening heroically perished in battle. This mirrors Li Yunlong's own experience. During the Battle of Ping'an County, his newlywed wife also met a tragic fate. Jiang Dia grinned and declared, "Without that large tooth, I still possess a mouthful of steel teeth. What is one Polar Bear Regiment? I shall crush it to pieces." Li Yunlong gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Excellent, you have the spirit. I shall await your good news. Remember, I do not seek to merely drive them away. We must annihilate this Polar Bear Regiment entirely. Let us demonstrate the might of our army and shatter the enemy's will. Yes, we shall ensure the completion of the mission." After touring the 2nd Division and assessing the conditions of various units, as well as the enemy's situation, Li Yunlong hurried back to the command center. Upon his return, Zhao Gang quickly approached him and said, "Old Li, you have finally returned." Li Yunlong smiled and responded, "Just in time for the impending battle. As he approached the sand table, he observed the massive model before him, where the positions of all units, including the 20th and 26th Armies and the gathered intelligence on the enemy, were clearly marked. Li Yunlong said with a smile, "From what I have gathered, the enemy is also actively preparing for a new wave of attacks. On the Western Front, the 8th Group Army has gradually entered the encirclement we have set, while on our Eastern Front, 3 armies are already deployed and ready for combat." Zhao Gang nodded and said, "Indeed, according to the directives from the command, our forces will simultaneously launch a counteroffensive on both the Eastern and Western fronts, striving to trap the advancing enemy forces and annihilate them in one fell swoop." Li Yunlong chuckled, "With hundreds of thousands of troops advancing simultaneously on both fronts, these bastards will certainly be in for a surprise." Zhao Gang added, "There is more good news. Do you know?" "What good news?" Li Yunlong inquired curiously. Zhao Gang replied, "From the enemy's broadcasts, it was reported that Major General Amund, commander of the 10th Army, as well as Major General Ball and 2 brigadiers from the 7th Division, perished when their helicopter crashed during an inspection at the front line due to inclement weather. And this is before the battle has even begun. The commanding officers of the 10th Army and the 7th Division have all perished, and astonishingly, 4 generals have met their demise simultaneously. Is this not a piece of good news?" Li Yunlong, slightly taken aback, widened his mouth in surprise, and upon reflection, he comprehended that it was not merely an aircraft crash, but rather the colossal catch he had ensnared. However, he did not anticipate that the shelling would result in the deaths of 4 senior generals. Li Yunlong chuckled, exclaiming, "Ha! Excellent! They died splendidly. Nevertheless, I suspect it was not an aircraft incident. These foreign devils were undoubtedly annihilated by my hand." "Is that so?" Zhao Gang could not resist expressing his astonishment, his eyes widening. Li Yunlong recounted the events of that day in detail to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang nodded, stating, "If that is the case, they could very well have been killed by your bombardment." The enemy, in a bid to maintain their facade and bolster troop morale, intentionally declared it an aircraft mishap. Such occurrences are not entirely uncommon. "Why did you not report this to superiors back then?" Li Yunlong replied, "How could I report it without confirming the identities of the deceased? Although I suspected that high-ranking enemy officials might have been aboard, considering they arrived by helicopter, I had no means to verify that. How could I report it?" Zhao Gang hesitated and inquired, "Should we report this matter now?" Li Yunlong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "At present, we cannot ascertain whether those individuals were indeed killed by my actions. Reporting it now may appear as if I am claiming undue credit. Such behavior is beneath me, Li Yunlong. We shall wait until the situation is clarified before making any reports." Zhao Gang, puzzled, asked, "How do we ascertain that?" Li Yunlong responded, "It is quite simple. If those fellows were genuinely killed by our bombardment near Huishan River, the troops of the 17th Regiment are bound to be aware of the truth. The 17th Infantry Regiment is still stationed in the Huishan area. Once the general offensive commences, I shall first eliminate them. At that point, capturing a few prisoners for interrogation will reveal everything, will it not?" Zhao Gang, enlightened, laughed and said, "Indeed. Let us wait until the situation is confirmed. If you truly did take out 4 generals with a single shell, you would have achieved remarkable merit." Li Yunlong, unfazed, remarked, "For mere foreign devils are hardly worth mentioning. The enemy forces before us, the Marine Corps and the 7th Division, number in the tens of thousands. Now, that is the true feast. Such a multitude of adversaries will suffice for a hearty meal." Although the enemy consisted of only 2 divisions, the Marine Corps is the Army's foremost elite. The entire division is well equipped and boasts over 20,000 troops, meaning that, in terms of sheer manpower, this Marine Corps is equivalent to 2 of Li Yunlong's divisions. When considering firepower, it could be said that even 4 of Li Yunlong's divisions combined would not match a single Marine Corps. Furthermore, the enemy can summon air support at any time. Thus, Li Yunlong finds himself devoid of any advantages. Of course, Li Yunlong is not engaged in battle alone. The 20th and 26th Armies have already flanked and infiltrated the enemy's sides. However, the enemy forces in the Changjin Lake region consist of more than just these 2 divisions. There exists the 3rd Division of the Li Puppet Army, comprising over 20,000 soldiers. However, the combat efficacy of these troops is lamentably poor. It is said that during the prisoner of war athletic games, the running events were entirely dominated by the captured soldiers, who were ironically among the slowest, as those who could run swiftly evaded capture. Regardless of their lackluster combat capabilities, they still represent an opposing force of over 20,000. Additionally, There is a 3rd Division of the military, which possesses considerable fighting strength. Therefore, from a comprehensive perspective, our army holds no discernible advantage. Securing this significant victory will not be an uncomplicated endeavor. Chapter 35. The opportunity for prosperity has arrived. However, Li Yunlong is imbued with confidence, as he firmly believes that the outcome of war is not solely determined by weaponry and equipment, but principally by the resolve of those wielding them. While the enemy possesses aircraft and artillery, we boast an unyielding spirit, sufficient to conquer any adversary. Following the acquisition of a substantial reward in gold coins, Li Yunlong meticulously conducted 2 simulations of the entire campaign. Based on the outcomes of these simulations, he refined the operational plan to achieve perfection. It must be noted that utilizing the system for combat simulations incurs significant costs in gold. The larger the scale of the simulation, the greater the expenditure. Li Yunlong invested over 20,000 gold coins across 2 simulations. Nevertheless, this expenditure is justified, as strategic adjustments can significantly reduce our casualties and yield greater victories. Li Yunlong pointed to the sand table and inquired, "Has the main force of the Marine Corps 1st Division arrived near Latonli?" Xiaoming nodded in affirmation, stating, "According to the intelligence we have gathered, the Marine Corps 1st Division has amassed at least 2 main regiments in the vicinity of Latonli." Li Yunlong nodded and remarked, "Based on my deductions, the enemy will soon launch a new offensive. The Marine Corps 1st Division will lead the attack, gradually advancing from the Latonli front towards Pupingli. Once Pupingli is secured, they will continue their assault on Jiangjia, for the Northern Army's headquarters is situated there, making it their ultimate objective. The 7th Division is tasked with ensuring the flank security of the Marine Corps 1st Division. However, the enemy has yet to detect our main force. Thus, once the Marine Corps 1st Division captures Pupingli, the 7th Division will maneuver along the eastern bank of the Changjin Lake towards Latonli, coordinating with the Marine Corps 1st Division to press onward towards Jiangjia. The enemy's strategy appears relatively conservative, adopting a methodical approach. Our initial objective is to thwart the advance of the Marine Corps 1st Division, delaying their main force and exhausting their momentum. Subsequently, we will concentrate our superior forces to eliminate the 7th Division. Once it is vanquished, the flank of the Marine Corps 1st Division will be exposed. As for the western side of the Marine Corps 1st Division, there lies the 3rd Division of the Li Puppet Army. In my estimation, these troops are a disorganized rabble. The 20th Army has already positioned itself, with their primary goal being the annihilation of this 3rd Division of the Li Puppet Army. For the 20th Army, this task is merely child's play. Consequently, the flanks of the Marine Corps 1st Division will be utterly exposed to our forces' assault, at which point we shall indulge in this sumptuous feast. Thus, our primary objective in the initial phase of combat is to confront the 7th Division, particularly the 17th Regiment, which has positioned itself prominently in Huishan. However, their presence at Huishan holds little value. I surmise that once the battle commences, they will retreat from Huishan to regroup with the main force of the 7th Division, advancing towards Latonli along the eastern bank of the Changjin Lake. Therefore, it is imperative to annihilate the 17th Regiment within the vicinity of Huishan. They have boasted in newspapers and broadcasts about their bravery, claiming the 17th Regiment was the first to reach the riverbank. Since this 17th Regiment is so eager to stand out, I shall be the one to strike down this audacious bird. Li Yunlong elaborated on the forthcoming combat situation and outlined his general strategy, seeking the opinions of his comrades. Zhao Gang, Xiao Ming, and Deputy Corps Commander Lu Chong all expressed their agreement with Li Yunlong's analysis and plans. Pleased, Li Yunlong nodded and remarked with a smile, "Since everyone has no objections, let us proceed accordingly." Zhao Gang inquired, "What about the specific operational deployment?" Li Yunlong's expression grew serious as he focused intently on the sand table, pondering for a moment before responding. "Xiao Ming, take note of the following deployment. The main forces of the 1st and 4th Divisions, excluding the 10th Regiment, will establish defenses along the Pupingli front line to impede the advance of the Marine Corps main forces. The 9th Regiment of the 3rd Division, the 10th Regiment of the 4th Division, and the independent regiment directly under the army will lie in ambush around Jiashan. Once the battle ignites, the 17th Regiment will retract from Huishan. Inform Chen Dalai that it is crucial to annihilate the 17th Regiment around Jiashan. The main forces of the 3rd Division will launch an offensive at Naidongzi to prevent the main forces of the 7th Division from converging with the Marine Corps towards Latonli. The main forces of the 2nd Division will mount a full-scale assault in the vicinity of Xingxingli. Tell Jiang Dia that I intend to capture the Bear's Paw. and he must slay this polar bear to secure Xingli. Understood. Xiao Ming promptly replied, diligently recording Li Yunlong's operational directives. Li Yunlong added with a smile. The overarching strategy is to first concentrate our forces to eliminate the 7th Division. After securing Xingli and other locations, we will fully collaborate with our brother units to vanquish the Marine Corps. Isn't that Mac boasting about how his soldiers will be home before Christmas? This place is not as easily accessible as they claim. Our hospitality will ensure that these foreign devils remain here to celebrate Christmas. I shall take charge of their fate. Report to the Corps Commander. The 7th Company of the Independent Regiment has returned. Previously, the 7th Company had been tasked with delivering a radio to Jisi. Upon completing their mission, they received orders to return promptly. Wu Qianli wasted no time, leading his soldiers back with urgency. Li Yunlong chuckled, saying, "This lad has returned just in time. Bring Wu Qianli to see me." Yes. Soon, Wu Qianli strode in with great determination, standing at attention and saluting with a crisp military gesture. He reported, "Commander, the 7th Company of the Independent Regiment has completed its mission and returned. I am Company Commander Wu Qianli." Li Yunlong smiled, gesturing dismissively. "I've heard all about it. Did you engage in battle with the army on your way back?" Wu Qianli nodded, replying, "We happened upon a brother unit attacking an army communications base, so we lent a hand." Li Yunlong chuckled. "Well done. What is your assessment of the army's combat capabilities?" Wu Qianli responded, "The army's fighting strength is still formidable, but they rely heavily on superior weaponry. Their soldiers are merely tall and robust, ultimately a bunch of inept individuals who flee faster than rabbits when the tide of battle turns against them. However, their tanks are indeed impressive. They withstand explosives far better than those of the past. We encountered only a few tanks. But should we face the enemy's main force with numerous tanks, our lack of anti-tank weaponry would pose a significant challenge." Li Yunlong smiled, acknowledging, "I must admit, the army's tanks are quite formidable. We currently have a scarcity of anti-tank weapons, but that will change in time. The army is wealthy. If we need something, we shall simply procure it from them. This time, we are up against the army's elite, and their weaponry is enough to make one drool. An opportunity for wealth has arisen. We must ensure we acquire as much as we can." Wu Qianli, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Yes, Commander. What combat mission do we have next?" Chapter 36, A World Apart. Li Yunlong led Wu Qianli to the sand table, indicating the layout. The Independent Regiment is laying an ambush at Jia Mountain, preparing to strike the 17th Infantry Regiment from Huishan. Wu Qianli examined the sand table and inquired, "Commander, are you suggesting that this 17th Regiment will withdraw from Huishan? Otherwise, why lay an ambush at Jia Mountain?" Li Yunlong affirmed, "Indeed. The 7th Division's mission is to secure the flanks of the Marine Corps main assault. Once the Marine Corps launches its attack towards Jiangjie, the 17th Regiment will inevitably converge towards them, making their stay at Huishan unnecessary, even if they do not retreat. Once the battle intensifies and the enemy discovers our main force, they will surely consolidate their troops and abandon the strategically insignificant Huishan. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, they will retreat, and Jia Mountain will be their inevitable path, potentially becoming their grave. We must endeavor to eliminate the 17th Infantry Regiment. You are to proceed immediately and act in concert with the main forces. Should you fail to arrive at Jia Mountain in time, redirect to Xingli, where the Polar Bear Regiment is likely to engage in a fierce battle. After the main force of the Independent Regiment eliminates the Army's 17th Infantry Regiment, they will also advance towards Xingli." Wu Qianli, having grasped Li Yunlong's strategic deployment through the sand table, was visibly excited, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. He remarked, "Commander, your strategy is truly grand. If all goes smoothly, the enemy on the Eastern Front will be thoroughly defeated." "Aha!" Li Yunlong chuckled heartily, saying, "I haven't fought in over 2 years. This time, having finally seized such a splendid opportunity, how can I not indulge?" Wu Qianli promptly replied, "Then let us set off immediately for Jianshan." Li Yunlong remarked, "During this period, your 7th Company has been tirelessly shuttling back and forth. It would be wise to allow the soldiers a brief respite before we depart." Wu Qianli quickly responded, "Let us rest on the way. I fear that if we delay, we might arrive too late to even have a sip of soup. We are known as the 7th Infiltration Company. Speed is our forte." "Very well," Li Yunlong said. "Stay safe and go." "Yes." Wu Qianli saluted once more and swiftly departed. At the command center of the Marine Corps 1st Division in Zaijiu, Major General Smith scrutinized the sand table before him, declaring, "We can no longer afford to delay. The soldiers have enjoyed a lavish Thanksgiving feast. It is time to launch our offensive. Otherwise, General MacArthur will surely be enraged. The 23rd marked the traditional Thanksgiving, a day when the frontline soldiers relished a sumptuous feast. It must be said that military logistics are unparalleled. Even in the harsh conditions of the Chosin reservoir, their soldiers enjoyed a hearty meal, complete with roasted turkey, meat pies, fried potatoes, salads, fruit cakes, and even cocktails. Some officers were fortunate enough to savor steak and red wine. In stark contrast, our troops, facing logistical challenges, endured the bitter cold of -30 to 40 degrees, hiding in the icy wilderness, battling hunger. Particularly for Li Yunlong's unit. Having been among the first to arrive in the Chosin reservoir area, their rations were nearly exhausted after several days of waiting in concealment. With the region being sparsely populated and most locals having fled due to the outbreak of war, it was utterly impossible for the Song Corps, comprising over 100,000 men, to address their food needs locally. At this juncture, the prospect of eating a baked potato was a luxury. In such frigid weather, the potatoes froze solid as rocks, rendering them nearly impossible to bite into. The soldiers could only warm the potatoes under their armpits, nibbling at one layer before warming them again. It is scarcely imaginable how our soldiers persevered under such harsh conditions and extreme environments. A unit endowed with such unwavering resolve is destined to be invincible. Returning to the matter at hand, the slow progress of the Marine Corps 1st Division had incited extreme dissatisfaction in MacArthur. At this moment, even Major General Smith dared not further challenge MacArthur's limits. Who could predict the consequences of fully provoking such a man? The wrath of MacArthur was not something a mere brigadier general could withstand. Major General Smith, with a grave expression, commanded, immediately order the 5th and 7th Marine Regiments to advance from the Lutan area toward Whooping, ensuring that we swiftly seize Whooping and open the gateway to launch our offensive. Major Smith continued, commanding the 7th Division to advance along the eastern bank of Changjin Lake towards Latonli, ensuring the safety of our flanks. Particularly, the 17th Regiment stationed at Huishan was to retreat immediately to regroup with the division's main force and gradually move towards Latonli. Smith found the 17th Regiment's occupation of Huishan perplexing. It was a mere display of bravado, as seizing Huishan held little strategic value. However, the cost of this pretense was steep, claiming the lives of 4 generals in the process. Nevertheless, for Major Smith, there was a silver lining in the reckless audacity of General Ahmed. Had they not ventured forth, Smith would not have had the opportunity to command the entire Eastern Front. He ordered the 3rd Division of the Southern Army to bolster their defenses to ensure the safety of our left flank. While Smith held little hope for the combat effectiveness of these troops, he recognized that their left flank was bordered by the Wolf Forest mountain range, a continuous expanse of towering peaks that transformed into treacherous snow-covered mountains after snowfall. In his estimation, it was inconceivable for any enemy to march through such an inhospitable environment, let alone traverse the formidable Wolf Forest mountain range. Regrettably for our forces, impossibilities were not a notion they adhered to. With no path but the towering, cloud-kissing snow mountains, our troops were no strangers to such arduous climbs. On the 25th, under Major Smith's orders, 2 main regiments from the Marine Corps, the 5th and 7th Regiments, commenced their advance from Latonli towards Wupingli, as directed by their commanding officer. Upon receiving reports of the enemy's initial movements, Li Yunlong directed, informed Zhou Weiguo to engage in skirmishes along the route to slow the enemy's advance. We must delay their march while waiting for the opportune moment for a full assault. Yes. What is the status of the enemy at Huishan? Li Yunlong inquired. Xiaoming responded, the enemy is consolidating their forces and packing up. It appears they are preparing to retreat. However, given the current situation, they may not depart until tomorrow. Li Yunlong pointed to the map, stating, if they set off early tomorrow, they won't reach Jianshan until the afternoon at the earliest. It is winter, the days are short, and nightfall will inhibit their aerial reinforcements. Calculating this, we have just enough time. Immediately informed Chun Dalei that we must eliminate the 17th Regiment. Understood. Connect me with Commander Song. Commander, the call is connected. Chapter 37, The First Battle of the Marine Corps. Li Yunlong promptly took the call, cheerfully saying, hello. This is Li Yunlong. Is this Commander Song? On the other end, Commander Song's voice came through swiftly. Old Li, what is it? Li Yunlong replied with a smile. The Marine Corps has commenced its offensive towards Wupingli. I have ordered our troops to engage in delaying actions to slow their advance. But we will not reveal our main force just yet. The enemy's 17th Regiment at Huishan has begun packing up for their retreat. barring any unforeseen circumstances. They should arrive at Jianshan by tomorrow afternoon. We plan to ambush them here, concentrating about a division's worth of forces to take out the 17th Regiment. However, once we engage at Jianshan, we will inevitably expose ourselves. My intention is to launch a comprehensive offensive tomorrow, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness. As I have previously reported to you, we must first eliminate the 7th Division. The remaining Marine Division will then be our prey. Commander Song pondered for a moment and inquired, tomorrow night? Do you not realize that the Western Front will initiate a full-scale counteroffensive tonight? Originally, as per Chief Xi's directives, our forces were scheduled to commence a counterattack on the night of the 25th from both the Eastern and Western Fronts simultaneously. However, the Eastern Front Song Corps is somewhat ill-prepared due to logistical difficulties caused by enemy bombardments, compounded by the already poor road conditions. The troops have largely mobilized. Yet the heavy artillery has not been positioned in time. Those formidable cannons are exceedingly cumbersome to transport over mountains and through snow. While infantry and even horses fare somewhat better, the heavy artillery proves exceedingly challenging to maneuver, inevitably causing delays. Without sufficient artillery support, once we launch our attack, the enemy will surely retreat to their positions to defend, making it increasingly difficult to breach their defenses. Commander Song was also contemplating postponing the counteroffensive by 2 days. However, with Li Yunlong now advocating for a major assault tomorrow night, Commander Song found himself in a quandary. According to Li Yunlong's strategy, this presents an excellent opportunity to eliminate the 17th Regiment, should we miss this chance. The union of the 17th Regiment and the 7th Division's main force would pose a far greater challenge. Noticing Commander Song's hesitation, Li Yunlong hastily asserted, opportunities must not be squandered. The window for action is fleeting. Tomorrow night is the optimal moment. Rest assured, Commander, we will ensure the annihilation of the 17th Regiment and subsequently deal with the 7th Division, thus securing our victory. Commander Song nodded in agreement, saying, your reasoning is sound. Let us proceed as you suggest. Are you certain they will arrive at Jia Mountain tomorrow? Li Yunlong replied, they are already packing up to retreat, yet do not appear inclined to depart today. These seasoned soldiers would not traverse at night without exceptional circumstances, so they will surely set off tomorrow. By tomorrow afternoon, they will undoubtedly reach Jia Mountain. Very well. Commander Song resolved. Thus, we shall proceed as you propose. After you fire the first shot at Jia Mountain tomorrow afternoon, we will initiate the full-scale counteroffensive that very night. Indeed, Li Yunlong responded with a smile, Commander, your wisdom is truly remarkable. Li Yunlong vowed, you ensure that this battle is fought well. Should it falter, I shall not let you off easily. Li Yunlong readily assured, fear not. For this first battle abroad must shine. Failing to do so would be a significant embarrassment. I have heard that the 38th Army was reprimanded sharply for their lackluster performance in their first engagement. Although I, Li Yunlong, possess a thick skin, I too wish to avoid reprimand. I pledge to execute this battle effectively, first eliminating the 7th Division, then addressing the Marine Division. Let these scoundrels witness what true elite forces are capable of. Commander Song concluded, very well, I shall await your favorable news. After hanging up the phone, Commander Song could not help but curse. Damn it. Is he the commander or am I the commander? How dare he give me orders? Beside him, Director Xie chuckled and remarked, what is this? I've heard that Li Yunlong, that rascal, once independently assaulted the city of Pingyuan in the northwest of Shaanxi, turning it into utter chaos. Even that fellow from the Zhiji was stirred into action because of him. And in Huaihai, he led a division, creating havoc while 2 columns followed behind him to clean up the mess. Commander Song laughed and said, that old fellow has never been one to play it safe. Back in Iowan, he caused no small amount of trouble. However, one cannot deny his prowess in battle. If all goes smoothly this time, we should achieve considerable results. If things don't go well, I'll deal with him later. As the 5th and 7th Marine Regiments had already initiated their assault, Zhou Weiguo was ordered to organize the troops for a defensive operation, but it was not yet advisable to reveal the main forces to avoid alarming the enemy. Within the headquarters of the 1st Division, Zhou Weiguo pointed at the sand table and stated, according to the commander, Smith is quite a cautious fellow. Therefore, during the defense, we must leverage the advantages of the terrain and avoid prematurely exposing our main forces. If we alert the enemy, we cannot bear the responsibility. The mechanized 1st Marine Division could damage some roads and lay additional mines to slow their advance. The 1st Regiment dispatched a reinforced battalion to conduct a defense at Hill 1573, which was a crucial route for the enemy, and it was imperative to block their advance. He instructed them to be cautious, as the enemy possessed numerous tanks, and during combat, they must think strategically and not act recklessly. Forget it. This is our first encounter with the 1st Marine Division. I shall go personally. I want to see just how capable this 1st Marine Division truly is. After giving his orders, Zhou Weiguo left the command post and headed straight for Hill 1573. By noon that day, the 5th Marine Regiment had advanced near Hill 1573. 2 tanks led 4 infantry transport vehicles at the forefront, oblivious to the fact that they had already entered the ambush zone set by our forces. At the command of Yang Dali, the soldiers hidden on the mountains suddenly opened fire. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon the transport vehicles like a torrential downpour. With no cover, the soldiers, positioned above, unleashed a barrage of bullets that instantly turned the enemy inside the vehicles into mere targets. Simultaneously, cluster grenades whizzed down from the hillside, emitting thick black smoke. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions resonated as all 4 transport vehicles were obliterated. The 2 tanks at the forefront immediately came to a halt. At that moment, the soldiers lying in ambush to the side aimed their rocket launchers at the 2 tanks. Whoosh! A piercing whistle filled the air as 2 rockets soared towards the military tanks, striking them directly. Chapter 38. Indeed, it was straightforward and brutal. Boom, boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, the flames and smoke consuming the 2 tanks in an instant. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the soldiers were astonished to discover that the tanks had not been destroyed, nor had they sustained significant damage. Instead, they were awkwardly retreating. At that moment, the hatches of the tanks swung open, and 2 soldiers emerged, brandishing heavy machine guns to commence their counterattack. The tank turrets slowly turned, seeking targets on the hillside. Yang Dali, witnessing this scene, was left speechless. Damn, how sturdy are these tanks? Not even a rocket launcher can penetrate them. Unbeknownst to him, these were the enemy's Pershing heavy tanks, and the outdated rocket launchers in the soldiers' hands were utterly incapable of breaching their armor. Seeing the 2 tanks attempting to flee, Yang Dali shouted, "Sharpshooters, take out those machine gunners. Aim for their tracks with the rocket launchers. Do not let them escape." Bang, bang. Gunshots rang out as the exposed enemy gunners were swiftly eliminated. The tank cannon roared in anger, sending a shell crashing into the hillside position, erupting in flames. Boom, boom. The violent explosions continued as 2 rockets struck the tanks. This time, the soldiers had learned from their previous mistakes, since they could not penetrate the hull. They aimed for the tracks. Once the tracks were severed, the heavy tanks finally lay immobilized. The enemy inside panicked, their machine guns sweeping wildly at the chaos outside. However, the tanks remained stationary, and their cumbersome design left numerous blind spots, making it impossible for the machine guns to fend off all approaching adversaries. The soldiers had undergone specialized training, and now several of them charged forward, skillfully exploiting the tank's blind spots to draw near. 2 soldiers quickly climbed atop the tanks and shoved grenades through the hatches. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions signaled the total destruction of the tanks. Yang Dali could not help but exhale in relief, cursing, "Damn it. I never expected the enemy's tanks to be so formidable." Meanwhile, the main force of the enemy, trailing behind, halted in fear as their vanguard was ambushed. Colonel Sevens, the commander of the 1st Battalion of the 5th Marine Regiment, poked half of his body out from a tank, binoculars in hand, surveying the situation. "Damn. Order all tanks to concentrate their fire on Hill 1573. Inform the artillery units to establish positions and prepare for bombardment." Subsequently, Colonel Sevens grabbed a portable radio to contact Colonel Murray, the commanding officer of the 5th Marine Regiment. "Colonel, we are under enemy fire at Hill 1573. Colonel Murray inquired, "Who is the opponent?" Colonel Sevens replied, "The enemy strikes decisively and exhibits formidable combat strength. Our 2 tanks and 4 transport vehicles were annihilated in mere minutes. Their combat style does not resemble that of the Northern Army. The gunfire was chaotic and loud, indicating a disarray in their armament. Therefore, I deduced that they are not the Northern Army, but rather the Volunteer Army." Damn! Colonel Murray could not restrain his exasperation, exclaiming that his greatest fears had indeed come to pass. The adversaries had not yet retreated. Lieutenant Colonel Sevens inquired, "Sir, what shall we do now?" Colonel Murray responded, "What is the strength of the enemy forces?" Lieutenant Colonel Sevens replied, "From my observations near Hill 1573, there appears to be roughly 1 battalion of enemy troops. The terrain here is limited and can accommodate no more than that. As for the presence of additional enemy units behind them, I cannot ascertain. After a moment's contemplation, Colonel Murray declared, prepare to launch an immediate offensive. I shall call for air support. We must seize Hill 1573 as swiftly as possible. Only by demonstrating our formidable prowess will these ruffians comprehend fear and retreat back across the river. Lieutenant Colonel Sevens promptly affirmed. I will ensure these presumptuous foes understand our might. Upon concluding the call, Colonel Murray duly reported the situation to Major General Smith. Upon receiving this information, Major General Smith did not express surprise, for they had previously engaged with our forces at Huangkaling. He had long suspected that our troops had not retreated. Thus, the renewed resistance from our side did not astonish the seasoned general. However, until the main body of our forces was detected, there was no reason for his army to halt its advance. Therefore, Major General Smith issued orders to continue the assault, while reminding the frontline units to exercise heightened caution and requesting the Air Force to deploy additional reconnaissance aircraft to survey the Pupingli area for signs of our main forces. At the front lines of Hill 1573, the engagement commenced with the enemy's tanks bombarding the position, soon followed by their artillery joining the fray. A dozen heavy cannons unleashed a relentless barrage upon the defending troops. As if that were not enough, shortly thereafter, several aircraft appeared overhead, raining down a cascade of bombs, enveloping the entire high ground in a fiery onslaught. Zhou Weiguo had arrived at the frontline command post, and upon witnessing Hill 1573 engulfed in flames, he could not help but curse. Damn it, the commander was indeed correct. The enemy's tactics are truly straightforward and brutal. Despite Zhou Weiguo's extensive experience, he had never encountered such an overwhelming display. The adversary unleashed a veritable storm of aircraft and artillery at the very onset of the clash. A staff officer nearby remarked. Fortunately, we were well prepared and constructed robust artillery bunkers. Otherwise, this initial bombardment would likely have decimated an entire battalion. Zhou Weiguo nodded in agreement, stating, it appears these foreign devils are indeed formidable opponents. As he spoke, Zhou Weiguo seized the radio and called out, Yang Dali, what is the situation on your end? Due to poor reception, Zhou Weiguo repeated his query several times before receiving a response. Yang Dali replied, Commander, we are sheltering in the artillery bunker. It feels like being on a ship. The whole mountain is shaking, but it is much better now. Fortunately, the soldiers have found cover, and we have not sustained significant casualties. The enemy's artillery is truly ferocious. Zhou Weiguo responded, their bombardment is about to conclude. The real test lies ahead. Hold the position at all costs. Block the enemy's advance. Do you understand? Yes. Yang Dali promptly replied, I guarantee the completion of the task. At that moment, a staff officer rushed over, saying, Commander, the Corps commander has sent an urgent telegram inquiring about our situation. At this moment, Li Yunlong has hurriedly arrived at Jiao Mountain, preparing to personally command the ambush against the 17th Regiment. Nevertheless, Li Yunlong remains concerned about the situation of the 1st Division, sending telegrams periodically to inquire about developments. Zhou Weiguo took the telegram, read it, and then stated, immediately replied to the Corps commander, informing him that our unit is currently engaging the enemy at Hill 1573. The enemy's artillery fire is intense, but our unit will resolutely fulfill the task of blocking their advance. The main forces are also prepared for a counterattack. If all goes well, the main body of the 1st Division will engage in battle tonight, launching a full-scale counteroffensive against the enemy to restrain the main force of the Marine Corps. Chapter 39. Li Yunlong's mouth watched in anticipation. At this moment, the explosions on the battlefield ceased. Zhou Weiguo once again picked up the radio, saying, Yang Dali, listen closely. The enemy is about to launch an attack. Follow the method we discussed earlier and strike hard. Yes. Following this, Yang Dali led the soldiers, emerging cautiously from the anti-shelling bunkers on the reverse slope and swiftly advancing to the blocking positions, ready as previously arranged. As the smoke gradually cleared, the enemy, shielded by tanks, began to advance towards the base of the hill. A dozen tanks unleashed a fierce barrage aimed at the summit, but the soldiers remained hidden, poised for action. A commanding officer surveyed the situation and then waved his hand, loudly ordering, advance. Over 100 soldiers charged towards the hill with their rifles raised. At this moment, the entire slope lay in ruins, littered with craters of various sizes, while flames continued to blaze in the areas where trees had once thrived. To the army, such relentless bombardment was sufficient to annihilate any life on the mountain. If the garrison had not perished in the explosions, the only possibility remained that they had fled. As these soldiers surged up the hill, sporadic gunfire erupted from above. The tanks at the base of the hill immediately concentrated their fire on the source of the shooting, quickly suppressing the garrison's firepower. The leading captain shouted, "Charge, eliminate them." The attacking soldiers surged forward with renewed vigor, as if invigorated by a powerful elixir. However, as they closed in within mere dozens of meters from the peak, grenades suddenly rained down from above, landing amidst the enemy ranks. Simultaneously, the soldiers lying in ambush on the flanks unleashed a furious volley. Dense gunfire formed a crossfire, sweeping across the enemy. In an instant, a significant number of enemy forces were cut down. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions erupted, sending the enemy tumbling, casualties widespread. As the mortars stationed on the reverse slope suddenly opened fire, shells rained down relentlessly upon the enemy troops situated in the rear, causing this arrogant and ignorant battalion to wail in despair. Over 100 soldiers suffered grievous injuries or met their demise in an instant, while those fortunate enough to escape were seized by terror, fleeing down the mountainside in a panic. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the hill used their rifles to pick off the disorganized enemy who were frantically retreating. With each crisp gunshot, the fleeing adversaries fell one after another upon the slope. Despite the fact that our forces had largely been under-equipped with firearms and ammunition since their inception, they were never lacking in sharpshooters. The unit under Li Yunlong was originally an elite force, having captured the Songhu area and subsequently undergone a year and a half of rigorous training. Their combat prowess was self-evident. In merely a few minutes, nearly all of the 170 to 80 assailants who charged up the hill were annihilated. Even the desperate gunfire from the tanks below could not salvage the lives of these soldiers. Colonel Sevens, witnessing this scene, erupted in furious expletives. "Damn it. Concentrate all artillery fire immediately and level Hill 1573. Obliterate these bastards." After vanquishing the attacking foes, the soldiers had already sought refuge in the bomb shelters. Upon receiving the report, Zhou Weiguo was elated and remarked with a smile, "Well done. Let us continue to wear them down. I'm eager to see just how much stamina these fellows have left." At this moment, Zhou Weiguo felt no concern, for as long as they held out until nightfall, the main forces would launch a counterattack, allowing them to unleash their full might in a genuine confrontation with the enemy. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong had arrived at the frontline command post at Jinshan. Upon learning that everything was normal on Zhou Weiguo's end, he felt a sense of relief and prepared to face the 17th Regiment with full force. Chen Dalei pointed to the map and stated, "The 17th Regiment has departed from Huishan. At this pace, they should soon reach the vicinity of Jinshan. All units have been prepared for battle as per your orders." Li Yunlong smiled and replied, "If we win this battle, we shall make a name for ourselves." Chen Dalei chuckled, "Isn't it just about annihilating a regiment of enemies? What is so remarkable about that?" However, despite his words, the corners of Chen Dalei's mouth could hardly suppress a grin. While destroying a regiment of enemies was not particularly extraordinary, annihilating an entire regiment was an entirely different matter. After all, a regiment consists of several thousand soldiers. Well-armed and formidable in combat, the prospect of completely eradicating a military regiment was no trivial feat. Li Yunlong responded with a smile. Opportunities to eliminate an entire regiment are rare. While this may not be the only occasion, it will certainly be the first. Inform the soldiers to remain patient. Everything must proceed as planned, and no one is to reveal our intentions prematurely. If anyone jeopardizes my efforts, I will not spare them. Understood, Chen Dalei promptly affirmed. Before long, a vast contingent of foes gradually approached along the road. The enemy comprised mechanized forces, replete with an abundance of tanks, armored vehicles, and trucks. The lengthy procession resembled a colossal serpent, slithering incessantly along the highway. Li Yunlong concealed himself in a hidden spot, binoculars in hand, scrutinizing the situation on the road, and chuckled, "I must say, these foreign devils are indeed extravagantly wealthy. With such a plethora of fine equipment, I can scarcely suppress my salivation." Chen Dalei replied solemnly, "If we emerge victorious in this battle, all of these treasures will belong to us." Li Yunlong responded with a grin, "Then I am bound to strike it rich this time." He redeemed all his remaining points for a cache of weaponry and equipment, preparing to deploy them from the system's warehouse onto the battlefield, feigning them as spoils of war. The items Li Yunlong acquired were, naturally, of urgent necessity for the troops and would significantly aid in the forthcoming conflict. Securing victory in this engagement was imperative, for it would render subsequent battles considerably easier. Thus, this confrontation must be won, and swiftly, if the skirmish at Heights 1573 was merely a trivial affair. Then the battle at Jianshan would serve as the inaugural grand feast since Li Yunlong led his troops into combat. Given the extensive length of the enemy's formation, and with the objective of annihilating the 17th Regiment, Li Yunlong resolved to wait until the enemy was entirely ensnared within the encirclement before striking. At this moment, observing the multitude of heavy equipment, Li Yunlong could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 40. Li Yunlong's ingenious strategy. Li Yunlong chose to ambush the 17th Regiment at Jianshan not only due to the favorable terrain but also because the enemy's arrival coincided with the optimal moment for an attack. As the afternoon waned, darkness would soon envelop the battlefield. The enemy's aircraft were predominantly deployed elsewhere, rendering them incapable of supporting Jianshan in the immediate future. Once night fell, the majority of the army's aircraft would be unable to conduct bombing missions. Even if night-flying aircraft were available, amidst the ensuing chaos and diminished visibility, they would hesitate to strike for fear of friendly fire. Li Yunlong's previous 2 simulations had confirmed that Jianshan was indeed the ideal ambush site. Chen Dalai approached Li Yunlong and remarked, "Commander, you are truly remarkable, a master strategist. The enemy's vanguard is nearing the first ambush point, while the rear forces are perfectly entering the trap." Li Yunlong smiled subtly. Having conducted 2 simulations and expended considerable resources, such efforts could not be in vain. Everything was meticulously arranged. He had established 2 ambush locations. Should the trailing enemy forces not fully enter the first trap, he would allow them to pass and utilize the second ambush point, having made comprehensive preparations in advance. This arrangement was indeed necessary, as during the initial engagement, the 40th Army had successfully ambushed the enemy. The ambush unit awaited until the enemy fully entered the designated trap before launching their assault. Unexpectedly, the enemy's advance guard moved at an alarming pace, while our commanders, from the highest ranks down, exhibited a tendency to lead from the front. Even the division commander, despite the main forces not having crossed the river, had already infiltrated behind enemy lines. As the battle erupted, the previously sent advance units surged forward, nearly capturing the headquarters of the 118th Division. Fortunately, our forces ultimately achieved a resounding victory in this ambush. Consequently, Li Yunlong exercised considerable caution this time, reserving 2 ambush sites fully prepared for combat. Fortunately, when the enemy's advance guard reached the first ambush point, their main forces had entirely entered the kill zone. With a serious expression, Li Yunlong commanded, "Then let us strike." On the winding mountain road, several tanks thundered forward. Boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, flames erupting from the ground and swiftly engulfing the leading tanks. The soldiers had previously laid extensive explosives on the road, and upon receiving the command, the engineers detonated them as the tanks entered the explosion zone. All the tanks were obliterated, igniting a furious blaze that completely blocked the road. Charge! The deafening battle cries rang out as the soldiers lying in ambush on both flanks simultaneously launched their assault. Concurrently, the artillery units fired at full capacity. Amidst the thunderous roar of cannons, shells rained down upon the enemy's convoy on the road. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds grew increasingly intense as vehicles and armored trucks were annihilated, igniting fierce fires that severed the enemy's forces into segments. Meanwhile, the soldiers lying in wait on the mountainside also sprang into action, hurling grenades like a torrential downpour around the last few trucks. The cacophony of explosions merged into a single thunderous sound as the trucks erupted into flames, blocking the enemy's retreat. Simultaneously, 2 battalions swiftly occupied the flanking roads, seizing the high ground, establishing firepower, and preparing to intercept any attempts at a breakthrough. As a result, the 17th Regiment found itself entirely encircled, and the battle erupted so unexpectedly that the unprepared enemy was thrown into disarray. The gunfire around intensified, with numerous soldiers rushing to the high ground, beginning a fierce barrage against the enemy on the road. Observing the battlefield, Li Yunlong shouted orders. Notify all regiments to launch a full-scale assault immediately, close in, and engage the enemy in close combat. They fear melee. This will also prevent them from bombarding us and allow us to eliminate these foes more swiftly. The gunfire and explosions intensified, and the battle grew fiercer. The commander of the 17th Regiment was killed by one of Li Yunlong's shells, leaving the acting commander as Colonel Pierce. After the battle commenced, he was thrown into a state of panic. "Sir, we are under ambush. It is the enemy's main force." "Damn it. How could the enemy's main force be here?" Colonel Pierce, though utterly perplexed, dared not linger in the armored command vehicle. He promptly abandoned the vehicle and, under the protection of his guards, sought refuge in a relatively secure location. Upon observing the situation outside and hearing the thunderous cries of battle surrounding him, Colonel Pierce was rendered speechless. This was a predicament. He immediately commanded all units to establish defensive positions on the spot, emphasizing the necessity of repelling the enemy's assault. They must seize the surrounding high ground to stabilize the situation. He ordered the tank battalion to provide cover for the infantry. "Sir, the tanks and vehicles are trapped on a narrow road. Many have been destroyed and are immobile," came the report. "Damn it," Colonel Pierce exclaimed. "Push those wrecked and obstructive vehicles into the ravine with the tanks. We must ensure clear communication between our units." "Sir, the roads ahead and behind have been blocked by the enemy. We are surrounded by countless foes. We require reinforcements," Colonel Pierce shouted. "Immediately send a telegram to Colonel McLean requesting urgent support. Also, call for air support." Wu Qianli, accompanied by the soldiers of the 7th Company, charged up a ridge. At that moment, a large contingent of enemies surged up the opposite slope, evidently intent on seizing the high ground as well. "Fire with all your might," Wu Qianli bellowed. "Send them tumbling down." With that, he brandished his submachine gun, unleashing a barrage upon the enemy. The other soldiers raised their weapons and fired, while grenades were incessantly hurled into the ranks of the adversaries, exploding amidst them and eliciting cries of despair. The enemy suffered heavy casualties and, in their fright, began to retreat like the receding tide. Meanwhile, several tanks on the road pushed the obstructing vehicles aside into the ravine, and the anti-aircraft machine guns mounted on their roofs began to sweep fire toward the mountaintop direction. "Enemy tanks," Wu Qianli shouted. "Bazooka, move up and take them out." Covering fire, he ordered. With precision, he executed a well-aimed shot, eliminating a machine gunner atop one of the tanks. Ping He quickly seized a favorable position, raised his rifle, and successfully locked onto an enemy target. A crisp gunshot rang out, and a searing bullet soared forth. With a resounding thud, the bullet penetrated the helmet, spattering blood as the enemy machine gunner fell lifeless, his furious cries abruptly silenced. These large-caliber anti-aircraft machine guns posed a significant threat to the soldiers. However, it was not long before the gunners atop the tanks and armored personnel carriers were all taken out. Chapter 41. The Grand Assault of Hundreds of Thousands. Sergeant Li Gong and his soldiers positioned the mortars on the reverse slope, ensuring the enemy's tank guns could not reach them. Li Gong surveyed the battlefield and subsequently directed his mortars to fire with full force. Boom, boom, boom. The oppressive sound of cannon fire reverberated through the air, with shells incessantly landing around the tanks, stirring up clouds of dust and smoke. These mortar shells, of course, posed little threat to the formidable tanks. Even when they landed near the tracks, their insufficient power made it difficult to sever them. The intention was never to destroy the tanks. Rather, it served to draw fire, and the resultant smoke would obscure the tank's visibility, which already had numerous blind spots. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Songrong had led his soldiers, armed with rocket launchers, to a strategic position. A piercing whistle echoed as rockets swiftly soared towards the enemy tanks. Boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions erupted, flames bursting forth into the sky. However, the soldiers soon realized that some tanks were impervious to their bazooka fire. Wu Qianli remarked, "Those behemoths have armor that is too thick. The bazookas cannot breach them." Mei Xin quickly called out, "Then let's target their tracks first, rush in, and destroy them." At that time, our forces possessed only a few antiquated bazookas, which could handle the Sherman tanks but would struggle against the formidable Pershing heavy tanks. The enemy's Pershing tanks, with their robust armor, rampaged across the battlefield. Yet, amidst the chaos, many roads were blocked, splitting the enemy into segments, thus curtailing the effectiveness of their heavy equipment. The valiant soldiers surged forward, undeterred, each striving to outpace the other in their audacity. Some soldiers dashed onto the roadway, clutching explosives as they dove beneath the enemy tanks. Others boldly leapt atop the tanks, shoving grenades inside or even into the barrels, effectively disabling the main armament and, consequently, the tank's combat capabilities. The Pershing tanks, while heavily armored, had relatively weaker undercarriages. Soldiers who crawled beneath the vehicles affixed explosives to the chassis and then detonated them. A series of thunderous explosions ensued, and even the mightiest of tanks could not withstand such relentless assault, leading to their rapid destruction. Wu Qianli and his soldiers rushed down the hill and successfully seized a section of the nearby road. The surrounding enemy forces, already terrified, scattered in disarray. The battle cries grew nearer, echoing across the hills as the ranks of volunteer soldiers charged forth. Those encircled enemies were left paralyzed with fear. They had never witnessed such a ferocious style of combat, which seemed utterly insane to these soldiers. Colonel Pierce, a man of considerable experience, had never encountered a battle of this nature. In a mere span of moments, their forces had been severed into segments, forced to fight individually. Moreover, the number of volunteer soldiers surrounding them swelled, their offensive becoming increasingly ferocious. The enemy soldiers found it impossible to withstand such a fierce assault, fleeing in all directions. Even some soldiers, upon witnessing the enemy advance upon them, were so struck with fear that they surrendered without hesitation. Their greatest reliance lay in their tanks, which were systematically destroyed by the volunteer army through every means at their disposal. Colonel Pierce felt that he had lost control over his troops, and if this continued, their demise was imminent. Why had air support not yet arrived? An officer replied, "Sir, we have called for air support, but I'm afraid it may prove ineffective, as the enemy is now entangled with us, and darkness is approaching, making it impossible for aircraft to distinguish friend from foe." Damn it! When will reinforcements arrive? Sir, Colonel McLean has mobilized forces to assist us, but due to the distance, they may not reach us in time. Damn it! Are we to wait here and perish? Colonel Pierce shouted, "Send another telegram to McLean. We are facing the main force of the volunteer army. If help does not arrive soon, we are doomed." Li Yunlong surveyed the battlefield and noted the lopsided nature of the conflict with satisfaction. "Xiao Chun, send a telegram to the military headquarters. The time has come for our main forces to counterattack." Yes. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Chun returned, stating, Commander Song has sent a telegram inquiring about the situation." Li Yunlong took the telegram, read it carefully, and then said, "Immediately respond to Commander Song, informing him that we have encircled and isolated the 17th Regiment. They are on the verge of being crushed, and their annihilation is merely a matter of time. We can fully execute the planned counteroffensive, and our forces are about to launch a comprehensive assault." Yes. Upon receiving this telegram, Old Song ordered all units to commence a full-scale counteroffensive as per the original plan. By this point, there was no longer any need for concealment. As night fell, with the command from headquarters, hundreds of thousands of troops were thrust into battle, and the flames of war rapidly engulfed the entire Changjin Lake region. In Xinxingli, at the Arctic Bear Regiment headquarters, McLean was gathering forces to support the besieged 17th Regiment. Just then, an officer rushed in, stating, "Sir, we have suddenly detected a large number of enemy troops in the vicinity. They have begun their assault." "What?" Colonel McLean exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you saying that a significant enemy presence has emerged around us?" He hurried to the sand table, where a staff officer pointed and said, "Sir, we have identified the main enemy forces to the north, northwest, and northeast of Nadongsi. Numerous enemy troops have also been spotted surrounding Xinxingli, and the route from Xinxingli to Nadongsi has been cut off. Furthermore, the road leading south from Xinxingli has also been severed by a sudden appearance of the enemy." McLean's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Are you certain you are not jesting? So many enemies, did they simply materialize out of thin air?" The officer responded, "I am uncertain about that, but the alert forces everywhere have detected traces of the enemy. Moreover, the 17th Regiment encountered the main body of the enemy in Jiao Mountain, indicating that those adversaries have not retreated. Rather, they have set a trap in the Changjin Lake region, waiting for us to fall into it." McLean furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before stating, "It is now dark, and the enemy is all around us. We cannot dispatch troops to rescue the 17th Regiment. Immediately relay a message to Colonel Pierce, urging them to hold on as best as they can. We will provide support as swiftly as possible. Inform all stationed troops to remain vigilant at their camps, should the enemy launch an attack during the night. They must be decisively defeated to ensure the safety of all encampments. Additionally, this situation must be reported to Major General Smith without delay." Chapter 42. The enemy has already lost spirit. At this moment, Major General Smith's command center was in utter disarray. Colonel Bowser reported, "General, according to reports from the front lines, the enemy's main forces have been detected in the areas around Latanli, Shatanli, Hupux, and Dadong Mountain Pass. Preliminary estimates suggest that the enemy's total strength is no less than tens of thousands. And the Marine Corps 5th Regiment advancing from the direction of Xiangwuping has also encountered fierce resistance, indicating that they are facing the enemy's main forces." Major General Smith felt a sudden headache, furrowing his brow as he exclaimed, "Tens of thousands of enemy troops?" Colonel Bowser replied, "This is merely a preliminary estimate. Furthermore, Reports from the 3rd Division of the Southern Army indicate that they have also discovered large numbers of enemy forces near their defensive area. Major General Smith, still frowning, remarked, "The main forces of the Northern Army have been nearly annihilated. How could so many enemy troops suddenly appear?" Colonel Bowser responded, "Undoubtedly. These enemy forces must be from the Volunteer Army. It appears they have not retreated, but rather reinforced their numbers." Major General Smith grimaced, realizing that our worst fears had transpired. Just then, an officer hurried over, reporting, "Sir, we have just received word from the 7th Infantry Division that the 17th Regiment has encountered the main body of the enemy in the Jia Mountain area and is in grave danger. Additionally, traces of the enemy have been found around Naidongzi and Xingxingli." Major General Smith's expression darkened further as he inquired, "Did they also encounter the enemy's main forces?" According to Colonel McLean's report, the enemies they faced were likely from the Jiangbei troops, who have significantly increased their numbers. Major General Smith's face grew even more grim as he stared intently at the sand table, his voice filled with concern. How could this happen? Why have so many enemies suddenly emerged? At that moment, an enemy officer rushed in, stating, "Sir, we have just received a report from the outer guard positions that the enemy's main forces have been detected near Ziyajai, rapidly approaching in that direction." Upon hearing this, Major General Smith nearly fainted from anger, exclaiming, "Damn it! Even near Ziyajai, there are signs of the enemy?" Colonel Bowser pointed at the map, saying, "It appears the enemy was well prepared. We have fallen into their trap. As it stands, we have been encircled and divided by the enemy." As night fell, it was evident that they were preparing to launch a full-scale assault, aiming to divide and encircle us before striking us down one by one. Major General Smith furrowed his brow deeper, indignantly stating, "I have long warned that this war will not conclude easily." Yet, Commander Mack remained obstinately convinced that the great nation to the north of the river would refrain from intervention. In truth, they had already deployed troops on a massive scale. Colonel Bowser interjected, "General, discussing this now holds no significance. Numerous enemies have already maneuvered to our rear, severing our supply lines and surrounding us. Particularly, the 17th Infantry Regiment finds itself in a perilous situation." Major General Smith struggled to compose himself before responding, "It is now nighttime, and we lack adequate aerial support. Furthermore, the enemy's intentions remain unclear, and we cannot act recklessly. Inform all units to hold their positions and withstand the initial enemy assault. Once we ascertain the full extent of the enemy's movements, we will devise further strategies. Although the enemy's numbers exceed our expectations, our strength far surpasses theirs. As long as we maintain our ground, they will not be able to overcome us. We must endure through this night. Once the situation clarifies, we will mobilize our forces to engage the enemy in a decisive battle. I have faith that we can defeat them, even if the northern nation commits all its resources. How could they possibly contend with us?" Colonel Bowser remarked, however, "Colonel McLean has reported via telegram that the 17th Regiment is in dire straits." Major General Smith replied with resignation, "For now, they must rely on themselves. We cannot spare sufficient forces to reinforce them at Jinshan in the short term. They must hold their ground tenaciously. They must withstand the enemy's advance. If they can endure until dawn, we will deploy a substantial number of aircraft to support them. And we can also send ground troops for their rescue. They must rely on their own resilience. They absolutely must survive this night." Major General Smith's decision stemmed from a place of helplessness. All units were under attack, and the strength of the volunteer troops far exceeded the enemy's expectations. Even if he wished to divert forces to assist the 17th Regiment, he found himself constrained by limitations. Furthermore, in his view, the 17th Regiment, with its thousands of soldiers, should be able to withstand at least one night. Yet, the grim reality was that they could not endure even until midnight. Under the direct command of Li Yunlong, the soldiers launched an even fiercer offensive. The 17th Regiment was encircled and trapped on the road, unable to mount an effective defense, rendering their true combat capabilities ineffective. Had they fortified their camp, several thousand troops would indeed have held out for the night. However, they were not in a camp. They had no defensive structures, not even a position to defend. Caught unprepared, they were overwhelmed by the ferocious assault of the volunteer forces. With the main high ground on either side of the road captured by the volunteers, the disarrayed enemy found no refuge to defend. The thunderous cries of battle echoed throughout the Jinshan region, as the landscape was filled with the determined figures of the volunteer troops charging forward. The soldiers, confronted with such an overwhelming spectacle, were paralyzed with fear, their hearts racing and spirits shattered. One by one, the battalions were routed, and a multitude of soldiers fell to the guns of the volunteer army. Amidst the chaos, many terrified enemies, faced with the relentless tide of advancing volunteer troops, had no choice but to raise their hands and surrender, seeking to preserve their lives. The valiant volunteer soldiers surged towards the enemy, shouting in their newly acquired, albeit rudimentary English, "Surrender your weapons, and you shall not be harmed. We offer humane treatment to captives." On their journey, the soldiers had learned some basic English phrases, the first of which was, "Surrender your weapons, and you shall not be harmed." Of course, the military was also prepared, having encountered our forces during the first battle, where the 10th Army on the Eastern Front had clashed with our troops for nearly 10 days at Huangkeling. They hastily learned some simple Chinese phrases. "I surrender. Don't kill me." The disparity was evident. We prepared solely for victory, never contemplating captivity, while the enemy was merely focused on saving their own lives. Thus, it seemed that even before the battle commenced, the outcome had already been determined. Chapter 43, Commander, we have struck gold. Amidst the fierce fighting on the battlefield, Li Yunlong remained vigilant, attentively monitoring the situation. In addition to observing with binoculars, he utilized a system map to survey the entire battlefield. He frequently issued precise commands to various units via radio, orchestrating tactical maneuvers with finesse. At this moment, Li Yunlong transformed into a maestro of micromanagement, under his meticulous guidance. The artillery shells seemed to possess a will of their own, accurately striking the enemy, while assault units consistently identified the enemy's most vulnerable points to deliver devastating blows. With such formidable momentum, the enemy was utterly demoralized, unable to mount an effective counterattack. The volunteer army's exceptional combat prowess was on full display, as the brave soldiers descended upon the road like tigers unleashed from the mountains, wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. After several hours of intense combat, the enemy was nearly annihilated. The 17th Infantry Regiment, along with some temporarily assigned units, totaling nearly 5,000 men, was decisively obliterated by the volunteer forces. Over 2,000 were killed, while the remaining approximately 2,000 surrendered without hesitation, raising their hands in submission. Chen Dalei rushed excitedly to Li Yunlong, his face beaming with joy. "Commander, the battle has concluded. The enemy has been entirely eradicated, and we have captured numerous prisoners." Li Yunlong furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "I cannot believe we have taken so many captives." Chen Dalei explained, "These foreign devils are truly cowardly. Upon sensing danger, they immediately raise their hands and surrender without a moment's hesitation." In Li Yunlong's view, these captives were of little use beyond consuming precious food supplies. His troops had been lurking in the Changjin Lake area for nearly 10 days, and with supply lines cut off, they were facing a dire shortage of provisions. During the War of Resistance, Li Yunlong's troops never took prisoners, primarily because capturing Japanese soldiers proved exceedingly challenging. On fortunate occasions, they might seize a few wounded, immobile foes. However, even these incapacitated soldiers were hardly compliant. Consequently, Li Yunlong opted to eliminate them outright. Yet now, having captured such a significant number, it would be unreasonable to execute them all. Li Yunlong was no butcher. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "Keep a close watch on them. Ensure they do not escape. These prisoners may prove useful in the future." Although they bore no immediate utility for him, he recognized their potential value down the line. When the time came for prisoner exchanges, if they had enough captives, they could negotiate for additional terms. Nevertheless, at present, Li Yunlong was more concerned about the spoils of war he had amassed. He inquired, "How much loot have we gathered?" "Hee." Chen Dalei chuckled. "We are still tallying the spoils, but rest assured, we have struck it rich this time. Those foreign devils are indeed plump with resources. Their weapons and equipment are of high quality, and their supply lines are robust. The trucks were laden with valuable goods. Although some were destroyed during the battle, the majority has become our bounty. It is reported that there are over a dozen heavy artillery pieces with a caliber of 100 millimeters or more, several of which were obliterated during combat. The 10th Regiment has also captured 5 tanks, with the enemy surrendering by raising white flags from within their vehicles as the situation turned dire. We have acquired numerous armored personnel carriers and trucks. In summary, we have truly struck gold this time." "Haha." Li Yunlong laughed heartily. "Excellent. This is splendid news. Immediately send a telegram to Commander Song, informing him that we have successfully annihilated the 17th Regiment, with no enemy escaping, and that we are currently counting the spoils." "Yes," Li Yunlong continued, "Old Chun, notify the troops to swiftly clear the battlefield. Among the spoils, there should be ample provisions. Indeed, Chen Daler nodded in agreement. The enemy's logistical capabilities are still formidable. They possess plenty of food and ammunition. Li Yunlong commanded, let the soldiers have a hearty meal and carry some military rations with them. If there are any extras, find a way to send them to the other units. Our soldiers are still hungry. In this frigid weather, it is untenable to fight on empty stomachs. Yes, Chen Daler responded promptly. I will make the arrangements at once. Li Yunlong added, the defeat of the 17th Regiment is merely an appetizer. The main course lies ahead. Expedite the mobilization of the 9th Regiment, the Independent Regiment, and the Artillery Regiment to swiftly advance to the front lines of Nidongzi and Xingxingli. We must cover as much ground as possible before nightfall. Did you not mention that we captured a considerable number of personnel carriers and trucks? Clear the roads quickly to facilitate the soldiers' southward march for support. We can move them in batches, but speed is of the essence. The 10th Regiment will remain at Jianshan to handle the aftermath. You mentioned the captured tanks and artillery. Ensure they are transported to the front lines at Xingxingli without delay. The main force has launched a full-scale assault, and enemies across various regions are retreating in defense. The situation in Xinjiang is particularly intense, necessitating a substantial increase in heavy weaponry to breach their defenses. Indeed, Chen Dali responded promptly, I will make the arrangements at once. As the battle neared its conclusion, Li Yunlong had discreetly distributed a substantial cache of weaponry purchased from the system marketplace onto the battlefield, blending it among the spoils of war to avoid raising suspicion. Given the enemy's considerable number of tanks and armored vehicles, and the lack of anti-tank weaponry in our ranks, Li Yunlong had specifically acquired a large quantity of anti-tank armaments, along with additional munitions. After a brief moment, Zhou Qianni eagerly approached, exclaiming, Commander, you must see what magnificent items we have captured. Li Yunlong then noticed a soldier behind him hoisting a rocket launcher. Isn't that just a rocket launcher? He inquired. Zhou Qianni grinned. Take a closer look. This device differs significantly from the ones we previously possessed. Feigning surprise, Li Yunlong examined it and remarked, the caliber is larger. I presume its power must be greater. Zhou Qianni confirmed, indeed, our previous rocket launcher had a caliber of only 60 millimeters, while this one appears to be 90 millimeters, likely a new model from the enemy. Li Yunlong chuckled. With this, the enemy's tanks will be much easier to deal with. He was already aware that this was the military's Type 20 rocket launcher, though its caliber was not 90 millimeters, but rather 88. 9 millimeters, colloquially known as the Super Bazooka. This bazooka boasted enhanced destructive capability and superior armor-piercing power. Li Yunlong recognized that the outdated rocket launchers previously equipped to his troops were not only limited in number, but also woefully inadequate in power, particularly against the enemy's tanks, especially the formidable Pershing heavy tanks. Thus, he had intentionally procured a significant quantity of super bazookas to bolster his unit's anti-tank capabilities. Chapter 44. The Super Bazooka. Li Yunlong inquired with a smile. How many of these do we have? Zhou Qianni enthusiastically replied. 2 entire trucks filled with these devices, no fewer than 200 units. Additionally, several trucks are loaded with rockets. He pondered aloud. It's quite strange. How could such a small regiment possibly be equipped with so many of these? Li Yunlong furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that his little maneuver had left a trace of doubt. Although he had contemplated this issue, he trusted that no one would suspect him. He then remarked with a grin, why worry about it? All I know is that with so many of these, our soldiers won't have to resort to crawling beneath enemy tanks with explosives. Zhou Qianni merely mentioned it in passing, but upon hearing Li Yunlong's words, he replied with a smile, exactly. With these at our disposal, the enemy's tanks will be much less formidable, making our upcoming battles significantly easier. In truth, the technology behind the Super Bazooka was not overly complex. We had already established a certain level of industrial capability at that time. After seizing the Super Bazookas on the battlefield, the samples were promptly sent back to our homeland. That very year, we successfully replicated the Super Bazooka and began to gradually equip our troops, alleviating the inadequacies of our anti-tank capabilities. However, this endeavor required time, especially given our limited production capacity. Furthermore, the greatest challenge we faced during this conflict was logistical support. The enemy's relentless bombardment rendered timely transportation of supplies to the front lines nearly impossible. Had we possessed sufficient logistical capabilities, the enemy would have been driven into the sea long ago, unable to maintain a foothold on land. Nevertheless, with Li Yunlong now in the fray, this issue is certain to improve. At the very least, Li Yunlong can ensure the supply of weapons and ammunition for his troops. For instance, this time, he procured a substantial stock of weapons, ammunition, and various supplies through the marketplace, including this batch of super bazooka rocket launchers. Li Yunlong stated with a smile. Distribute these weapons immediately, setting aside half to be sent to other units. The enemy's tanks are simply too numerous, even with several hundred super bazookas. It is far from sufficient. Indeed, this statement holds true, as just the 10th Army is equipped with hundreds of tanks. Moreover, ammunition is not the only consumable. Weapons are also subject to wear and tear. After a single battle, one cannot fathom how many firearms and various weapons may be rendered inoperable. Some are destroyed by artillery fire, while others are shattered in close combat. Additionally, normal mechanical failures due to age and damage contribute to significant losses, particularly in the current frigid conditions of the Changjin Lake region, with temperatures plummeting to -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. Thermal expansion and contraction have caused some mortars to be unable to accommodate shells. It is not uncommon for bolts to freeze, rendering them inoperable. In such extreme cold, mechanical components are even more prone to failure, leading to considerable weapon loss during combat. Thus, while 200 super bazookas may seem ample, they may not suffice. The soldiers were diligently clearing the battlefield and opening up roads. Li Yunlong strolled through the smoke-filled battlefield and observed a group of soldiers busily stripping the winter gear and military overcoats from the fallen enemy. A commanding officer, upon seeing Li Yunlong and others, promptly stood at attention and saluted. "Commander, are these all enemy winter uniforms?" "Indeed," the officer explained. "These foreign devils possess far superior gear, clad in thick winter clothing and military overcoats. At night, they use these sleeping bags." Li Yunlong picked up one of the sleeping bags, feeling its material, and remarked, "This must be down-filled." "It seems so." Li Yunlong sighed softly and said, "It appears the enemy enjoys far greater comfort than we do. This down sleeping bag offers exceptional warmth. When one crawls inside, only the head remains exposed, with a cotton hat pulled over the face to guard against the cold." Li Yunlong deeply recognized that the disparities between the two sides extend beyond mere weaponry. Even their provisions and attire are vastly different. They don thick winter clothing, military overcoats, and insulated boots, and at night, they have down sleeping bags. What do we have? Although everyone has donned thick cotton coats and has access to quilts, the weather remains unbearably cold. Even the well-equipped troops suffered greatly during the Battle of Chosin Reservoir, with hundreds succumbing to the cold and thousands sustaining frostbite. In terms of sustenance, the disparity is stark. The enemy enjoys a diverse array of military rations, not only abundant in variety and rich in nutrition, but also served from military dining cars that provide warm meals at any time, accompanied by hearty soups. The officers can even indulge in hot coffee and chocolate at their convenience. In contrast, our soldiers, amidst the icy landscape, are fortunate to consume potatoes frozen as hard as stones. When it comes to hydration, they must rely primarily on eating snow, which, ironically, is in plentiful supply. Finding a sip of warm water is a challenge. The fear of revealing their positions by lighting a fire, especially at night, makes it even more perilous, as even a simple cigarette could lead to bombardment from enemy aircraft. Li Yunlong commanded, "Strip the clothes off these enemy corpses. We must not waste any resources." "Yes, sir." He continued, "And remove the greatcoats from the captives. Take everything that can be taken." At this moment, one of the staff officers interjected, "Commander, while these foreign devils may appear tall and robust, they are quite delicate. What if we inadvertently freeze them to death? There might be repercussions from above." Unfazed, Li Yunlong replied, "If anything happens, I will take the blame. Besides, how could they possibly freeze? They have ample hair, don't they? Are they really that weak against the cold? If worst comes to worst, we can teach them about huddling for warmth. At night, let them sleep close together. Perhaps we could wake them for a few laps to exercise, preparing them for the future prisoner sports games, where they might even win a few medals." "What prisoner sports games?" "Never mind that. Just follow my orders. During the day, let them bask in the sun without fear of exposure. I refuse to believe their planes would bomb their own. If they happen to be killed by friendly fire, that is not my fault." He instructed the 10th Regiment to clean up the battlefield and leave a contingent to guard the captives while the rest of the troops hastened to the front lines. "As for these captives, I have already reported it. The higher-ups will assign personnel to take charge." "Yes, sir," Li Yunlong remarked with a grin. "One must think creatively. Any difficulty can be overcome." At that moment, Chun Daoren approached, saying, "Commander, the orders have been dispatched." The 9th Regiment and the Independent Regiment have begun to move to the front in batches. Li Yunlong nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then let us prepare to depart. Chan Daoran, you will proceed directly to Naidongzi, while I will head to Xingxingli. We shall concentrate our forces and eliminate the 7th Division." "Yes, sir." Chapter 45. A shift in attack and defense. Li Yunlong glanced at the telegram forwarded by the military headquarters to grasp the current situation. On the battlefield, under the overwhelming offensive of the volunteer army, the enemy was compelled to retract their defensive lines and adopt a defensive posture. Li Yunlong responded to the military headquarters, instructing all units to continue with the original plan, pressing the attack to isolate the enemy forces stationed across various locations, preparing for a sequential dismantling. However, Li Yunlong understood that once daylight broke, the enemy would deploy a substantial number of aircraft, forcing the volunteer army to temporarily cease their offensive. At that time, the enemy would undoubtedly launch a large-scale counterattack under the cover of planes and tanks, aiming to establish communication between their scattered forces and even consolidate their troops while tightening their defensive lines. Without air superiority, the battle indeed posed considerable challenges. Certain circumstances were beyond alteration. Li Yunlong was acutely aware that the best course of action for his army was to eliminate as many enemies as possible while they remained unsuspecting. Fortunately, the progress of various units had been relatively smooth. Li Yunlong's forces had successfully dealt with the 17th Regiment, and the counteroffensives of the remaining troops were also advancing well. As for the brother units, they were making commendable strides, with the 20th Army launching a full-scale assault across the board. The enemy's southern flank. The 3rd Division of the Southern Army had been decisively routed overnight by the 20th Army, suffering heavy losses and fleeing in disarray, thereby exposing the left flank of the Marine Division completely. At this moment, Li Yunlong was seated in a jeep, preparing to head to Xingxingli. The latter half of the night marked the coldest point of the day, plunging to over -40 degrees. The biting cold wind, laden with snowflakes, struck his face like daggers. In such conditions, driving an open-top jeep was undoubtedly torturous. Li Yunlong wrapped his military coat tighter around him and casually remarked, "I must say, the quality of this military coat is rather commendable." In fact, while in northeast China, they had received a batch of military coats, but the quantity was far from sufficient. And due to the urgency of the time, many coats had not been distributed, despite capturing a considerable number of items in this battle. Even stripping the coats off the prisoners, there were only a few thousand available, which was merely a drop in the bucket for Li Yunlong's army of over 50,000 men. It seemed imperative to eliminate more enemies. Young Chun excitedly exclaimed, "Commander, I truly believe that coffee from the Foreign Devils is remarkable. Although it's bitter and more difficult to drink than medicinal soup, it warms me up and invigorates my spirit. I am no longer at all sleepy." Li Yunlong replied, "You may not be sleepy, but I am exceedingly fatigued." "Commander, please take a nap," suggested Chun. "I am not fond of that coffee either, but Xiao Tian rather enjoys it. Save a can for her, and I shall send it back when possible." "Understood." Li Yunlong nodded, tightening his coat, burying his face in his chest, and leaning back to close his eyes for a brief respite. Li Yunlong was indeed weary. After a night of vigilance and prolonged use of the system map, he felt mentally exhausted. Yet, all his efforts were worthwhile. Meanwhile, Major General Smith, who had also endured a sleepless night, was now feeling quite dispirited. Although he had consumed copious amounts of coffee, he had long since built up a tolerance to it. However, he could not afford to dwell on his fatigue. The current situation for his army was exceedingly dire. Last night, Major General Smith had already reported the encounter with the main force of the volunteer army to MacArthur. Yet, MacArthur, harboring a deep-seated disdain for their forces, had not taken the matter seriously at all. The order for a continued offensive was issued to Major General Smith, who then retired to rest early. At this moment, Smith found himself yearning to unleash a string of expletives. An offensive? What nonsense! Colonel Bowser cautiously interjected, "General, it has been confirmed that the 17th Infantry Regiment appears to have been entirely annihilated." "Damn it!" Major General Smith cursed vehemently. "What a bunch of incompetents. Thousands of men. And they couldn't hold out for even a single night, fools." At this juncture, Smith felt an intensifying pain in his head. This scenario was beyond his wildest imaginings. Colonel Bowser continued, "The garrisons across the region have largely succumbed to enemy assaults. We estimate that we are now facing at least 100,000 adversaries. Moreover, the situation has worsened, as the Confederate 3rd Division has completely collapsed. Our left flank is now exposed." Major General Smith, seething with anger, bellowed. The tide of battle has turned, and our esteemed commander still insists we press on with the offensive. It is utterly ridiculous. Colonel Bowser replied resignedly. The commander's assessment of the situation is indeed overly optimistic. Smith turned to glance outside and remarked, "Fortunately, dawn has arrived. Immediately contact the fleet and the rear Air Force Base, requesting them to deploy all available aircraft to support us. The garrisons must seize this opportunity to launch a counterattack and establish communication between various units. We must decisively eliminate those enemies who have maneuvered behind our lines. Only by securing our rear can we hope to engage the enemy in a decisive confrontation." The 5th and 7th Marine Regiments were to retreat to the Latonli line. Troops were to be drawn from the 1st Marine Regiment and the directly subordinate units to assist the 5th and 7th Marine Regiments at Latonli. The 1st Marine Division comprises 3 regiments, the 1st, 5th, and 7th Marine Regiments. Major General Smith then instructed, as for the 7th Infantry Division, ensure they hold fast at Xingsingli and Naidanzi to contain the enemy before them. Rubbing his temples, he added, the enemy is poorly equipped and lacks air support. If we can maintain our positions, we can gradually initiate a counteroffensive and ultimately defeat them. However, the enemy is currently emboldened. I fear they will continue their assaults. We must steadfastly hold the line. If we can endure this period, subsequent battles will be more manageable. At that moment, despite his mounting concerns, Major General Smith did not foresee defeat, for he believed the disparity in overall strength was significant, at least from his perspective. It was glaringly apparent that the equipment of the volunteer army was hardly comparable to that of a legitimate force. A mere contingent of infantry could not possibly withstand their iron tide. Even the swift demise of the 17th Regiment did not lead him to recognize the true terror of the volunteer army. To him, it seemed merely an unfortunate incident, a result of the 17th Regiment encountering an ambush, caught unprepared and lacking defensible positions, ultimately succumbing to the numerically superior volunteer forces. This did not prove anything of consequence. Nonetheless, the ever-cautious Major General Smith was not as optimistic as McKean. Colonel Bowser hastily responded, "I concur with the General's perspective. The enemy cannot possibly match us. Now that they have fully revealed themselves, we are better prepared, making it significantly easier to confront them. It is high time we teach them a lesson, demonstrating the might of our forces." Major General Smith nodded and remarked, "However, we must not be complacent. After all, we are not facing a small faction of enemies. Their numbers could exceed 100,000, and they are not easily vanquished. We must be ready for a protracted struggle." The notion of concluding this war swiftly has become a jest. Chapter 46. Li Yunlong must not be praised. Upon receiving Li Yunlong's report, Old Song was filled with exhilaration, as the complete annihilation of an entire regiment is a rare and significant victory. Old Song immediately relayed this news to the command center. Meanwhile, the 6 armies on the Western Front launched a comprehensive counterattack against the 8th Army Group. Under the fierce offensive of our forces, the enemy's advance was stifled, and Major General Walker, commander of the 8th Army Group, was directing his troops to consolidate their defenses to thwart the counteroffensive of the Volunteer Army. The front lines were ablaze with intense combat, and the command center was brightly lit. Upon learning of Li Yunlong's resounding triumph on the Eastern Front, a wave of cheers erupted within the headquarters. Little did anyone expect that Li Yunlong would achieve such a remarkable feat again. It was bitterly cold at Chosin Reservoir, and it was said that Li Yunlong had preemptively ordered winter clothing and blankets. Otherwise, our hundreds of thousands of soldiers would have suffered from the freezing temperatures. In this regard, Li Yunlong had indeed rendered a great service, and it appeared that my decision to appoint him as the director of the clothing factory was astute. Haha. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Once again, Li Yunlong had decimated an enemy regiment, proving his bravery in battle remains undiminished. He must be duly rewarded. However, this stubborn mule should not be overly praised, for any accolades would surely inflate his ego and potentially lead to trouble. Thus, the commendation order should be postponed. Instead, a telegram should be sent to Li Yunlong, stating that while he has indeed eliminated an enemy regiment, it is not particularly impressive. If he truly possesses the capability, he should take down the Marine Division and the 7th Division as well. If Li Yunlong can accomplish this, I will treat him to a drink after the battle. Upon receiving this telegram, Li Yunlong chuckled and said, "The commander truly understands me." He replied, requesting 100-year-old Xinghua village liquor. The staff frowned and said, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Li Yunlong laughed and replied, "What is wrong with that? I am determined to enjoy that drink." If I can take down the 7th Division and the Marine Division, surely I deserve a barrel of a century-old Xinhua village. The staff laughed and remarked, "It is certainly worth it, but to boldly request such a drink from the commander, you are quite audacious, General." By the time Li Yunlong hurriedly arrived at the front command post in Xingxingli, night had already fallen. The troops launched another fervent assault on the enemy surrounding Xingxingli. As soon as Li Yunlong entered the command post, he called out loudly, "Where's Jiang Dia?" Jiang Dia promptly approached and said, "General, you arrived so quickly." Li Yunlong casually remarked, "I have hurried, and at last I have arrived." Jiang Dia promptly replied, "Commander, you must be weary. Would you care for a sip of water? Spare me the pleasantries. What is the current situation?" Jiang Dia gestured towards the sand table and said, "Commander, as you have rightly pointed out, Xingxingli is indeed a formidable stronghold. After our forces launched an offensive last night, they unexpectedly counterattacked, seizing several positions on the outskirts of Xingxingli and gradually advancing towards it. We have taken a few high grounds, but our army is continually retracting its defensive lines, exerting all efforts to hold the line. Those scoundrels have stationed their tanks outside the camp, resembling iron fortresses. Our forces lack the heavy weaponry necessary for an assault, making progress quite arduous. After dawn, the enemy's aircraft arrived, forcing us to halt our offensive and disperse our troops for concealment and air defense. Seizing the opportunity, the enemy launched a counteroffensive, successfully reopening the roads to Naidongzi and Xiaqiu. The enemy's tanks are formidable, bolstered by air support. During daylight engagements, we suffer greatly, finding it exceedingly challenging to thwart their advance. Once night falls, the enemy retreats to their camp and the surrounding high grounds, fortifying their positions. It appears they anticipate our night assault, hence their diligent defense. Li Yunlong could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! Without air superiority, what should be a decisive encirclement has devolved into a turn-based affair. You strike me, I strike you. At this rate, when shall we bring down this Arctic bear? I still intend to use their military flag to steam buns." Jiang Dia paused momentarily, surprised by the absurdity of the thought. "Commander, we have already initiated our offensive. We will first clear the surrounding enemy, and then ramp up our assault. There are only a few thousand enemies in Xingxingli, no matter how resilient their defenses may be. I will eventually crush them to smithereens." Hiki. Li Yunlong chuckled. "Indeed, there is a spirited determination. You need not worry about the enemy at Naidongzi. Chun Dalei has already led the 9th Regiment there to assist the 7th and 8th Regiments. They will eliminate them sooner or later. I have also brought the Independent Regiment for you, along with an artillery regiment. Did you not mention a lack of heavy assault weaponry? They have just captured over a dozen heavy artillery pieces. However, they have too many cannons and cannot act during the day, but they should arrive tonight." Jiang Dia, with a resigned expression, scoffed, "What good does that do? Come dawn, the enemy's aircraft will surely return to bomb us. We must ensure our troops remain concealed. We can only launch a full-scale assault tomorrow night, striving to seize Xingxingli in one go." Li Yunlong smiled and said, "Yet tonight's offensive must not cease. We must expend as many of the enemy's forces as possible. Although bringing up heavy artillery poses some difficulty, I did not come empty-handed." Jiang Dia's eyes brightened with curiosity as he eagerly asked, "What treasures have you brought?" Li Yunlong, brimming with excitement, replied, "Newly acquired advanced weaponry, 90mm bazookas. Have you ever seen one? Also, 2075mm recoilless rifles and 57mm anti-tank guns. Hehe. These are all potent tools for combating tanks, freshly obtained from the military. It must be said that the weaponry of these foreign powers is indeed remarkably effective. The recoilless rifle can also be employed against tanks, boasting a range and precision that far surpass that of the bazooka. However, it comes with a considerable weight. The 75mm recoilless rifle, as described by Li Yunlong, is undeniably powerful, yet its heft is substantial, weighing in at a staggering 758 kilograms, making it exceedingly difficult for a single soldier to carry. In contrast, the bazooka is a mere 6 kilograms, allowing an individual to traverse rugged terrain with ease, thus providing greater agility in use. Each has its own merits and demerits. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent. Truly splendid. With such fine equipment, we need not fear smashing their iron turtles." Li Yunlong, with a grave expression, replied, "Jiang Dia, refrain from boasting like a fool. Let me be clear, we must eradicate this Arctic Bear Regiment. Our superiors are mocking us. What accomplishment is it for a single brigade to vanquish an entire regiment? This time, we shall not only eliminate the Arctic Bear Regiment, but also deal with the entire 7th Division, subsequently cooperating with our allied forces to obliterate the 1st Marine Division. They shall arrive in an orderly fashion and depart in the same manner. None shall be spared. Should any mistakes occur, I will not spare you. Jiang Dai avowed with utmost sincerity. Rest assured, Commander. If we fail to capture Xing singly or eliminate the Arctic Bear Regiment, I shall offer my head as a chamber pot. Li Yunlong chuckled. I have no need for such a large chamber pot. Chapter 47. Li Yunlong had never seen so much money. Li Yunlong was brimming with excitement. For at noon, the rewards from the previous day had finally arrived. This time, he had received a staggering reward of over 300,000 gold coins. Although these were system coins, they could effectively be exchanged for various supplies, rendering them equivalent to currency. The sole distinction lies in the fact that what can be procured with gold coins may not necessarily be obtainable with cash domestically, making these coins even more precious than mere money. It could be said that Li Yunlong had never encountered such wealth in his lifetime. And this was merely the income of a single day. Of course, the achievements from the prior day were indeed remarkable, having successfully taken down an entire regiment from the army, while also securing impressive results on other fronts. Future opportunities to achieve such significant victories in a single day would likely be scarce, as the army is not an easy adversary to confront. With this abundance of gold coins, he could procure a vast array of weaponry and equipment, alleviating his concerns regarding logistical support. The consumption of resources in modern warfare is considerable. Relying solely on battlefield spoils to sustain oneself is simply unfeasible. In the initial campaigns of the volunteer army, each offensive could only last between 7 to 10 days due to the inadequacy of logistical support, preventing further advances. Li Qiwei referred to it as the worship offensive. This old fellow seized upon the weakness of the volunteer army. Each time they launched an assault, they conserved their strength and gradually retreated. After 7 days, when the volunteer army was compelled to halt their pursuit, the enemy would suddenly counterattack, inflicting considerable losses on the volunteers. Now, Li Yunlong stands to amass a substantial amount of gold coins. Without making any bold claims, as long as everything proceeds normally, he can assure the supply of his entire army remains unaffected. Although logistical support poses challenges, it is not entirely impossible to transport supplies, as additional resources will be allocated from above. Li Yunlong has always been frugal. In Ding Wei's words, he believes in benefiting from abundance and hoarding resources, ensuring he has little to worry about on this front. The only significant challenge lies in extracting these supplies without arousing suspicion. During combat, directly casting these items onto the battlefield as spoils of war undoubtedly represents the most prudent course of action. Presently, it is an opportune moment. These gold coins cannot reproduce, so it is more practical to convert them into tangible resources swiftly. Nevertheless, defeating the enemy army is no simple task, as the disparity in strength is vast. At sea, the enemy possesses over a dozen heavy aircraft carriers. During the Battle of Chosin Reservoir, at least 4 enemy aircraft carriers provided aerial support in the waters near the eastern front. Furthermore, the enemy boasts hundreds of warships. While the geography of Bengniang Island resembles a slender corn cob, with coastlines on both sides, the enemy's navy can launch landings from any point, leaving our forces vulnerable. If our army advances too far south, the enemy may resort to the same tactics as before, executing another landing at Incheon, placing us in a precarious position. In addition to carrier-based aircraft, the enemy also commands an air force with thousands of various fighter jets and bombers, capabilities our army lacks. At that time, our air force was newly established and weak, unable to compete with the enemy. Thus, we refrained from deploying air support in the early stages of the war, resulting in a complete loss of air superiority. Later, when our air force joined the fray, it remained relatively weak, managing only to secure partial air superiority, and could not even ensure the safety of the entire logistical supply line. As for the army's equipment, the gap was equally significant. A single enemy division's heavy firepower exceeded that of Li Yunlong's entire corps. We were devoid of tanks. While they fielded dozens of tanks and hundreds of armored personnel carriers within a single regiment, later, when our armored forces engaged, the number of tanks we possessed paled in comparison to theirs. Even when tanks were deployed, caution was paramount, as the enemy held air superiority and their artillery was fierce. A moment's negligence could result in annihilation by their aircraft and heavy artillery. Even in terms of light weaponry, the discrepancies were vast. Our arsenal was a hodgepodge of international origins, with soldiers wielding an array of weaponry. Some firearms were domestically produced, while others were seized from the Japanese, of course. There were also weapons supplied by Captain Jiang, along with a portion of Soviet arms, and a few from British and French origins. Who could speak of unified calibers or logistical difficulties? The mere possession of firearms was a considerable blessing. At that time, no division possessed a uniform model of rifle. However, ammunition was not in short supply. Our munitions factory was capable of producing a variety of ammunition types to adequately meet the demands of the front lines, provided it could be transported there. Our logistical challenges did not stem from issues of weapon caliber, but rather from enemy bombardments. It was not until the mid to late stages of the conflict that the unprincipled Soviets, realizing our capabilities were indeed formidable and not as weak as they had presumed, began to offer substantial support. Thus, it was only in the latter part of the war that we acquired a considerable amount of Soviet equipment. The weapons used in the early stages had nearly been depleted, leading to a gradual standardization of armaments, although they were not entirely uniform. After all, we had also captured a number of weapons on the battlefield, and our army has always been frugal, readily utilizing the captured arms. However, employing enemy weapons on the battlefield does carry its drawbacks. Just yesterday, during the battle at Xingli, a soldier under Li Yunlong engaged in close combat with an enemy soldier, grappling and rolling in the snow for several minutes before ultimately dispatching the foreign foe. However, upon rising, he found his own rifle missing. Spotting an enemy firearm, he seized it without hesitation and continued to advance. Unfortunately, he did not get far before encountering another enemy soldier. They both raised their rifles, but the enemy fired first, while his own weapon failed to discharge, as he was unfamiliar with its mechanism and had not disengaged the safety. This valiant soldier thus met a heroic end. As the offensive commenced, Li Yunlong gazed up at the night sky, faintly discerning the silhouettes of aircraft. A barrage of bombs soon rained down upon our positions, the cacophony of explosions merging into a singular, thunderous roar as some high ground was engulfed in flames. Li Yunlong's brow furrowed as he observed a nearby hill reduced to a blazing inferno. The enemy had deployed a significant number of night-flying aircraft, a situation to which Li Yunlong had no effective response. These enemy bombers flew at high altitudes, rendering our standard anti-aircraft fire largely ineffective, as engaging them would only lead to a waste of ammunition. Zhang Dia could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, the enemy's planes never cease even at night." Li Yunlong sighed in resignation, replying, "These are their night bombers, primarily heavy bombers. Such aircraft are relatively sparse, and many are likely launched from Japan. They cannot possibly maintain a continuous bombardment forever. Once they pause, we will launch a full-scale assault, ensuring we engage the enemy in close quarters. Even if their planes return, we need not fear." You must have noticed, the enemy bombs are primarily targeting the peripheral areas, as they too fear hitting their own troops. After all, bombs do not discriminate. Furthermore, while they may appear to be at a certain altitude, the actual difference could be several hundred to 1,000 meters below. Challenges undoubtedly exist, yet such obstacles shall not deter us. Chapter 48. Commander, you are simply extraordinary. Zhang Dia nodded in agreement, stating, "The commander is right. These difficulties are trivial. Even if the King of Hell were to appear today, he would not be able to rescue this wretched Arctic Bear Corps. Commander, you are truly remarkable. How did you foresee the enemy's aircraft approaching for an aerial bombardment?" Just moments ago, Li Yunlong urgently called off the offensive, instructing the soldiers to disperse and take cover in order to minimize casualties. This was due to Li Yunlong's advanced knowledge of the impending arrival of these aircraft through the system, yet there was little he could do. Although we have managed to shoot down several enemy planes in this conflict, including instances of downing aircraft with light weapons, those were fighter jets, brought down by the arrogance of enemy pilots who dared to strafe low. However, the incoming aircraft are strategic bombers, flying at such heights that our anti-aircraft artillery struggles to reach them. Attempting to shoot them down is nearly impossible. Li Yunlong had no other option but to order a retreat and concealment to reduce losses as much as possible. He turned to Zhang Dia, pointed to his own head, and said, "Instinct. Last night, we launched an offensive and halted during the day, so the enemy would certainly suspect that we would strike again tonight. They would not be unprepared. While we are not overly concerned about other matters, their aircraft represent our greatest threat. Their only means of calling for support lies in their aircraft, which is why I surmise they are nearing our location." Zhang Dia chuckled and remarked, "That's exactly why the commander is so seasoned." Li Yunlong continued, This is the most formidable enemy our army has encountered since its inception, and that is indisputable. This is also our first engagement with them. Prior combat experiences are no longer applicable, and we must gradually adapt and learn. The enemy possesses superior weaponry and firepower, which is their advantage. However, their fighting spirit cannot compare to ours, which constitutes our strength. We must leverage our advantages, identify the enemy's weaknesses, and deliver a decisive blow to them. Jiang Dai nodded in agreement and said, "The commander speaks wisely." Li Yunlong returned to the sand table, pointing at it as he stated, "Our mission tonight is to deplete the enemy's forces and undermine their morale. There are relatively few enemies at Naidongzi, numbering around 2,000. Shen Daler's division will launch a full-scale attack on Naidongzi tonight, aiming to eliminate this enemy contingent. Naidongzi is in dire straits, and the enemy at Xingxingli may reinforce them. You must first sever the communication between Naidongzi and Xingxingli. Should they dare to send reinforcements, we must annihilate their forces en route, thereby exhausting the enemy at Xingxingli. By tomorrow night, our heavy artillery will be in position. Once we breach the defenses of Xingxingli with our artillery, the task will become significantly easier." Jiang Dai, filled with excitement, replied, "Rest assured, Commander. If McCrane truly dares to send troops to support Naidongzi, it would be tantamount to seeking death. We currently lack heavy weaponry, making it somewhat challenging to breach the defenses of Xingxingli, but once they abandon their shell, dealing with them will be much simpler. Ambush tactics and assault operations are entirely different concepts. It is akin to playing a game. The challenges of engaging in combat in the wilds differ vastly from those encountered when assaulting an enemy stronghold. While it may appear that Li Yunlong and his forces can effortlessly vanquish the 17th Regiment, it is essential to note that this was a surprise attack. The enemy, caught off guard, lacked defensive fortifications and was hindered by their heavy weaponry, which was ensnared on the road and unable to be utilized. Furthermore, the enemy was in transit. Their 1,000-strong contingent spread thinly along the roadway. Li Yunlong swiftly severed their ranks, dispatching them with relative ease. However, the Arctic Bear Regiment stationed in Xinxing is a different matter altogether. Setting aside the disparity in combat capabilities between the two regiments, the Arctic Bears are fortified within their camp, resolutely defending their position. The crucial strategic locations surrounding them are predominantly under enemy control. This scenario presents a classic siege, and Li Yunlong's artillery units have yet to be properly positioned to avoid bombardment. Thus, it is improbable that Xinxing will be captured this evening. Li Yunlong harbors no such intentions. Rather, he seeks to deplete the enemy's forces and diminish their morale, planning to launch a full-scale offensive the following night to decisively annihilate the Arctic Bear Regiment. The 7th Division comprises 3 principal regiments, with a significant portion of the 17th Regiment and some direct units already annihilated. The 31st Regiment, known as the Arctic Bear Regiment, is entrenched in Xinxing, while the 32nd Regiment is partially stationed at Naidongzi and the remainder held in reserve. Additional logistical units are also situated further back. Consequently, the 7th Division at the front, including the decimated 17th Regiment, comprises merely 12 to 13,000 personnel. This constitutes the majority of the 7th Division's forces, as over 80% of the combat troops are deployed at the front line. Securing Naidongzi and Xinxing would result in the destruction of these two enemy factions, thereby effectively eradicating 80% of the 7th Division's combat capability, rendering their defeat nearly equivalent to total annihilation. Haha, Li Yunlong chuckled. Once we annihilate this 7th Division, we shall seize complete control of the battlefield, making the remaining enemy forces far easier to handle. Time is of the essence. The enemy's aircraft have departed, and orders are given to initiate the attack, clear the outer obstacles, and exhaust their forces, allowing these foreign devils to witness our might firsthand. Yes, simultaneously, Li Yunlong commanded Qin Daliai's 3rd Division to launch a full assault on Naidongzi. Zhou Wei's 1st Division and Fang Zhaowu's 4th Division, 1 regiment short, are to vigorously assault the main forces of the Marine Corps at Latanli and other locations. That night, flames of war engulfed the entire Changjin Lake region once more. Amidst the darkness, the sounds of battle echoed, with cries of war and the blaring of trumpets instilling terror in the hearts of the enemy. At the command center in Xinxing, Colonel McLean was as agitated as an ant on a hot skillet. Damn, the enemy continues to multiply, and the 17th Regiment has been completely obliterated. How are we to continue fighting? Ironically, Commander McLean demanded that we swiftly eliminate the enemy forces before us, a request that bordered on absurdity. In that moment, McLean began to harbor doubts about MC. Earlier in the day, 5-star MC had already been apprised of the previous night's combat situation. However, this arrogant individual remained steadfast in his belief that even if our forces engage, we could never match them as adversaries. They possess formidable naval and aerial capabilities, and their army strength is beyond our comparison. Their troops are poised to advance to the riverbank, and even with our military's large-scale involvement, we would struggle to establish a foothold in the southern regions. Should they muster their forces effectively, it is entirely plausible that they could rout our army, forcing us back across the river, thereby concluding this conflict with their triumph. Any further hostilities would merely ignite a new war. Thus, during daylight, the old McLean once again dispatched orders to the front lines, instructing Walker, Smith, and others to persist in their assaults from the eastern and western flanks, striving to obliterate the enemy before them and shatter our resolve, driving the front line to the river's edge. The commanding officers on the front line have already recognized our army's formidable strength. They are utterly incapable of dismantling our forces in the short term, and even maintaining their current positions proves to be exceedingly challenging. Consequently, these frontline commanders have begun to doubt and criticize McLean for his lack of understanding of the actual situation and his misguided commands. Chapter 49, he is likely unaware of my prowess. A nearby major exclaimed, "Sir, the situation at Nidongzi is dire. We request immediate reinforcement." Colonel Fess remarked that if reinforcements did not arrive soon, they would soon find themselves in the enemy's prisoner of war camp. He could even hear the enemy shouting in English, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Prisoners will be treated well." Damn it! McLean slammed his fist onto the table in fury. At that moment, McLean longed for the presence of his former commander, Major General Ball. He vividly recalled the last time General Ball had called him, excitedly proclaiming, "I shall be the first commander to reach the riverbank." Indeed, he accomplished that feat and tragically became the first commander to perish there, as well as the one who fell closest to the northern bank. However, Major General Ball's renown pales in comparison to that of Alderman, who was the first general to die at the riverbank. Had General Ball survived, McLean would not find himself in such a predicament. Initially believing that Ball's death would grant him the opportunity to relish the role of acting commander, he now finds, just days later, the tide of battle has turned dramatically. He begins to envy the commander of the 32nd Regiment, for a portion of his troops remain to secure the safety of the rear supply lines, allowing his headquarters to be positioned further back. That individual is likely enjoying a relatively comfortable situation. McLean recalls mocking that man when tasks were assigned, saying he had squandered his last chance for glory. Now it seems that he is the fool. The tall and imposing McLean sat despondently in his chair, resembling a bewildered giant. McLean rubbed his temples and inquired, "Do you think we should deploy forces for a rescue?" One officer replied, "We are under attack as well. Enemies surround us. If we recklessly advance, we may encounter peril." Another officer added, "Yet, if we do not assist Nidongzi, the forces there will be utterly lost." Although the enemy has launched an offensive against Sing-Singli, their assault is not particularly fierce, indicating that their main focus lies on Nidongzi, merely intending to hold us back. Furthermore, based on my observations, the enemy's firepower is quite feeble, lacking substantial heavy artillery. There isn't even a single heavy cannon in sight. I propose deploying tank forces to swiftly advance towards Nidongzi and assist the troops there in breaking through. Colonel McLean found himself hesitating. Both of these individuals seemed to possess a modicum of reason, yet their words also appeared somewhat trivial. Ultimately, the final decision rests in his hands, and should any issues arise, he would bear the responsibility. Thus, he found himself nostalgically recalling Major General Barr. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have left the acting division commander to their own devices instead of assuming the role himself. McLean also regretted not withdrawing the troops from Nidongzi earlier in the day. However, it is too late for regrets now. It is all that old MCK's fault for ordering a continuation of the assault. I cannot even maintain a defense now, let alone mount an attack. McLean had previously heard rumors that old MCK had contracted syphilis, the virus having penetrated his brain. He had doubted the veracity of such claims, but now he was compelled to confirm their accuracy. After a moment of silence, McLean clenched his teeth and commanded, "Immediately mobilize a dozen tanks and 2 infantry companies to advance towards Nidongzi to assist Colonel Faze and his men in breaking through. Everyone must retreat to Sing-Singli. Order the heavy artillery units to provide full support for the assaulting forces, and send a telegram to Colonel Faze instructing them to make every effort to break through." An army officer acknowledged the command and hurried away to relay the orders. McLean, driven to the brink, found himself with no other options. They could not afford to abandon Colonel Faze and his men, and continuing to hold Naidongzi was clearly untenable. It would be wiser to further consolidate their forces and focus entirely on defending Xingxingli. However, should Naidongzi fall, their situation would become even more perilous. Yet at this moment, McLean could hardly afford to concern himself with such thoughts. Jiang Dia excitedly approached Li Yunlong, exclaiming, "Commander, the enemy has dispatched troops to rescue Naidongzi." "Oh." Li Yunlong, who had been dozing, suddenly opened his eyes wide, seizing binoculars and rushing to the observation post. In the distance, several hilltops were engulfed in flames from enemy artillery shells. Jiang Dia explained, "The enemy's heavy artillery is firing relentlessly, providing cover for their assaulting forces." "Damn it." Li Yunlong, peering towards the direction of Xingxingli through his binoculars, remarked, "The enemy's heavy artillery poses a significant threat. To capture Xingxingli, we must first eliminate their artillery positions." Jiang Dia lamented, "The enemy is cunning. Having established their artillery positions at the core of Xingxingli, without long-range firepower, we are utterly incapable of destroying their artillery emplacements." Li Yunlong pointed and declared, "Then we must wait until tomorrow night. We must capture Hill 1451 tonight. Once the heavy artillery arrives and is positioned there, we can first dismantle their artillery positions. In doing so, we shall effectively sever the claws of this Arctic bear. Let us see how long they can remain arrogant." However, McLean certainly possesses audacity to dare send troops to rescue Naidongzi. It appears he remains oblivious to our formidable prowess. How many troops have they dispatched? They have sent 14 tanks and over 40 armored personnel carriers, advancing slowly along the road under the cover of artillery fire. Li Yunlong remarked, "Their forces are not particularly numerous. Whatever their count may be, let us entice them out and eliminate this contingent of adversaries first." Despite the ferocity of the enemy's artillery, their gunners are stationed in Xinxing, limiting their reach to only one side of the mountain. As they approach Naidongzi, there are numerous hills along the way, providing advantageous terrain to position our troops on the reverse slope of the enemy's artillery for an effective ambush. Regardless, we must ensure the annihilation of this enemy force. Not a single one shall be allowed to return. Jiang Dia fervently assured, "Rest assured, Commander, not a single one will escape." Li Yunlong then turned to an aide and commanded, "Immediately send a telegram to Chendailai, instructing them to launch a full-scale assault. The enemy at Naidongzi may attempt to break free. They must ensure the complete eradication of the enemy, if even one escapes. This division commander shall have no place in command, for I do not tolerate incompetence among my ranks. If a division cannot contend with a mere 2 battalions of the enemy, they might as well return home to tend to their children." "Understood." The aide responded promptly before departing to relay the orders. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "Report. The 5th Regiment has captured Hill 1244. Capturing a small hill is hardly cause for celebration," Jiang Dia commented dismissively. However, they discovered an enemy encampment in a clearing at the foot of the hill, housing a substantial stockpile of weapons, ammunition, and provisions, evidently an enemy logistics depot. Li Yunlong smiled faintly, recognizing this as yet another of his own triumphs. The enemy's supplies are primarily stored in Xinxing. It is implausible that they could amass such a vast quantity of resources on the periphery. Jiang Dia exclaimed excitedly, "We shall prosper from this." Li Yunlong instructed, "Distribute the ammunition and provisions immediately. There are soldiers who are starving. Ensure they are well fed to fight vigorously. The enemy has ample flour in Xinxing, primarily for baking bread. While we do not bake bread, we can certainly steam buns. Once we secure Xinxing, we shall feast on steamed buns and dumplings. However, with so many buns to steam, a single cloth for steaming will be insufficient." After vanquishing the 17th Regiment, Li Yunlong had also dispatched individuals to interrogate the captives regarding the whereabouts of the 17th Regiment's flag. However, Colonel Pierce feigned ignorance, claiming there was no flag. Li Yunlong, incensed, nearly executed him on the spot. A thorough search of the battlefield yielded no results, indicating that the flag was likely ordered to be destroyed by Pierce or had been obliterated during the chaos of battle, as several tanks and armored vehicles were destroyed. Indeed, some of the armored vehicles from Pierce's command had been annihilated, and the flag may have perished in the flames at that moment. Nevertheless, Li Yunlong was determined to acquire the cloth from the Arctic Bear Regiment. Chapter 50. Who dares to bomb my artillery? The 3rd Battalion of the Independent Regiment has also been dispatched to counter the reinforcements heading to Naidongzi. The super bazookas were initially seized by the independent regiment, resulting in their allocation of the majority. Wu Qianli's 7th Company alone managed to capture 8 super bazookas. They were acutely aware that the enemy's tanks were numerous, and this weapon was the most effective anti-tank armament available to an individual soldier. At this moment, under the directives from their superiors, the soldiers had arrived at the designated position and had taken up ambush positions. This location was beyond the reach of the enemy's heavy artillery stationed in Xinqing. Wu Qianli, Mei Sheng, Yu Songrong, and others each bore a super bazooka, concealed in a strategic location. The distant rumble of tanks echoed along the road as they turned the mountain S-foot, gradually coming into the soldiers' line of sight. Captain Tin signaled the troops to maintain their concealment. He too bore a super bazooka, his keen gaze fixed intently on the approaching tanks. The enemy, acutely aware of the threat, advanced cautiously, with the machine gunners on the tanks indiscriminately spraying the hillside with fire from dual heavy machine guns. Regardless of whether they spotted any targets, they unleashed a volley, for ammunition was in ample supply, and in their lexicon, the notion of conserving bullets was utterly absent. Once the lead tanks entered the ambush zone, a brilliant signal flare shot up from a nearby mountaintop. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp gunshots rang out as the marksmen concealed on the mountain triggered their weapons first. The searing bullets whistled through the air, and the exposed machine gunners were almost all struck down in a single shot, meeting their demise instantly. The sharp whistling of rockets followed as they soared toward the enemy tanks. Boom, boom. The power of the super bazookas was overwhelming. Striking a Sherman tank was as effortless as piercing tofu with chopsticks. Even the robust Patton tanks could be dispatched with a well-placed shot to a vital area. Even if they could withstand 1 or 2 hits to their reinforced fronts, could they endure a 3rd or 4th? Eventually, one would surely find its mark on their Achilles heel, sending them to their end. Our forces possessed sufficient rocket launchers to comfortably deal with these few tanks. Within a mere minute, the leading tanks were obliterated, reduced to smoldering wrecks. At that moment, the mortars hidden behind the mountain also commenced their bombardment. Shells rained down upon the enemy's armored convoy, resulting in violent explosions that wreaked havoc among the disoriented soldiers who had just disembarked, causing heavy casualties. "Fall back," shouted the commanding major. "Immediately withdraw. The entire unit retreat." At this juncture, thoughts of providing support to Naidongzi were cast aside. Survival took precedence. The enemy's formation consisted of several tanks leading the charge, followed by armored personnel carriers, with additional tanks securing the rear. The vehicles that remained unscathed, terrified, began to retreat hastily, while some of the survivors, not yet struck down, fled in panic, daring not to linger for a moment. Yet, they had scarcely retreated a short distance when they were once again ambushed from another hillside. As the rockets soared through the air with a piercing wail, the subsequent explosions claimed the lives of several tanks, rendering them inoperative. The charred remnants of these vehicles obstructed the enemy's retreat. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, bullets cascading upon the enemy like torrential rain, while mortar shells relentlessly pursued them, wreaking havoc. With no avenue for escape and no means of evasion, the enemy could only march, one by one, to the realm of the underworld, where it is likely that the king of hell, perusing the ledger of life and death, would unhesitatingly cast these pale-skinned intruders into the abyss of beasts. Before long, the battle reached its conclusion, with the reinforcements sent forth vanquished entirely. Meanwhile, the beleaguered foes within the confines of Naidongzi, upon learning of Colonel Maclean's dispatch of troops to their aid, rallied their forces to initiate a breakout towards Xingxingli. Under the leadership of Colonel Fess, they exerted their utmost efforts in this direction, unaware that they were besieged by an entire division led by Chen Dalei. Had they remained prudently cocooned within their defenses, they might have endured a while longer, but now, with their heads foolishly protruding, they were courting death. Chen Dalei, renowned not only for his fondness for belly-wrapped chicken, but also for his penchant for tortoises, excelled at dispatching them. The moment the enemy exposed themselves, Chen Dalei seized the opportunity to sever their escape route, akin to lopping off the head of a tortoise. Bereft of their fortifications, Colonel Fess and his men beheld the onslaught of volunteer soldiers from all directions, finally grasping the essence of despair. After enduring a harrowing half-hour, suffering grievous casualties, Colonel Fess led the remnants of his forces in a surrender, raising a white flag to our troops. Colonel Fess was a man of his word. Having pledged allegiance to our prisoner of war camp, he adhered to that commitment. A report was sent to the division commander. The enemy had been completely annihilated. The forces at Naidongzi consisted of an enhanced infantry battalion from the 32nd Regiment, and a field artillery battalion, with none escaping. Moreover, we had captured a total of 12 heavy artillery pieces, each boasting a caliber exceeding 100 millimeters. Chen Daliai's smile widened, only to fade as he realized something amiss. Is it merely 12? He inquired. I had counted 18 heavy artillery pieces before. A soldier responded. 6 were destroyed during the battle. In exasperation, Chen Daliai retorted. Which reckless fool dared to destroy my artillery? Those were heavy guns. What a waste. A nearby staff officer clarified. Commander, the battle was intensely fierce, and the enemy's resistance was formidable. They hardly had time to concern themselves with those losses. Having fought for many years, Chen Daliai understood this truth. Yet he lamented the loss of those 6 artillery pieces. Waving his hand dismissively, he declared, forget it. The remaining 12 guns must be safeguarded. Not a single one is to be lost henceforth. At dawn, those damned aircraft will return. Those foreign devils will not cherish their weapons. And a barrage of bombs could obliterate everything. Ensure they are well concealed. The commander has stated that we will launch a full-scale assault tomorrow night. With 12 additional heavy artillery pieces at our disposal, we shall lend our strength to the cause. I, too, wish to witness the resilience of the fortifications at Xingxingli. Furthermore, immediately send a telegram to the commander, stating that we have concluded the battle here. The inner cave ridge has been captured by us, and the enemy forces have been completely annihilated without a single escapee. Yes, a nearby staff officer promptly acknowledged and hurried off to send the telegram. Upon receiving the telegram from Chen Daliai, Li Yunlong was also filled with exhilaration. Haha, Chen Daliai has done splendidly. The inner cave ridge has been seized. Jiang Daya remarked with a hint of envy. Now, it seems that Chen Daliai has stolen the spotlight. Chapter 51. Even God must kneel. Li Yunlong chuckled. There's no need for you to feel jealous, Jiang Daya. I have already told you that the New Star region is where the Real challenge lies. The title of the Polar Bear Regiment was conferred by the previous commander, and it is indeed renowned, being the elite regiment of the army. I have set aside this substantial prize for you. What more could you possibly desire? Jiang Daya laughed. The commander is right. Good things come to those who wait. Just you wait. As for the polar bear, when they encounter us, they will surely become mere dead bears. By the way, commander, what kind of bear is the polar bear? Is it similar to the blind bear? Li Yunlong explained. Certainly not. The polar bear is a species that inhabits the Arctic, characterized by its white fur. Oh, Jiang Daya exclaimed in sudden realization. So they share the same color as those foreign devils, the white-skinned pigs? Exactly. They are of the same hue. Haha. Li Yunlong approached the map and stated, the 1st and 4th Divisions are also performing admirably. The main force of the Marine Division has been steadily retreating under our assault. The 20th Army is fully engaged in combat, beginning to attack the Marine Division's flank. I estimate that Smith, that old rascal, will not be able to hold out much longer. Jiang Daya pointed at the map. They will surely falter, given the current situation. They will retreat towards the downward Jiayu. Li Yunlong nodded. They will not easily relocate during the night. By now, they have likely witnessed our might. Therefore, at dawn, the enemy will most likely retreat towards downward Jiayu under the cover of aircraft. Once the main force of the Marine Division retreats, the Polar Bear Regiment from New Star will likely follow suit. Jiang Daya remarked, the commander is still anticipating a taste of bear paws. I shall not allow them to escape, for I have no desire to return home and pacify children. Li Yunlong affirmed, we must exert all efforts to obstruct them. They must not be allowed to flee. Additionally, issue a directive to the 1st and 4th Divisions, instructing them to fully engage the retreating main force of the Marine Division at dawn, seizing the opportunity to deplete their forces. Yes, at Downward Jiu, the headquarters of the Marine Division. Major General Smith rubbed his temples and inquired, what other bad news is there? Speak it all. Colonel Bowser replied. We have just received a report from Colonel McLean. The enemy has already occupied the inner cave ridge, and the defending forces have been entirely wiped out. Furthermore, nearly all positions on the periphery of New Star have been lost, with the 31st Regiment suffering severe casualties, forced to shrink back near New Star. As the surrounding enemy grows ever larger, they are now in a perilous situation. Major General Smith felt an intensifying headache, furrowing his brow as he remarked, if the 31st Infantry Regiment falls, then the entire 7th Division will be doomed. The 5th and 7th Marine Regiments suffered devastating losses under the enemy's siege, and it was evident that they could no longer hold their ground in places like Latonli. Moreover, if the 7th Division were to collapse, we would find ourselves unable to withstand the onslaught alone. There could be no further hesitation. To delay any longer could result in the annihilation of our entire force. Colonel Bowser reminded us, however, that Commander McKee had ordered us to continue the assault. Major General Smith retorted in anger at this juncture. What means do we have left to attack? Immediately send a telegram to headquarters stating that our unit has sustained severe casualties and that the enemy's strength is overwhelming, necessitating a temporary retreat. Command the 1st Marine Regiment to assist in the withdrawal of the 5th and 7th Regiments from Latonli to Lower Jiuli. Dispatch a telegram to McLean, instructing them to break through from Xinqing and retreat to Lower Jiuli, so that we may reunite as swiftly as possible. Once we consolidate our forces, no matter how numerous the enemy, they shall not prevail against us. Notify the air wing aboard the aircraft carrier and the Air Force to deploy all available aircraft to cover our retreat. Additionally, order the 3rd Division and all units along the route to immediately mobilize every available troop to Lower Jiuli to support us. Colonel Bowser acknowledged this and then inquired, "What if Commander McKee does not consent to our retreat?" Major General Smith replied, "Pay no heed to that madman. We cannot sacrifice the entirety of the 10th Army due to his insanity. If we can establish a stronghold at Lower Jiuli, there may still be a chance to turn the tide of battle, defeat the enemy, and launch a renewed offensive. However, this is contingent upon our ability to consolidate our forces in the vicinity of Lower Jiuli. Execute the orders at once." At that moment, an aide approached with a steaming cup of coffee, saying, "General, here is the coffee you requested." Major General Smith took a sip of the coffee and rose to the doorway. In the distance, at the airfield, helicopters and transport planes were successively taking off to evacuate the wounded. The influx of casualties from the front lines was overwhelming, and their helicopters were insufficient to meet the demand. Transport planes returning from supply missions were also carrying large numbers of wounded back. The enemy's logistical support was beyond our capacity to match. They could swiftly transport the injured via helicopter to rear hospitals for treatment, while our wounded were left to endure the harsh, frigid conditions, with many unable to reach field hospitals in time and succumbing to their severe injuries. Even for those who made it to field hospitals, our medical facilities were vastly inferior to theirs, particularly in the Chosin reservoir area, where temperatures plummeted to -30 or 40 degrees. Even the fittest would struggle to survive, let alone those who were injured. Many lost their lives due to the lack of timely medical attention, which was a significant factor contributing to our heavy casualties. Nevertheless, Major General Smith felt a sense of gratitude for the airport they had constructed. Otherwise, their losses would undoubtedly have been greater. Reflecting on Amon's earlier blustering assurance that there would be no casualties, Major General Smith couldn't help but chuckle at his own foresight. Yet at this moment, he found it beneath him to argue with a corpse. After all, Amon has paid the price for his arrogance. He played the fool and ultimately lost his life. Not only has the 10th Army on the Eastern Front begun its retreat, but the main force of the 8th Army on the Western Front, under the relentless offensive of our 6 principal armies, has also reached its breaking point and started to withdraw in succession, just as Colonel Bowser had anticipated. Upon receiving this news, Old Mac was infuriated. He called Walker, demanding that he halt the retreat and resume the offensive. However, the already subdued Walker did not indulge him and bluntly replied, "Commander, I am truly sorry, but we are utterly unable to stop the retreat." Mac roared, "Retreat is tantamount to treason. You will pay dearly for this." Walker, resigned, responded, "Even if God himself donned a helmet and joined the fight, it would not suffice to prevent our withdrawal. Indeed, faced with the overwhelming momentum of our forces, even if God were to descend, he would have to kneel and sing of submission." Enraged, Old Mac slammed down the phone. "Damn, once a fierce general, now he boasts of being a bulldog. I see Walker as nothing more than a complete fool." Although this old man was furious to the point of exploding, he was utterly powerless to alter the situation on the front lines. Chapter 52. They are demons. Upon receiving the retreat order from Major General Smith, Colonel McLean was nearly elated to the point of jumping for joy. To be frank, he did not wish to linger in that place for even a second longer. Previously, without orders, he dared not retreat, for Old Mac had incessantly commanded them to continue the assault. As a mere colonel, he could not afford to incur Old Mac's wrath. However, the situation had now changed. With Major General Smith's retreat order in hand, he could confidently withdraw from Xingli. Colonel McLean promptly summoned his chief officers and excitedly shared the good news with them. They immediately began to mobilize their forces towards the direction of Lower Kaiuli. assured that our aircraft would provide cover and that the enemy would not dare to launch an attack during the day. We must retreat to Lower Kaiuli as swiftly as possible. Once we arrive, we shall be safe. The officers present were equally exhilarated, having witnessed the formidable strength of the volunteer forces. Given their current predicament, remaining in Xingxingli would amount to waiting for death. No foreign soldier wished to stay behind to meet such a fate. Colonel McLean continued, "The enemy may attempt to obstruct our retreat, but we must resolutely and thoroughly crush any opposition. I believe that under the protection of our aircraft and overwhelming artillery fire, no force can impede our progress. Moreover, our adversaries are merely a group of light infantry, incapable of halting us. We must reach Lower Kaiuli before nightfall." Under Colonel McLean's orders, the Arctic Bear Regiment began to concentrate its forces, making a full-scale breakout towards Lower Kaiuli. Our blocking units immediately executed orders to impede the enemy. In an effort to slow the enemy's advance, our troops have made every effort to sabotage the roads and have laid numerous landmines along the highways. However, the enemy's engineering troops were remarkably swift in clearing mines, and they possessed heavy machinery, such as bulldozers. Even the damaged sections of the road were rapidly repaired by the enemy's engineers. Just as Jiang Dia had dozed off for a moment, he was abruptly roused again. "Commander, the enemy has advanced to the vicinity of Hill 1368. Already?" Jiang Dia exclaimed in alarm, springing to his feet and rushing to the sand table. The staff officer beside him remarked, "The enemy has artillery and air support, enabling them to advance with great speed. It is exceedingly difficult for us to effectively halt their offensive. Damn it!" Jiang Dia clenched his teeth and ordered, "Immediately instruct the 6th Regiment to hold Hill 1368 at all costs. We must not allow the enemy to pass here. If even one enemy escapes, their commander will have to return home and pacify the children with me." "Yes." Jiang Dia scratched his head, flakes of dandruff cascading down like snow. Witnessing the Arctic Bear Regiment nearly being cooked alive, he felt a surge of urgency. Yet, there were no better alternatives. Hill 1368 was strategically located alongside the road, and as long as they could hold the high ground, the enemy could not advance. Thus, reluctantly, Jiang Dia could only order a steadfast defense of Hill 1368. Under the direct command of Colonel Riley, the enemy launched a fierce assault on Hill 1368. Protected by tanks, they charged fiercely towards the high ground. However, as the enemy tanks approached, 4 of them were destroyed by the defending troops' rocket launchers and recoilless rifles. Subsequently, a barrage of mortar shells rained down upon the soldiers following behind. Boom, boom. The sounds of violent explosions echoed, sending the enemy soldiers sprawling in chaos, resulting in numerous casualties. After facing such a vehement counterattack, the enemy could not continue their advance, and in panic, they retreated, leaving their remaining tanks to follow suit. Colonel Riley erupted in rage, seizing his handheld radio to shout, "Call for artillery support. Continue shelling Hill 1368. Additionally, request air support to obliterate Hill 1368. Soon, the enemy's artillery positions thundered once more, and shells whistled towards Hill 1368, unleashing a cacophony of explosions that engulfed the entire area in a storm of artillery fire. But that was not the end. Enemy aircraft soon soared above the battlefield, dropping incendiary bombs that set Hill 1368 ablaze, engulfing the summit in a raging inferno. With flames and thick smoke billowing upwards, Colonel Riley, observing this scene through his binoculars, wore a smug smile. They wish to obstruct us. That is merely a path to self-destruction." An enemy officer nearby remarked, "Under such relentless bombardment, no life could survive on that mountain." "Indeed," Colonel Riley replied with a smile. "Those detestable foes must have perished in the explosions. Order the troops to prepare for an assault and seize Hill 1368. Meanwhile, Jiang Dia, hidden on a distant hilltop, also witnessed the unfolding situation at Hill 1368. Jiang Dia, incensed, exclaimed, "These despicable foreign devils have gone too far. I shall not spare you. Tonight, I will send you all to your demise." A nearby officer remarked, "After the enemy's retreat, our soldiers have endeavored to disperse, leaving only a squad hidden in a secure location on the mountain." Jiang Dia replied, "The enemy will soon launch another assault. Our defenders must seize the initiative and reclaim our positions to thwart their advance." The commander reassured him, "Rest assured, we shall hold the line." As the flames subsided slightly, the enemy, under the protection of their tanks, initiated their attack. The soldiers at the mountain's base, waiting for the enemy aircraft to depart, charged up the reverse slope before the flames above had completely extinguished. Upon learning that the enemy had begun their offensive, they rushed forward without hesitation. With the fire still raging, some soldiers found their clothing ignited, yet they pressed on, engulfed in flames towards their combat positions. The enemy, just reaching the foot of the mountain, caught a glimpse of figures ablaze moving rapidly above, leaving them stunned. Demons? They are demons, someone shouted, further instilling fear in the enemy ranks. However, Colonel Riley disregarded their terror and, through the radio, commanded the attacking forces to continue their advance. The leading officer, steeling himself, urged the troops to charge uphill. Soon, the mountain echoed with a cacophony of gunfire, while mortar shells rained down incessantly. Some soldiers reached advantageous positions, aiming their rocket launchers at the enemy tanks. The company commander bellowed, "Fire fiercely and bring them down." The enemy tanks retaliated with full force, and many soldiers fell wounded. Yet none faltered. The warriors even neglected to extinguish the flames consuming their bodies, raising their weapons and firing fiercely. After an intense skirmish, the once daunted enemy was swiftly repelled once more. Chapter 53. Another profit of over 200,000. Li Yunlong seized a moment to rest, sleeping soundly until the afternoon. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the crisp sound of the system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 211 for 175 gold coins. Please check your account. This reward was from the previous day's battle, credited at noon, but he had been in a deep slumber and only now received the notification. Instantly revitalized, Li Yunlong realized he had earned a substantial sum of 200,000 gold coins, no trivial amount. Although this was slightly less than the previous day's reward, it still constituted a significant income. With this bounty, he could procure a considerable supply of weapons, ammunition, and resources. However, Li Yunlong understood that such fortunate days were not to be expected regularly. It was merely the result of the recent full-scale offensive by the troops, yielding numerous victories and rewards. Yet, he recognized that combat would not persist indefinitely. Once the fighting ceased, so too would his opportunities for gain. War is an exceedingly costly endeavor. To speak of nothing else, the daily expenditure of ammunition and supplies for General Li Yunlong's single army constitutes a substantial financial burden. Even in the absence of combat, the consumption of resources by such a multitude of troops is considerable. Naturally, the routine sustenance can be entirely supported by higher command's logistics. After all, while supply challenges exist, it is not the case that no provisions can be transported. Were that so, our valiant volunteer soldiers, no matter how resilient, would surely perish from hunger. Thus, General Li Yunlong can ensure that his soldiers are adequately fed while allocating more gold towards the procurement of weaponry and ammunition, particularly equipment designed to counter the enemy's arsenal. However, the disparity between the two forces remains vast, and the notion that one could swiftly bridge this gap through the system is nothing short of fanciful. Take, for instance, the enemy's aircraft. General Li finds himself utterly powerless against them. The cost of a single fighter jet is exorbitant, and even if he were inclined to spend such a fortune to acquire a few, there would be no pilots to operate them. Therefore, rather than expending vast sums on elite equipment, it would be far wiser to invest in practical armaments, such as super bazookas, anti-tank guns, and heavy artillery. Possessing such weaponry would indeed narrow the chasm between the two sides and enhance the army's assault capabilities, making future engagements less formidable. Moreover, with the advantage of a systematic map, General Li Yunlong is privy to the enemy's military deployments and troop movements, all of which cannot escape his scrutiny, unless, of course, he were to be asleep. Coupled with the indomitable spirit and formidable combat prowess of our forces, vanquishing the enemy should not prove excessively challenging. It is impossible to achieve a great victory in one fell swoop. The journey must be traversed step by step. After a modest repast, General Li sought out Jiang Dia. Noticing the young man's weary demeanor, he remarked, "You must find time to rest. Persisting in this manner is unsustainable." Jiang Dia sighed in resignation, replying, "Those damned foreign devils possess overwhelming firepower. They have raked 1368 heights with their artillery multiple times, and they continue to charge forward like rabid dogs. I have exhausted all 3 of my battalions." Li Yunlong furrowed his brow slightly, raising his binoculars to survey the battlefield. Enduring the enemy's assault in broad daylight is undeniably arduous, and casualties are indeed unavoidable. He stated, "The enemy's demise approaches. Naturally, they will struggle desperately. If we can hold out until nightfall, their fate will be sealed. Jiang Daya gritted his teeth, asserting, "Rest assured, Commander, we will repel the enemy's counterattack. None of these bastards shall escape today." Consulting the system map, General Li assessed the battlefield conditions before instructing his staff to produce a map. "Jiang Daya," he commanded, "allocate a reinforced company from your forces to infiltrate through here and seize 1427 Heights. Position the mortars and heavy machine guns on the summit to strike them fiercely from the rear. This will disrupt the enemy's offensive maneuvers and alleviate the pressure on 1368 Heights. On Hill 1427, there was only a single enemy squad present. You must quietly maneuver past them and ascend the rear slope to launch a sudden attack, seizing the summit while they are caught off guard." Jiang Daya grinned and said, "I shall attend to this immediately." He promptly ordered the reconnaissance company to assemble urgently, reallocating 2 mortar platoons from the 6th Regiment to accompany the reconnaissance unit in their assault on Hill 1427. "Yes." Jiang Daya then instructed his staff to sketch a simple map, clearly marking the marching route, and the orders were swiftly disseminated. Once the troops were assembled, the reconnaissance company, adhering to Li Yunlong's designated path, successfully circled around to the vicinity of Hill 1427. The soldiers of the vanguard squad cautiously climbed up the side of the slope. The dense forest obscured visibility, and with only a handful of enemies stationed above, they remained largely unaware of the soldiers' approach. The soldiers of the reconnaissance company, particularly those in the vanguard squad, were exceptionally skilled in stealth and reconnaissance, making such operations their forte. Although it was daytime, they adeptly utilized the cover of the mountains and forests to reach the summit, where they suddenly launched their attack. The mere dozen enemies present posed no threat, and within less than a minute, they were all eliminated. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the reconnaissance company and the 2 mortar platoons had also arrived at the foot of the hill. Upon hearing the gunfire, they surged aggressively up the slope. The company commander bellowed, immediately set up the heavy machine guns and mortars. "Aim at the enemy and fire with ferocity." On the road over 300 meters away, a substantial number of enemy forces had gathered, and the soldiers' occupation of Hill 1427 allowed them to strike at this rear position. The enemy soldiers, having heard the gunfire, were oblivious to the situation. Colonel Riley observed the scene, noting only a small contingent of enemy fighters, and thus dismissed it as inconsequential. Issuing orders to a lieutenant to lead a platoon to retake Hill 1427 while he continued to command the assault on the frontal position of Hill 1368. However, the situation took a sudden turn. Upon reaching the summit, the soldiers swiftly set up the mortars and heavy machine guns, unleashing a torrential barrage upon the enemies below. Shells rained down incessantly, and the air was filled with deafening explosions, sending the enemy troops into disarray. The platoon dispatched to counterattack had not yet reached the foot of the hill when a hail of bullets descended from above, swiftly decimating a large portion of their ranks. Colonel Riley, alarmed by the commotion, turned to assess the situation and was taken aback by the unfolding chaos. What the hell? Where did all these enemies come from? Before he could finish his thought, a mortar shell landed perilously close. Boom! The violent explosion erupted, propelling Colonel Riley through the air as shrapnel pierced his body. Unlike Li Yunlong, who had once endured a similar fate and survived, this time, Colonel Riley was not so fortunate as fatal shrapnel struck a vital area, claiming his life on the spot. The enemy forces were in disarray. Those who were previously attacking the 1368 Heights, realizing the precariousness of their situation, hastily retreated. Meanwhile, the soldiers occupying the 1427 Heights, following a barrage of artillery, did not linger but promptly began to withdraw. The enemy had now reacted, and the tanks stationed on the road commenced firing in retaliation. If they did not retreat soon, they would face devastating bombardment. Jiang Daya had previously instructed that once the engagement was concluded, they should not become entangled with the enemy. This maneuver had also disrupted the enemy's offensive strategy, resulting in the death of Colonel Riley. Reorganizing their attack would require considerable time. Li Yunlong's intent was merely to delay the enemy, alleviate the pressure on the 1368 Heights, and minimize casualties. Chapter 54. The Demise of the Polar Bear Regiment. Upon receiving the report from the reconnaissance company, Jiang Daya excitedly remarked to Li Yunlong, "Commander, your prowess is commendable. You effortlessly eliminated over 100 enemy troops. Furthermore, this chaos has granted us precious time." Li Yunlong merely smiled faintly. He had access to a systematic map, clearly understanding the enemy's troop deployment and the terrain. Identifying the enemy's weak points and striking them where it hurt was a mere formality. Li Yunlong stated, It is already afternoon, with just over an hour left until dusk. The enemy has yet to secure the 1368 heights, and they are still over 10 miles from Zaijiu. I believe they will soon concede. Jiang Dia nodded, inquiring, "Are you suggesting they will retreat back to the shell of Xinqing?" Li Yunlong replied sternly, "Without heavy assault weapons, Xinqing is merely a shell. However, our artillery regiment is in position, and Qindelai has transported 12 heavy guns from Naidongzi. With these artillery pieces, Xinqing will be reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Tonight, we will capture Xinqing and eliminate this polar bear regiment." "Yes, we will ensure the mission is accomplished," Jiang Dia responded eagerly. It is time for old Jiang to shine. At the headquarters of the polar bear regiment in Xinqing, a major reported, "Sir, the assault on the 1368 heights has once again failed. An enemy force has flanked us and launched a surprise attack, resulting in the death of Colonel Riley by their mortars. Damn it," Colonel McLean cursed angrily. "With so many troops, we cannot even secure a palm-sized 1368 heights. They're all useless." An army officer quickly defended, "The enemy's resistance is exceedingly tenacious. They're a horde of madmen, undying madmen. Our artillery has shelled 1368 heights multiple times, and our aircraft have dropped incendiary bombs thrice. Not even an ant could have survived the bombardment. Yet, each time we advance, those fiends re-emerge. You should have seen the scene. Some of them were engulfed in flames, yet continued to fire without regard for their own safety. It was utterly terrifying. I even doubted their humanity." "Silence," Colonel McLean exclaimed with frustration. "What use is saying this? Can it resolve any issues? If we cannot retreat to Xiajiyu, we can only await our demise here." A major interjected, "Sir, we are approximately 4 miles away from Xiajiyu. At our current pace, we will not reach there before nightfall." Colonel McLean sighed helplessly and replied, "Then let us withdraw. Remaining outside will only hasten our end. They will surely launch an assault by night." An army officer remarked, "If we all retreat, will this day not be wasted in vain?" McLean retorted angrily, "Shall we not retreat and instead wait outside for death? Do you have any idea how many enemies are out there? We have already lost now Dongji. The adversaries on that side may have reached Xianxing as well. Without fortified defenses, those lunatics could drown us with mere saliva. Our focus now should not be on how to reach Xiajiu, but on how to survive this night. Returning to Xianxing is the wisest choice. If we endure this night, we can continue our assault tomorrow. General Smith is also consolidating his forces. We can request their support to attack from both sides, and thus we should be able to retreat to Xiajiu within a day." Little did he know, Smith's Marine Division was in dire straits, besieged by our forces and unable to muster sufficient troops to assist the Arctic Bear Regiment unless the main body of the 3rd Division moved northward. However, the 3rd Division's troops were stationed further back, and reaching Xiajiu would require time. Yet, the time remaining for McLean was scarce. Relying on reinforcements was merely a delusional hope. Nevertheless, McLean understood the peril that lay ahead this evening. Frowning, he stated, "But the prerequisite is that we must survive tonight. All units must hold their positions firmly and be prepared to repel the enemy's assault. They lack heavy artillery and cannot harm us. As long as we secure these strategic points around us, we can withstand their attacks." McLean continued, "Moreover, we must stabilize the morale of our troops. This failed breakout will undoubtedly affect their spirits. We can inform them that General Smith has dispatched forces to assist us. The Air Force will continuously provide aerial support, and we can resupply our ammunition and provisions through airdrops. We have no concerns behind us. As long as we hold our positions against the enemy's onslaught tonight, we shall eventually depart from this cursed place." He added, "Let the external troops retreat swiftly while the enemy has yet to launch their assault, and take this opportunity to reinforce our defenses. Today's battle has incurred considerable casualties. We must also readjust our defensive deployments." Jiang Dia excitedly reported to Li Yunlong, "Commander, your foresight has proven astute. The enemy has indeed retreated to Xianxing and is now preparing for a full defense." Li Yunlong chuckled and remarked, "If they wish to mend their turtle shells, let them continue their futile efforts. I shall observe just how resilient their shells truly are." Jiang Dia interjected, "Commander, let us make one thing clear. The Arctic bear belongs to us. Once we have stripped them of their fur and placed them in the pot, we shall be able to stew them by nightfall. It would hardly be fitting for Qindelai to seek a share of the meat now." Li Yunlong replied with a grin, "Rest assured, the primary offensive task still falls to your division, and the independent regiment under direct command will support you. As for Qindelai and his 3rd Division, they may serve as reserves for now. However, The newly acquired artillery can temporarily bolster your firepower. Haha. Zhang Dia laughed heartily. It is commendable how justly you handle matters, Commander. They've already had their fill, having eliminated the 17th Regiment and devoured 2 of their battalions at Naidongxi. It is indeed our turn to feast. With unwavering confidence, Li Yunlong assured him, you need not worry. This time, I guarantee you shall dine to your heart's content. Capturing the Arctic Bear Regiment will certainly provide a hearty meal for your 2nd Division. Moreover, I possess substantial supplies worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins to seize at this opportunity. Naturally, the credit will belong to you, Zhang Dia. Yet it would be unreasonable for you to claim it all. As the commander, I must consider the larger picture, despite his penchant for solitary indulgence. Li Yunlong would not permit his subordinates to partake in the same. At this moment, he seemed to grasp why the former brigade commander would occasionally call. Li Yunlong, I congratulate you on your newfound wealth. Chapter 55, Li Yunlong's Artillery Barrage. As night fell, the soldiers in Xinxing took to their defensive positions, hearts pounding with trepidation. Fully aware that the volunteer forces would undoubtedly launch another assault. Yet, even Colonel McLean could not have anticipated the swiftness of this impending offense. Li Yunlong raised his binoculars to survey the situation in Xinxing, smiling as he instructed Zhang Dia, notify all units to prepare for an offensive. Let everyone know that Xinxing not only harbors flour for steaming buns but also turkey and beef. If we see Xinxing, we shall feast to our heart's content. Yes, Zhang Dia promptly acknowledged, commanding the troops to take their designated positions for attack. A staff officer hurried to Li Yunlong's side, reporting, Commander, the artillery is ready. A faint smile graced Li Yunlong's lips as he consulted the system map. Confirming that the artillery positions remained unchanged and that enemy aircraft would not arrive in the immediate future, he decisively issued the combat orders. Order the eastern and western artillery groups to concentrate all firepower on their artillery positions. Eliminate their gunners first to clear the way for our advancing troops. Yes, when impoverished, we employ tactical maneuvers. When affluent, we unleash artillery fire. Now, Li Yunlong commanded over 30 heavy cannons with calibers exceeding 100 millimeters, and with ample ammunition at his disposal. He would not show mercy to the enemy. Boom. The order reached the artillery positions, and soon the air was filled with the thunderous roar of cannon fire. 30 heavy artillery pieces unleashed their furious roars simultaneously, each shell soaring through the air with a piercing whistle, swiftly targeting the enemy artillery positions. The enemy troops, witnessing the shells streaking across the night sky like meteors, were left utterly astonished. Before they could react, the shells began to rain down relentlessly upon their artillery positions. Boom, boom. The violent explosions erupted in succession, flames leaping into the air. Li Yunlong and his comrades had long since pinpointed the exact locations of the enemy artillery. Given that the enemy was confined to the narrow confines of Xinxing, relocating their positions was virtually impossible. There was no more suitable artillery ground in the vicinity. Moreover, after 2 nights of combat, McLean had determined that the enemy lacked heavy artillery, posing no threat to their own positions, thus rendering any relocation unnecessary. Their artillery remained steadfast at the ready, poised to provide fire support for the defending troops. However, before they could identify targets to fire upon, the volunteer army opened fire first. The ferocious barrage swiftly consumed the enemy's artillery positions, toppling heavy guns to the ground. Some shells stockpiled on the site were ignited, leading to a chain reaction of explosions. The scene became even more spectacular, with the continuous blasts echoing like firecrackers on New Year's Eve, engulfing the entire area in a raging inferno, thick smoke billowing into the sky. Witnessing such a grand spectacle, Li Yunlong let out a resigned sigh and remarked, "What a pity, those 18 heavy guns. Such fine artillery, now utterly destroyed. What a shame." The enemy's artillery position harbored 18 heavy guns that had long made Li Yunlong salivate with desire. Yet, in pursuit of capturing Xinxing, they had to first eliminate this greatest threat. There was no other choice. Thus, in modern warfare, the notion of sustaining oneself through the capture of enemy weapons is but a fallacy. Fortunately, Li Yunlong possessed a system that allowed him to procure a vast array of weaponry and ammunition. McLean rushed out of his command post, bewildered by the breathtaking spectacle at the artillery positions. What the hell? How did it come to this? One of the army officers, pale with fear, exclaimed, "Sir, our heavy artillery is completely gone. From the sound, the enemy must have at least 30 heavy guns. We may not be able to hold Xinxing." Colonel McLean retorted angrily, "Shut your mouth. We must hold our ground, even if we cannot. If you wish to survive, fight with all your might. repel their assault, and hold Xingxingli until dawn. Only then do we stand a chance. Immediately send a telegram requesting air support. McLean, too furious to look back, stormed back to his command post. The situation was dire. It was too late for words, and all they could do now was to hold their positions as firmly as possible. At that moment, his aide approached and quietly suggested, "Sir, should we contact a helicopter?" McLean furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that contacting a helicopter implied an escape for himself. The colonel snapped, "The entire 31st Regiment is here. If we cannot hold Xingxingli, our regiment is finished. Can you summon enough helicopters to evacuate us all from this place?" The adjutant was rendered speechless. Colonel McLean proclaimed loudly, "As the regiment commander, I shall always stand with my soldiers. I firmly believe we can hold our ground at Xingxingli. Honor shall forever belong to our Arctic Bear Regiment." Though McLean's impassioned words somewhat uplifted morale, they proved ultimately futile. After obliterating the artillery positions, Li Yunlong continued to command artillery fire upon several strategic points in Xingxingli. With the enemy's artillery dismantled, they could only passively endure the bombardment. The nearby hills around Xingxingli were relentlessly plowed by the formidable firepower of the volunteer army. Li Yunlong promptly issued orders. Immediately command the artillery to cease fire and swiftly relocate to a secure position. Yes, Jiang Dia. At once, initiate the offensive. We must seize Xingxingli and eliminate the Arctic Bear Regiment. Understood. With Jiang Dia's command, troops were successively thrust into battle. A cacophony of battle cries erupted as thousands of volunteer soldiers surged towards Xingxingli from all directions. The recent barrage not only annihilated the enemy's artillery positions, but also shattered their morale and confidence. They understood well that without artillery support, it was utterly impossible to withstand the relentless tide of the volunteer army's ferocious assault. Although they could still call for air support, the aircraft had yet to arrive. While the volunteer forces were already upon them, the soldiers charged fearlessly, firing vigorously as they advanced rapidly. Their combat experience was extensive, and their adept application of 3-3 tactics left the enemy defenseless. Not long after the general offensive commenced, several strategic points that had resisted capture for 2 nights were swiftly seized by the volunteer army's momentum. The enemy retreated in disarray, panicked, and beleaguered. Just as the two sides were locked in fierce combat, the enemy's air fleet finally arrived. Chapter 56. Commander, we have struck gold. Li Yunlong gazed up at the night sky, where dozens of strategic bombers approached swiftly over Xingxingli. However, Li Yunlong had already ordered the artillery to relocate to relatively safe areas. It was likely that the enemy aboard the aircraft had received reports and would prioritize bombing Li Yunlong's artillery positions. Nevertheless, Li Yunlong was not overly concerned, for the attacking forces were entangled with the enemy, deterring them from recklessly bombing the vicinity of Xingxingli. Furthermore, Li Yunlong had intentionally set fires in more distant locations to create decoy positions, luring enemy aircraft into bombarding them. With careful preparation and the troops' acquired experience in air defense, they were certain to minimize casualties to the greatest extent possible. Soon, a barrage of bombs and incendiary devices rained down from the sky, as Li Yunlong's artillery positions to the east and west were engulfed in flames. Li Yunlong could not help but exclaim, "Damn it. The enemy is incredibly precise with their bombing even at this hour." Back then, they shamelessly claimed it was a mistake. Who would believe that? Fortunately, the artillery of our commander had already been relocated. Otherwise, we would have suffered significant losses. Aside from the 2 artillery positions, the other several decoy sites indeed came under bombardment. Once the air raid was completed, the enemy aircraft finally departed. Li Yunlong promptly issued a command: notify the artillery units to immediately restore their positions and prepare to provide fire support for the advancing troops. Understood. The overall operational command was entrusted to Jiang Dia, and Li Yunlong refrained from excessive interference, primarily focusing on the artillery. Additionally, Li Yunlong retained a contingent of troops for fine-tuned command. He grasped a handheld walkie-talkie, akin to the one used by Chu Yunfei, and called out loudly, "Duan Ping. What are you up to?" Soon, a response came from the other end. "Commander, our 1st Battalion is standing by as per your orders. Just waiting for the signal to advance. We see our brother units on the verge of seizing Xingxingli, and if we aren't sent in soon, we might miss out on even a drop of soup." Li Yunlong chuckled, "I knew you couldn't wait. Immediately take your battalion, maneuver around Hill 1108, and penetrate from the 3 o'clock direction directly into the heart of Xingxingli. Their command post is situated at the foot of the mountain at the village entrance. The enemy is quite cunning. Our artillery cannot reach them, Your battalion must act like a sharp dagger, directly infiltrating Xingli to eliminate the enemy command. Duan Ping quickly replied. Yes, I promise to bring back McLean's head. Li Yunlong smiled. If you can capture him alive, that would be a tremendous achievement. A colonel may yield considerable rewards in the future. Duan Peng, puzzled, inquired, Commander, you've changed. Back when we were in the independent regiment, you never wanted prisoners. Times have changed. Li Yunlong retorted, enough with the chatter. There's one more thing. Their command post has a military flag. Flamboyant and adorned with an eagle and a small polar bear. If you see it, bring it back to me. Duan Ping, bewildered, asked, What do you mean by polar bear? I've only seen a bear in the wild. Li Yunlong clarified, it's a white bear. In any case, ensure that you bring back every flag you can find. Understood. Duan Peng quickly affirmed, not daring to delay further. After hanging up, he shouted, 1st Battalion, assemble and move out immediately. Duan Peng grabbed a submachine gun and led the charge down the slope, followed closely by the soldiers of the 1st Battalion. These soldiers, who had been waiting on the sidelines, were eager to join the fray. Following the route designated by Li Yunlong, they advanced swiftly. As they rounded a bend at the foot of a mountain, they encountered a group of enemies, only a handful, in a disheveled retreat towards Xingli. Duan Ping, seeing the opportunity, led his men in a sudden flank attack. With urgency in his eyes, he raised his submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed as the other soldiers charged forward, shouting fiercely while firing their weapons. The enemy was caught off guard, with no opportunity to surrender. Swiftly taken down, Duan Peng, this young man, exhibited mercilessness towards his foes. Had they been even slightly slower, he could have captured at least a dozen prisoners. Following Li Yunlong from the northwestern region of Shaanxi, he had been profoundly influenced by him. Captives? What purpose do they serve? My objective is McLean's command post. After annihilating this group of adversaries, the soldiers dispersed to search for any remaining stragglers. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, Company Commander, there appears to be an enemy encampment over there. Let us investigate. With a wave of his hand, Duan Ping led a team towards the site. To their surprise, the camp was already deserted. However, Duan Ping and his men were elated. Commander, we've struck gold. This must be an enemy supply depot. The tents were filled with various weapons and ammunition. Duan Ping quickly instructed, examine everything carefully, take all that can be utilized, and leave 3 men to guard the spoils. Understood. At his command, the soldiers immediately began to resupply their ammunition and gear, taking all usable weapons and munitions. Some soldiers found their rifles frozen and inoperable, perfectly timing their chance to exchange for new ones. The weapons here were all brand new, and the soldiers were overjoyed. Commander, there are several vehicles over here. Upon hearing this, Duan Ping hurried over to see a few vehicles parked in a nearby clearing. These don't resemble trucks, he noted. Commander, the rear is fitted with heavy machine guns, mounted together. This must be an anti-aircraft gun. And what is this? It looks like a tank, yet not quite like one. Have you ever seen a tank with 2 cannons? Moreover, the tank's guns are never this small. This must be some newfangled weapon from the foreign devils. Duan Peng circled the vehicles several times, chuckling. Even if this isn't a tank, it's likely comparable. Those who can drive, get in and follow me to Xinqing. With these beasts providing cover, who could possibly stop us? There were a total of 8 vehicles, 4 of which were military 16 anti-aircraft vehicles equipped with quadruple-mounted anti-aircraft guns. The other 4 were 19 anti-aircraft gun vehicles, utilizing the chassis of a light tank, armed with dual 40mm Type 1 anti-aircraft guns. These weapons were not simply abandoned by the enemy. They were specifically placed here by Li Yunlong, who had spent a considerable amount of gold to procure them. However, despite the presence of anti-aircraft guns, Li Yunlong did not harbor expectations of them effectively downing enemy aircraft. If faced with strategic bombers flying at such heights, the 40mm anti-aircraft guns would be utterly ineffective. Moreover, the probability of shooting down a plane with anti-aircraft artillery was minimal. The speed of aircraft made them difficult to hit. Even the Yamato was equipped with over 100 anti-aircraft guns, densely packed in a small area. Yet it managed to down only a few planes before being sunk by enemy bombers. If merely relying on anti-aircraft artillery could secure air superiority, the world would be a vastly different place. Who would be foolish enough to invest heavily in aircraft research and purchase advanced planes when the funds could be better allocated towards acquiring more anti-aircraft weaponry? A simple anti-aircraft gun costs mere pennies compared to the exorbitant price of a single aircraft. It is not only Li Yunlong who refrains from engaging in unprofitable ventures. Of course, anti-aircraft weapons are not devoid of merit. With a stroke of luck, they may succeed in downing a few low-flying planes. Their primary function, however, is to deter enemy bombers, compelling them to refrain from reckless low-altitude assaults. The presence of anti-aircraft fire instills caution in the enemy, preventing them from flying too low, thereby significantly diminishing the effectiveness of their bombing campaigns, particularly in an era devoid of precision-guided munitions. Li Yunlong's acquisitions are primarily intended for targeting enemy infantry. At critical moments, they can also be employed against enemy aircraft to curtail their bombing runs. Both of these weapons possess the advantage of rapid mobility, enhancing their survivability on the battlefield. In contrast, fixed anti-aircraft guns, once exposed, are easily obliterated by enemy aircraft. Chapter 57. Direct Assault on the Enemy Command Post. With a command from Duan Ping, the soldiers eagerly boarded the vehicles, and 8 anti-aircraft trucks swiftly roared to life. Li Yunlong's prior training bore fruit at this very moment. Particularly as an independent regiment directly under military command, it comprised elite warriors, and Li Yunlong had invested additional effort into their training. He had even procured tanks specifically for training purposes, resulting in many soldiers being proficient in operating them, with an even greater number skilled in driving. The 19 anti-aircraft vehicles utilized the chassis of the Xiafei tanks, allowing the soldiers to become familiar with them with minimal instruction. Duan Ping led the soldiers of the 1st Battalion onward towards Xingxingli. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong remained vigilant, directly communicating with the artillery positions to unleash a fierce bombardment on a specific enemy defensive stronghold. Shells rained down like a tempest, systematically demolishing enemy fortifications. Several tanks, stationed as fixed bastions, were also reduced to rubble by the heavy artillery. This relentless barrage cleared the path for Duan Ping and his troops to advance. Colonel McLean, alerted by the commotion outside, hastily emerged. Damn it! Those useless Air Force personnel failed to obliterate their artillery positions. Where did they drop the bombs? The attending military officers, stricken with fear, fell silent. Colonel McLean was on the verge of fury, fully aware that if the situation continued to unfold as it was, they would not endure until dawn. Regret washed over him. He wondered if it was too late to summon helicopters. As the bombardment concluded, Duan Peng's battalion surged forward. Only Li Yunlong, with access to the system map, could grasp the precise situation and execute such accurate commands. Initially, Duan Peng's forces intended to wait and launch their attack after the bombardment ceased. However, upon noticing the artillery fire had halted, Duan Peng issued an immediate command for the troops to charge ahead without hesitation. 8 anti-aircraft vehicles surged forward with remarkable speed, their anti-aircraft guns and machine guns unleashing a torrent of fire upon the enemy positions. The 4-barreled heavy machine guns exhibited formidable firepower, with 127mm rounds capable of cleaving a man in two. The 40mm anti-aircraft cannon possessed even greater destructive capacity. Even the remnants of the enemy forces present on the battlefield were utterly suppressed by the soldiers' overwhelming firepower, too intimidated to show their faces. Duan Peng, leading his troops, swiftly breached the enemy's defenses, and the remaining adversaries were quickly eradicated. Duan Peng bellowed, "Press onward, charge straight for the enemy command post." The soldiers, invigorated and brimming with enthusiasm, rushed forward in a fervor. McLean urgently dispatched reinforcements, resulting in a fierce clash between the two forces. The sound of gunfire erupted, with heavy machine guns roaring, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained down upon a group of infantrymen, reducing them to mere fragments. The 40mm anti-aircraft guns continued to launch shells at the enemy. Jeep after jeep, armored vehicle after armored vehicle, was obliterated, the cacophony of explosions merging into a singular, deafening roar. Even the battle-hardened Duan Peng momentarily stood aghast at the ferocity of the firepower and the brutality of the scene. The reinforcements for the enemy suffered catastrophic losses upon their first encounter, with many fleeing in terror, some so paralyzed by fear that they could scarcely move. Amid his exhilaration, Duan Peng remained resolute, following closely behind the anti-aircraft vehicles as they charged forward. Just as Li Yunlong had articulated, Duan Peng's battalion sliced through the enemy's defenses like a razor-sharp blade. An army captain rushed into the command post, exclaiming, "Commander, we are in grave danger. An enemy force has breached our lines and is advancing towards us." "What?" Colonel McLean gasped in shock. "The enemy is coming for us?" They had somehow acquired several 16 and 19 anti-aircraft vehicles, which, as you must know, possess overwhelming firepower when fired horizontally, rendering us incapable of withstanding their assault. McLean, momentarily frozen by fear, was acutely aware of the devastating potential of those weapons. Yet, he was perplexed as to how the enemy had procured such formidable armaments. Had they been captured on the battlefield? Which fool had supplied these weapons to the enemy? This was tantamount to aiding the foe. In this urgent situation, though startled, McLean quickly regained his composure, shouting, "Quickly, mobilize the tanks. We must halt their advance immediately. Gather every available unit. We must stop them." An army major interjected, "Commander, where are the tanks? Our tanks have either been destroyed by the enemy's heavy artillery or taken out by their super bazookas. Since yesterday, they have acquired numerous super bazookas, along with a batch of 20mm recoilless rifles and even several 57mm anti-tank guns. Additionally, they possess a stockpile of heavy mortars, all of which are our own weapons." McLean finally came to a realization. It was undoubtedly their annihilation of the 17th Regiment and the forces at Naidongzi that had resulted in such an extensive capture of heavy weaponry. Now, the volunteer army was unleashing a fierce assault upon them with the seized military arms. Colonel McLean lamented, "Her 17th Regiment, they have fattened the enemy." He began to suspect that they had not been obliterated, but rather had wholly defected, thereby allowing the enemy to acquire such advanced weaponry without effort. In McLean's understanding, under normal combat conditions, it would be implausible for the volunteer army to capture this many weapons. Many would likely have been destroyed, particularly with the 19 anti-aircraft vehicles. Unless the occupants surrendered, the volunteer army could only destroy them, making complete capture exceedingly difficult. McLean was engulfed in despair. Even summoning helicopters now would be too late. He ordered the mobilization of all available forces to intercept them, ensuring the safety of the command post. Drawing his pistol, McLean shouted, "Everyone, listen. We absolutely cannot surrender to the enemy like the worthless 17th Regiment, relinquishing a vast array of weaponry for free, allowing them to use these arms against us. For the honor of our Arctic Bear Regiment, we must fight until the last moment, to the bitter end against the enemy. Even in dire circumstances, if surrender is unavoidable, we must not hand over advanced weaponry. We must destroy what we can. Do you hear me? Immediately relay this command to all soldiers still engaged in battle." Chapter 58, Capturing the Arctic Bear Regiment's Flag. Duong Peng, leading a battalion of soldiers, advanced with unstoppable momentum, swiftly reaching the entrance of the enemy's command post. Due to insufficient enemy forces and the command post's central location within the defensive perimeter, there were not many troops stationed there. The guard unit at the regiment's headquarters consisted of mere light infantry, lacking heavy weaponry and not particularly numerous, as most available forces had been deployed to the outer frontline positions by this stage of the conflict. Faced with 8 anti-aircraft vehicles from the battalion, McLean's guard unit was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The soldiers of the battalion grew bolder with each passing moment, charging forward with overwhelming firepower. The guard unit of the 31st Regiment, despite being regarded as elite, initially attempted to mount a resistance but soon lost more than half their number in a single encounter. The dual-mounted anti-aircraft guns of the 19 vehicles were devastating. Neither buildings nor the enemy's constructed circular fortifications could withstand their fierce bombardment. Coupled with the support of numerous infantry, the enemy's guard unit collapsed in an instant, and those who survived dared not continue fighting, as it was a clear path to death, a notion that the typically self-preserving foreign soldiers were unwilling to embrace. The entire village descended into chaos, with officers and soldiers scattering in all directions. As Duong Peng pressed forward, he shouted, "Continue the charge. Not a single enemy must escape. Capture McLean alive." Within the enemy command post, McLean faintly heard someone calling his name, albeit in a peculiar tone that unmistakably belonged to the adversary. Realizing this, a chill of fear coursed through him. These individuals were indeed after him. His aide-de-camp hastily remarked, "Sir, the enemy is about to advance. We should retreat at once." Despair enveloped McLean. Their defenses had been breached, and the town of Xinxing was on the brink of falling. Where could they possibly hide? Even if a helicopter were to arrive now, it would likely be unable to land. Where could they run to? A staff officer interjected. "The high ground to the east is defensible. Our forces are still holding their ground there. Let us seek temporary refuge there." McLean thought, "A moment's respite is better than none." Without hesitation, he waved his hand and strode out. The officers in the command post began hurriedly gathering their belongings, taking everything essential as they fled in a state of panic. At that moment, several jeeps had already arrived at the entrance of the command post. and McLean quickly boarded one. Just then, a vehicle burst forth from a nearby alley, followed by a group of volunteer soldiers. "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Treat the captives well." The soldiers shouted in broken English, raising their weapons. McLean could hardly comprehend their words. Upon seeing the enemy, he instinctively raised his pistol. This very action sealed his fate. The soldiers under Duan Peng were seasoned veterans, their reflexes honed to perfection. The rapid-fire gunshots erupted, and the soldiers decisively pulled their triggers. The quad-mounted heavy machine gun on the vehicle roared in response. McLean was struck multiple times, his upper body obliterated, leaving only his lower half still seated in the Jeep. His right arm flung several meters away, still clutching his cherished custom-made 1911 pistol. The other enemies were similarly reduced to mere riddled corpses, some even torn apart by the anti-aircraft gunfire. Every enemy who emerged from the building met their demise, with only 3 slow runners escaping the initial onslaught. These 3 individuals crawled to the rear window, opened it, and fled through the back. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers charged forward. One soldier spotted the 3 dark figures fleeing into the distance. "Some have escaped," he exclaimed, raising his weapon to unleash a barrage of fire, dropping 2 enemies to the ground. The remaining individual, fortunate to have narrowly evaded death, fled in terror without daring to pause. However, despite their imposing stature, these foreign adversaries could not outrun the soldiers of our army, renowned for their endurance. Soon, 2 soldiers caught up with him, and to their astonishment, they noticed that the disheveled enemy appeared to be dragging something behind him, fluttering in the wind. Though visibility was poor in the darkness, could it be a cloak? Even at such a critical juncture, they were still wearing capes while fleeing. How utterly pretentious. A few sharp gunshots rang out, and the man fell to the ground in response. 2 soldiers hastily pursued, checking the body, confirming the man's demise, and soon realized that what he bore was not a cloak, but rather a flag. As they unfolded it, they discovered an emblem of a white-headed eagle, clutching a ribbon in its beak, inscribed with a series of foreign characters. One of the eagle's talons grasped a bundle of arrows while the other held an olive branch. Beneath it was embroidered another ribbon featuring a sequence of foreign characters, denoting the 31st Infantry Regiment. Of course, the soldiers could not decipher these foreign scripts. However, they noticed an embroidered white creature above the eagle. What was this? It appeared rather flamboyant, inscribed with some nonsensical text. Could this be the regimental flag the commanding officer mentioned? Was this white creature an Arctic bear? How would I know what an Arctic bear looks like? Upon closer inspection, it did bear some resemblance to a bear, albeit in a white hue. The commanding officer had indeed stated that an Arctic bear is white. This should be the enemy's regimental flag as described by the commanding officer, but who knows? We shall take it back to the battalion commander for verification. This was indeed the flag of the Arctic Bear Regiment. The man had intended to flee with it, hastily stuffing it into his pocket, which resulted in a significant portion of it billowing out, fluttering majestically in the wind. At this moment, the nearby enemies had been largely eradicated, and Duan Peng was directing the soldiers to search for any remaining foes and to clean the battlefield. As Duan Peng gazed at the scattered limbs and severed arms, he couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache. 2 soldiers stood nearby, heads lowered like children who had erred. Duan Peng exclaimed in anger, "Did I not instruct you? We need captives. The commanding officer desires McLean. And now look what you've done. We can't even find a complete corpse. Does anyone here know who McLean is?" One soldier, looking aggrieved, replied. The enemy not only refused to surrender, but had the audacity to retaliate. We were left with no choice but to open fire. At that moment, the battalion commander was hardly concerned with such matters. However, all their men were present. McLean could not have escaped. Duan Peng inquired, "Didn't you just say that a few got away?" "3," replied the soldier. "We killed 2, and the remaining 1 has been pursued by 2 others. He surely cannot escape." Chapter 59, Annihilation of the Arctic Bear Regiment. The 2 soldiers who had chased after the regiment returned with great enthusiasm, bearing the Arctic Bear Regiment's flag. "Battalion commander, does this not resemble the flag the commanding officer sought?" Upon hearing this, Duan Peng swiftly snatched the flag for a closer inspection, nodding in affirmation. "This aligns closely with what the commanding officer described. This must be the flag. Is this little creature an Arctic bear? It doesn't he quite resemble one?" Duan Peng pondered, uncertain, as he had never encountered a true Arctic bear. And the bear depicted on the flag indeed appeared somewhat diminutive and endearing, lacking any semblance of ferocity. Just then, Wu Qianli and Mei Sheng approached. Wu Qianli smiled and remarked, "Battalion Commander Duan, you have certainly achieved a great feat this time. Despite our haste, you have outpaced us. Duan Peng lifted his gaze to them, gesturing to Mei Sheng, and inquired, Mei Sheng, could you come over and help me assess this? Is this a polar bear? It doesn't seem so to me. Among their group, Mei Sheng truly stood out as a rare gem. Not only did he hail from a major city, but he was also well-versed and cultured. Mei Sheng quickly approached, took a glance, nodded, and affirmed, indeed, this is a polar bear. Duan Peng questioned, is this what a polar bear looks like? Mei Sheng elaborated, the embroidery doesn't quite capture it accurately. A true polar bear is far more imposing. A large and formidable beast. Have you ever seen one? Duan Peng asked. Not in person, but I have seen photographs of polar bears, Mei Sheng replied. Duan Peng nodded, saying, then it must be correct. This is what the commander desires, an enemy military flag. Secure it, and later we shall deliver it to the commander. He pondered aloud. I wonder what the commander is thinking, insisting on this object? It's hardly worth wiping my feet on. Mei Sheng clarified, this is the enemy's military flag. Its significance is different. Duan Peng, uninterested in such matters, scratched his head and remarked, the flag has been located, yet McLean remains elusive. Wu Qianli queried in surprise. Did he manage to escape? Duan Peng shook his head, responding, uncertain. By the time we charged in, everyone here had been slain. However, many bodies are mangled beyond recognition. He gestured towards the scattered limbs surrounding them. Who knows if McLean is among them? It's impossible to ascertain. And I cannot report to the commander without certainty. What if he has fled? I have no inclination to falsely claim military achievements. Wu Qianli scoffed, Captain Duan. Your methods are rather ruthless. Not a single intact corpse was left behind. Mei Sheng interjected, this could be resolved simply. We could find a prisoner to inquire. Duan Peng scratched his head again, his brow furrowed deeper. Wu Qianli asked, with so many enemies, you captured not a single prisoner? Duan Peng defended. I wanted to capture one. We shouted for them to surrender, promising not to harm them, but they refused to yield. What could I do? Mei Sheng chuckled. Perhaps your pronunciation was unclear. The foreigners couldn't understand. You ought to practice. I can assist with correcting you later. Wu Qianli turned and called out, Wu Wanli. Go find Yu Tsongrong and have him bring the captured American major over for identification. Let's see if McLean is among them. Yes. Duan Peng expressed his astonishment. You captured an American major? Wu Qianli nodded with a smile. It pales in comparison to your feat of seizing the enemy's regimental headquarters. Duan Peng, feeling aggrieved, replied. Yet we Haven T captured a single prisoner. Wu Qianli chuckled. That is why I say your methods are ruthless. Duan Peng grinned and said, all credit goes to the commander's teachings. In the entire army, Li Yunlong was somewhat of an outsider, besides Zhao Gang, an old partner. Only Duan Peng was a product of Li Yunlong's guidance. Curiously, Mei Sheng remarked, I have heard that our commander never takes prisoners when fighting the Japanese. If he captures any alive, he executes them immediately. Duan Peng affirmed, that is indeed the case. We have never captured a living Japanese soldier. The commander declares that such beasts are of no use. Why waste provisions on them? In the face of hunger, I find myself unable to spare any provisions for these brutes. Even when capturing enemy soldiers, the commander executed them without hesitation, having personally put several to death. For this, he faced disciplinary action, and the regiment leader was dismissed. However, in the future, he continued to execute captured enemies without remorse. Over time, the higher-ups grew accustomed to his actions, merely scolding him occasionally, unable to impose any real consequences. Mei Sheng remarked with a smile, I must say, our commander is formidable. Soon, a military major was brought forth. Although Mei Sheng had self-taught himself English and was not particularly fluent, he managed to communicate effectively. He asked the major to identify if McLean was among the captured. The major glanced around, shrugging helplessly, and replied, in such a condition, I cannot identify anyone. Mei Sheng then inquired if McLean possessed any distinctive items. The major pondered briefly before responding, I recognize his sidearm and his leather shoes. Mei Sheng relayed this information to Duan Peng, who promptly ordered, gather everyone. Bring forth the handguns seized here. Anyone daring to conceal them will face my wrath. As Mei Sheng escorted the major around, they reached the jeep McLean had used. The major pointed at a half-visible body, stating, that belongs to our commander. I recognize his shoes. Mei Sheng was elated and quickly called Duan Peng over. At that moment, Duan Peng arrived with several handguns, and the major immediately identified one. This is our commander's sidearm. Xiao Song, where did you acquire this weapon? He asked. I took it from the hand of a dismembered soldier over there. Thus, They confirmed the lower half and the right arm of McLean, but the rest was unidentifiable. His head was rendered unrecognizable, utterly mangled. Duan Peng, however, was unconcerned with the details. As long as they established that McLean had been killed, that sufficed. The battle had largely concluded, and the soldiers began to disperse in search of remaining enemies in the vicinity of Xingxingli. The landscape was a frozen wasteland, and these seasoned soldiers had nowhere to flee. If they wished to avoid death, they had no choice but to surrender. Thus, the once mighty Polar Bear Regiment was completely annihilated by Li Yunlong's forces. Jiang Dia, brimming with excitement, reported the victory to Li Yunlong. With a smile, Li Yunlong replied, "Are you no longer envious?" Jiang Dia chuckled. "What is there to envy? I have decimated the Polar Bear Regiment. What can they compare to us?" Li Yunlong, brimming with enthusiasm, stated, "You have defeated the Polar Bear Regiment. But I have vanquished the 7th Division. With Xingxingli secured, only the 32nd Regiment remains of the 7th Division, which has already suffered the loss of an enhanced battalion and an artillery battalion at our hands in Naidongxi. Thus, the main force of the 7th Division has effectively been eradicated. Now we can focus our efforts on the Marine Corps." At that moment, Duan Ping, accompanied by 2 soldiers, excitedly approached. "Commander, here is the regiment flag you requested," Duan Ping exclaimed, presenting the captured flag to Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong took the object and examined it carefully, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, this is the item. You have truly accomplished a significant feat." Duan Peng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "There are foreign inscriptions on it." I inquired about the inscriptions, and Mei Sheng informed me that the foreign script reads "For the Motherland," while below it is their unit designation, the 31st Infantry Regiment of the Army. Jiang Dia chuckled and said, "Commander, you don't truly intend to use this thing to steam buns, do you?" Li Yunlong sniffed at it and replied, "With such a wretched item, emitting a foul odor, who would dare to consume the buns produced from it? Xiaoqian, make sure to keep it safe. Later, deliver it to the higher-ups to claim credit." "Yes, sir." Li Yunlong then asked, "What about McLean?" Duan Peng, somewhat sheepish, chuckled and said, "Are you referring to the upper half or the lower half?" Li Yunlong was momentarily taken aback and queried, "What do you mean? That tall fellow has been sawed in half, has he? Is he now shorter than the shorter ones?" Duan Ping laughed. "He is indeed half a head shorter than our battalion's smallest member." "Did you really saw him?" Li Yunlong inquired. "Of course not. I don't possess such a large saw. He was blown to pieces. His lower half isn't hanging from a tree, is it? No, he was securely seated in the vehicle. However, the upper half did suffer considerably, with only one arm remaining, and his head is missing. It must have been obliterated." "You truly excel. All thanks to the commander's adept training." "Nonsense. Enough. I know it's indeed challenging to capture prisoners. If they are dead, words are meaningless. In the future, if you encounter such high-ranking officials, make sure to capture them alive. Those foreigners are exceedingly wealthy, and we are currently impoverished. We can demand ransom later. Do you understand?" Duan Ping suddenly grasped. "So we have suffered a loss. Of course, a colonel can easily be exchanged for several gold bars. That would indeed be a significant loss. Next time, I assure you, I will bring back a live one. Stop with the excuses. The head is crushed." "How did you confirm that McLean was the one you killed?" Duan Ping explained, "Commander, do you not trust our capabilities? Wu Qianli and his team captured a military major. Can a major be exchanged for a gold bar?" Li Yunlong retorted, "Did I inquire about the gold bars?" "Oh," Duan Peng quickly added. "The military major identified him by his shoes. Otherwise, we would not have known that the severed body belonged to McLean. Moreover, his sidearm was found still grasped in his remaining arm." As he spoke, Duan Ping handed over McLean's captured handgun. "This gun is quite nice. It's a gift for you." Duan Peng knew that Li Yunlong had a fondness for firearms. Although there were many captured 1911 pistols, McLean's was distinctively exquisite, being custom-made. Li Yunlong examined the handgun and smiled. "Indeed, it is a fine weapon. However, you are mistaken about one thing." "What do you mean by gift?" "This rightfully belongs to me. All captured items must be turned over. Have you, a battalion commander, forgotten such a crucial discipline?" Duan Peng shrugged and said, "Back when we were in northwestern Shaanxi, had it not been for the brigade commander's call, I doubt you would have ever submitted anything." Li Yunlong cast a stern glance at Duan Ping and retorted with evident irritation, "How can it be the same?" Duan Ping, standing his ground, boldly replied, "This is what I call a crooked upper beam leading to a crooked lower beam." Li Yunlong cursed, "Do you believe I would kick you, you scoundrel?" Changing the subject, he inquired, By the way, you captured the enemy's regiment headquarters. You must have seized quite a bounty, right? Be honest, how much did you all gain this time? Duanping chuckled and said, Commander, you hit the nail on the head. We indeed profited significantly this time. Along the way, we stumbled upon a military warehouse brimming with various weapons, ammunition, food supplies, and medical provisions, totaling an estimated several tons. Moreover, we captured 8 anti-aircraft vehicles. Though we couldn't identify them, they resembled tanks with double barrels. Mei Xing mentioned they were anti-aircraft guns. They must be the military's anti-aircraft artillery, along with 4 vehicles equipped with quad-mounted machine guns. Li Yunlong smiled and remarked, I was inquiring about the enemy's regiment headquarters. Surely, you garnered more than just that. Duanping, brimming with excitement, responded, there was much more at the headquarters. You see, it was a village with dozens of houses. Many rooms were filled with all sorts of supplies, anything one could desire, from food and drink to medical supplies, along with a plethora of weapons and ammunition. The spoils were piled high like small mountains. We truly struck it rich this time. You must admit, those foreign devils are quite extravagant. They not only possess wealth, but also know how to indulge themselves, even having red wine. Would you care for a taste? Li Yunlong replied, isn't that obvious? Select a few good bottles and save them for me. Yes, Duanping eagerly affirmed. At that moment, Jiang Dia chimed in with a smile, Commander, we have indeed struck it rich this time. Other units have also acquired substantial spoils during the battles. Not to mention, the enemy's weapons are truly excellent. Particularly those carbines, they far surpass our rifles. Li Yunlong chuckled, Jiang Dia, there's no need to boast so grandly. You shall not privately claim these spoils. They must be turned over to the army for equitable distribution. With a serious expression, Jiang Dia responded, of course. As the division commander and a senior officer of our army, I fully understand the principle that all captured items must be publicly accounted for. Unlike certain individuals known for their notorious penchant for hoarding. Li Yunlong laughed. So, it's become common knowledge that I have a penchant for hoarding? Jiang Dia affirmed. Let me put it this way. At least 2 major field armies have heard of it. You could say it is well known. Li Yunlong retorted, if that's the case, I must have quite a tarnished reputation. Jiang Dia replied, not at all. How could that be? Does receiving constant reprimands count? I've heard you've carried heavy burdens, fed horses, and even embroidered at the clothing factory. Even the head honcho praised you as a jack of all trades. Li Yunlong laughed, old Jiang. Do you not fear revealing the shortcomings of your superiors? Do you wish to hinder your own advancement? Do you believe I would send you to carry burdens, feed horses, and then embroider at the clothing factory? Jiang Dia smiled. Who doesn't know you, Li Yunlong, as a man of honor and integrity? Surely, you wouldn't hold a couple of jesting remarks against me. That wouldn't be the Li Yunlong we all know. Li Yunlong laughed. Flattery comes a bit late now. The battle here is concluded, and I must return to the military headquarters. Expedite the clearing of the battlefield. Retain a portion of the spoils while ensuring the rest is delivered to me. The 1st and 4th divisions have not secured many trophies, and numerous soldiers are still going hungry. Jiang Dia promptly assured, rest assured, Commander, I will attend to it immediately. Li Yunlong remarked, having captured Xingli. The 7th Division is essentially finished. We can now concentrate our efforts on the Marine Corps 1st Division. Chapter 61, Watergate Bridge. Li Yunlong approached the map and studied it intently, stating, currently, Smith's Marine Corps main forces are retreating towards Xiajiu. We have just received intelligence from the military command indicating that the 3rd Division is also gathering its strength, preparing to move northward to Xiajiu. It appears that Smith intends to engage us in a decisive battle there. However, by eliminating the 7th Division, we have effectively severed one of the limbs of his army. Consequently, Smith may hesitate to maintain a firm hold on Xiajiu. Jiang Dia nodded in agreement. With the capture of Xingli, our 2nd and 3rd Divisions can march southward to assault Xiajiu. The 1st and 4th Divisions are already advancing towards it, while the 20th Army has also launched an offensive from the flank. The 26th Army is gradually entering the fray, maneuvering behind enemy lines to cut off their retreat. Even if Smith possesses tremendous courage, he would be unlikely to persist in holding Xiajiu. Once we initiate a full-scale assault, that old fox will undoubtedly retreat further south. Li Yunlong concurred. Our objective is not merely to drive away the sheep, but to annihilate their surviving forces. Should the main body of the Marine Corps escape, their logistical capabilities would allow them to quickly regain their combat readiness, akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountains. Jiang Dia noted. Although we have deployed troops to encircle the rear of Xiajiu and are engaging in skirmishes along the way, the enemy maintains air superiority and their firepower is overwhelming. Our blocking forces can only delay their advance, not completely halt it. Li Yunlong replied, "Indeed, while our encircling troops must hold critical passes, it is challenging to entirely obstruct the enemy's retreat. However, the army is entirely mechanized, equipped with superior heavy machinery, and the Marine Corps, being the army's elite, possesses even stronger equipment than the 7th Division, thus enhancing their combat effectiveness. Yet, their heavy equipment, whether tanks or trucks, is heavily reliant on roadways. Should we damage these roads, their armored units would be rendered incapable of passage." Zhang Dia interjected, "Nevertheless, the enemy has engineers and a wealth of heavy machinery. Even if we damage the roads, they would swiftly repair them." Li Yunlong countered, "In this frigid weather, damaging the roads poses certain challenges. The ground is as hard as stone, making excavation difficult. Even if we topple rocks from the mountains to block the roads, the enemy can clear them rapidly. Furthermore, laying mines would only serve to marginally slow their progress. However, as the enemy retreats southward, it becomes considerably easier to sabotage this area, and it is a route they must inevitably traverse." As he spoke, Li Yunlong traced a line on the map. Zhang Dia glanced over with excitement and exclaimed, "You mean the Shuimen Bridge? It is much easier to destroy than the road, and once the bridge is obliterated, the enemy's engineers will find it nearly impossible to repair it in a short span of time." Li Yunlong, however, fixated on the map, furrowed his brow. Lacking Zhang Dia's optimism, the Shuimen Bridge, strictly speaking, was not a bridge in the conventional sense, but rather a road that extended from the dam of the Changjin Lake Reservoir. The span of the Shuimen Bridge was a mere 88 meters. Destroying it would indeed prevent the enemy's heavy equipment from crossing. Yet, even if it were completely demolished, the enemy would not be entirely incapable of restoring it. Li Yunlong had seen the film about the Shuimen Bridge in his previous life, where some claimed that it was exaggerated. In reality, the film was far too conservative. In the movie, characters Tan Ziwei and Wu Chenli managed to blow up the Shuimen Bridge 3 times. Yet each time resulted in only a small breach the size of a palm. Such a minor gap was practically inconsequential. The enemy could easily lay a thick steel plate over it, allowing tanks to traverse without hindrance. Historically, our military had indeed bombed the Shuimen Bridge thrice. During the first attempt, a flanking unit successfully seized the bridge and detonated explosives, but due to insufficient charges, only a small gap was created. The next day, the enemy's engineers repaired the bridge with minimal effort. In the second bombing, the assault troops occupied the bridge once more, this time with ample explosives, completely destroying its 88-meter-long surface. To further thwart the enemy's efforts to gather timber for repairs, a significant portion of the surrounding forest was set ablaze. However, this proved futile as the enemy transported timber from a distance and once again restored the bridge. Faced with this challenge, our forces made a third assault on the Shuimen Bridge, successfully capturing it again and planting explosives that obliterated the bridge's foundations. Consequently, the enemy's engineers found themselves unable to rebuild. Yet, our soldiers could hardly fathom the extent of the enemy's industrial capabilities. They had urgently commissioned 8 sets of steel bridge kits from Japan, constructed entirely of steel. The present Shuimen Bridge had transformed into a mere cliff over 8 meters wide. All that was required was to place these steel bridge components directly atop it, a task of remarkable simplicity. Furthermore, just 4 sets of components sufficed to erect a new steel bridge. The enemy airdropped 8 sets to account for any potential damage. Ultimately, the enemy successfully crossed the Shuimen Bridge using the constructed steel bridge. Thus, the actual circumstances of that time were far more riveting than what was depicted in the film. Some may argue that during our military's initial assault on the Shuimen Bridge, the enemy was caught off guard. However, they did not subsequently reinforce their defenses due to several reasons. The main force of the Marine Corps had not yet withdrawn, the nearby garrison was sparse, and they were hesitant to allocate excessive troops to such a remote area. Additionally, the terrain of the Shuimen Bridge limited the deployment of large numbers of troops, allowing our small unit to capture the bridge 3 times. Indeed, we are but a small contingent with limited manpower, and the enemy stationed at Shuimen Bridge is always on high alert. Nevertheless, we managed to seize Shuimen Bridge 3 times successfully, and even the current Li Yunlong acknowledges the elegance of our maneuvers. Thus, the reality is far more thrilling than it appears. Now, one might wonder why we do not station troops to hold Shuimen Bridge. The answer lies in the impossibility of maintaining a defense, as dawn breaks and enemy aircraft arrive. A few incendiary bombs would obliterate any number of soldiers stationed there. A small unit simply cannot hold Shuimin Bridge. Now that Li Yunlong is aware of this situation, he will certainly not allow such a tragedy to occur again. We must, at all costs, impede the enemy at Shuimin Bridge and eliminate the Marine Division. However, accomplishing this task is fraught with challenges. Yet Li Yunlong is undaunted. He believes that any obstacle can be surmounted with ingenuity. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "We must annihilate the Marine Division. If we let them escape, my efforts will have been in vain." Jiang Dia, puzzled, inquired, "Commander, what did you just say?" Chapter 62. A matter of great importance. No room for error. Li Yunlong glanced sternly at Jiang Dia and replied, "I stated that with so many troops at our disposal, if we allow the Marine Division to flee, it would render our efforts futile. I cannot afford to lose face." With a smile, Jiang Dia suggested, "It's quite simple. Shuimin Bridge is their essential route and their Achilles heel. We could send a unit to flank them and destroy the bridge. Then the Marine Division will have no escape." Li Yunlong recognized that Jiang Dia was still viewing the situation too simplistically, yet explaining it would not be easy. He opted against elaborating, saying, "You are correct. We must demolish Shuimin Bridge and ensure the enemy cannot pass. Xiaochun, here, on it." Moments later, Tan Ziwei hurried into the command center, reporting to the commander, "I am Tan Ziwei, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Independent Regiment, as ordered." Li Yunlong beckoned him forward. Pointing at the map, he asked, "Do you see this location? Shuimin Bridge?" "Exactly." Li Yunlong nodded and elaborated, "Our forces will concentrate on besieging the Marine Division. I suspect that the old fox will attempt to flee, and this is their vital passage." Tan Ziwei quickly grasped the plan, stating, "We will destroy Shuimin Bridge to prevent their escape." "Precisely," Li Yunlong affirmed. "This daunting yet honorable task is entrusted to your battalion. Rest briefly. Then proceed to Shuimin Bridge immediately and blow it up to sever the Marine Division's retreat. Our ability to encircle the Marine Division hinges upon your success. Should we prevail, the glory will belong to your battalion." "Understood." Tan Ziwei responded promptly, "We will ensure the mission is accomplished." Li Yunlong cautioned, "Do not be hasty. There are some details I must clarify. This Shuimin Bridge is not an ordinary bridge. Take a look at the map. This is the Changjin Lake Reservoir, which actually serves as the dam for the reservoir. The span of this bridge is not extensive, should it not be thoroughly destroyed. The enemy's engineers are quite capable and will undoubtedly find a way to repair it. This time, you must carry additional explosives to obliterate both the bridge deck and its foundations, ensuring their inability to restore it." "Understood," replied Tan Ziwei. "Rest assured, Commander. We shall accomplish the mission." "But wait, I have not finished speaking." Li Yunlong continued, "You must also bring a radio to maintain constant communication with me. Upon reaching Shuimin Bridge, do not rush to detonate. Await my orders. It is only when I instruct you to blow it up that you shall do so." Tan Ziwei, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" "Detonating it early would be more efficient." Li Yunlong explained, "Detonating it prematurely is futile. If the enemy repairs it, you will need to destroy it again. We must wait until the enemy is nearly in retreat, or until our main forces are ready for the final assault. At that moment, we will destroy the bridge, leaving them no time for repairs, thus allowing us to annihilate the entire Marine Division." With access to a detailed map, Li Yunlong could constantly assess the enemy's situation, making him the most adept at seizing the precise moment. Tan Ziwei smiled. "The commander's foresight is commendable." Li Yunlong waved his hand. "This battle is of great consequence. We cannot afford even the slightest oversight. I am particularly wary of missing any detail, for even a minor lapse could result in our complete failure. The weather in this cursed place is frigid. Some radio batteries have frozen and ceased functioning. I have specially authorized you to carry extra batteries to ensure uninterrupted communication. Nonetheless, this still lacks security. Therefore, you will deploy personnel in advance to establish lookout posts near Guchali, should you detect the main force of the Marine Division retreating to the vicinity. And if you cannot reach me, do not wait for my command. Detonate the bridge immediately. Your 7th Company is renowned for its expertise in infiltration tactics. You were previously the company commander, and I trust that the entire 3rd Battalion will perform admirably as well. Thus, I entrust this task to you. You should arrive at Shuimin Bridge ahead of time, allowing ample opportunity to scout the terrain and prepare for battle. I have heard you're an indomitable hero. Yet do exercise caution and strive to bring all your soldiers back alive. According to the narrative, it was Tan Ziwei who first led the 9th Company to Shuimen Bridge, followed by the 7th Company for support. In the end, only one, Wu Wanli, returned alive. When the troops were called, the 7th Company had only Wu Wanli present, while the 9th Company was entirely absent. Li Yunlong felt a pang of sorrow at the memory. To avert such a tragedy, he has decided to send the entire 3rd Battalion this time, believing he has considered all contingencies. Nevertheless, he cannot shake his concern. For the battlefield situation can change in an instant, and anything could happen. Understood, Tan Ziwei replied with a serious demeanor. I assure you I will bring all the soldiers back safely. Li Yunlong nodded in satisfaction and said, Very well, let it be so. Prepare immediately and depart as swiftly as possible. Yes. With a respectful military salute, Tang Zi turned and briskly departed. Li Yunlong addressed Jiang Dia, stating, I must return to the military headquarters without delay. The follow-up work here in Xinxing will be entrusted to you. Jiang Dia replied with a smile, Rest assured, Commander, we will ensure that no issues arise on our end. Do not forget to deliver the captured spoils promptly. Understood. Before dawn, Major General Smith was roused from his slumber, still in a daze, by Colonel Bowser. What has happened? He inquired. Xinxing has fallen. What? What about the 31st Regiment? The entire force has been annihilated. Damn it. Major General Smith cursed, extricating himself from his sleeping bag, donning his military coat, and hastening to the command center. Colonel Bowser explained, the enemy's assault was relentless. Despite the 31st Infantry's utmost resistance, they could not repel the invaders. Major General Smith retorted angrily, It cannot be that we lost it so swiftly. Colonel Bowser, with a sense of resignation, responded, The enemy has deployed dozens of heavy artillery pieces. The defenses in Xinxing are virtually non-existent. Their numbers are overwhelming, and they fight with reckless abandon. The 31st Infantry stands no chance. Feeling overwhelmed, Major General Smith inquired about McLean. Colonel Bowser sighed, stating, He appears to have perished in battle, though confirmation is still pending. Why did he not retreat? Major General Smith asked in astonishment. Colonel Bowser replied, Not all officers abandon their soldiers in times of peril. It is said that Colonel McLean displayed extraordinary valor, even as Xinxing was on the brink of collapse. He assured his men that he would remain with them, fighting until the very end. Major General Smith sighed in resignation. Colonel McLean's bravery is commendable, but we lack the time to pay him our respects. With the loss of Xinxing and the complete destruction of the 31st Infantry, the entire 7th Division is devoid of combat-ready forces, which places us in grave danger. Chapter 63. Old Li, you have truly made a name for yourself this time. Major General Smith fixed his gaze on the sand table, his expression fraught with concern. We must expedite our withdrawal. Our main forces need to retreat to Zaijiu as swiftly as possible. Then we shall continue our southward withdrawal. Colonel Bowser, taken aback, asked, Where shall we retreat to? Major General Smith pointed at the sand table and declared, To Hunshan. Only by retreating directly to Hunshan can we ensure our safety. Colonel Bowser suggested, Should we consult the commander about this? Major General Smith responded, Do not heed that fellow. He was the quickest to flee back in the day. Now, far away in Japan, he is utterly oblivious to the situation at the front yet dares to issue commands without understanding the reality. If we follow his orders, we are doomed. The situation has fundamentally changed. On the Eastern Front, the enemy facing us numbers over 100,000, and possibly more. As far as I know, their combat style involves maintaining sufficient reserves, so there may be even more hidden enemies lurking nearby. Tell me, how are we to continue fighting? If we persist, we are finished. I bear the solemn responsibility for the lives of my soldiers, especially given the disconcerting news that the main force of the 8th Army on the Western Front has begun its withdrawal. The enemy has deployed a significantly larger contingent of troops, numbering at least 300,000 to 400,000. This has escalated into a new war. We are woefully unprepared to confront this fresh conflict, and a temporary retreat to regroup our forces is our only viable option. Colonel Bowser remarked, The general speaks the truth. It seems we have no choice but to proceed thus. However, the enemy persists in launching fierce assaults, and our troops retreating from the direction of Lutan are moving sluggishly. By day, their main force seeks refuge, yet at night they sabotage roads, lay mines, and construct traps to hinder our withdrawal. They also dispatch small units to seize strategic points along our path to conduct minor ambushes. Once night falls, they emerge from the mountains to strike us. General Smith furrowed his brow and said, They are gradually depleting our strength. When we are utterly exhausted, that will be their moment to initiate a full-scale assault. Have you ever witnessed a lion hunting an elephant? An elephant? Are they ambushing juvenile elephants? Indeed, they sometimes do. However, they can also encircle fully grown elephants. The pride relentlessly attacks, driving the elephants to flee and progressively sapping their strength. When the elephants finally collapse from exhaustion, it is then that the lions feast. After a brief pause, General Smith continued, I suspect the enemy employs a similar strategy, gradually wearing us down while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Remaining here to continue this attrition is tantamount to a slow suicide. Therefore, we must depart from this cursed place as swiftly as possible. Colonel Bowser nodded in agreement. The conditions here are exceedingly harsh. Over 200 of our soldiers have succumbed to the cold, and many more are suffering from frostbite. The enemy's equipment is far inferior to ours. I cannot fathom how they have endured. Yet, it is evident that they have set their sights on us and are unlikely to allow our escape easily. General Smith replied, they lack heavy siege weaponry. And with our aircraft continuously bombarding them, I assess their logistics are utterly inadequate. Provided we wish to withdraw, they may not be able to detain us. We can retreat by day and establish defenses by night. If we can endure these next few days and successfully reach Haeju, we will be safe. We need to reassess the enemy's capabilities, and once we ascertain their true strength, we can engage them in decisive combat. This is the most prudent course of action. Our power far surpasses theirs, and if we proceed with caution, defeating them will be a straightforward endeavor. For now, we must hasten our departure from this perilous location. All units should accelerate their withdrawal as much as possible, permitting them to destroy any supplies that may impede our retreat, thereby expediting our exit. Furthermore, we must request air support to provide us with more substantial assistance, ensuring our safe retreat to Haeju. The retreat is merely temporary. Akin to Commander Mike's escape from Luzon Island in years past, one day, we shall return, and it will be the enemy who faces defeat. Colonel Bowser remarked, I understand. Let us arrange for an immediate withdrawal to Haeju. Major General Smith added, furthermore, ensure that the 3rd Division and other rear units are prepared to support us as we retreat to Haeju. Colonel Bowser inquired, in that case, they need not advance northward. Major General Smith nodded, stating, the roads are narrow and enemy interference is likely. If they proceed north while we move south, our forces will inevitably collide, resulting in chaos. They should gather around Wallery, ready to assist our return to Haeju. Once we reach Wallery, we can rendezvous with them and proceed together to Haeju. Major General Smith continued. Additionally, the garrisons along the route must ensure the roads remain clear. In areas with sufficient troops, we must decisively eliminate those enemy detachments attempting to disrupt our advance. These are merely small enemy forces. I believe their annihilation will not prove difficult. At the very least, we must secure the roads. After a moment of contemplation, Major General Smith added, moreover, the wounded are a critical factor affecting our retreat. We must ensure ample aircraft are available to evacuate the injured, thereby facilitating a swifter withdrawal. Colonel Bowser responded, I will coordinate with the relevant departments to mobilize additional aircraft to transport the wounded to safety for treatment. Li Yunlong departed from Xingxingli and returned to headquarters, where he was warmly welcomed by Zhao Gang and others. Zhao Gang smiled, saying, Old Li, your performance in the battle at Xingxingli was remarkable. The Polar Bear Regiment was completely annihilated. The commander has praised you once again. This time, you truly made a name for yourself. Haha. Li Yunlong chuckled heartily, replying, that was just a Polar Bear Regiment. It was a mere trifle. However, to be honest, the enemy is indeed formidable. Their weaponry is advanced, and they have constant air support. Even at night, waves of aircraft arrive to bombard us. Although we emerged victorious, we have incurred significant casualties, so now is not the time for celebration. Overcoming such a powerful foe is not an easy task. This was our first direct engagement with the enemy, and we must continuously explore and summarize our experiences, striving to eliminate them as swiftly as possible. Chapter 64. Li Yunlong's plan to annihilate the Marine Corps 1st Division. Zhao Gang nodded, stating, Old Li is right. We are facing an entirely new enemy whose strength is considerable, and we lack prior combat experience against them. However, we must firmly believe that even the mightiest enemy possesses vulnerabilities. As long as we persist in learning from our experiences, we will undoubtedly uncover their weaknesses and ultimately defeat them. We must always maintain faith that the people are invincible. Li Yunlong glanced at the sand table and inquired, what is the current situation? Lu Chang pointed to the sand table, stating, "The main forces of the Marine Corps 1st Division continue their retreat toward the direction of Zaijiu. We are lacking in heavy assault weaponry, and the battle is not progressing smoothly. These individuals traverse the terrain by day and fortify their defenses by night, preemptively seizing advantageous positions and constructing robust defensive strongholds. Numerous tanks and armored vehicles are stationed at the periphery of their defensive line, forming formidable iron fortresses. Over the past few nights, we have relentlessly pressed our attack, yet the enemy has congregated, proving to be a formidable opponent." Li Yunlong furrowed his brow, fully aware of the circumstances at hand. After all, he possesses a systematic map that allows him to monitor the situation across various locales at any moment. The primary challenge remains the lack of assault weaponry, which has hindered the efficacy of our offensives. Li Yunlong's heavy artillery is still en route from Xinxiang, being hastily transported. However, without air superiority, these powerful yet cumbersome cannons are not easily maneuverable. They cannot traverse during the day, and even at night, their movement must be cautious, significantly slowing our pace. Li Yunlong pointed to the sand table, stating, "Smith's intentions are clear. He aims to consolidate his main forces in the vicinity of Zaijiu. With our near-total annihilation of the 7th Division and the complete rout of the 3rd Division of the Li Puppet Army, the flanks of the Marine Corps 1st Division are now thoroughly exposed. I surmise that if we launch an offensive towards Zaijiu, Smith will undoubtedly retreat further south. The enemy may be formidable, yet it is solely due to their superior weaponry. Their morale and fighting spirit cannot be compared to that of our troops. We will gradually deplete their forces and wear down their resolve, and when they finally descend into despair and their morale collapses, it will be our moment to launch a full-scale assault." Xiao Ming interjected, "But at present, we are unable to deliver a decisive blow. How can we induce their automatic collapse?" Li Yunlong elucidated. "Smith is consolidating his troops in preparation for retreat, indicating that he is already fearful. I have always maintained that in a narrow confrontation, the brave prevail. Now that Smith is gripped by trepidation, he has effectively lost without a fight. As they gradually withdraw, we will persist in wearing them down. Should the Marine Corps 1st Division continue its southward retreat, the Shuimin Bridge will be their inevitable route. If they reach the Shuimin Bridge and discover it destroyed, rendering heavy equipment impassable, what will they do? Will they remain to fight desperately? I doubt they possess the courage for that." Xiaoming immediately grasped the implication and remarked, "In that case, they will have no choice but to abandon their heavy weaponry and retreat lightly." "Precisely," Li Yunlong continued. "Did you not just mention? The enemy's heavy equipment is excessively abundant. Tanks and armored vehicles, when positioned, create an impenetrable steel fortress, complemented by constructed fortifications, resembling a turtle shell very difficult to breach. However, once they discard this heavy equipment, what advantages will remain? I confidently assert that we will simply have to capture them en masse. In this frigid weather, with treacherous mountain paths, we exerted considerable effort to arrive here. Those accustomed to vehicles, the foreign devils, can they outrun us? Once the time arrives, none of those foreign devils will escape. Moreover, we shall prosper from their discarded heavy equipment, which will become our spoils of war. Although Li Yunlong possesses over 30 heavy artillery pieces, their relocation poses certain challenges. Nonetheless, they will eventually reach the front lines. Presently, however, they face an entire Marine division, boasting far superior artillery than Li Yunlong's. While Li Yunlong often derides the foreign troops as mere aristocratic soldiers, it is a deliberate strategy to belittle the enemy and bolster morale. Indeed, the fighting spirit of these foreign devils pales in comparison to ours, yet their military prowess is commendable and may even exceed our own. After all, the Marine Division is their elite force, comprising many seasoned veterans tempered by the trials of World War II, demonstrating formidable combat capabilities. Li Yunlong is acutely aware of the limitations of his artillery, much of which consists of newly acquired cannons, hastily assembled to fire. Engaging the enemy head-on is not a viable option against the Marine Division's artillery. Thus, swiftly securing victory in this battle will prove to be quite the challenge. Fortunately, Li Yunlong possesses exceptional skills. He can utilize the system's map to pinpoint the enemy's artillery positions in advance, launching surprise attacks to neutralize them, and then gradually wear down their defenses. However, with over 20,000 troops in the Marine Division and the vast battlefield, their artillery is not concentrated in one location, rendering it impossible to eliminate them all at once. The approach must be methodical, as the enemy will retreat daily, leading Li Yunlong to doubt his ability to completely annihilate them before they reach the Watergate Bridge. Furthermore, Although our forces triumphed in the recent battle at Xingxingli, it came at a considerable cost of casualties. Li Yunlong aims to minimize losses, thus he does not intend to launch a full-scale assault in the coming days. Offensive action is necessary, but it must be executed with caution to reduce casualties while continuing to apply pressure on Smith. As Li Yunlong aptly stated, the moment Smith decides to retreat signifies his fear. Persistent pressure will only amplify that fear. Upon reaching the Watergate Bridge and discovering its destruction, with repairs not feasible in the short term and their situation growing increasingly perilous, Smith will have no choice but to abandon heavy weaponry and attempt a hasty withdrawal. This outcome aligns perfectly with Li Yunlong's objectives, allowing him to dismantle the Marine Division with minimal cost. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, saying, "Old Li, I concur with your strategy. However, this engagement against the Marine Division is not solely in our hands." Li Yunlong smiled, replying, "I will communicate with Old Song. I trust he will endorse this tactic." Xiao Ming chuckled. "Indeed, the commander is formidable. I suspect Commander Song will be quite vexed. You, a mere division commander, are orchestrating matters." Lu Chang laughed. "I have heard that during the war against the Japanese, the commander was merely a regiment leader yet managed to outmaneuver the generals." Li Yunlong responded with a grin. "It wasn't so much commanding as it was the generals passively cooperating with my strategies." Zhao Gang chuckled wryly and remarked, "Indeed. You single-handedly engaged the forces in Pingan County, mobilizing the entire brotherhood of troops across Shaanxi province and allied forces to support you." Li Yunlong responded with a smile. "A true hero does not boast of past glories. Today we face the seasoned veterans of the Marine Corps 1st Division. To conquer them is the mark of a genuine hero. Upon encountering me, not a single one of them shall escape." In Chapter 65, General Smith also found himself in Li's crosshairs. Zhao Gang inquired, "Old Li, did you just mention that you have dispatched someone to maneuver and head straight for Shuimen Bridge?" Li Yunlong nodded, saying, "I have sent Tan Ziwei with the 3rd Battalion. I am confident they will accomplish this formidable task." Zhao Gang replied, "I have some understanding of the 3rd Battalion's situation, and I believe they are more than capable of fulfilling this mission." Li Yunlong continued, "In the battles at Jia Mountain and Xingxingli, we seized a considerable amount of spoils, and I have instructed them to find a way to transport a batch over. This will alleviate our army's dire shortage of provisions. The logistical supplies have struggled to arrive promptly, and the troops have long consumed their rations. The 2nd and 3rd Divisions, having acquired substantial spoils and benefiting from Li Yunlong's strategic maneuvers, naturally do not face concerns regarding sustenance, with ammunition also being relatively sufficient. However, the main forces of the 1st and 4th Divisions find themselves in a precarious situation. The soldiers are still battling fiercely against a well-armed enemy while enduring hunger. Nevertheless, with Li Yunlong present, this predicament will gradually improve. By eliminating the Arctic Bear Regiment, capturing Xingxingli, and amassing a fortune of several 100,000 gold coins, the prospect of exchanging these coins for food and ammunition will enable the troops to endure for a while longer. The only challenge lies in discreetly ensuring that these resources reach the army without raising suspicion. Have faith, this hardship is but temporary. Let the soldiers endure a little longer. For sustenance is on the horizon. In my past, during the crossing of the grasslands, I never allowed my soldiers to go hungry, and I shall not permit it henceforth." Zhao Gang laughed and remarked, "Speaking of which, I recall you boasting to the women comrades at the base that your troops were feasting on beef and enjoying barley wine." Li Yunlong laughed. "That was no mere boast. My guard carried 2 large gourds of barley wine, and we relished it alongside yak meat, living quite splendidly." Lu Chang frowned and said, "Is that so? I find it hard to believe. At that time, the soldiers could only forage for wild vegetables and consume tree bark and grass roots to barely survive." Zhao Gang laughed. "Then we must ask our esteemed General Li how those barley flour, yak meat, and barley wine came to be." Li Yunlong replied, "You cannot hold me accountable. Tens of thousands of troops had already passed through and purchased all the available food. Those individuals clearly had provisions, yet despite my persistent entreaties, they refused to sell to me. When pushed to the limit, I simply took it by force. We cannot allow the living to perish from thirst, nor can we let our soldiers starve to death." Laughter erupted among the group. "Perhaps only you, Li Yunlong, possess such audacity. And what happened next? Later, wouldn't it just be to shoulder the blame? Haha, if it were someone else, execution would not be too harsh a punishment. Bearing the blame would be a light consequence." Li Yunlong chuckled and remarked, "You do not understand. This is also the favor of heaven towards me, Old Li. Just as I bore the heavy burden, guess what happened? Suddenly, hail began to fall, the hailstones as large as eggs, crashing down with a cacophony. The soldiers were left bruised and battered, yet I remained unscathed. I had the heavy burden to shield me. I simply held it over my head, covering my shoulders, and crouched down. No matter how large or dense the hail, it could not strike me. If I had some firearms now, I would seize them without hesitation. Unfortunately, the Changjin Lake area is sparsely populated, and at this moment, everyone capable of fleeing has already escaped, leaving me with nothing to seize. The only option would be to commandeer from the enemy. After a bout of laughter, Li Yunlong called Old Song and detailed his battle plan. Old Song pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you certain you can blow up the Watergate Bridge? It is such a critical location. The enemy is not foolish and will surely station troops to guard it. Blowing it up will not be an easy task." Li Yunlong confidently assured him, "Rest assured, we will certainly demolish the Watergate Bridge." "Good," Old Song replied. "Then we shall proceed as you say. However, I must forewarn you. If you fail to destroy the Watergate Bridge and allow the Marine Division to escape, I will not spare you." Li Yunlong vowed, "You need not worry. The Marine Division is already like a piece of meat in our mouths. How could we let it flee? With just a few more bites, we will swallow it whole." Old Song, with a serious expression, stated, "However, the enemy's aircraft are continuously bombing us, and the supply of logistics cannot be delivered in a timely and sufficient manner. Many troops are facing a shortage of provisions. Thus, we must strive for a swift resolution, forcing the enemy to abandon their position at Xiajiu and retreat southward." Li Yunlong responded, "My 1st and 4th Divisions are already following closely behind the main force of the Marine Division, gradually approaching Xiajiu. The 2nd and 3rd Divisions will also head there as swiftly as possible. With the addition of the 20th Army, even Smith would not dare to linger any longer." Old Song nodded in satisfaction, saying, "That is good. I shall await your good news. Report any developments to me promptly." "Understood," Li Yunlong affirmed before hanging up the phone. "The military affairs here have been settled. I shall take a moment to rest before heading to the front lines." Zhao Gang furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you going to the front lines again?" Li Yunlong replied, "Do not worry. I will not take the reconnaissance company to capture Smith this time. The military has helicopters, and if that fellow wishes to flee, it may not be easy to catch him. However, I will do my utmost to eliminate that old rascal. This task may be formidable for others, as they do not know Smith's specific whereabouts, and thus cannot intercept him accurately and timely. But for me, at this moment, it poses no challenge. However, should Smith decide to flee on a transport plane ahead of time, the situation would become quite dire. That contraption soars high, and the likelihood of shooting it down is scarcely better than winning the lottery. Nonetheless, one could preemptively destroy the airport at GU, thereby preventing the transport plane from landing. If he wishes to escape, he would have no choice but to use a helicopter, which is considerably easier to target. Thus, Li Yunlong must keep a watchful eye on the front lines, for the timing of Smith's departure is entirely at his discretion once he boards the aircraft. Any preparations made will be in vain. If Li Yunlong is stationed at the front, he would have ample time to prepare. Moreover, his presence there serves a dual purpose. Not only to confront the old adversary Smith, but also to retrieve the supplies he has exchanged, disguising them as spoils of war to be placed at the captured enemy positions. Being at the front also facilitates Li Yunlong's ability to execute precise tactical commands. Chapter 66, A Strategic Stronghold. Li Yunlong, though anticipating that Smith would not persist in holding GU, was nonetheless taken aback to discover that the old man had already resolved to make a hasty exit, showing no inclination to continue engaging the volunteer army in GU. Were it not for the main force's sluggish withdrawal, he would have fled at once. In the depths of slumber, Major General Smith was suddenly jolted awake. A scream escaping his lips, drenched in cold sweat, his entire body chilled. His aide rushed in, concern etched on his face, inquiring, "General, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Smith waved his hand dismissively, having just experienced a nightmare in which a horde of volunteer soldiers stormed his command post, firing indiscriminately without granting him a chance to surrender. Regaining his composure, Smith hurried to the command center. "What is the current situation?" Colonel Bowser replied, "Things are progressing relatively smoothly. The 5th and 7th Marine Regiments are retreating slowly, but are gradually making their way back towards GU with the assistance of the 1st Marine Regiment." Smith nodded slightly, glancing at the sand table. "We can no longer afford to waste time. We must expedite our southward retreat and leave this cursed place as swiftly as possible." Colonel Bowser interjected, "However, it is already afternoon. After dark, the enemy is certain to launch a new wave of assaults. Due to the extensive nighttime offensives by the volunteer army, Smith was troubled by the frontline situation and found himself unable to sleep at night. Opting instead to rest during the day, Smith declared, "Then we shall set out first thing tomorrow morning, fully committing to our southward retreat. As for tonight, we must resolutely hold our positions and withstand the enemy's attacks." At that moment, the aide handed him a cup of coffee and inquired, "General, would you like a meal?" Smith replied, "Just a steak will suffice, thank you." Colonel Bowser then remarked, "By the way, General, His Excellency the Commander has approved our plan to retreat to Haeju. Old Mac knows he can no longer prevent the frontline troops from withdrawing, so he has ceased his opposition. Continuing to argue with the frontline commanders would serve him no benefit." General Smith remarked with a cold smile. "He has finally come to terms with reality. This is for the best, as it spares us from further wasting our breath on him. However, the most crucial aspect for us is the defense tonight. The rapid fall of Xinqiang indicates that they still possess heavy weaponry, albeit in limited quantities. Should these heavy arms be transported to Xianjiao, we would find ourselves in a predicament." Colonel Bowser stated, "We have already contacted the air squadron, instructing them to initiate bombardment immediately upon spotting enemy convoys. The command center has also coordinated efforts and will dispatch additional night-flying aircraft to enhance our aerial support this evening." General Smith nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. If we can endure a few more days, once we depart from this cursed place, Chosin Reservoir, we shall be safe." In reality, if they were to fully retreat, they could reach Wulao in a mere 2 days. Yet, Smith knew well that the volunteer army would not easily allow their escape and would continue to impede their withdrawal. Thus, the journey to Wulao would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. His gaze fell upon the Watergate Bridge on the sand table, and he said, "The Watergate Bridge is a vital route for our retreat to Wulao. The enemy excels in flanking maneuvers. They will undoubtedly send forces to destroy the bridge and hinder our withdrawal. We must fortify the defenses of the Watergate Bridge, ensuring it is held at all costs, for we cannot allow the enemy to demolish it." Colonel Bowser responded, "We have already reinforced the defenses at the Watergate Bridge. A small contingent of the enemy would not be able to capture it, even if, hypothetically, they were to destroy it. We have engineering units in Guchuli that can swiftly repair the bridge. I believe this will ensure our security." General Smith remarked, "The enemy's flanking tactics are formidable. Our communications have been severed, and the enemy is everywhere. We cannot ascertain their precise numbers, which places us at a severe disadvantage. This is the primary reason I have insisted on a swift withdrawal. We cannot afford to linger any longer. Procrastination will only exacerbate our situation." Colonel Bowser sighed in resignation, saying, "These adversaries are indeed challenging to contend with. We can only gradually discern their tactics, gather intelligence, and devise countermeasures against them." General Smith nodded. "Their rudimentary equipment is their Achilles heel. Our failure this time was due to underestimating them and falling into their ambush. Their sudden assault caught us off guard. However, once we stabilize our position, the enemy will certainly not stand a chance against us. At that point, we shall demonstrate to them what modern warfare truly entails." Despite their dismal defeat, General Smith remained optimistic about the future, regrettably unaware that he would never witness that day. At this moment, the troops of Chun Daler's 3rd Division had already arrived from the northeast direction to the vicinity of Xiajiuli. Li Yunlong also reached the headquarters of the 3rd Division. "Chun Daler, you move swiftly," he remarked. Chun Daler chuckled. "I was just worried that if I ran slowly, I would miss out on the spoils." Li Yunlong inquired, "What about the more than 10 heavy artillery pieces from your division?" Chun Daler responded, "They are already over 20 miles away. Once night falls, they will continue advancing to the frontline positions." "Excellent," Li Yunlong exclaimed with excitement. "With heavy artillery, this battle will be much easier. The movements of the 2nd Division are a bit slower. We will rely on you tonight." Chun Daler replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Commander, wherever you say to strike, we shall strike." Li Yunlong traced a circle on the map, saying, "High ground 1071, located to the northeast of Xiajiuli, overlooks the area and is a strategic vantage point. Capturing this high ground is crucial for taking Xiajiuli tonight." Chun Daler confidently assured him, "Is it just high ground 1071? Not a problem at all." Li Yunlong cautioned, "Do not underestimate the enemy. Their firepower is formidable. This is the 1st Marine Division, and their equipment is superior to that of the 7th Division. Once we launch the attack, we must simultaneously assault several high grounds nearby to draw the enemy's attention. Allocate an elite battalion to prepare for a surprise attack on high ground 1071. Follow the shelling closely. after a rapid barrage. Charge immediately without giving the enemy time to react. We must seize high ground 1071 in one swift motion. Understood. Shin Daler promptly replied. I will ensure the task is accomplished. Securing this strategic high ground will significantly ease the subsequent battles. Chapter 67. Thunder God, tomorrow will be your moment. Li Yunlong had conducted reconnaissance and found that in the vicinity of Xiajiuli alone, there were 4 enemy artillery positions, boasting a total of 54 105mm howitzers and 18 155mm howitzers, 72 heavy artillery pieces in total. In contrast, he could only mobilize 12 105mm howitzers once they opened fire. Their positions would be exposed, making it impossible to confront the enemy's artillery directly. Eliminating them one by one would not be an easy task. Yet Li Yunlong had to capture high ground 1071 tonight. Thus, he had to temporarily abandon the plan of dismantling the enemy's artillery positions and focus all efforts on seizing high ground 1071. This required positioning his artillery in a location that could reach high ground 1071 while remaining outside the enemy's heavy artillery range, a place conducive to establishing artillery positions and facilitating mobility. Moreover, he had to guard against enemy air raids. Every heavy artillery piece was invaluable to Li Yunlong and could not be easily destroyed. Each piece was costly, and even though he could purchase them through the system, such consumption was unsustainable. Furthermore, while artillery could be replaced, training a new artilleryman required considerable time. Currently, Li Yunlong's artillery resources were somewhat strained. With a batch of troops rushed into action, Li Yunlong contemplated that once this battle concluded and the troops were afforded a moment of respite, it would be imperative to devote time to cultivating a greater number of artillery talents, thereby enabling the further expansion of the artillery corps. However, it was evident that time was of the essence. As night fell, the volunteer army launched another offensive against the enemy positions in and around Xiajiu. This time, the 20th Army also joined the fray from the flanks, with Li Yunlong's 1st, 3rd, and 4th divisions all deploying their forces into combat. The battlefield extended over several dozen kilometers, a scene of fervent conflict unfolding everywhere. From the enemy's artillery positions, the thunderous booms of cannon fire resounded ceaselessly, providing relentless fire support to their forces, which posed significant challenges to the attacking troops. Under Li Yunlong's command, the 3rd Division had dispatched a spearhead battalion, swiftly maneuvering to the vicinity of Hill 1071. Shrouded in the cover of darkness, they stealthily approached the lower reaches of the hill. Chen Dalei hastened to Li Yunlong's side, reporting, Commander, as per your instructions, the artillery has been positioned at the designated site and is prepared for combat. Li Yunlong inquired, what of the attacking forces? Chen replied, they have also arrived at their assigned positions. Good. Li Yunlong responded with a grave expression. Inform the artillery and the attacking forces to execute the plan. Once the artillery has completed its barrage, they are to withdraw to a secure location to await further orders, in order to avoid enemy airstrikes. Understood. The command was swiftly relayed. The artillery position soon erupted with the resounding roar of cannon fire. Shells sliced through the night sky, landing in succession upon Hill 1071. The cacophony of explosions melded into a singular tumult as shells rained down, enveloping the enemy's defensive stronghold. With the commencement of the bombardment, the battalion commander of the spearhead unit immediately ordered his soldiers to charge forward. The soldiers, advancing in groups of 3, provided alternating cover, cautiously inching into the effective kill radius of the artillery before halting to take cover. The deafening explosions reverberated, and waves of heat washed over them, offering a modicum of warmth amidst the chaos. Following the intense shelling, the artillery extended its fire, targeting the rear of Hill 1071 to thwart any enemy reinforcements. As the artillery commenced its extended bombardment, the battalion commander decisively issued the order to advance. The soldiers, growing increasingly impatient, surged forward with fervor. Charge! The thunderous battle cries erupted as the valiant soldiers swiftly ascended Hill 1071. The defenders, besieged by our artillery's onslaught, suffered heavy casualties, and those fortunate enough to survive sought refuge. By the time they discerned the commotion and emerged from their hiding places to mount a defense, it was far too late. The gallant soldiers charged forward, unleashing a hail of gunfire from their submachine guns, swiftly eliminating the enemy on the summit. At that moment, the enemy forces on the reverse slope, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. However, the volunteer army had already secured the high ground, taking cover and hurling hand grenades at the approaching adversaries. In a fleeting moment, Grenades rained down from the heavens, their violent explosions resounding incessantly. The enemy was instantly thrown into disarray, suffering heavy casualties. The rapid fire of gunshots followed, bullets cascading like raindrops upon the adversary. Terrified, the enemy huddled on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Seizing this opportunity, the soldiers charged forth from their elevated position, akin to ferocious tigers descending the mountain, closing in on the enemy and opening fire. The enemy had no time to react and was swiftly annihilated. The assault troops, fueled by momentum, successfully captured Hill 1071. Li Yunlong lowered his binoculars, having observed more clearly through the system map. However, relying on the system map was mentally taxing, so he preferred to use his eyes when possible, partly to maintain appearances before others. Chandaler immediately informed them that after securing Hill 1071, they must retreat to the northeastern slope and swiftly construct defensive fortifications. Space on the mountain is limited. Only one company should remain, while the rest of the troops are to be deployed in succession, ready to provide support at any moment. Understood, Chandaler promptly replied, turning to relay the orders. The northeastern slope was beyond the reach of the enemy's artillery, though not entirely secure, as aircraft could still strike. Yet, the significance of Hill 1071 could not be overstated. It must be held. Bring Lei Suisheng to me. Li Yunlong had already reassigned Lei Gong from the 7th Company to serve as the commander of the mortar company. Soon, Lei Suisheng arrived. Reporting to the commander, Lei Suisheng is here as ordered. Li Yunlong smiled and asked, Old Lei, can you handle the new equipment? Haha, no problem. Mortars are quite similar. We've already practiced with them, and they are indeed effective. Excellent. Li Yunlong nodded in satisfaction. I knew I had chosen wisely. You are to head to Hill 1071 immediately, dig in for cover, and stand by. Understood. Lei Gong replied promptly, before inquiring, Commander, any news from the 7th Company? Li Yunlong casually remarked, the 7th Company is nearing Watergate Bridge. Everything is normal, so you need not worry. Haha, having spent so long in the 7th Company. It feels a bit strange to be away, Lei Gong chuckled. Do not fret. You will see them soon, Li Yunlong reassured him. All right. Commander, I shall take my leave. Go and be cautious. Chapter 68, Smith's Death Command. General, we have lost Hill 1071. What? The enemy has captured Hill 1071. Damn. Major General Smith cursed vehemently, striking the sand table with a fist. I have emphasized that Hill 1071 must be secured at all costs. A military officer helplessly responded. The enemy deployed heavy artillery to bombard Hill 1071 and launched a sudden assault, catching our forces off guard. They are madmen. They charged before the artillery preparation was even complete. Major General Smith fumed. Why was there no counter-battery fire to eliminate their artillery? Report, Commander. The enemy artillery positions have exceeded our range, but we have already called for air support. General Smith, furrowing his brow, spoke gravely. Find a way to reclaim Hill 1071. Its capture by the enemy poses a significant threat to us. Colonel Bowser promptly replied, I shall issue orders to the troops to initiate a counterattack at once. Despite the fervent battles raging outside, General Smith remained relatively untroubled. Troops across various fronts were steadfastly defending, having constructed robust fortifications. They excelled not only in offensive maneuvers but equally in the art of building defenses. Even amid the frigid conditions of the Chosin reservoir, the enemy was capable of swiftly erecting fortifications in such harsh environments. Based on previous assessments, the volunteer army possessed limited heavy artillery, which consequently did not pose a substantial threat. Indeed, the recent skirmishes had been relatively uneventful for the Marine Division, while the enemy's combat prowess was formidable, inflicting some losses upon them. The situation remained manageable. Furthermore, the conflict was primarily confined to the periphery. The loss of certain heights was not catastrophic. However, Hill 1071 was different. Its elevated position and proximity to the town of Xiaqiu were critical. General Smith remarked, Hill 1071 is perilously close to Xiaqiu, and with over 20,000 troops concentrated nearby, the enemy will continually harass our positions. A full retreat is untenable. We could not evacuate such a multitude in a single day. Should the enemy hold Hill 1071, they could breach our defensive perimeter and invade Xiaqiu. If we lose Xiaqiu, all will be lost. Colonel Bowser reassured, Rest assured, General, such a minor breach is not fatal. We can swiftly seal it. I have just learned that the artillery battalion has mobilized its firepower to commence bombardment. Hill 1071 is now under our fire. He continued, the enemy may occupy Hill 1071. but we can employ the same tactics to reclaim it. General Smith nodded slightly, instructing, "We must also concentrate our artillery to shell the rear of Hill 1071 to prevent the enemy from reinforcing their position. The assault troops should launch their attack promptly, with the objective of reclaiming Hill 1071 in one decisive blow." Colonel Bowser stated, "According to the intelligence I've gathered, the enemy forces are not overly numerous. After all, they cannot deploy many troops to such a singular hill. Our infantry will advance under the cover of tanks. I am confident that those vile enemies will be unable to thwart our assault." With a resigned sigh, General Smith remarked, "To this day, we must not underestimate the enemy." At that moment, Hill 1071 was engulfed in a cacophony of artillery fire as the shells relentlessly rained down. Meanwhile, the soldiers busied themselves digging into the slopes to the northeast. Previously, a shell had created a crater that the soldiers made full use of. Otherwise, amidst the icy desolation, it would have been exceedingly difficult to dig. The enemy's artillery did not reach this area. Thus, they had no cause for concern regarding enemy bombardment, with the sole threat being enemy aircraft. However, the most pressing danger was the enemy infantry, who would soon launch a counteroffensive. Yet, Li Yunlong had no such worries. As the defense of the position was the responsibility of the infantry company, his artillery unit remained concealed and on standby. The infantry company positioned further forward had several soldiers prepared for battle at any moment, while others busily excavated anti-shell pits. Li Yunlong and his men were equally industrious, employing every available tool and method to dig deeper, for their survival amidst the enemy's aerial assault depended entirely on these shelters. In the distance, at the military command post, Colonel Sartre lowered his binoculars, his expression grave as he declared, "Immediately counterattack Hill 1071. General Smith has issued a strict order. If we fail to capture Hill 1071, we shall all face punishment. To the attacking forces, advance with full force. Any cowardice will be met with severe consequences. Attack." With Colonel Sartre's command, under the cover of several tanks, a group of soldiers surged forward with great fervor. At that moment, the artillery began its barrage, targeting the rear of Hill 1071 to impede the reinforcements of the volunteer troops. The infantrymen who had been sheltered on the northeastern slope, upon witnessing the cessation of enemy fire, promptly charged the position, preparing for a counteroffensive. The tanks could not ascend the hill. They remained below to provide fire support. A substantial number of soldiers, armed and resolute, rushed upward. These seasoned warriors, aware of the impending enemy advance, concealed themselves meticulously, refraining from firing in haste. As the enemy drew near, at the command of their company leader, a multitude of grenades soared through the air, landing amidst the enemy ranks with a cacophony of explosions, casting flames and chaos upon them. Simultaneously, a torrent of gunfire erupted. The soldiers, positioned advantageously, unleashed a fierce barrage upon the enemy. Bullets fell like rain, swiftly decimating a portion of the opposing forces. However, lacking formidable resolve, and witnessing the fierce counterattack from the hilltop, the enemy infantry, despite the tanks below exerting firepower, found little effect and quickly retreated in disarray. Their tactics remained simplistic and crude: advance if possible, retreat if not, and then continue to bombard with artillery. Thus, as the offensive faltered, these enemy infantrymen retreated without hesitation. Subsequently, the military continued to order bombardments of Hill 1071, which persisted until dawn, with the enemy failing to reclaim the position. Enraged, Colonel Sartre vented his frustrations, yet found himself powerless. Upon learning of the situation, Major Smith was equally incensed, vociferously lamenting, "A bunch of worthless fools. Why can you not capture even the insignificant Hill 1071? If this continues, how can we possibly fight this battle?" Chapter 69. Destroying the airport at Xiajiu. Colonel Bowser remarked, "General, there is no need for concern. Even if we cannot reclaim Hill 1071, the situation is not as dire as it seems. We have been relentlessly bombarding the routes leading to the rear of Hill 1071, and they will undoubtedly hesitate to send their main forces forward. Consequently, only small contingents of the enemy remain on the hill. With dawn breaking, it becomes even less likely for them to reinforce their position on Hill 1071, making its recapture a straightforward task. Furthermore, there are not many enemies on Hill 1071. Even if we do not reclaim this height, it will not be of great consequence." Major General Smith frowned and said, "The most pressing matter is to evacuate this area as swiftly as possible. Everything else can be managed. Each day's skirmish results in numerous casualties, and we must expedite the transport of these wounded." Colonel Bauza replied, "Transport opportunities will allow us to evacuate the majority of the injured. We are actively working to mobilize additional aircraft for this purpose. Currently, the enemy's transport planes arrive laden with supplies and depart with our wounded soldiers. In addition to the landing transporters, a considerable number of enemy aircraft are airdropping supplies to ensure that their frontline troops are adequately equipped with ammunition and provisions. It must be said that in terms of logistical support capabilities, the enemy's military is undoubtedly among the strongest in the world. Even the bear-like Russians are far inferior in this regard." Major General Smith continued, "We must continue our retreat to the south. During the night, the enemy will undoubtedly create further obstacles for us. Our withdrawal cannot be too rapid. A swift retreat would inevitably provide the enemy with an opportunity to strike. The annihilation of the 17th Infantry Regiment serves as a poignant lesson, and we must not repeat their mistakes. We must ensure a methodical and steady retreat, one step at a time, to guarantee our safety. It is unlikely that we can fully evacuate from Xiajiu in just one day. So we must find a way to reclaim Hill 1071. Call in the air support. We must retrieve Hill 1071. Under Major General Smith's command, the enemy once again amassed forces to launch an assault on Hill 1071. This time, the enemy employed aircraft to drop incendiary bombs, engulfing the entire Hill 1071 in flames. After a relentless barrage, the enemy infantry renewed their attack. The defending troops, having dug in overnight, weathered the enemy's bombardment. Once the enemy launched their offensive, the valiant soldiers immediately took their positions, fiercely repelling the assault. The battle raged with ferocity. The soldiers, driven by ironclad resolve, staunchly defended their ground, preventing the enemy from ever claiming Hill 1071. Li Yunlong arrived at a forward position relatively close to Hill 1071 and produced his handheld radio. "Old Lei, can you hear me? This is Li Yunlong. Commander, this is Lei Suixing." Li Yunlong quickly inquired, "Old Lei, what is your current situation?" Lei Suixing grinned and replied, "The enemy's bombardment is indeed fierce, but we have endured. Well done. Let us commence our actions. Blow up their airport immediately and proceed according to the original plan. Target the enemy machine guns and fire at full force." "Yes." "Mission accomplished," Lei Gong shouted as he hung up the phone. "Relay the orders. Everyone, take your positions at once." At that moment, the enemy infantry was launching an assault, and the soldiers were valiantly resisting. It was impossible for the enemy to initiate an aerial bombardment on Hill 1071 at this juncture. With Lei Gong's command, the soldiers swiftly emerged from their fortified positions. Mortar after mortar was set up, their dark muzzles aimed at the airport several miles away at Xiajiu. The artillery unit commanded by Lei Gong was not equipped with the 60mm mortars used by Li Yunlong to destroy the Bantian command post. Instead, they had the formidable 107mm heavy mortars. This new equipment had been previously discussed between Li Yunlong and Lei Gong and was recently captured from the battlefield. This heavy mortar boasted a larger caliber and greater firepower, but most importantly, it had a sufficiently extended range, with a range exceeding 4 kilometers. It surpassed the 92-style infantry gun, which had a maximum range of only 28 kilometers. The airport's tarmac at Xiajiu was approximately 38 kilometers from Lei Gong's position, perfectly within the effective range of the 107mm mortar. This was precisely why Li Yunlong had dispatched their artillery unit the previous night, not to assist the garrison in holding Hill 1071, but with the true intention of obliterating the airport. Naturally, Li Yunlong's heavy artillery had an even greater range, capable of striking the airport from a more distant position. However, conducting an evening bombardment on an empty airport would yield little benefit. Moreover, if their artillery could reach the airport, it would also mean they had entered the firing range of the enemy's heavy artillery. Once they opened fire, enemy shells would rain down. Even if they managed to destroy the airport, Li Yunlong's heavy artillery would be compromised, a disastrous trade he would never entertain. At this precise moment, Li Yunlong's timing was impeccable. The airport was not empty. 18 large transport planes were stationed on the tarmac. Some aircraft had already unloaded their supplies and were in the process of evacuating the wounded, while others had just arrived, offloading their cargo. A bombardment now would not only obliterate these 18 transport planes, but also take out a host of enemy ground personnel and a substantial number of casualties, thereby destroying considerable resources. With Lei Gong's command, 12 107mm mortars were swiftly arranged, all aimed at the tarmac of Xiajiu Airport. First shell good. Second shell good. All 12 shells good. Lei Gong bellowed, "Brothers, it's time to feast. Fire. Boom, boom, boom." The deep, Resonant sounds of artillery echoed as mortar shells streaked through the sky, hurtling towards the airport tarmac. Each shell descended rapidly upon the airport, and the deafening explosions melded into a cacophony. After observing the impact points, Li Yunlong shouted, "Adjust elevation by 2. Fire 10 rounds in rapid succession." The soldiers made slight adjustments to their firing parameters and began to unleash a relentless barrage. The greatest advantage of mortars lies in their rapid rate of fire, resulting in a formidable onslaught. Shell after shell soared towards the airport at Xiaojiu, and the cacophony of explosions melded into a symphony of chaos, toppling enemy troops on the tarmac and inflicting heavy casualties. Aircraft were engulfed in flames, as 120 shells rained down upon the airport within a mere minute. At that moment, a significant quantity of supplies, including numerous munitions, had just been unloaded at the airport. The ferocious bombardment ignited these military explosives, leading to a series of detonations that created a sea of fire. The airport was instantly transformed into an inferno, with even nearby enemy positions being caught in the crossfire. The 18 aircraft met their doom, along with their crews, as they were obliterated in the explosions. Hundreds of wounded personnel and ground crew members were consigned to the depths of hell, with most reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 70. Arrival at Watergate Bridge. Upon hearing the commotion, Major General Smith hurried to the entrance of the command center. The airport had become a blazing inferno, and he could distinctly feel waves of heat rolling towards him. The incessant sounds of explosions filled the air, and amidst his astonishment, Major General Smith silently thanked his fortune that his command post was located at a safe distance. Otherwise, they too would have been sent skyward. Colonel Bowser shouted, "This place is no longer safe. We must immediately relocate the general to the secondary command post number 2. Two officers swiftly assisted Major General Smith out, while several soldiers formed a protective perimeter around him as they made their way to an armored command vehicle, setting off towards the secondary command post number 2. Colonel Bowser elaborated, "The airport is storing a vast amount of ammunition and fuel. The risk of secondary explosions could lead to even more catastrophic blasts, so it is prudent to relocate." Major General Smith, unconvinced, replied, "If they were truly capable of reaching us, we would have already been obliterated." He continued, "What I want to know is how they managed to strike our airport. It seems they employed mortars." "Mortars? From Hill 1071. Indeed," Major General Smith exclaimed. "It must be the enemy on Hill 1071 who used mortars to bombard our airport. Immediately direct artillery fire to cover Hill 1071 and summon aircraft to strike it again. Let us obliterate these scoundrels." At that moment, Major General Smith was consumed by urgency. The destruction of the airport had rendered their situation increasingly precarious. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "We can no longer afford to delay. Continuing this way will only exacerbate our plight. Order all units to hasten their retreat. We must return to Walayali as swiftly as possible. The 3rd Infantry Division and other units are there to assist us. Once we reach Walayali, we will be safe." Colonel Bowser promptly responded, "We will expedite the troops and accelerate their progress." Major General Smith, wearing a troubled expression, remarked, "I never anticipated these treacherous enemies to be so formidable. I had underestimated them before. It seems that defeating them is far from a simple task. Who is the enemy commander?" Colonel Bowser shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain." Major General Smith could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Absurd. We have been fighting for so long, and we do not even know who our adversary is." Colonel Bowser explained, "Even if we knew, it would be of little use. Our understanding of the enemy's generals is limited. Knowing their designations and names would not change much." Upon hearing this, Major General Smith let out a deep sigh. At this moment, Li Yunlong was filled with excitement, having observed that the airport in Xiangjiu had been utterly destroyed. Li Yunlong smiled and said, "It seems we have seized the opportunity quite well. This way, Smith will undoubtedly be more eager to evacuate from Xiangjiu, achieving our objective. We are not afraid of them fleeing. Rather, we fear they may remain like turtles, motionless. If that happens, dealing with them will prove challenging," Chen Dalei remarked. "Given the current situation, the enemy will certainly not stay here to waste time with us," Li Yunlong declared as he picked up his handheld radio, calling out, "Old Lei, retreat immediately to the bomb shelters to avoid enemy airstrikes." Li Gong responded with enthusiasm, "Rest assured, Commander, we are already in the process of retreating." Li Yunlong joyfully said, "You have accomplished great merits this time. I shall treat you to drinks later." Li Gong laughed, "This is your own promise. You cannot go back on it." Li Yunlong chuckled, "I never go back on my word. I eagerly await your return." Before long, the troops attacking Hill 1071 withdrew. Soon, enemy artillery once again rained down upon Hill 1071, and the enemy called for air support, unleashing a barrage of bombardment on the hill. Observing the battlefield, Li Yunlong remarked, "It appears the enemy is becoming desperate. They will continue their attacks. We must hold on to Hill 1071 at all costs. This gap cannot be sealed off by the enemy. With Hill 1071 as our forward position, capturing Xiangjiu will become significantly easier. Furthermore, with this nail firmly in place, Smith will remain uncomfortable, compelling them to hasten their retreat from Xiangjiu." Qin Dailai assured, "Rest easy, Commander. No matter the difficulties, we shall steadfastly hold Hill 1071. Those foreigners dreaming of reclaiming it are delusional." Li Yunlong replied, "With your words, I am reassured." Meanwhile, the main force of the 3rd Battalion, led by Tan Ziwei, had arrived near Shuimin Bridge. Tan Ziwei, Wu Qianli, and others, concealed on a distant hillside, donned white cloaks that blended seamlessly with the surrounding snow. After surveying the situation, Tan Ziwei asked, "Is that Shuimin Bridge up ahead?" Wu Qianli nodded, stating, "We have confirmed it repeatedly. This is indeed Shuimin Bridge." Tan Ziwei pointed to the 4 large pipes leading to the bridge and inquired, "What are these 4 large pipes?" Mei Xing responded, "I inquired with the guide. He said these pipes are for water extraction. There is a power station above, and the pump house is located at Shuimin Bridge." Tan Ziwei remarked, "So, these 4 large pipes can lead directly to the pump room?" "Indeed." Mei Xing nodded affirmatively. "The pump room is situated just beneath the Shuimin Bridge, precisely at that location." Wu Qianli interjected, "This area is strategically precarious. If we were to launch a direct assault, it would likely prove quite challenging to seize. However, given the limited terrain of the Shuimin Bridge, the enemy cannot station a substantial force here." Tan Ziwei suggested, "We must first ascertain the surrounding terrain and thoroughly scout the enemy's troop deployments. The commander has yet to issue an attack order, granting us ample time for preparation, ensuring we leave no room for error." The Chief of Staff of the 3rd Battalion, Lin Yi, announced, "I have already communicated with the military headquarters." The commander replied that the enemy's main force is still positioned in Zaijiu, instructing us to remain concealed and gather intelligence on the enemy's situation. At that time, our army had a battalion-level chief of staff, which was a deputy position that was later abolished. It seems this role did not exist during the War of Resistance. Tan Ziwei nodded, stating, "The commander has expressly emphasized that the mission to destroy the Shuimin Bridge is of utmost importance and must not fail. Therefore, we must be thoroughly prepared, maintaining constant communication with the headquarters while awaiting the commander's directives. Once the order to detonate the bridge arrives, we will swiftly launch an assault to obliterate the Shuimin Bridge." Understood. Chapter 71, A Miracle in Military History. Tan Ziwei continued, "The enemy is undoubtedly aware that the Shuimin Bridge is their last lifeline. Without crossing it, the foes to the north will meet their end. Thus, they will undoubtedly exert all efforts to secure the bridge. The Shuimin Bridge is easily defensible yet challenging to attack. Fortunately, we currently possess ample time for preparation, allowing us to strategize effectively. Ideally, we can achieve our objective through cunning tactics to minimize casualties. If that fails, we shall resort to a direct assault, ensuring absolute certainty of success. Should we fail to destroy the Shuimin Bridge and allow the enemy to escape, the weight of that failure is a burden we cannot bear." Wu Qianli confidently asserted that mere Shuimin Bridge should not be too difficult to capture. "After years of warfare, we have encountered far greater adversities. We cannot falter in this small endeavor." Tan Ziwei nodded. "While that may be true, we must remain vigilant. Let us first investigate the terrain and enemy positions here, then deliberate on our strategy." Meanwhile, our forces achieved a resounding victory on the Western Front, under the fierce counteroffensive from our troops. Walker and the main force of the 8th Army began a hasty retreat. The 113th Division, having taken Duchuan and decimated an enemy division, received orders to urgently advance to Sansua to block the enemy's southern withdrawal route. The troops, with no time for rest, swiftly assembled and hastily proceeded to Sansua. In a remarkable span of just 14 hours, the 113th Division covered over 70 kilometers of mountainous terrain, seizing Sansua and obstructing the enemy's retreat, thereby setting a record in military history. Just 5 minutes after the soldiers arrived at Sansua, a large contingent of enemies began to pour in from the north. Exhausted from their long march, the soldiers, undeterred by fatigue, immediately commenced defensive actions against the enemy. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the enemy's iron tide, the valiant warriors, fortified by an indomitable will, steadfastly repelled the enemy's successive assaults. After enduring repeated failures in their offensives, the adversary began to alter their strategy. Recognizing that the three locations were not their sole avenue of retreat, there existed another path to the south, lying west of the three locations. Consequently, the enemy prepared to navigate through Li Yunlong, continuing their retreat southward. The 113th Division, learning of this development, was compelled to reallocate a regiment of troops despite being severely undermanned. They promptly advanced to Li Yunlong under the cover of night, preemptively seizing the location and once again severing the enemy's escape route. At this juncture, Walker, growing anxious, swiftly mobilized elite forces to launch a northern offensive, aimed at supporting the encircled main forces of the Ninth Army as they withdrew southward. The 113th Division was thus compelled to split its forces to continue intercepting the enemy reinforcements advancing from the south, leaving them besieged on multiple fronts. Nevertheless, the soldiers of the 113th Division resolutely held their ground. Whether faced with the enemy assaulting southward towards the three locations in Li Yunlong or those attacking northward from the south, the 113th Division successfully thwarted all attempts, maintaining their positions unwaveringly against the fiercest attacks. It was through this battle that the 38th Army earned the prestigious title of Venerable Army. Li Yunlong's headquarters had also arrived near Zaijiuli, and upon returning, he was elated to see the battle reports. He exclaimed, "The 13th Corps on the Western Front has performed admirably. Particularly the remarkable assault on the three locations. It is nothing short of miraculous. The 38th Army is indeed formidable, but we cannot allow them to outshine us. With our hundreds of thousands of troops, if we fail to subdue this Marine Division and allow them to escape, we will lose face before our brother units. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, I must ensure we bring down this Marine Division." Zhao Gang remarked, "If we can eliminate the Marine Division, the enemy on the Eastern Front will collapse entirely. This would significantly shift the tide of the battle in our favor." Xiaoming added, "After the destruction of the airport at Zaijiuli, the enemy has clearly accelerated their retreat. However, that Marine Division has now transformed into a turtle division. Under our relentless assault, their withdrawal speed is nothing short of tortoise-like. At this rate, they will not reach Guli for at least 2 to 3 days." Li Yunlong smiled and said, "This is even better. Dragging them along will continually deplete their forces and further undermine their morale. With the troop spirits low, their combat effectiveness will inevitably decline. Therefore, extending this delay for another couple of days will be advantageous for us. Furthermore, with the airport destroyed, their supply resources will rely solely on airdrops. This will increase their pressure, and their casualties are steadily rising. Unable to transport the wounded via transport aircraft, they must resort to helicopters for evacuation. However, the number of helicopters is limited and cannot accommodate the growing number of casualties. As the wounded accumulate, their burden will only become heavier. As I pondered ways to incapacitate some of their helicopters, our wounded could only endure in the frigid wilderness, while they conveniently evacuated to the rear for medical treatment aboard their aircraft. The mere thought of it ignited my ire. Devising a plan to eliminate some of their helicopters would not only diminish their logistical capabilities but also serve as a profound psychological blow to the enemy's morale. Lu Chang inquired, "Should we target the helicopters?" To which Li Yunlong elucidated, "Helicopters are considerably slower and do not ascend to great heights, making them far more vulnerable. In previous battles, we have captured numerous anti-aircraft guns and machine guns. These weapons are specifically designed to combat aircraft. Fighter jets and bombers fly at such altitudes and speeds that engaging them with our anti-air assets proves exceedingly challenging. However, helicopters present a different scenario." Lu Chang, somewhat perplexed, queried, "If helicopters are so easy to target, why would the enemy invest in such weaponry?" Li Yunlong responded, "While helicopters are indeed easier to strike down, they possess distinct advantages. They do not require airstrips and can take off vertically, landing on any open terrain, thereby showcasing remarkable mobility and practicality." At that time, helicopters were still relatively novel in military technology, and most of our soldiers were encountering such aircraft for the first time. Consequently, their understanding of this new type of machine was quite limited. The development and utilization of helicopters were still in their infancy, and the majority of the military's helicopters were small and had very limited capacities. A single helicopter could hardly transport many casualties, and the enemy's fleet was not particularly vast either. Li Yunlong had previously contemplated this matter, intending to catch them off guard and shoot down a few helicopters, thus further weakening the enemy. Chapter 72, Deception and Seizing the Advantage. Li Yunlong gazed at the map, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This is not a notion I have entertained for merely a day or two. Yesterday, I observed the general flight path of the enemy's helicopters. If we lay our anti-aircraft guns and machine guns in ambush along the hillsides tonight, taking down these helicopters should pose no significant challenge. Of course, the opportunity may only arise once. Should the enemy suffer losses, they might alter their flight path, making success a matter of fortune. Nonetheless, even if we down just one, it would be worthwhile." Zhao Gang chuckled. "Once you, old Li, have them in your sights, they surely won't escape. Come on, confess. Who else do you have your eye on?" Li Yunlong replied with a grin. "I also have my sights set on that old fellow Smith. Although I have yet to ascertain the location of his command post." It was evident that Li Yunlong was not entirely truthful. He was well aware of the command post's exact location. Yet, the enemy was cunning, far more so than the former Sakata Nobutake. Smith's command post is established in an exceedingly secure location, carved from a cave within a mountain, rendering it impervious to artillery fire. Even if shells were to land nearby, they would cause minimal harm to those inside, as the enemy has constructed sandbag fortifications outside the command post, capable of withstanding all shrapnel. Smith is shielded with utmost diligence, leaving Li Yunlong at a temporary impasse. As the troops are in retreat, the position of the command post is not fixed, yet it consistently presents a similar scenario. Furthermore, Smith only ventures out during the day, and his departure times are uncertain. He typically travels in a jeep, allowing for swift movements. During daylight hours, Li Yunlong is reluctant to expose his artillery positions, as doing so could invite immediate bombardment. Enemy aircraft have been a near-constant presence in the skies, particularly in the last 2 days, with a noticeable increase in aerial support, including naval fighter jets, dive bombers, and various combat aircraft, arriving in waves. Li Yunlong worries that if he cannot target Smith and loses additional heavy artillery, it would be a significant setback. Zhao Gang remarked, "Nevertheless, it is of no concern. They are currently encircled by us. If we can annihilate the Marine Corps 1st Division, how could we possibly allow Smith to escape?" Li Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that simple. I estimate that even if the 1st Division were to face total destruction, Smith would still manage to call for helicopters to evacuate the battlefield. Thus, capturing Smith seems nearly impossible. However, destroying his helicopter is not out of the realm of possibility." Xiaoming furrowed his brow, expressing, "The likelihood of that is minimal. First, how can we ascertain which helicopter Smith is aboard? The enemy's aircraft can roam freely, and we cannot predict their flight paths, making advanced preparations futile. Li Yunlong is certain that Major General Smith is aboard one of those aircraft. Yet he cannot foresee when this old fox will choose to flee or anticipate the flight path of the helicopter, making interception exceedingly challenging. Li Yunlong is resigned to the fact that this endeavor must rely on fortune. He reflects on his own past. Having survived a bombardment that left him riddled with shrapnel and nearly drained of blood, believing that luck is on his side. He recalls having extracted 18 fragments from his body. However, in comparison to another veteran hero, Li Yunlong feels a sense of inadequacy. In this war, there was a soldier who held his position for days and nights, sustaining 38 wounds. When he was transported to a field hospital, he was presumed dead and placed among the corpses of martyrs. It was only when someone noticed he was still alive that he received medical attention. After several days in a coma, he miraculously recovered. This venerable hero is now over 90 years old. May our old hero remain in good health forever." Li Yunlong smiled and added, "Furthermore, the enemy has been airdropping supplies. The military provisions are of excellent quality. Perhaps we can seize the opportunity to gather some valuable resources." Lu Chang remarked, "You wouldn't believe it, but this morning, during the military airdrop, a gust of wind blew dozens of parachutes onto the 2nd Division's position, which we managed to collect." Li Yunlong chuckled in response, "From now on, we should plant military flags at our forward positions during the day. The enemy has marked some guidance symbols for their airdrops on the ground, so we can set up similar markers on our own territory to create a FAAD. The enemy's transport planes fly at such heights that they may not discern the difference clearly. Furthermore, if we replace our signs with theirs on our bombers, we might just avoid a few bombings." Zhao Gang nodded. "The battlefield situation is somewhat chaotic, with positions intermingling. If we proceed with this plan, we might indeed deceive the enemy's aircraft. Even if we don't succeed, there is little to lose." Li Yunlong's system allows him to procure supplies through airdrop methods, albeit at the cost of some gold coins, presumably to cover the airdrop and parachute expenses, were it not for the charges. Li Yunlong would certainly seize the opportunity to acquire parachutes without cost. Who would refuse free offerings? Yet, he no longer frets over this expenditure. Taking advantage of the airdrop, he can send a batch of supplies to a designated area, alleviating some logistical challenges. After all, his tens of thousands of troops are now scattered over a broad expanse, stretching the front line considerably. Li Yunlong could retrieve supplies and drop them onto the battlefield, saving some gold coins. But this method has a limited effective range of only 10 kilometers. Beyond that distance, he cannot utilize this function. Besides, he mused that leveraging the airdrop opportunity would not only address the supply issue for his troops but also evade suspicion. The soldiers, delighted to find foreign supplies, would have their morale further boosted, simultaneously striking a blow to the enemy's spirits. The foreign troops of the Marine Corps, witnessing a significant airdrop of supplies onto our positions, would undoubtedly be infuriated, likely cursing and lodging complaints against the Air Force. However, the Air Force would likely deny responsibility, as it indeed was not their drop. Let them bicker amongst themselves. This would inevitably affect their internal relations, yielding some advantages for us. With a grin, Li Yunlong declared, "It's settled then. Let us immediately begin preparations. Tonight, we'll focus on a few key tasks." Xiao Ming promptly responded, "Yes. I'll start arranging everything right away." Li Yunlong continued, "I will personally handle the ambush of the enemy helicopters. This is my forte." Chapter 73. Ambush of the Military Helicopter Squadron. That evening, the troops proceeded with the established plan, launching an offensive against the surrounded Marine Corps and other units. However, once night fell, the enemy resolutely defended their positions, relying on advantageous terrain and formidable firepower, bolstered by robust fortifications. As a result, despite our prolonged efforts, the enemy still retained a force of 20,000 men. The mere presence of a fully staffed infantry division amounts to over 20,000 personnel, not to mention the remnants of other units they have gathered, such as the 7th Division and the 3rd Division of the Southern Army. Additionally, there were various other units assigned to them. After all, apart from the Army and the Southern Forces, there were 15 other factions that dispatched troops to the battlefield. It is said that back then, the monkeys were even more audacious, arriving at the Chosin Reservoir region donning nothing but sandals. This is hardly surprising, as in their homeland, wearing sandals year-round posed no issue. However, the conditions at Chosin Reservoir were starkly different, with temperatures plummeting to -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. Were it not for the robust logistical support from the Army, coupled with the relatively small number of these monkeys, it is likely that the moment they landed, they would have frozen into ice monkeys. In summary, while the enemy suffered considerable losses, the amalgamation of these assorted forces still totaled over 20,000 troops. Though they are currently in retreat, they are doing so methodically, constructing defensive fortifications as they withdraw, rendering our nighttime offensives less than successful. Despite our overwhelming numbers, the enemy has consolidated into a compact formation, resulting in a relatively short front line. As such, on localized battlefields, the enemy does not suffer from a numerical disadvantage. Rather, their firepower is exceptionally formidable, far surpassing our capabilities. This is why Li Yunlong hopes to obliterate the Watergate Bridge, forcing the enemy into a corner where they must abandon their heavy equipment to escape, providing us with the opportunity to capture a multitude of prisoners. As dawn broke the following day, the enemy's aircraft returned. Bombers unleashed their payloads, transport planes delivered supplies, and helicopters busily evacuated the wounded. The enemy's aerial assault came in waves. Li Yunlong had already strategically positioned anti-aircraft artillery, waiting in concealment. When the enemy helicopters approached, he refrained from launching an attack to avoid revealing their position. He intended to strike once they had departed, reasoning that contemporary helicopters, with their limited carrying capacity, would be overloaded with the multitude of injured needing transport. Overloaded helicopters would inevitably fly slower and lower, making them easier targets. Moreover, targeting the evacuation aircraft would afford the chance to eliminate a significant number of wounded soldiers, achieving a dual purpose. In dealing with the enemy, even the wounded, Li Yunlong exhibited no mercy. Should these injured soldiers escape and return home, they would likely be discharged from service. However, many of them would recover within months, returning to the battlefield as seasoned veterans. Who else would be more worthy of targeting than them? That morning, 5 helicopters ventured into the ambush Li Yunlong had meticulously crafted. Once they were all within range, 8 anti-aircraft guns and over 20 machine guns hidden nearby suddenly opened fire. A torrential barrage of bullets and shells rained down upon the enemy aircraft. Boom, boom, The air was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions as 3 helicopters were struck. Erupting into fireballs, their wreckage cascading down like confetti. 2 additional helicopters, engulfed in smoke, spiraled down from the sky, crashing into a nearby mountain and erupting into a fireball. In an instant, all 5 helicopters were downed, and the enemy personnel aboard met with no mercy. After another half hour, the enemy aircraft altered their course, retreating southward from a different direction, only to fall into Li Yunlong's ambush once again. 6 more helicopters were shot down. Within less than an hour, 11 helicopters had been downed, marking a splendid victory. Upon receiving the news, Li Yunlong could hardly contain his excitement. "Marvelous!" he exclaimed. "How did the ambushing troops fare? Were they able to retreat safely?" "Commander," came the response, "as per your orders, the ambush unit completed their mission and immediately withdrew. However, they were still subjected to enemy bombardment, resulting in the loss of 4 anti-aircraft guns and several heavy machine guns, with the sacrifice of a dozen soldiers." Li Yunlong could not help but curse. Damn it, the enemy's response was alarmingly swift. Xiaoming replied helplessly, "There's nothing we can do. The aircraft in the sky have not ceased. Their speed is formidable, and they arrive before we can react. In warfare, casualties are inevitable." Li Yunlong nodded, acknowledging the truth in those words. "Ultimately, the disparity between us remains too great. Once our Air Force joins the fray, the situation will undoubtedly improve significantly." According to Li Yunlong's recollection, our Air Force was poised to engage in battle in a few months. Of course, the strength of our Air Force paled in comparison to that of the enemy, but with their assistance, at the very least, the enemy's aircraft would not be so audacious. Even if we could not regain total air superiority, we could at least curtail the enemy's arrogance, making victory more attainable. Xiaoming lamented. "Our Air Force is still too weak. However, I have heard that higher authorities are intent on deploying the Air Force, and discussions are underway with our allies for advanced fighter jet support. This is imperative," Li Yunlong concurred. "We must secure advanced jet fighters from our allies. Although our Air Force possesses some aircraft, they are outdated relics. Even if deployed, they would stand no chance against enemy fighters, as their performance is simply not on the same level, rendering them ineffective in combat." This was the primary reason the Air Force had delayed its engagement until months later. Reflecting on these matters, Li Yunlong felt a deep sense of betrayal from our allies. They had fanned the flames of conflict. Yet when the southern forces called upon their support, they hesitated to intervene, retracting their earlier commitment to send their Air Force into battle. In truth, prior to the military's engagement, there had been fears regarding our allies' involvement. Otherwise, the military's logistical capabilities would have prevented a delay in the September landings. The military had learned through various channels that our allies would not intervene, emboldening them to launch a counteroffensive. If our allies remained passive, we could not afford to hesitate. We must strike decisively to avoid being overwhelmed. Relenting and retreating would only embolden the enemy further. Moreover, with enemy bombs already falling upon us, how could we endure such insolence? It is precisely due to our resounding victories in the previous battles that the mustached commander has glimpsed hope and agreed to provide us with support, intending to expend the enemy's strength through our efforts. However, matters of such magnitude are beyond the purview of Li Yunlong to decide, and dwelling on these thoughts only serves to add to our troubles. For now, we must focus on winning this battle. True strength is paramount. To avoid being bullied, we must achieve a genuine and comprehensive revival to escape this indignity. Chapter 74, A Life of Sovereignty. As the conversation unfolded, a staff officer hurriedly approached, brimming with excitement. "Report, Commander. The forward positions have informed us that during today's enemy airdrop, a substantial quantity of supplies has fallen onto our territory." Zhao Gang, elated, remarked. "Oldly, it seems your strategy has truly borne fruit." With a chuckle, Li Yunlong replied, "Merely a trivial tactic, hardly worth mentioning. The supplies that landed on our positions were predominantly purchased by Li Yunlong from the system and subsequently airdropped. Of course, during the enemy's airdrop, our forces had intentionally set traps, resulting in a portion of supplies inadvertently dropping into our hands, though this was only a small fraction, for the enemy is no fool. Moreover, this time, Li Yunlong did not keep all the spoils for himself. He also ensured that a significant amount of supplies was airdropped to the nearby 20th Army. Given the difficulties in resupply, the 20th Army found itself in a remarkably dire situation, and now that Li Yunlong possessed the means, he could not stand idly by. Xiaoming noted, "Today, some positions experienced noticeably fewer bombings. We also deliberately established fake positions to lure enemy aircraft into bombing them. The Japanese, with their ample resources, are not likely to fear wasting ammunition. However, this tactic at least serves to squander their time, which is advantageous for us. Li Yunlong gestured toward the sand table, stating, "At the enemy's current pace, they can traverse a maximum of 20 miles in a day. It is estimated that they will require 3 days to reach Guchuli. The enemy is restless at night, unable to sleep, and the weather has turned bitterly cold, with snow falling intermittently. In such harsh conditions, many of our soldiers have begun to voice their grievances, not to mention those soldiers of the enemy. I have heard that although many of these troops have been seasoned by the trials of World War II, they have enjoyed a relatively comfortable existence in Japan for the past 5 years since their surrender. After living in ease for so long, can they endure such hardships? Thus, as these days drag on, the enemy's morale will inevitably diminish." Zhao Gang nodded in agreement. Indeed, had they previously achieved victories, it might have bolstered their spirits, prompting them to persevere. However, with defeat now a certainty and a continuous retreat in progress, their anxiety will soon lead their morale to plummet. Li Yunlong, with a serious expression, remarked, "The conditions are indeed harsh at present, but victory is within our grasp. Regardless, we must endure these few days. What great storms have we not weathered? The challenges we faced while traversing snow-capped mountains and grasslands were far more daunting than this. We have persevered through them. How can we regard the difficulties of Chosin Reservoir as insurmountable? Although the enemy possesses formidable strength, we are not to be trifled with. Regardless of whether they are from the 1st Marine Division or some other regiment, today I shall ensure their complete demise. None shall escape." Meanwhile, at one of the enemy's outposts, a group of soldiers huddled together beside a tank, preparing to launch an assault. One soldier could not contain his discontent, exclaiming, "This damned place is unbearable. I long to return to my home in Sasebo. You see, I have made a life there." Another soldier chuckled, replying, "I have seen that woman. She is quite beautiful." "You are indeed fortunate." The first soldier retorted, "Beauty is secondary. What matters most is her ability to cater to my needs. I wish to return to that home where I need not lift a finger, not even to wash my feet or bathe. My sole responsibility would be to indulge in comfort. Indeed, those Japanese women excel in serving others. To put it plainly, my experience there has been akin to royal treatment, and I find myself increasingly enamored with that home, far superior to my previous one. However, in comparison, this place is utterly dreadful. I cannot fathom why we are waging this wretched war. It feels like hell." At that moment, an officer overheard the remarks and admonished, "You would do well to silence your tongues if you wish to avoid a beating. If you wish to return to your lavish lifestyle, you must first defeat the enemy. Only then can we enjoy our comforts." The soldier scoffed, "That guy is just boasting again. I swear he could outdo those politicians in exaggeration. I merely wish to return swiftly. Whether in defeat or victory matters not to me. Survival and a safe return are paramount. You'd best be cautious. Do not endanger your precious assets, or you may find enjoyment elusive. For a mere $5 a month, one could relish a life of luxury, a life I wish to embrace permanently." The soldiers enjoyed substantial benefits. $5 was negligible for them, yet a considerable sum for those Japanese women. Furthermore, in the aftermath of the war, the Japanese, eager to please the soldiers, encouraged these women to cater to them. Many widows, seeking to support their families due to the war, eagerly sought to serve these soldiers. Thus, life for the soldiers in Japan was indeed quite pleasurable. At that moment, the officer erupted, "Damn it, do those airmen have their heads up their rears?" They carelessly dropped another supply shipment into enemy territory. They had been warned previously about misplacing their deliveries, yet they persisted. "Silence. Commence the assault immediately." Simultaneously, Major General Smith received the news. Colonel Bowser reported, "Our frontline soldiers witnessed a large quantity of supplies being dropped into the enemy's position. We promptly informed them to exercise caution and ensure they did not misplace anything. However, such occurrences continue to transpire frequently. I suspect these individuals may be acting with intent, or perhaps they are merely being negligent, failing to pay due attention to their responsibilities. They truly deserve dismissal." Major General Smith exclaimed in anger, "This is tantamount to aiding the enemy. Immediately report this situation to headquarters. Those accountable must be held responsible. Are they concerned that our demise is not swift enough? To deliver weapons and ammunition to the enemy is utterly outrageous." At that moment, Major General Smith's temper had frayed due to the unfavorable state of the battle, rendering him intolerant of such incidents. Consequently, a conflict between the two sides became inevitable. The personnel of the Marine Corps Division repeatedly asserted, "We witnessed you airdropping supplies to the enemy." The Air Force personnel, of course, would not concede. Yet their accounts did not align. Both sides could only engage in mutual accusations and blame shifting, and the matter could never be clarified. How could it be investigated? The Marine Corps personnel stated, "At 9 o'clock, you airdropped a substantial amount of supplies in a specific area, all of which went to the enemy." The Air Force retorted, "I did not conduct any airdrop at 9. You are slandering us, deliberately provoking a conflict." The Marine Corps replied, "We have numerous witnesses who saw you deliver supplies to the enemy. Do you think we, the Marine Corps, are blind?" The Air Force countered, "We have painstakingly airdropped supplies for you, and not only did they not reach you, but you also falsely accuse us." Ultimately, they could not resolve the matter. Continuing the argument would only deepen their misunderstandings and conflicts without any constructive outcome. Chapter 75, Li Yunlong's Final Opportunity. That night, the main force of the Marine Corps Division had already retreated from Zaijiu, leaving only a small contingent behind. Li Yunlong surveyed the situation and promptly commanded, "Immediately instruct the division to launch a frontal assault on Zaijiu. We must seize it as swiftly as possible. The remaining divisions shall continue to maneuver around the enemy's flanks." Understood. With Li Yunlong's order, the volunteers launched a fierce offensive once more. The enemy's morale was low, and the isolated remnants believed themselves abandoned, rendering them unlikely to fight fiercely. Thus, the battle progressed exceptionally smoothly, with valiant soldiers flooding into Zaijiu like a tide, capturing various positions one after another. The defending forces were thrown into disarray, a portion was annihilated, and those who lagged behind became prisoners of the volunteers. With only a small number of enemies managing to escape south amidst the chaos, Zhou Weiguo traversed the smoke-filled battlefield and arrived at Zaijiu. Yang Dali approached and reported, "Commander, the remnants of the enemy have been thoroughly eliminated. These scoundrels abandoned a significant amount of logistical supplies during their retreat. However, they destroyed everything they could not carry away. Nevertheless, we discovered a substantial cache of supplies in their warehouses. Now we need not go hungry." Zhou Weiguo inquired, "Is it solely food?" Yang Dali replied, "Not just food. There are also some medical supplies, ammunition, and weapons. These foreign devils are indeed exceedingly wealthy." Zhou Weiguo noticed several tanks nearby and inquired, "What is the situation with these tanks?" Yang Dali responded, "We just inspected them. The enemy has already damaged them. It appears they suffered mechanical failures or were damaged on the battlefield and cannot be repaired. Since the enemy could not take them, they simply abandoned them. However, these scoundrels caused further destruction on their way out, rendering them irreparable." Zhou Weiguo remarked, "Even if they cannot be repaired, they are still valuable assets. Each of these tanks comprises several tons of steel, and the finest quality steel at that. If we transport them back and reprocess, it amounts to a significant worth." He emphasized, "We must ensure these are salvaged for future use." "Indeed," Yang Dali affirmed. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, reporting, "Report, Commander. We have discovered 10 heavy artillery pieces over there. The enemy intended to relocate them, but likely ran out of time. The cannons are still mounted on their vehicles. As a result, they have all become our spoils." "Splendid," Zhou Weiguo exclaimed with excitement. "The trucks are loaded with shells as well. What type of artillery?" "They are all 105mm howitzers." Zhou Weiguo could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, at last, "I strike it rich. Let us go inspect them." In truth, these heavy artillery pieces were not merely left behind by the enemy in haste, they were deliberately abandoned by Li Yunlong. Smith, not being foolish, had already ordered the destruction of any equipment that could not be evacuated during the retreat, while some items remained undestroyed. The majority of the loot seized by the 1st Division was procured by Li Yunlong from the system marketplace. The recent battles had indeed brought Li Yunlong a windfall. He had no intention of hoarding the acquired coins, exchanging them all for supplies, as reinforcing the troop strength was of utmost importance. 2 days later, under the command of Major General Smith, the advance units of the Marine Corps Division finally reached Guchuli. Li Yunlong scrutinized the sand table, stating, "Although the Marine Corps Division's retreat is slow as a turtle, they can still cover nearly 20 miles each day. Guchuli is now less than 20 miles from Shuimin Bridge. Therefore, we must destroy Shuimin Bridge tonight to completely sever their escape route. After dragging this out for so long, the enemy is nearly exhausted. Once the bridge to the north is blown, their retreat will be entirely cut off, and their collapse will not be far behind." He ordered, "Immediately send a telegram to Tanzi instructing a nighttime raid on Shuimin Bridge, ensuring it is utterly destroyed. Understood. Although the enemy's advance units had reached Guchuli, the Marine Corps Division and Allied forces still had nearly 20,000 troops, forming an extensive line, now largely compressed into a narrow area near the highway. Li Yunlong's main forces were positioned behind the enemy and along a stretch to the east. However, he had commanded the main force of the independent regiment to infiltrate from behind, and the 20th Army also had a division that had reached the vicinity of Guchuli from the west. At this juncture, even if the 3rd Battalion fails to accomplish the task of blowing up the bridge, Li Yunlong could still dispatch troops for support or even request assistance from Allied units. However, they are left with merely one night, for by dawn, the enemy's main forces will relentlessly advance towards Shuimin Bridge, potentially crossing it successfully. At that point, the roads will be congested with the enemy's primary forces, rendering any strong assault to seize Shuimin Bridge virtually impossible. Yet, in the southern vicinity of Shuimin Bridge, we have not been entirely remiss in our troop deployments. There exist several small units engaged in flanking maneuvers, some of which have indeed crossed the bridge. Among these units, one company has secured a high ground south of Shuimin Bridge, thereby controlling the roadway. Historically, after the troops crossed Shuimin Bridge, there was not a single gunshot fired from the positions, for every soldier in the company had perished on the battlefield. Even in death, they clutched their weapons, maintaining their combat stances. Although Li Yunlong's arrival had led to the entire corps being issued warm cotton uniforms and blankets, the weather remained unbearably frigid. Despite the superior equipment, several hundred soldiers succumbed to frostbite, and thousands more suffered injuries. Our forces, too, faced losses from the cold, albeit in reduced numbers, thanks to the new warm clothing. Nevertheless, even if the Ice Sculpture Company could continue to mount resistance, they are merely a small contingent, and it would be no small feat to halt the main forces of the Marine Division. Thus, Shuimin Bridge must be captured. Contemplating this, Li Yunlong muttered to himself, "Tonight presents our final opportunity." He sent a telegram to Zhou Tianyi, instructing him to swiftly maneuver towards Shuimin Bridge to support the 3rd Battalion. If the 3rd Battalion succeeded in demolishing the bridge, they would rendezvous and lay an ambush between Gutu and Shuimin Bridge, awaiting further orders. Should the 3rd Battalion fail in their mission, they were to coordinate a strong assault on Shuimin Bridge at all costs, ensuring its capture and complete destruction. Understood. A staff officer promptly acknowledged before hastening to relay the orders. Li Yunlong gazed at the sand table, declaring, "The success or failure hinges on this decisive moment, whether I, Old Li, retain my head for a drink rests upon your shoulders." In this battle, Li Yunlong had indeed committed to a military pledge. If the enemy were to escape, while it would not result in his execution, after all, Colonel Chin would be infuriated enough to lose at least a decade of his life over it. He would undoubtedly face a scathing reprimand. Chapter 76. The Surprise Assault on Shuimin Bridge. Xiao Ming approached Li Yunlong briskly, clutching a telegram. "Commander, the 3rd Battalion has responded." "What does the telegram say?" Li Yunlong inquired. Xiao Ming replied, "They have devised a plan to cleverly capture Shuimin Bridge. They intend to disguise themselves as retreating soldiers from the Southern Army, infiltrating the enemy and launching a sudden offensive. However, for safety's sake, they have also prepared a contingency. The main forces will lie in ambush beneath Shuimin Bridge, ready to mount a fierce assault the moment combat ensues, aiming to seize the bridge in one fell swoop." Moreover, they reported on the situation. The Watergate Bridge is equipped with 4 large drainage pipes that lead directly to the pump room beneath it. Once combat commences, they plan to destroy the pipes and infiltrate the pump room, launching a coordinated assault on the Watergate Bridge from both inside and out. Li Yunlong remarked that they had been lurking in the vicinity of the Watergate Bridge for several days, undoubtedly gaining a deeper understanding of its condition than we had. He agreed entirely with their operational plan and awaited their good news. Yes. Li Yunlong then inquired about when the main force of the independent regiment would arrive at the Watergate Bridge. Lu Chang responded, "I just contacted them. They will reach the Watergate Bridge by late night." Li Yunlong nodded slightly, instructing him to urge them to hasten their pace and adhere to the original plan, collaborating with the 3rd Battalion to seize the Watergate Bridge. Yes, Xiao Ming expressed some concern, stating, "Disguised as Southern troops, our soldiers do not speak Korean. It would be too easy to expose ourselves." Li Yunlong replied, "We may not understand, but the enemy is even less likely to. Besides, isn't there a guide with the 3rd Battalion? That individual previously served in the 4th Field Army before returning to the Northern Army." Surely, he can speak his mother tongue. Moreover, the instructor of the 7th Company, Mei Sheng, understands English. If the situation turns dire, we can launch a direct assault. I don't foresee any significant issues. At that moment, Zhao Gang interjected, I heard that during the last battle at Yunshan, a small contingent from our brother unit disguised themselves as southern troops. They couldn't speak Korean either, yet they were brave soldiers, cheerfully shaking hands with the enemy soldiers. Ultimately, they managed to slip past their sentries and successfully infiltrated the enemy's heart. Haha. Li Yunlong laughed heartily, exclaiming, Our army, from top to bottom, has never lacked audacious individuals. Some say I, old Li, am bold, but am I bolder than our commander? The troops haven't crossed the river yet, and the commander has already penetrated behind enemy lines. Is there anyone bolder than him? Haha. The group couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhao Gang continued, Indeed, our commanding officers are all exceptionally daring warriors. Just the other day, I heard that during a battle, a company commander from the 58th Division of the 20th Army held his ground on an unnamed hill, repelling 8 fierce enemy assaults until he was the last one standing. This commander, clutching an explosive pack, resolutely charged into the enemy ranks, perishing alongside dozens of adversaries. To be honest, in terms of weaponry and equipment, we are worlds apart from the enemy, yet we emerged victorious in the first battle. Now, in the second campaign, we have achieved remarkable victories on both the eastern and western fronts, with hundreds of thousands of enemy troops retreating in disarray to the south. It is no exaggeration to say that we are now assured of victory. Our triumph stems from the countless brave soldiers who are willing to sacrifice their lives in the heat of battle. For this reason, I firmly believe that we shall achieve a great victory in this war. Li Yunlong smiled and said, Old Zhao is right. When you mentioned the Battle of Yunshan, it suddenly reminded me of a joke. It is said that during the Battle of Yunshan, we defeated the cavalry 1st Division and captured many large-nosed prisoners. Everyone was in high spirits, yet the soldier responsible for interrogating the prisoners of war wore a dejected expression. Curiously, others inquired, Why are you not happy? The captives from the cavalry division were particularly obstinate. Despite a night of questioning, they refused to divulge the location of their horses. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhao Gang remarked with a smile, Well, Old Li, it seems you've taken to telling jokes, but it's apparent you're feeling a bit anxious, trying to divert your attention. Li Yunlong sighed in resignation, stating, I have sworn an oath. If we fail to seize Watergate Bridge, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Even if I, Li Yunlong, face execution, it will change nothing. How can I not be tense? Zhao Gang replied, I have faith that the 3rd Battalion will undoubtedly accomplish this mission with distinction. Under the cloak of darkness, the soldiers of the 7th Company disguised themselves as a group of Southern Army wounded, cautiously making their way towards Watergate Bridge. They had thoroughly scouted the area, and at that moment, no enemy patrols were in sight, presenting an opportune moment to launch their surprise attack. As they approached the bridge, tension mounted among the soldiers, each gripping their weapons tightly. With thoughts of Park Jun-ki posing as an officer at the forefront, Wu Qianli and Mei Xing followed closely beside him. Simultaneously, Tan Ziwei, accompanied by soldiers from the 8th and 9th Companies, stealthily positioned themselves beneath Watergate Bridge, ready to initiate their assault. Approximately several dozen meters from the bridge lay the outer sentry post established by the military. As they drew near, the enemy guards immediately spotted them, and machine guns were aimed in their direction. A sergeant shouted, Who goes there? Park Jun-ki, struggling with his English, called out loudly, Friendly forces, do not shoot. Friendly forces. While waving his hands and tugging at the insignia on his uniform, he pointed to the marking on his helmet, desperately attempting to assert his identity as an ally. Searchlights illuminated them, blinding the soldiers momentarily. Fortunately, the opposing forces recognized their attire and, realizing they were friendlies, refrained from opening fire. Nevertheless, the enemy remained on high alert. How could a group of Southern soldiers suddenly appear in the dead of night? Could they possibly be deserters? It was said that these individuals fled faster than rabbits. Cautiously, Park Jun-ki, Wu Qianli, and Mei Xing approached, but just a few meters away, the sergeant raised his hand to halt them. Which unit are you from? Park Jun-ki, lacking proficiency in English, could hardly comprehend. The few words he had just learned were insufficient. He merely attempted to explain in Korean. However, the soldiers opposite him were equally unfamiliar with the language, leaving both parties unable to communicate. Yet, Mei Xing understood the sergeant's inquiries. He stepped forward, deliberately speaking in stilted English. We are from the 3rd Division. The sergeant pressed on. What is your purpose? Mei Xing succinctly replied, wounded soldiers, ordered to retreat. The sergeant cast a glance and indeed observed that many in the ranks were wounded soldiers, their arms, heads, and legs wrapped in bandages in abundance. Why travel at night? One might wonder, was it not unsafe? Mei Xing elucidated. The enemy is closing in. If the injured do not retreat, they will only burden everyone. Hence the necessity for a nocturnal withdrawal. To allay the enemy's suspicions, Park Jun-ki also presented a forged officer's identification, which he had carried since he had previously undertaken covert operations behind enemy lines. The sergeant scrutinized the document and, finding no apparent issues, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Your commander does not speak English, yet you do." Mei Xing explained, "I have recently learned a bit from military advisors. I am not proficient." And he is rather tongue-tied, having not mastered it. The sergeant further asked, "Where is your military advisor?" Mei Xing replied, "He is with the regiment, still in Gutu." Chapter 77. Successfully approaching the Watergate Bridge. These explanations had been meticulously prepared in advance. After all, they had not been idle in recent days, constantly contemplating how to deceive their way through. The sergeant evidently harbored no further doubts, casually remarking, "Please hold on, I will consult with my commander." With that, he used a walkie-talkie to contact the command post at the Watergate Bridge. "Major, there is a contingent of approximately 100 Southern wounded soldiers claiming they wish to cross the Watergate Bridge to retreat southward." The major inquired, "Have they been thoroughly vetted? Can we confirm they are friendly forces? They are not enemies masquerading, are they?" The sergeant responded, "I have inspected their documents and asked them a few questions. They do not appear to be foes. Should I confirm further?" The major mused. "In this frigid weather, I would rather not venture outside." Although the checkpoint was merely a few dozen meters from the Watergate Bridge, he was reluctant to brave the harsh elements for such a short distance. "Are you certain there are no issues?" The sergeant replied, "I can only assert that I have not identified any problems." The major frowned slightly and said, "Allow them to proceed to the Watergate Bridge. I will conduct a personal inspection." The sergeant respectfully acknowledged and then waved to Mei Xing, saying, "You may pass now. Clear the barricade." A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Once the blockade was removed, Mei Xing expressed his gratitude to the sergeant and gestured for the trailing contingent to follow. The procession continued toward the Watergate Bridge, a line of over 100 individuals, slowly advancing, predominantly wounded, stretching several dozen meters long. Yu Tsongrong, with his face bandaged, passed the sergeant while cheerfully shaking hands and exchanging greetings. "Do not be in a hurry. I shall deal with you shortly," he exclaimed in a deliberately peculiar Korean accent. The sergeant, unable to comprehend the Korean language, merely observed this mummy-like figure grinning widely, revealing a set of yellowish-white teeth, seemingly amiable, and assumed he was simply offering a greeting. The sergeant could only respond with a smile, "You have all worked hard. Please be cautious on the road." Yu Tsongrong, still oblivious to the exchange, continued to chant, "I shall deal with you shortly, indeed," as the line of soldiers extended several dozen meters. Those at the front had already reached the threshold of the Watergate Bridge, while those at the back were just passing through the checkpoint. The military major, wrapped in his greatcoat, stepped out and inquired about a few matters from Mei Xing. At that moment, the major asked, "What is the name of your advisor?" Mei Xing replied, "Major Frank." The military major exclaimed, "Has that rascal Frank made it to Gutu? I thought he had been captured by the enemy." Mei Xing responded, "He was nearly captured, but fortunately, he managed to return. The enemy is quite terrifying. It's good that he is back." The military major nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "You may proceed, but be cautious on your way." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Mei Xing could no longer suppress his sigh of relief. Grateful they had done their homework beforehand, it was evident that the military major was acquainted with Major Frank. Previously, they had visited the 20th Army to gather intelligence about the 3rd Division, including matters concerning Frank, having interrogated several prisoners to obtain the recent information. Consequently, Mei Xing had traversed over 100 miles with Park Jun-ki and others. Fortunately, all their efforts were worthwhile when Mei Xing mentioned Major Frank's name. The military major's concerns were completely alleviated. Since they were allies and a group of wounded soldiers at that, there was no reason to hinder their passage. If they wished to leave, they should be allowed to do so, as remaining there would only be a burden. The military major commanded his soldiers to clear the obstacles and let them pass, then turned towards the command post, muttering in complaint about the dreadful weather. "This cursed weather is simply too cold. I feel as if I might freeze into an ice cream." Mei Xing and Wu Qianli led the way. But the other soldiers deliberately slowed their pace, extending the line. By the time Mei Sheng, Wu Qianli, and a dozen other soldiers reached the other side of the bridge, they exchanged glances. Wu Qianli swiftly raised his submachine gun hanging around his neck and shouted loudly, "Fire!" With that, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage at the nearby enemy. The hail of bullets swept through, leaving several enemy soldiers riddled with holes. At Wu Qianli's command, the soldiers, already prepared for battle, launched a fierce assault on the troops stationed at the Watergate Bridge. The enemy, taken by surprise, found themselves overwhelmed before they could react, falling victim to the onslaught. Wu Wanli and others also produced grenades, tossing them one after another into the enemy camp. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions erupted, flames shooting into the sky, catching many enemy soldiers who were sleeping in their tents entirely off guard, sending them crashing to the ground. Kill. The deafening battle cries arose as the valiant soldiers, who had previously limped along, dejected and lethargic, now transformed into fierce warriors, charging into the enemy lines with vigor. The last few soldiers suddenly turned back, unleashing a hail of bullets at the enemy sentries. The sergeant seemed to be lost in the warmth of the Allies' camaraderie, only to be met with a few bullets from behind, falling dead on the spot. The dozen adversaries at the outpost were all vanquished, prompting the valiant soldiers to pivot and charge towards the Watergate Bridge. The suddenness of the assault caught the enemy off guard, enabling the courageous warriors to surge directly into their defensive positions, rendering the enemy's heavy firepower utterly ineffective. In close combat, it is said that not even the military, nor the Australian forces renowned for their prowess in hand-to-hand combat, nor the fierce Turkish troops, could withstand the might of the volunteer army, who would render them to their knees in submission. It is rumored that an Australian unit, after engaging in battle, encountered a northern force and, through their hand-to-hand skills, managed to rout this northern contingent, thereby establishing a reputation for their prowess in close quarters. However, their confidence was swiftly dashed when they faced the very progenitors of close combat, the volunteer army. In a singular encounter, despite the Australians holding an overwhelming numerical advantage, a beleaguered remnants of our forces, depleted of ammunition, inflicted grievous wounds with bayonets, resulting in over 60 casualties among the Australians, who were left terror-stricken and utterly defeated. As for the Turkish brigade, their bravado was similarly unfounded. On the battlefield, they boasted of capturing hundreds of volunteer soldiers, only to discover upon investigation that they had actually detained allies from the Southern Army. Currently, one of their brigades on the Western Front has encountered the 114th Division of the Volunteer Army, suffering a catastrophic defeat with heavy casualties. Even these two formidable units, reputed for their close combat capabilities, found themselves humbled before the Volunteer Army, let alone the military forces. While the military's fighting capability is indeed formidable, they falter in close quarters and hand-to-hand combat. Chapter 78, The Successful Demolition of the Watergate Bridge. Many military personnel, witnessing the soldiers advancing with bayonets brandished menacingly, surrendered without a moment's hesitation. Those who attempted to resist proved no match for the battle-hardened warriors of the Volunteer Army and were swiftly eliminated on the spot. Meanwhile, a military major, returning to his command post, vented his frustrations, exclaiming, "This damned weather is unbearably cold. Bring me a cup of hot coffee." Just as the major received his coffee, the air outside erupted with a cacophony of gunfire and explosions, startling him so profoundly that he spilled the hot beverage onto his hands, eliciting a pained yelp as he flung the cup away. "What is happening?" A panicked soldier rushed in, shouting, "Sir, it's the enemy." "The enemy? Those are just wounded Southern soldiers masquerading as foes." The major's complexion drained of color as he stammered, "Stop them. Eliminate these scoundrels. Damn it. How dare they deceive me? I shall tear them to shreds." As the gunfire and explosions intensified outside, it wasn't long before Mei Sheng and his team stormed to the command post's entrance. The major, in a flurry of anxiety, ordered, "Call Gutali." "Sir, the line is down. It appears the telephone wires have been severed." Earlier, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion had seized the opportunity to ascertain the enemy's communication lines. Once the battle commenced, scouts lying in wait along the roads flanking the Watergate Bridge swiftly cut both telephone wires. The major bellowed, "Send a telegram. Quickly, send a telegram for assistance." At that moment, a brave soldier surged forward, unhesitatingly hurling a grenade directly into their command post. As the grenade rolled in, emitting thick, acrid smoke, the army major nearly succumbed to fear. "Get it out," he shouted. A thunderous explosion followed, toppling all enemies within the command post to the ground. As the battle commenced, Tan Ziwei led the soldiers from the 8th and 9th Companies, charging up the Watergate Bridge from the ravine. On the opposite slope, a dozen scouts slid down the mountain, racing towards the Watergate Bridge. It was evident that the 3rd Battalion had made ample preparations. Even if they couldn't achieve complete stealth, they could execute a pincer movement to seize the bridge. The 7th Company, however, made swift progress, quickly eliminating the garrison at the Watergate Bridge and successfully capturing it. As Tan Ziwei ascended the Watergate Bridge, he realized the battle was nearing its conclusion. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wu Qianli, where have you run off to?" Hearing his call, Wu Qianli hurried over, reporting, "We've nearly wrapped it up," capturing a substantial number of enemy soldiers. Tan Ziwei exclaimed with excitement, "Well done. Once again, the 7th Company has achieved great merit." Wu Qianli replied with a grin, "It's our 7th Company." With a hearty laugh, Tan Ziwei continued, "Your company is tasked with blowing up the bridge. The commander has specifically instructed that both the surface and the base must be thoroughly demolished, rendering the enemy's engineers unable to repair the Watergate Bridge. In short, we need to place ample explosives without hesitation." "Yes," Wu Qianli promptly affirmed. Tan Ziwei bellowed, "8th Company, 9th Company. Immediately seize advantageous positions on both sides of the Watergate Bridge to intercept the enemy reinforcements." Yes. The commotion at the Watergate Bridge was so significant that even if the army major had not sent a telegram, the nearby enemy forces would certainly be aware of the attack and, unable to communicate, would undoubtedly dispatch troops to support the bridge, fully aware of its critical importance. Gutuli was merely a few kilometers from the Watergate Bridge, and the enemy's main forces were gradually gathering in the area north of Gutuli, providing ample manpower to reinforce the bridge. To the south lay Walaoli. Though distant, it was home to the enemy's 3rd Division supporting troops, who could swiftly move north to aid the Watergate Bridge. Furthermore, placing explosives and demolishing the bridge would take time, necessitating an effective blockade. Fortunately, time was still on their side. Once the Watergate Bridge was destroyed, there would be no need to stubbornly hold their ground against the enemy. Thus, it was imperative to detonate the bridge as quickly as possible and then retreat. Tan Ziwei shouted, "Communicator." "Yes." "Immediately send a telegram to the commander, informing him that we have successfully captured the Watergate Bridge and are currently setting explosives to destroy it. Everything is proceeding smoothly, so please reassure the commander." "Yes," Tan Ziwei remarked with a smile. "I suspect the commander is anxiously awaiting our report. If we fail to secure the Watergate Bridge, with his temperament, we might find ourselves in serious trouble." Wu Qianli smiled and remarked, "With so many of us having planned for several days, if we cannot secure the Watergate Bridge, what face do we have to return?" Tan Ziwei, also smiling, responded, "Fortunately, we have now taken the Watergate Bridge. We have indeed accomplished something significant." Just as Tan had said, Li Yunlong was growing increasingly anxious, frequently consulting the system map to monitor the situation at the Watergate Bridge. Upon learning that the 3rd Battalion had successfully captured the bridge, Li Yunlong exclaimed with excitement, "Well done." Xiao Chun, startled by the outburst, quickly inquired, "Commander, what did you say?" Realizing his slip, Li Yunlong feigned ignorance, saying, "I must have dozed off and dreamed that the 3rd Battalion had already taken the Watergate Bridge." "Any news from them?" Qiuming approached and replied, "There is still no news." Li Yunlong, suppressing his inner joy, asked, "What about the other units?" Qiuming answered, "It's the same as before. The units are continuing their assault on the enemy's main force according to the original plan. However, these foreign devils are as difficult to deal with as turtles hiding in their shells. We have not launched a desperate offensive as per our strategy, so the progress has been average." Li Yunlong stated, "Let us continue to wear them down. Once the Watergate Bridge is destroyed, the enemy will be trapped and will naturally collapse without a fight. Their main forces are gradually gathering in Gutu, and their range is becoming increasingly limited. When the final assault occurs, it will be much easier to handle. We are not in a hurry. It is Smith who should be worried." Soon after, a telegram from the 3rd Battalion arrived. "Report to the commander. The 3rd Battalion has successfully captured the Watergate Bridge." "Well done." Li Yunlong could finally express his excitement, declaring, "Reply to the 3rd Battalion. They have indeed performed admirably, and I will personally commend them." Yes, the 3rd Battalion successfully seized the Watergate Bridge, and the demolition proceeded exceptionally well. The soldiers of the 7th Company placed a substantial amount of explosives on the bridge. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the Watergate Bridge was utterly destroyed. Not only was the bridge surface obliterated, but the foundation beneath was also completely annihilated, leaving only a deep trench about 8 or 9 meters wide. The enemy's heavy equipment could no longer traverse the Watergate Bridge. Chapter 79, A Fortune Beyond Measure. As the smoke cleared, Tan Ziwei approached the Watergate Bridge, gazing at the deep trench before him, and remarked with a smile, "Now, the enemy's heavy equipment has become a burden. They cannot escape." He immediately sent a telegram to the commander, stating, "We have successfully destroyed the Watergate Bridge, as per your instructions, including the foundation, rendering it irreparable." Yes, at that moment, the enemy had sent reinforcements to the Watergate Bridge, launching an offensive under the cover of heavy tanks. Tan Ziwei commanded, "Our mission is complete. There is no need to engage them in a head-on confrontation. They cannot cross now, so order the 8th and 9th companies to withdraw from combat and retreat to a safe location to await further instructions." Yes. Tan Ziwei then turned to Wu Qianli and said, "Let us withdraw as well." At this moment, Mei Xing inquired about the captives of several foreign devils. Tan Ziwei casually remarked, "Why not take them along? Did the commander not say that they might prove useful in the future?" Mei Xing responded, "What about the wounded? We can barely attend to our own injuries, let alone care for them." Tan Ziwei asked, "What do you mean?" Mei Xing elaborated, "Take the uninjured captives with us. As for the wounded, leave them behind. The enemy cannot simply abandon them. Each additional wounded soldier becomes a liability." Wu Qianli nodded in agreement, stating, "It seems we have no other choice." Tan Ziwei then declared, "Let it be so. We should hasten our departure from this place. Rest is essential, and there's no need to linger here. I surmise that the time for a general offensive is approaching. We must be well rested. After all, there will be plenty of meat on the table when the time comes. With our vast army of over 100,000, and the enemy merely 2,000, if we delay, we may miss our chance." Subsequently, Tan Ziwei led the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion swiftly away from Shuimen Bridge, retreating to the distant mountains to remain concealed and on standby. News of this development quickly reached Li Yunlong's command center. A broad smile spread across Li Yunlong's weathered face. "Well done. I knew I had not misjudged anyone. Where is the main force of the independent regiment now?" Xiaoming responded, "They have arrived near Shuimen Bridge." Li Yunlong instructed, "Have them continue southward, infiltrating along the route from Shuimen Bridge to Wulaoli, seizing advantageous terrain to set an ambush. With Shuimen Bridge destroyed, the enemy will be unable to repair it, leaving them no choice but to abandon their heavy equipment and flee. Our main forces will pursue from behind, while others block their path, allowing us to capture them all." Old Song had also received the news, directing the 26th Army, assigned as reserves, to continue infiltrating toward Wulaoli. In this manner, the enemy would find themselves with no escape. At this moment, the 26th Army had yet to engage in battle, and with victory seemingly within reach, the soldiers were eager to unleash their pent-up energy, pressing on with fervor to cut off the enemy's retreat, ensuring that not a single foe could escape. Xiao Ming remarked, "I hear that the 20th Army has also dispatched some troops to infiltrate the area south of Shuimen Bridge. By all accounts, the enemy is surely doomed." Li Yunlong chuckled, "I have long proclaimed that this Marine division is a piece of meat I intend to chew and swallow whole. I am eager to see what tricks this smith still has up his sleeve." At this moment, Li Yunlong was acutely aware that the enemy could potentially reconstruct Shuimen Bridge using airdropped steel frames, but such an endeavor would require time. Once manufactured in their homeland, they would need to be airdropped into the ancient land and subsequently transported, all of which would be time-consuming. Based on Li Yunlong's intelligence, they would need at least 2 days, as experiments were necessary. The steel frames were too large for ordinary parachutes to bear. They would require oversized parachutes, and their safety in landing needed to be validated through testing. Coupled with the time for production and transportation, it would certainly take at least 2 days. Historically, the demolition of the bridge was executed prematurely by the demolition troops, granting the enemy ample time to repair the Watergate Bridge. However, the current situation diverges significantly. Li Yunlong's intention to meticulously time the destruction of the Watergate Bridge is to seize the advantage against the enemy, ensuring they lack sufficient time to reconstruct this vital steel structure. By delaying their efforts for just a couple of days, our main forces would be able to maneuver south of the Watergate Bridge. Even if they managed to restore it, escape would be unattainable. Li Yunlong's objective extends beyond the complete annihilation of the enemy's primary forces centered around the Marine Corps. It is equally crucial to achieve this with minimal cost. Forcing them to abandon their heavy equipment in their flight is undoubtedly the most effective strategy. Should they succeed in repairing the bridge and continue their sluggish retreat southward with their heavy machinery, even if our main forces encircle them, a direct assault would inevitably incur far greater losses. Thus, it is imperative to compel them to relinquish their cumbersome armaments. The loss of such substantial heavy equipment would be a boon for us. Even should Smith, given his character, order the destruction of these assets or subsequently deploy aircraft for bombardment, the enemy's hasty retreat would likely mean that complete destruction is not guaranteed. We would certainly be able to seize some usable equipment, ammunition, and supplies, even in the unlikely event that the enemy manages to destroy everything. We would still be looking at over 100 tanks, each Sherman tank weighing around 30 tons, not to mention the larger Pershing tanks. The sheer weight of just the tanks would amount to thousands of tons of steel, alongside hundreds of armored transport vehicles and thousands of trucks, contributing to an overall total of at least 10,000 tons of steel. Moreover, these vehicles contain more than just iron. They encompass various other materials. The prospect of acquiring over 10,000 tons of steel is not a trivial matter, considering that at the time the nation's crude steel production was merely in the tens of thousands of tons. Our steel output was woefully limited compared to future abundance. In the global ranking of steel production, our country would eventually rise to the first position, with Hebei and Tangshan following closely. A yearly production of only tens of thousands of tons pales in comparison to the daily output of a modern steel mill. Thus, this significant quantity of steel, equivalent to the annual production of a large steel plant during our impoverished times, represents a substantial asset for us in the current domestic landscape. With reconstruction efforts in full swing and a high demand for steel, particularly amidst ongoing conflict, the consumption of steel is even greater. Therefore, even if all the heavy equipment of the Marine Corps were to be destroyed, it would still be of great value to us. Consequently, it is essential to ensure that they remain stranded in the northern region of the Watergate Bridge. Once Smith is compelled to abandon his heavy equipment in a desperate bid for survival, the army, stripped of its armor, would be reduced to mere light infantry. However, our volunteer forces are acclaimed as the pinnacle of light infantry. At that point, we would simply need to capture prisoners by the multitude. The prospect of taking a significant number of prisoners would yield considerable gains for us. Contemplating these scenarios filled Li Yunlong's heart with immense joy. In the eyes of Li Yunlong, the current adversary has transformed into a considerable fortune. Chapter 80. A solution has been conceived. Li Yunlong understood that in times like these, maintaining composure is paramount. Any lapse into arrogance could lead to irrevocable errors. Should Smith's Marine Division manage to hold out in Gutu for another 2 days and repair the Shuimin Bridge, the fruits of their labor would be significantly diminished. Li Yunlong endeavored to regain his calm, knowing there were numerous tasks to undertake to avert such unforeseen occurrences. He commanded, immediately send a telegram to the 3rd Battalion, instructing them to ambush between Gutu and Shuimin Bridge, prepared to launch a counterattack at any sign of the enemy attempting to repair the bridge. Understood. Li Yunlong continued, moreover, with Shuimin Bridge now destroyed and the enemy's main forces concentrated around Gutu, we have little to worry about. We can intensify our offensive, exerting greater pressure on Smith, compelling him to emerge from his shell. Yes, sir. As Li Yunlong gazed intently at the map before him, his mind raced with calculations. To ensure absolute certainty, he conducted another simulation. Although this required a significant expenditure of gold coins, it was a cost worth incurring. The results of Li Yunlong's simulation indicated that Major General Smith would have no choice but to order a steadfast defense, enduring the next 2 days until the airdrop of steel bridge components arrived to reconstruct Shuimin Bridge. According to the simulation, our forces would launch a more vigorous offensive, achieving substantial victories, albeit at considerable cost to our own troops. Such an outcome was less than ideal for Li Yunlong. The most perfect plan would involve minimizing casualties and annihilating this enemy contingent. Through a crucial detail in the simulation, Li Yunlong finally conceived a more flawless solution. At that moment, he was filled with exhilaration, confident of victory. Meanwhile, at the command post of the Marine Division, Major General Smith, upon receiving news of the destruction of Shuimin Bridge, was seething with rage. Damn, a bunch of useless fools. I repeatedly instructed that the safety of Shuimin Bridge must be ensured at all costs. Yet here we are. It has been destroyed. Notify the engineering troops to expedite the repairs on Shuimin Bridge. General, Colonel Bowser replied helplessly, we have already dispatched engineers to assess the damage. The bridge's foundation has been utterly obliterated, and our engineers are powerless to restore it. Major General Smith cursed, "A bunch of incompetence. Is there truly no way for us to cross Shuimin Bridge?" Colonel Bowser stated, "Given our current capabilities, we cannot repair Shuimin Bridge. However, we have contacted headquarters to request support." Major General Smith inquired, "Can they devise a solution?" Colonel Bowser responded, "It remains uncertain for now. Relevant experts are currently formulating strategies." Major General Smith exclaimed in anger, "We are in a perilous situation, with enemies gathering around us in increasing numbers. If we cannot depart from here swiftly, the consequences will be dire. We must act quickly." It was evident to Major General Smith that their time was running short. If this situation continues to drag on, they will find themselves with no escape. The Watergate Bridge has already been destroyed, and any further discussions would be futile. Major General Smith is now at a loss. Over the past few days, the morale of their troops has plummeted to an all-time low. If this persists, who knows what chaos might ensue. Major General Smith then stated, "Immediately notify the Air Force and the naval aviation teams aboard the aircraft carriers. We require additional aerial support. Launch continuous bombardments against the surrounding enemies. Even if we cannot annihilate them, we can at least delay their advance, granting us more time." He continued, "The enemy's destruction of the Watergate Bridge at this juncture is a deliberate attempt to sever our retreat. They have achieved their objective, and I anticipate they will soon initiate a full-scale offensive. Tonight will be pivotal, and their assault will be more ferocious. We must hold our ground at all costs." Colonel Bowser remarked, "The troops have been alerted and are preparing to defend with all their strength. I believe we can endure for a while longer. We will surely devise a solution swiftly. Our engineering corps is also convening urgently to formulate countermeasures. Hurry, hurry." Major General Smith called out impatiently. "Report, General. After our discussions and consultations with the command, we have formulated a preliminary solution." Upon hearing this, Major General Smith was overjoyed and promptly inquired, "What is the plan?" Colonel Bowser explained, "The Watergate Bridge spans just under 9 meters. We can airlift specialized steel bridge components from Yamato, with a length sufficient to bridge this gap. We can quickly construct a steel bridge on the cliff, theoretically allowing the passage of our heavy tanks." Major General Smith asked urgently, "Is this plan feasible?" Colonel Bowser replied, "For now, we can only say it is theoretically viable." Major General Smith pressed, "Do we possess these steel bridge components?" Colonel Bowser shook his head, "Not at the moment. We must expedite their manufacture. The command will address this issue. With the production capacity of the Yamato steel mill, it is not difficult to urgently produce these components. We need not concern ourselves with these matters. The command will handle everything, including the requirement for oversized parachutes. They will assemble the largest parachutes available and conduct tests to verify the feasibility of this plan. The commander has also been informed and is quite invested in this matter, ordering the relevant units to expedite progress. However, some challenges will still require our own resolution." Major General Smith inquired hastily, "What challenges?" Colonel Bowser responded, "The greatest challenge lies in transportation. The area around the Watergate Bridge is unsuitable for airdrops. We can only drop supplies in the ancient lands. We then need to transport these steel bridge components to the ancient lands. Given the heavy weight of the components, I fear our helicopters will be incapable of transportation, and we will have no choice but to use the roads." Major Smith exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, "Fortunately, Gutu is not far from Watergate Bridge, merely a few miles away. We need only to ensure the absolute safety of this route to guarantee the secure transport of the steel bridge. Once it has been delivered, we can assemble it directly, correct?" Colonel Bowser nodded in agreement, stating, "Our engineers can entirely manage the bridge assembly. As long as these components can safely reach Watergate Bridge, there should be no issues. The primary concern now is the safety of the airdrop. We must verify whether such heavy materials can be securely airdropped into Good Tuesday." Chapter 81. The Elimination of Major Smith. Although Major Smith was troubled, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "This is not a matter for us to ponder. Send a telegram to headquarters. We have reached a critical juncture of survival. If they do not wish to witness the total annihilation of 20,000 coalition troops, they must overcome all obstacles and expedite the safe airdrop of the steel bridge into Good Tuesday." Colonel Bowser promptly acknowledged this and turned to instruct someone to send the telegram. Major Smith gazed intently at the sand table, musing, even with the utmost speed. "It is certainly too late for today. The earliest we could execute the airdrop would be tomorrow morning. Tonight is crucial. The enemy will undoubtedly launch a fierce assault. If we cannot endure through this night, everything will be lost." Colonel Bowser reassured him, "General, there is no need for concern, given our military strength. Enduring for just one night should be entirely feasible. Major Smith gestured dismissively. At this juncture, who dares to underestimate our adversaries? Logically, with their rudimentary weaponry, we should have prevailed. Yet, the reality is that we have suffered a devastating defeat, leaving us cornered. At this point, can you still afford to belittle them? Prepare the helicopter. Sir, are you heading to Wolao? Colonel Bowser inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, thinking Major Smith was preparing to flee. Major Smith furrowed his brow and responded, "What would I go to Wolao for? I will not abandon my soldiers to save myself. I am going to scout enemy positions. Furthermore, I wish to personally inspect Watergate Bridge." Colonel Bowser cautioned, "Isn't this a bit reckless? After all, we are surrounded by the enemy. We have already lost several helicopters." Major Smith asserted, "As long as we exercise caution, there should be no problem. We have intensified our bombing and our aircraft dominate the skies. How could the enemy dare to show themselves? Now that we are at this stage, if we do not further assess the surrounding situation, how can we hope to win tonight's battle? If we are defeated this evening, it will all be over." Colonel Bowser resignedly acquiesced, under Major Smith's insistence. The aides swiftly arranged for a helicopter. Major Smith boarded the helicopter, departing from the command center in Gu Tuesday. For the enemy, particularly the commanders, this helicopter proves to be quite practical. Riding in the helicopter allows for a more intuitive understanding of the surrounding terrain and reconnaissance of enemy movements nearby. Colonel Bowser cautioned, "It would be prudent not to fly too far or too low." General Smith replied, "Haven't we arranged for air support?" "Indeed," Colonel Bowser acknowledged, "but it is wise to remain cautious." At this moment, Colonel Bowser harbored some apprehensions. However, upon observing distant mountaintops suddenly engulfed in flames from the military aircraft's bombardment, he felt a slight sense of relief. General Smith frowned, expressing his bewilderment. "I truly cannot comprehend how, despite such relentless bombardment daily, they have not been annihilated. They should be utterly terrified. Who grants them the audacity to persist in combat against us?" Colonel Bowser gazed at the raging inferno in the distance and sighed resignedly. "To me, these individuals are nothing short of lunatics, completely deranged. I cannot fathom their motivations. Let us proceed to the Watergate Bridge." Soon, the helicopter arrived above the Watergate Bridge. Witnessing the destroyed bridge, General Smith sighed in frustration, remarking, "I never imagined that such a narrow ravine would become an insurmountable obstacle for us. It is truly absurd." Colonel Bowser responded, "The crux of the matter lies in our heavy equipment. At this juncture, these armaments ensure our safety, yet they simultaneously burden our retreat." General Smith nodded, "Indeed. We are akin to a sea turtle. Our hard shell provides security, but severely restricts our mobility." Colonel Bowser agreed, "Your observation is astute, General." General Smith continued, "The 3rd Division and other units are prepared to assist at Wolao. Once we cross the Watergate Bridge, we will be essentially secure." Surveying the surroundings, Smith could not help but curse, a bunch of incompetents. With so many troops stationed, how could a small enemy unit easily seize the bridge? "This is nothing short of a disgrace for our forces," Colonel Bowser lamented. "Who could have anticipated that those audacious individuals would brazenly disguise themselves as our allies and march onto the bridge?" General Smith assessed the area and found no signs of enemy activity, then stated, "We must conduct carpet bombing of potential hiding spots around the Watergate Bridge. We cannot afford any further mishaps. We must prevent any further sabotage." Colonel Bowser assured, "Rest assured, General. We have heightened our vigilance, and once the bridge is repaired, our troops will continually advance, leaving them no opportunity to destroy it." General Smith nodded in satisfaction, stowed away his binoculars, and declared, "Let us return. By heading back this way, we can observe the situation on that side." Currently, the defensive lines of both sides are intricately intertwined, with our defenses permeated like a sieve, which poses significant challenges to our defensive operations. Colonel Bowser remarked, "These detestable foes are exceedingly adept at employing such flanking tactics. Often, a mere small unit dares to boldly infiltrate behind our lines, exhibiting audacity beyond measure." Major General Smith sighed in resignation, stating, "Indeed. It is precisely this audacious and seemingly unfathomable strategy that has left us utterly defeated." Peering through binoculars to survey the surroundings, he noted, "These enemies excel at concealment. I suspect they are lurking at a considerable distance, waiting for nightfall to launch their assault upon us. Our observations here seem rather futile." Colonel Bowser replied, "However, for your safety, it would be unwise to venture deeper into enemy territory for reconnaissance." Major General Smith suggested, "Let us ascend higher." Yet, before he could finish, A sudden cacophony of artillery erupted from a nearby valley. The roar of twin-mounted 40mm anti-aircraft guns surged forth, with shells racing toward Major General Smith's aircraft. His complexion paled as he shouted, "Turn back! Quick, retreat!" Alas, it was too late. The incoming shells struck the helicopter, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent Smith and his companions hurtling into the air, while the helicopter spiraled downwards like a headless fly, crashing into the ravine below and igniting a fiery conflagration. Major General Smith, commanding officer of the Marine Corps 1st Division, met his demise when the aircraft he was inspecting the battlefield and was shot down. Chapter 82, The Final Assault. Li Yunlong gazed at the system map, noticing that the red dot representing Major General Smith had vanished, and he could not suppress his exhilaration. At last, he had eliminated this old adversary. For some time, Li Yunlong had been fixated on Major General Smith, intent on extinguishing his life, yet opportunities had eluded him. During a previous simulation, he had discerned a crucial detail. Major General Smith would be arriving by helicopter today to scout enemy positions. Was this not tantamount to courting death? With knowledge of Smith's schedule and even the approximate flight path, it would be sheer incompetence on Li Yunlong's part if he failed to eliminate him. Thus, he devised a trap, eagerly awaiting Smith's arrival. The independent regiment had previously captured 19 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, which were too cumbersome to accompany the main forces in their maneuvering and were left behind. Nevertheless, they had taken care to traverse smaller paths, flanking the enemy's side. After meticulous planning, Li Yunlong ordered the concealment of one 19 self-propelled anti-aircraft gun in a ravine, biding his time for Smith's helicopter. As anticipated, around noon, the helicopter approached and was promptly obliterated by the fierce firepower of the 19. While this weapon might struggle against fighter jets and bombers, it was perfectly suited for dealing with helicopters. However, enemy aircraft continually patrolled the skies, and Li Yunlong had instructed his men to abandon the vehicle and flee post-haste after the engagement. After downing the helicopter, the soldiers swiftly fled, gliding down a slope with the utmost speed to evade the battlefield. However, the unfortunate 19 anti-aircraft vehicle met a grim fate. First subjected to a low-altitude barrage from 2 carrier-based fighter jets, followed by a deluge of incendiary bombs from a bomber, ultimately reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal. Yet, the capture of a 19, along with Major General Smith and several senior military officers, not to mention a helicopter, rendered this operation a resounding success. Li Yunlong was overjoyed, his smile broader than the muzzle of a cannon. After such a prolonged struggle, the enemy had been in retreat, suffering considerable losses and demoralization. The death of Major General Smith would undoubtedly exacerbate the already waning morale of the enemy troops. Nevertheless, Li Yunlong was not so naive as to believe that the elimination of Smith would guarantee victory. Firstly, Smith had indeed ordered a steadfast defense of Guti for 2 days, awaiting an airlift of steel bridge kits. Thus, the night ahead would be crucial. It was imperative to completely annihilate the enemy to secure a definitive victory. Achieving such a complete rout would not be a simple task. A breakthrough point was essential. Li Yunlong noted that a segment of the enemy's defensive line was manned by remnants of the Southern Army's 3rd Division. In comparison to the Northern forces, the combat effectiveness of these Southern troops was abysmal. Particularly in the early stages of the war, their fighting capability was nearly non-existent. They had been thoroughly trounced by the Northern Army and subsequently pummeled repeatedly by the Volunteer Army. Capable of disintegration at any moment, they exhibited virtually no combat prowess. It was no wonder, given that the war had only erupted 6 months prior, depleting the ranks of any capable fighters. The remaining Southern soldiers were largely newly conscripted recruits, utterly lacking in combat experience. This dismal state of affairs led to the ultimate revocation of their military designation and command authority. It was not until the mid to latter stages of the war, under the stringent training of military advisors, that the Southern troops experienced a slight enhancement in their combat effectiveness, though they still remained considerably inferior. Returning to the matter at hand, the position defended by the Southern Army's 3rd Division undoubtedly presented the most promising avenue for a breakthrough. Li Yunlong contemplated the fact that the main force of the 3rd Division had been decimated by the 20th Army, leaving them with scant personnel remaining. The soldiers that remained were either those who had previously stayed in the rear, untouched by the 20th Army, or those who had fled so swiftly that the Volunteer Army could not catch them. This latter group, primarily a collection of panic-stricken individuals, possessed little fighting spirit, making them an ideal target for a breakthrough. Furthermore, Li Yunlong dispatched several Northern Army guides to stealthily approach the Southern Army's frontline positions that afternoon, conveying a clear message that they would launch a counteroffensive that very night. They informed them that their main forces had arrived and that Smith had been slain. The Watergate Bridge has been destroyed by us. Our flanking troops will infiltrate south of the bridge tonight. You cannot escape. Surrender quickly. We offer humane treatment to captives and guarantee your safety. The Southern soldiers, already in a state of panic like startled birds, were further terrified upon hearing this news. Some began to contemplate utilizing their skills to embark on a marathon escape, hoping that luck would allow them to return home for a meal of their mother's pickled vegetables. Others, unable to run, simply resigned themselves to surrendering at any moment. The Northern soldiers echoed sentiments of brotherhood, urging, "Do not serve the imperialist lackey, Old Li. Fight alongside us against him." This proposal seemed reasonable, as it was certainly better than dying here. As evening fell, in the command center, Xiaoming hastened to Li Yunlong's side and reported, "Commander, per your instructions, I have ordered all units to begin preparations." Li Yunlong, eyes fixed on the map, replied gravely. "Once the general assault commences, instruct all artillery units to concentrate their firepower relentlessly. Bring forth all our shells and unleash a ferocious barrage. I will not relent." Immediately after the infantry launches their attack, the 1st Division must dispatch a regiment to fiercely assault the southern defense lines. Inform Zhou Weigua to ensure that, at all costs, a breach is made here. The other units were also fully engaged in the offensive. Given the limited terrain, maneuverability was restricted. Even those in the rear must rally the morale. I intend to intimidate these foreign devils into submission. Our singular objective is to compel them to abandon their heavy equipment and flee southward. Once they discard their heavy gear and begin to escape, victory will be ours. Yes, Xiaoming promptly acknowledged, then conveyed the orders down the line. That night, the artillery positions commanded by Li Yunlong erupted with the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Dozens of heavy cannons and mountain artillery concentrated their fire, bombarding the enemy's positions from various directions. Under Li Yunlong's direct command, the artillery unexpectedly obliterated 2 enemy artillery positions, further diminishing their firepower. Chapter 83. The Doomsday of the Marine Corps 1 SD Division in a conventional engagement. Li Yunlong's artillery would indeed be no match for the seasoned military gunners. However, equipped with a systematic map, his direct leadership mitigated this disparity. After incapacitating 2 artillery positions, the enemy's fire was significantly suppressed. Nevertheless, Li Yunlong remained cautious. Aware that the enemy still possessed aircraft and ground troops could call for aerial support at any moment. To avoid substantial artillery losses, he adopted guerrilla tactics, relocating after each shot, striving to disperse the artillery positions, sometimes scattering, sometimes regrouping. Though this approach proved exhausting for Li Yunlong and his gunners, it was a necessary strategy to minimize casualties. After a barrage of artillery fire, Zhou Weigua, following Li Yunlong's instructions, dispatched a regiment to launch a fierce assault on the Southern Army's fortified positions. At this moment, the once fierce soldiers, now akin to startled birds, lacked the courage to resist. Faced with the tide of advancing volunteer soldiers and the deafening battle cries, the Southern troops were struck with terror, fleeing in disarray. The regiment pressed forward with unstoppable momentum, swiftly overwhelming the Southern forces, capturing their positions with remarkable speed. Li Yunlong seized the telephone on the table. "Connect me to the 1st Division headquarters." "Is this Zhou Weigua?" "Commander, this is Zhou Weigua. How is the regiment progressing?" Reporting to the commander, "The Southern Army's defenses have completely collapsed. We are currently exerting all efforts to expand our gains." "Excellent," Li Yunlong replied with a smile. "The Southern Army is merely an appetizer. The Marine Division is the main course. Your 1st Division is our military's primary force. After witnessing the 2nd and 3rd Divisions reap the rewards, I trust you can no longer remain idle." Zhou Weigua responded, "The commander speaks wisely. The soldiers are already voicing their complaints. If we do not take down the Marine Division today, the title of 1st Division may slip from our grasp." Li Yunlong laughed heartily. "I have always believed in the strength of your 1st Division. Today, you may feast to your heart's content. The Marine Division is simply a piece of meat lying on the cutting board. How much you consume is entirely up to your capabilities." Zhou Weigua quickly assured him. "Rest assured, Commander, we guarantee a decisive victory at Gully, capturing Smith alive." Unbeknownst to the volunteer troops, Smith had already met his demise. Yet the various units continued to shout slogans demanding his capture. Li Yunlong chuckled. Well done. Your morale is commendable. I await your good news. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Li Yunlong approached the sand table, envisioning a breakthrough of the Southern Army's positions. If all went smoothly, they could tear open a breach in the northwest. Given the current predicament of the Marine Division, their resistance would not last much longer. The situation was progressing even more favorably than Li Yunlong had anticipated, surpassing the results of his previous simulations. In that earlier exercise, Smith had not been eliminated in advance. Under Smith's command, the enemy had stubbornly defended the Gully area. Although they ultimately defeated the enemy, it had not come without significant casualties on their side. Now that Smith was dead, the enemy's morale had plummeted, making the subsequent offensive considerably more effective. Li Yunlong assessed that this time they could decisively defeat the main force of the Marine Division ahead of schedule, successfully executing this encirclement operation. Meanwhile, within the command center of the Marine Division at Gully, the scene was chaotic. A colonel anxiously exclaimed, "General, the enemy's assault is overwhelming. They are everywhere, and we simply cannot withstand their onslaught." Currently in command was Brigadier General Krulak, the deputy commander of the Marine Division, who was as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. At that moment, a military officer burst into the room, exclaiming, "General, it's dire. The Southern Army's defenses have completely collapsed. Those rascals are fleeing, and the enemy has breached a gap from the northwest." Upon hearing this, Brigadier General Klurak's expression darkened further, and he furiously cursed, "Damn it, these scoundrels are unreliable at critical times." He commanded the various units to resist with all their might, insisting that they must stabilize the defense lines. "Immediately reallocate troops to seal the breach. We must maintain control of the situation." Klurak turned to his aide and instructed, "Quickly prepare the helicopter." The aide frowned and remarked, "The weather conditions are poor. If we take off at night, it could be perilous." Klurak retorted, "Do you think we face a greater likelihood of becoming captives now, or of crashing into a mountain?" The aide cautioned again, "But we might be shot down." Klurak replied, "If we delay any further, our chances of being shot down will only increase." At that moment, a colonel nearby interjected, "General, Commander Mike insists that we hold our ground in Gutchley. The Air Force will airdrop bridge kits tomorrow, enabling us to repair the Watergate Bridge." Klurak scoffed, "Hold our ground? Do you believe we can still defend it? At this rate, we may find ourselves watching the sunrise in an enemy POW camp tomorrow." "But that is the command of His Excellency," the colonel insisted. "Command?" Klurak said disdainfully. "He once ordered us to hold Luzon, only to escape in a submarine. What right does he have to demand we remain here as captives?" He informed the regiments to hold their positions, and if they could not withstand the assault, to destroy their equipment according to the late commander's orders and break through immediately. "General, the helicopter is ready." Klurak said to the colonel, "Aren't you coming along?" The colonel replied, "My stomach ailment has flared up. I fear I won't fare well with the rations in a POW camp." Klurak responded, "Indeed, you certainly wouldn't. I've heard they are starving themselves." Klurak grasped the colonel's hand, and they fled the command post together, boarding the helicopter to leave Gutchley. Colonel Pulu of the Marine Corps was stationed atop a Pershing tank, half his body exposed as he surveyed the battlefield. Hearing a commotion, he turned to see a helicopter slowly ascending into the night sky. An uneasy feeling washed over him, and he muttered, "Is the helicopter still transporting the wounded?" "Sir, I'm not entirely sure," came the reply. Just then, another officer rushed over, announcing loudly, "Report, sir. I have just received orders from General Klurak. He has appointed you as the frontline commander, responsible for overseeing all coalition forces in the vicinity of Gutchley." Colonel Pulu was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Where is he?" The officer responded, "General Klurak has already boarded a helicopter and is urgently heading to Wulao to coordinate with the 3rd Division and deploy troops to assist our retreat. Tomorrow, the Air Force will airdrop steel bridge kits, at which point we can commence repairs on the Watergate Bridge. General Kalak has instructed us to hold our positions with utmost determination. Once the Watergate Bridge is restored, we can safely withdraw with the assistance of the 3rd Division." He assured us that he would bring every available unit to our rescue. "Damn it," Colonel Pruill exclaimed angrily. "This is clearly a cowardly retreat disguised as a plea for reinforcements." "Wait a moment, why does that sound so familiar? Kalak truly is a worthy student of Mac." At this moment, I recalled General Wright. I regretted having previously mocked him as a hapless fool. "Tom, go and inquire if there are any helicopters left." "Sir, Colonel Leesburg just called," came the report. Colonel Pruill seized the phone. "Old friend, have you heard the news? Do you have any brilliant ideas?" I believe the situation is rather chaotic. We could continue to command the battle from a helicopter, he suggested. That makes sense, but with enemies all around. It might not be safe up there either. We could fly high and far, but then we wouldn't be able to see anything. Indeed, the radio might fail us as well, and we would be unable to command our troops, which conveniently leads us to Wulao. Does that count as a cowardly retreat? Even if we face a military tribunal, General Kalak would be the first to stand trial. We are merely forced to land in Wulao due to adverse weather conditions. That's a valid point. I would prefer facing a military tribunal over having breakfast in a prisoner of war camp. Agreed. Sir, I just confirmed. There is still one helicopter available. I believe we should depart promptly. It may soon be too late. Under the fierce onslaught of the volunteer army, the enemy was being driven back relentlessly. As their key officers fled the battlefield one after another, the already demoralized enemy fell into disarray without leadership. Commander Li Yunlong had been orchestrating the overall battle strategy from headquarters. He had not anticipated that their principal officers would flee so swiftly. By the time Li Yunlong grasped the situation, it was too late to intercept them. After all, the enemy's helicopters were quite swift, and amidst such chaos on the battlefield, the primary task of the troops was to engage the enemy directly. Li Yunlong could not afford to disregard the larger picture just to apprehend a few officers. Furthermore, their escape was not a significant loss. It merely meant fewer high-ranking officers to capture. Given the current situation, the annihilation of the Marine Corps main force was of utmost priority. Their retreat was, in fact, advantageous. Li Yunlong was so exhilarated he felt like jumping up, exclaiming with a smile, given the present circumstances. The enemy is clearly on the brink of total collapse. We must intensify our offensive and grant them no respite. I want the Marine Corps completely wiped out by nightfall. Yes. At that moment, Lu Chang interjected, wait a minute. Why has the Marine Corps become so utterly fragile? They were holding their ground well before. How did they suddenly crumble? They claim to be elite forces. What kind of combat capability is this? Li Yunlong elucidated. These foreign adversaries are merely relying on their advanced weaponry and superior equipment. Accustomed to favorable circumstances, they are utterly incapable of counteracting unfavorable conditions. When faced with peril, particularly in situations like this where victory is clearly unattainable, what spirit do they possess? Through the course of recent battles, you must have observed that the true combat capabilities of this Marine division are indeed formidable. However, the fighting resolve of their soldiers pales in comparison to ours. A chasm as vast as heaven and earth. When the tide of battle turns against them and danger looms, they flee at the slightest provocation. If escape is impossible, they surrender without hesitation, prioritizing their own survival above all else. Such a mindset may suffice in favorable engagements. Yet when confronted with dire circumstances like the present, their collapse is merely a heartbeat away. The phrase "a defeated army collapses like a mountain" aptly describes our current situation. Zhao Gang chuckled. Did you see that? Our commander is increasingly erudite. Li Yunlong laughed heartily. I assent that thanks to your tutelage, you esteemed scholar? Over the years of their partnership, Zhao Gang had indeed imparted a wealth of knowledge to him, from the most rudimentary literacy to poetry, idioms, and historical anecdotes. Li Yunlong, now, was far removed from the man he once was. Zhao Gang replied with a grin, this credit does not wholly belong to me. You are learning more and more on your own, some things I did not teach you. With pride, Li Yunlong asserted, I must still thank you for laying a solid foundation, allowing me to become self-taught. If only my origins hadn't been so humble. If I hadn't been so impoverished, I might have pursued higher education. Given my aptitude, I could have attended university. Zhao Gang jested. You start to puff up at the slightest comment about your weight. Report to the commander. We have just received word from the 1st Division that they are nearing the core defensive position at Gutchali. The enemy is showing signs of collapse, and our forces are intensifying their offensive. Excellent. Li Yunlong pointed at the sand table. That Zhou Weigua is indeed quite capable. Tell me, Lao Qiu, how did you come across this gem of a commander? Qiu Ming chuckled. We were just fortunate. It was a serendipitous alignment of circumstances. Li Yunlong commanded. Inform Zhou Weigua to continue his assault and swiftly seize the core position at Gutchali. Understood. All right, the situation is now stabilized. You all keep a close watch. I shall step outside for a moment. With that, Li Yunlong departed from the command center and arrived at a forward observation post. This location was quite proximate to Gutchali, and to facilitate command, Li Yunlong had positioned his headquarters relatively forward. His purpose for venturing out was not solely to assess the battle situation. With the imminent capture of Gutchali, he aimed to procure additional weapons, ammunition, and logistical supplies to augment the spoils of war. This time, they were bound to seize considerable resources, as the enemy's rout was occurring at an unexpectedly rapid pace, far exceeding projections. Consequently, many adversaries fled in panic, unable to destroy all their equipment and supplies in time. However, our forces remain impoverished, and logistical support is inadequate. Thus, the captured enemy spoils are still insufficient. Li Yunlong endeavored to procure an ample supply of weapons and materials to meet the demands of his troops. Chapter 85. Walking right into the gun's mouth. The soldiers of the 1st Regiment were the first to charge into the heart of Gutu. Under the fierce onslaught of our forces, the enemy was utterly routed, and a multitude of enemy soldiers began to flee southward in a frantic panic, the situation spiraling out of control. As Zhou Weiguo made his way to Gutu, he communicated with the frontline units via radio. "What is the current status?" he inquired. "Report to the division commander. We have captured the Gutu position and seized the enemy's command post." "What about Smith? Have we apprehended him?" At this moment, Zhou Weiguo was still intent on capturing Smith alive. No. Did he manage to escape?" "Smith did not escape. We interrogated a prisoner who revealed that Smith was killed during the day while inspecting the battlefield by helicopter." "Damn it. He died so easily, letting him off too lightly." Zhou Weiguo couldn't help but curse, but then he reconsidered. Better he is dead than fleeing. "Did we capture any high-ranking officials?" "We only captured a colonel. Apparently the commander of the 5th Marine Regiment." "Good. Keep that colonel under strict watch. He will be sent to the military headquarters for commendation." "Yes." Colonel Murray, standing obediently to the side, was seething with frustration. "These worthless fools fled ahead of time and didn't wait for me, leaving me to become a prisoner. I wonder if I'll get stake in the POW camp. The volunteers should have shot down their planes, putting these bastards to death." "Commander, the weather conditions are too severe. The wind and snow are too strong. It's too dangerous for us to fly. What should we do then? We can't just stay behind and become prisoners, can we? I request to lower our altitude. We are already far from the battlefield. It should be safe now." Colonel Pruitt stated. "I believe that is prudent. Let us ensure safety. We will soon reach Wolao. Once we do, we'll be safe." Colonel Litzberg added. "We didn't even wait for Colonel Murray. We have no idea how he is faring." Colonel Pruitt remarked, "That guy is dragging his feet. If we wait for him, we'll all end up as prisoners." Colonel Litzberg speculated, "I bet he is cursing us right now, along with Colonel Bruvel, who has an even worse mouth." Colonel Pruitt asked, "Bruvel, that guy hasn't left, has he?" "I don't know. Did he leave?" Colonel Bruvel was the commander of the artillery regiment of the 1st Marine Division. Zhou Tianyi stood atop a mountain peak, gazing towards Gutu. From the looks of it, the enemy must have been vanquished. Duan Peng stated, "The enemy has been defeated, forced to abandon their equipment and flee in disarray. We should simply wait here to intercept their prisoners. I heard the commander say that these prisoners are quite valuable. They can be exchanged for gold bars." Zhou Tianyi replied with a smile, "If that is the case, we must strive to capture as many prisoners as possible." At that moment, a guard suddenly lifted his head and said, "Captain, it seems there is some activity." Zhou Tianyi looked up and remarked, "It appears to be an aircraft." Duan Ping frowned and said, "By the sound, it's an enemy helicopter." Zhou Tianyi shouted loudly, "Set up all the heavy machine guns and aim them. Fire fiercely." Following his command, several Type 2 heavy machine guns positioned atop the mountain were immediately set up, targeting the helicopter and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The rapid staccato of gunfire erupted, as scorching tongues of flames swiftly surged toward the aircraft. The dense hail of bullets struck the helicopter, causing the pilot to panic and exclaim, "Commander, we are under attack." "I see it. Quickly evade. We must leave this place at once." However, it was too late. The helicopter was riddled with bullets, billowing black smoke as it lost control and spiraled downwards. With a thunderous crash, the helicopter plunged into a gully in the distance, erupting into a fireball. The few military officers who managed to escape from the wreckage were all met with grim fates. Zhou Tianyi exclaimed with excitement, "Well done. Who would have thought we wouldn't have a fight today, and yet another aircraft would fly right into our guns?" Duan Peng chuckled, saying, "Colonel, worry not. There are so many enemies. Surely, some will manage to escape. We shall wait here. Capturing prisoners will not be an issue." Zhou Tianyi instructed, "Seal off the surrounding area. Not a single prisoner must get away." Duan Ping replied enthusiastically, "Rest assured, none shall escape. Those old soldiers would be exhausted after running 30 miles. By the time they reach here, they won't have the strength to resist." Zhou Tianyi smiled. "Exactly. We just need to wait patiently for them to come to us. If Colonel Murray knew that those who abandoned him had met their demise along the way, he would surely laugh heartily. However, now surrounded by Zhou Weiguo, Murray could only manage a tight-lipped smile. Colonel Murray looked at the one-armed soldier before him, feeling an unsettling chill. To him, anyone who could remain in the army with one arm missing was undoubtedly formidable. The man's fierce gaze resembled that of a cat eyeing its prey. Zhou Weiguo said with a grin, "Although we didn't capture a general, securing a colonel is quite commendable." Just then, Yang Dali arrived, escorting a group of prisoners, announcing, "Division Commander, there's another valuable catch here." Colonel Murray glanced up to see Colonel Bruval approaching, dejected. Unable to contain his laughter, Murray found solace in the company of another unfortunate soul. Zhou Weiguo inquired, "Who is that?" Yang Dali responded, "He claims to be the commander of the artillery regiment. When we charged in, he was directing his men to destroy those cannons. 18 cannons, all 155 millimeters heavy artillery pieces, had been blown up by these wastrels." Zhou Weiguo quickly asked, "What about the remaining 10? Yang Dali grinned, "Now, they all belong to us." Zhou Weiguo chuckled, "Good lad." He then turned to Colonel Bruval, asking in English, name and unit number. Zhou Weiguo was indeed a talent, proficient in Japanese, German, and English. Colonel Balua responded, "James Balua, commander of the 11th Artillery Regiment of the Marine Corps." Zhou Weiguo nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "James, you have destroyed 8 of my 155 millimeters heavy artillery pieces. I must punish you." Colonel Balua looked astonished, wondering how someone could be so brazen. Those were clearly our cannons. How could they be claimed as yours? Zhou Weiguo pointed to a nearby patch of snow and instructed, "Go squat over there in the snow." Colonel Balua quickly protested, "I object. This is mistreatment of a prisoner." Zhou Weiguo retorted with a cold smile, "If I were you, I would refrain from protesting at this moment, for I might strip you and throw you into the snow. And once you freeze solid, there would be no one left to protest." Colonel Balua hastily replied, "I take back what I just said. Please do not strip me. I would freeze to death." Chapter 86. Annihilate the Marine Corps. Colonel Balua, recognizing the gravity of the situation, obediently moved to squat in the snow. At that moment, he was filled with regret for not having fled sooner. He had delayed due to Smith's orders to destroy the cannons before retreating, and his reluctance to destroy such valuable artillery had caused him to waste precious time. Had he acted more decisively, he might have escaped, but now, it was too late for regrets. Yang Dali cheerfully remarked, "Commander, we have struck gold this time. We discovered a significant cache of enemy supplies and equipment nearby. Although some of them deliberately destroyed a portion while fleeing, the vast majority has been seized by us." Zhou Weiguo casually noted, the enemy's defeat was too abrupt. Many did not even have time to escape, leaving insufficient opportunity to destroy their supplies. Yang Dali continued, "Now that the enemy has been thoroughly routed, a multitude of their remnants are desperately fleeing southward, with many opting for backroads." Zhou Weiguo commanded, "Notify all regiments to leave 1 battalion to guard the spoils. The remaining forces must pursue relentlessly, ensuring none return. We must annihilate all enemy stragglers." Understood. Zhou Weiguo was acutely aware of the enemy's resources. Losing even a small amount of equipment would not significantly impact them. It would not be long before they received new supplies. Thus, even if the enemy fled empty-handed, it would not be long before they became fully armed again. Therefore, the annihilation of the enemy was crucial, whether by killing them or capturing them. It was essential to truly weaken the adversary. Particularly with elite units like the Marine Corps, many soldiers were seasoned veterans of World War II, possessing formidable combat capabilities. By eliminating them now, even if the enemy were to rebuild the Marine Corps in the future, their combat effectiveness could not be restored in the short term. At that moment, a messenger rushed over. "Commander, a call from the general." "General, this is Zhou Weiguo." Li Yunlong chuckled and asked, "Zhou Weiguo, you must have amassed quite a haul this time, haven't you?" Zhou Weiguo remarked with a smile, "It is all thanks to the commendable leadership of the commander. I must say, these foreign devils are indeed overflowing with wealth, as evidenced by the immense stockpile of strategic materials. Tanks, armored vehicles, and trucks are congested in every corner. While some have been deliberately damaged by the enemy, the majority have fallen into our hands. However, I am currently quite concerned. The enemy must have already issued orders to destroy this heavy equipment to prevent it from being captured by us. Even though we have seized this batch of weaponry, we cannot consider it entirely secure. All these assets are congested near the highways, and with such an abundance of spoils, especially the tanks, Relocating them poses significant challenges. Once dawn breaks, the enemy's aircraft will arrive, and should they discover that these assets have come into our possession, they will not hesitate to unleash their bombardment. Such valuable resources would be lamentably lost if destroyed. Li Yunlong responded, "Your concerns are not unfounded. I have been contemplating this matter as well. Fear not. I possess a strategy to deter them from launching an attack. For now, your primary task is to pursue relentlessly, ensuring the enemy does not escape, and to capture as many prisoners as possible. My objective is the complete annihilation of the Marine Corps 1st Division, not merely herding sheep." Zhou Weiguo assured him, "Rest assured. We have already mobilized our troops for the pursuit. The enemy can only rely on their legs to flee, given the frigid conditions. Those old soldiers may not manage to escape. Even under normal circumstances, they cannot match our prowess. Our army is renowned for its endurance. The 113th Division can traverse over 140 miles of mountainous terrain in just 14 hours. We are certainly on par with them. You need not worry, none will escape." Li Yunlong remained confident, noting that not only had his independent regiment's 2 battalions maneuvered to the south of Shuimin Bridge, but the 20th Army had also dispatched troops to encircle that area. Additionally, the main force of the 26th Army was now advancing with great determination. The 26th Army had not engaged in battle for some time, and the soldiers were eager to unleash their pent-up energy, pushing forward with vigor. Even if numerous enemies managed to cross Shuimin Bridge, not even the main force of the 3rd Division could rescue the remnants of the Marine Corps 1st Division. Li Yunlong was intent on capturing as many prisoners as possible, wishing to hoard all the credit for himself, a habit he found difficult to shake. He advised, "Weiguo, organize a team to scour the battlefield and transfer all movable assets to a secure location. Take as much as you can. I will handle the remaining matters." "Understood," Zhou Weiguo replied, though he could not suppress a frown, muttering to himself, he just mentioned having a plan. What sort of plan could that be? The 3rd Battalion of the Independent Regiment is still stationed between Shuimin Bridge and Guchuli. Once the full-scale assault commences, they will charge forward and swiftly seize a commanding height adjacent to the highway. It wasn't long before a large number of fleeing soldiers poured down from the direction of Guchuli. Observing the highway congested with enemy troops, Tan Ziwei was astonished and commanded, "Establish fire control over the highway, charge down, and block their escape. Not a single enemy must be allowed to flee." As Tan Ziwei issued the command, the soldiers opened fire in unison. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, with bullets raining down upon the enemy like a torrential downpour, instantly decimating a vast number. Subsequently, Tan Ziwei led his troops down the mountain with the ferocity of a tiger descending upon its prey. The soldiers, while shooting, shouted loudly, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. We shall treat prisoners with dignity." The surviving enemy troops, paralyzed by fear, lost all courage to resist and surrendered obediently. However, due to the overwhelming number of fleeing soldiers, the chaos of the night, and the blocked paths ahead, many enemies seized the opportunity to escape along side routes. In their desperate bid for survival, they plunged into the mountains, disoriented, and fled southward. The 3rd Battalion, with limited forces, managed to capture only a portion of the surrendering troops, approximately over 1,000 prisoners, while the rest vanished into the confusion. At that moment, the situation had completely unraveled, with pursuing units relentlessly hunting down the retreating enemies, capturing prisoners throughout the rugged terrain. As Zhou Weiguo remarked, amidst the icy expanse, how could the enemy possibly outrun the valiant volunteers? Ultimately, these fleeing soldiers became prisoners of the volunteer army. Those who were fortunate enough to evade capture south of the Shuimin Bridge were intercepted by other units. To claim that not a single one escaped would be utterly implausible. However, those who did manage to slip through faced a more dire fate. They ventured deep into the mountains, lost their way, and like headless flies, flitted aimlessly in temperatures plummeting to 30 or 40 degrees below zero, ultimately succumbing to the freezing wilderness. In summary, the battle at Guchuli resulted in the complete annihilation of the Marine Corps 1st Division. Chapter 87, Li Yunlong's Inexorable Strategy. Walali, the command center of the 3rd Division. Major General Su Lu sat down heavily in his chair, his face a mask of horror as he exclaimed, "The Marine Corps 1st Division is finished. The entire army has been obliterated." Brigadier General Klurak rose to his feet, saying, "I am still here. How can you claim the entire army has been destroyed?" This old fellow was relatively fortunate, having successfully escaped to Walali. Major General Su Lu sneered, "You are but a solitary commander. How dare you speak so boldly? Brigadier General Klurak replied, "You are mistaken. We previously evacuated many wounded soldiers, and we also left some logistical units in the rear. By no means can we say that the entire army has been annihilated." Major General Su Lu retorted, "Humph. Is your stubbornness of any use?" Brigadier General Klurak asserted, "In any case, we will not acknowledge the complete destruction of the Marine Corps 1st Division." Major General Su Lu, exasperated, declared, "Your cowardly retreat has led to the catastrophic defeat of the troops. You can expect a military tribunal for this." Klurak countered, "Who retreated? I came to summon reinforcements. Why did you not come to our aid in time? It was your inadequate support that precipitated this disaster." Klurak's deflection left Major General Su Lu incredulous. "How absurd. The Shuaiman Bridge was destroyed, and our armored units could not cross. How could we possibly rescue you? And your departure led to the immediate collapse of the troops. Surely, this is your responsibility." Krulak remarked, "If I do not depart now, I would be a prisoner." Su Lu scoffed, "You truly are an exemplary student of your principal." Krulak retorted, "Are you not as well?" Major General Su Lu replied, "I certainly am not. When I graduated, he had yet to become principal." Brigadier General Krulak interjected, "Now is not the time to discuss such trivial matters. The reason our defenses in Gutu collapsed so swiftly is due to their heavy artillery. They possess heavy cannons that we cannot possibly withstand." "Dozens of heavy artillery? Where did that come from? Was it a gift from you incompetent army?" Major General Su Lu responded helplessly, "It was supplied by their 7th Infantry Division. What connection does it have with our 3rd Division?" With a hint of sarcasm, he added, "You dare to criticize the army? If memory serves, you were once in the army yourself before switching to the Marine Corps, abandoning even your own mother." Krulak stated, "That was a long time ago. I am now a Marine, not an army man." "Very well." Major General Su Lu waved dismissively. "Even so, the equipment you provided to the enemy is far greater. How dare you blame us? From what I understand, your troops disintegrated so rapidly that much of the equipment was never even destroyed. Now all that, along with many of your soldiers, has become enemy spoils. It seems we must hasten our retreat. Otherwise, the artillery from your Marine Division will soon be falling upon our heads. Immediately issue orders for the entire division to retreat with all haste to Haeju," declared Brigadier General Krulak. Major General Su Lu, "I do not wish to dispute this matter with you. The priority now is to notify the Air Force to dispatch aircraft to obliterate those heavy assets that have fallen into enemy hands. Otherwise, we will be in dire straits." Major General Su Lu nodded, "You speak wisely, but we must still retreat. I have no desire to await death here. They have already decimated your Marine Division. We stand no chance against such formidable enemies." Brigadier General Krulak added, "You have yet to see. They are not mere soldiers, but a band of demons. We are no match for them. Hence, I wholeheartedly support your order to retreat." Major General Su Lu sneered, "Your approval holds little weight. I am the one in charge here. Perhaps you should ponder how to defend yourself in court. Of course, you may argue that you were merely following the teachings of our principal, that it was Principal Mike who educated you so well." Though they bickered, matters of urgency were not neglected. This situation was promptly reported to the command center. Upon receiving the news, Old Mike was equally astonished and immediately ordered the Air Force to deploy strategic bombers to bombard the enemy around the Watergate Bridge and Gutu, ensuring the destruction of the supplies and equipment seized by the volunteer army. Soon, a fleet of military aircraft soared above Gutu, where the roads, particularly the segment north of Gutu, were choked with various vehicles. Tanks, armored personnel carriers, jeeps, and trucks congested the highway, rendering it impassable. Yet, the enemy aircraft refrained from bombing, for they witnessed a multitude of military captives, hands raised high, forming a line and slowly marching northward. The lengthy procession of prisoners stretched from Gutu to the Watergate Bridge, with groups of captives dotting the highway. Moreover, the volunteer army publicly announced their resounding victory in the Chosin Reservoir area, having captured over 10,000 enemy soldiers, annihilating an entire Marine division. With all prisoners currently gathered around Gutu, this was Li Yunlong's strategy. If they possessed the audacity, let them attempt to bomb these over 10,000 captives. Upon receiving this telegram, Old Mac erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Damn, these rascals are exceedingly cunning." A nearby major general remarked, "Commander, they are clearly using the lives of these over 10,000 prisoners as leverage against us." Old Mac, incensed, retorted, "Although I yearn to obliterate them all, they have publicly communicated this, and the entire world is aware. If we were to claim ignorance and label it a mistake, who would believe us? Had these prisoners been from the south, Mac would likely have had no qualms. However, the majority of these captives are from the Marine Division. Should he order the massacre of so many, upon returning home, he would find no flowers or salutes awaiting him. The families of the deceased would likely seek to tear him apart. A brigadier general interjected. The Air Force has sent a telegram inquiring whether to proceed with the bombing mission. Old Mac furiously declared, the original mission is cancelled. Now, redirect the Air Force's strategic bombers to target the enemy's supply lines in the rear. The aircraft from the carrier must thoroughly search for the main enemy forces around Chosin Reservoir and bomb them relentlessly. Let us eradicate these scoundrels. Furthermore, send a telegram strongly protesting the enemy's shameless actions. Using the lives of prisoners of war as leverage is inhumane and against regulations. I demand they ensure the safety of our captured personnel. Chapter 88. A shocking revelation. At this moment, a nearby Major General cautioned, "No, Commander, we cannot communicate with them. They sent a public telegram. Do we intend to respond in kind? If we do, would we not be acknowledging the total annihilation of the Marine Division?" Old Mac, nearly driven to confusion by anger, suddenly grasped the gravity of this statement. "Indeed, you speak wisely. Our Marine Division has not been entirely obliterated. We must not concede this. It is a profound disgrace, an utter humiliation. Moreover, our Marine Division has indeed not been wholly vanquished. There are still logistical units remaining in the rear. Many wounded have been transported down. Do they not count as soldiers of the Marine Division? Claims of the complete destruction of our Marine Division are mere fabrications from the enemy. I retract my previous orders." At that moment, a Major General approached and said, "Your Excellency, your phone is about to be inundated with calls inquiring about the situation of the Chosin Reservoir battle. Some of our allies' embassies and journalists from various newspapers have called." Old Mike was so enraged that he felt as if he might explode. Given the clarity of the communication, the entire world was already aware of the unprecedented victory of the volunteer army at the Chosin Reservoir, having completely annihilated the 1st Marine Division. The 1st Marine Division, no less than the elite of the military, the world's most formidable army, with the 1st Division being its jewel. Supported by a formidable naval fleet comprising 4 aircraft carriers and over 1,000 aircraft providing aerial support. Such a powerful force had been utterly vanquished. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. Meanwhile, far away on the homeland, Old Du, after finishing his dinner and preparing to enjoy his coffee, received this news and nearly spilled the coffee on his face in shock. He hurriedly sent a telegram to Mike inquiring about the situation. The commander had also received numerous telegrams from the homeland, all inquiring about this situation. These were communications from the capital. Mike rubbed his temples, troubled, and lit a cigarette. He responded to Old Du, stating that while we had indeed faced some setbacks in the Chosin Reservoir area, the enemy's claim of having completely annihilated our 1st Marine Division was mere propaganda. Although our losses were substantial, Brigadier General Krulak had led a contingent that had successfully broken through, thus negating the notion of the 1st Marine Division's total destruction. We would swiftly rebuild the 1st Marine Division, as the overall situation of the battle was entirely under our control, and we were fully capable of winning this war. The senior military leaders present could not help but flush with embarrassment upon hearing this. They thought to themselves, how dare he boast so brazenly? Both fronts were in utter disarray. The 10th Army had lost 2 divisions along with a division of puppet troops. The Western Front had also suffered tens of thousands in losses, while Walker was desperately leading over 200,000 Allied troops in a frantic retreat. How could he claim that the situation was completely under control? What exactly was under his control? The rhythm of their retreat? However, it was understandable. He must have been afraid that Old Du would dismiss him, which prompted such statements. Although he had sent Old Du a deceptive telegram, Old Mike remained acutely aware of the reality. He sighed deeply, expressing with resignation, "This is the most significant defeat our army has faced in decades." At that moment, a Major General attempted to console him, saying, "Commander, I believe that while this defeat is indeed severe, it does not qualify as the greatest. The most significant defeat would be that of General Wainwright on Luzon. After all, he surrendered an entire force of over 100,000 troops." Upon realizing the deadly glare from Mike, the Major quickly fell silent, feeling somewhat unjust. "Can't I even speak the truth? I was merely trying to console you. Why are you angry?" Li Yunlong gazed at the aircraft disappearing into the distance and remarked with a smile, "Humph. Now we have an additional day and night. We must strive to transport all these supplies and equipment to a secure location within this time frame. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, saying, "It should be feasible." The three divisions have commenced a full retreat. After such an extended period of conflict, our forces have grown weary, and it is currently implausible to annihilate them. The higher command has ordered us to halt our pursuit temporarily and regroup, which conveniently allows us to transfer these spoils to a secure location. You truly possess remarkable insight. Your strategy has intimidated the enemy to the point where they dare not bomb us. Li Yunlong remarked with a smile, "This is merely a trivial tactic." However, we now face another challenge. Our main forces must continue their advance southward, necessitating the repair of the Watergate Bridge. We must devise a method to expedite the repair of this bridge so that our heavy equipment and supplies can flow uninterrupted. Zhao Gang responded, "This is not an insurmountable task. It merely requires a bit of time. It's just an 8 or 9 meter deep trench. After all, we can fill even deeper ravines." Li Yunlong shook his head, stating, "It's not quite that simple. While constructing a makeshift bridge is feasible, it lacks the necessary sturdiness. If the enemy's aircraft continue to bombard us, we will find ourselves in a perpetual cycle of repairs. Thus, erecting a robust bridge in a short time frame is quite a challenge. Old Song has already notified the engineering troops, who will arrive promptly to mend the bridge, relieving us of this concern. I have heard that the Western Front has also achieved a significant victory, with over 200,000 coalition forces retreating in disarray. Consequently, both the Eastern and Western fronts have seen the enemy's total collapse. In the near term, Old Mac will be powerless to impede our advance southward. Thus, the forthcoming battles will be considerably less arduous. I surmise the enemy will retreat further south, possibly back to the 38th parallel. This will enable us to advance smoothly southward, pushing our front lines near the 38th parallel." Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, stating, "I concur with your assessment. The enemy has suffered a total rout. Even their elite Marine division has been defeated by us. This news will undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe." Li Yunlong gazed into the distance and smiled. "Indeed, the century of humiliation has become history. No one shall dare to bully us again." Zhao Gang chuckled. "The commander has called to praise you again." Li Yunlong replied with a grin, "I wonder if he has prepared that fine wine for me, as he previously mentioned treating me to a drink." Zhao Gang laughed. "Look at your priorities." Li Yunlong responded, "Drinking is secondary. This substantial haul of weapons and equipment will significantly bolster our strength. However, our greatest challenge remains unresolved." Chapter 89. Li Yunlong becomes coveted. Li Yunlong declared, "The issue of logistical support arises, with the enemy's collapse on both the eastern and western fronts. We can now advance southward with relative ease. As we continue south, we distance ourselves from our homeland, thereby elongating our supply lines. Continuous enemy bombardment exacerbates this logistical pressure. Moreover, resolving this issue is quite arduous. Hundreds of thousands of troops require a considerable amount of provisions daily, and the relentless aerial assaults have severely damaged our roads and railways. Trucks and trains that could be destroyed have nearly all been obliterated. And with logistical supplies failing to arrive, how can we ensure the front line remains combat ready? Even with an ironclad will, how can one fight on an empty stomach? During the first battle, the 335th Regiment endured several days and nights on Feihu Mountain, with soldiers reduced to gnawing on stones from hunger. In this current battle at Changjin Lake, we too face a shortage of supplies, with many soldiers resorting to eating snow to stave off hunger. Zhao Gang nodded and remarked, "You make a valid point. Our Air Force has not engaged in battle, and the issue of air superiority remains unresolved, making bombardments inevitable. We must learn from our experiences and overcome these challenges. I have heard that when the army just crossed the river, due to a lack of experience, over half of our thousands of trucks were destroyed by the enemy within 3 days. Commander Xi is also contemplating ways to address these difficulties and is taking it seriously. It is said that Deputy Commander Hong intends to establish a rear logistics command. You, Li Yunlong, have become quite the coveted asset, with everyone vying for your attention. Rumor has it that Deputy Commander Hong even wishes for you to be his assistant." Li Yunlong's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Who told you that?" Zhao Gang replied, "I heard it from Old Song while you were at the military conference." Confused, Li Yunlong asked, "Why would he suddenly think of me?" Zhao Gang chuckled, "Aren't you old comrades from the Iowan region? It's no surprise he remembers you. Moreover, the commander often praises you as a versatile talent. And while our army is not lacking in combat leaders, we are in dire need of logistics personnel, which is why you came to mind." Li Yunlong couldn't help but roll his eyes, laughing, I truly did not expect that our old Li has become such a hot commodity. Zhao Gang laughed. You needn't worry. Even if you wish to enjoy comforts at the rear, that opportunity is not afforded to you. The commander will not allow it. Furthermore, after the magnificent victory at Changjin Lake, you are even less likely to be released. Li Yunlong waved his hand, saying, this is a thankless, burdensome task, not a leisurely one. Not only must we endure the enemy's bombardments daily, but with supplies failing to reach the front lines, the soldiers there will certainly express their frustrations. Who would want to deal with such a predicament? However, if I were in charge, I would first send those damned prisoners to transport supplies, especially those big-nosed foreign devils. They can all drive. It would be a shame not to put them to work. Zhao Gang smiled. Why not draft a report and propose that you work with Deputy Commander Hong in logistics? Li Yunlong laughed. I would never go for that. But enough of this. Our most pressing concern now is to transport the spoils of war, especially the usable trucks, armored vehicles, and tanks, as swiftly as possible. All that have been destroyed should be cleared to the roadside for later retrieval and repurposing into steel back home. Conveniently, those transporting supplies can bring food and ammunition on their way in and return with the wounded, carrying scrap metal back with them. Zhao Gang chuckled. You certainly have a knack for strategy. It appears Deputy Commander Hong has not misjudged you. Time is of the essence, with so many vehicles, a portion of which have been destroyed, and the highway congested. It would be no easy feat to relocate everything overnight. Li Yunlong pointed at the prisoners below and remarked, we have so many captives. Let's organize them to work. They can begin immediately. The enemy's aircraft dare not bomb us now, so let these prisoners toil during the day. Damn it, I barely have enough provisions for myself, and now I must spare some for these captives. My men do not support idlers if these scoundrels wish to survive. They must earn their keep. Anyone caught slacking off will face dire consequences. Inform them that all work must be completed before dawn. If they fail, they shall remain here indefinitely. If they wish to avoid the bitter cold, they must work swiftly and efficiently. Zhao Gang frowned and said, this may not be a wise approach. Li Yunlong replied, leave this matter to me. You are too rigid, lacking adaptability, and far too soft-hearted. They are prisoners. They must be acutely aware of their current status. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. If it does, I shall bear the brunt. As Li Yunlong had predicted, these individuals proved to be quite industrious, given their robust physiques. Who dares to slack? Our soldiers do not speak English, making verbal communication nearly impossible. Hence, we resorted to gestures. Under Li Yunlong's direct supervision, these foreigners exhibited a remarkable sense of propriety. Their enthusiasm for labor markedly heightened compared to their previous lethargy in the military. After an entire day and night, the battlefield was thoroughly cleared and the roads were reopened. All usable equipment and supplies were successfully transferred to a secure location, leaving behind only heaps of scrap metal, which would eventually be shipped back home. Renowned for our meticulous cleanup efforts, our army left no shell unaccounted for. Within the temporary command post, Li Yunlong gazed intently at the sand table and stated, the enemy's main force has retreated from Wulao and Jinxing, moving southward to Xianxing. If I am not mistaken, their next move will be to embark from Xingnan port. The enemy has suffered a complete rout and can no longer establish a foothold here. Our superiors have ordered us to rest for a few days before advancing southward. We have seized a considerable amount of spoils. Thus, it is imperative that we allow our soldiers to recuperate and enjoy a hearty meal to restore their strength. The wounded must also be promptly evacuated to receive medical treatment. As for the enemy, I surmise they will not dare to continue engaging us, and we cannot prevent their retreat from Xingnan port. They possess 4 aircraft carriers and 200 various warships at sea, with aircraft in the sky and naval guns at the ready. Have you seen a 155mm howitzer? In the face of naval artillery, that is but a mere child. We shall not provoke this ill fortune. We will gradually advance towards Xianxing, forcing them to retreat. Thus, there is no need for us to rush. Chapter 90. I shall secure the equipment of this division. Li Yunlong approached the map and pointed at it, declaring, on the western front, we have achieved a resounding victory. Particularly, the performance of the 38th Army in this battle was nothing short of spectacular. The 113th Division first seized Sensuali, effectively cutting off the enemy's retreat. When the enemy attempted to withdraw from Long Yuanli, they were met with a timely blockade by the 113th Division. At this moment, the main force of the 9th Army was advancing continuously from the north, launching assaults on both Sensuali and Long Yuanli. However, the 113th Division, being fatigued from prior engagements, faced additional pressure as Walker dispatched cavalry reinforcements from the south. They were compelled to divide their forces to intercept the enemy reinforcements approaching from the south, thus finding themselves in a precarious position. To alleviate the frontal pressure on the 113th Division, the reinforcements did not directly assist Li and Long Yunlong, but rather unexpectedly captured Song Gu-feng with the 335th Regiment, effectively intercepting the main force of the 9th Army behind them. This maneuver significantly hindered the enemy's ability to concentrate their attacks on Long Yunlong and Sansuali. The triangular formation of Sansuali, Long Yunlong, and Song Gu-feng effectively segmented the enemy forces, justifying the name of the 10,000 Years Army. This battle can be deemed classic, offering numerous lessons for us to learn from. Zhao Gang sighed, expressing, "I have heard that the battle at Song Gu-feng was exceptionally brutal. The 3rd Company of the 335th Regiment fought valiantly until only a few remained, repelling multiple fierce assaults from the enemy, preventing the main force of the 9th Army from advancing." Li Yunlong remarked, "The 335th Regiment is truly remarkable. During their first engagement at Feihu Mountain, it was this regiment that held back the main enemy forces for several days and nights. The soldiers, starving to the point of gnawing on stones, still managed to halt the enemy's advance. Their performance at Song Gu-feng was equally impressive." Zhao Gang, with a hint of resignation, noted, "It is unfortunate that the enemy, realizing they could not break through to the south, has opted to retreat westward, presumably heading towards Xian and Zhou. The 9th Army aims to rendezvous with the 1st Army and retreat south along the coastline." Li Yunlong, with a smile, responded, "Old Zhao, you have indeed made great strides. First, the 9th Army is unable to breach the 38th Army's defenses, and our main force continues to pursue them. The longer they delay, the more perilous their situation becomes. Secondly, Ding Wei's division has already breached the Southern Army's defenses from the flank, advancing with remarkable momentum directly towards Shunchuan. At this juncture, even if the enemy breaks through Sansuali, they will still be obstructed by Ding Wei's division, rendering any attempt to break southward futile. Their only option remains westward, where the main force of the 1st Army is retreating along the western coastline. Our forces in this direction are comparatively scant, and they will receive greater support from the naval fleet and carrier-based aircraft. Once the 9th Army and the 1st Army unite, even if we concentrate all our efforts, we will find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them." Zhao Gang furrowed his brow, stating, "So, it appears we truly have no means to counter their advance." Li Yunlong sighed, acknowledging, "This is the advantage of the enemy's mechanized forces. Under unobstructed conditions, their marching speed far surpasses ours. Moreover, they possess a substantial array of tanks and armored vehicles, which serve as formidable steel fortresses when stationed for defense. Our forces, lacking heavy artillery, find it exceedingly challenging to breach their lines. Furthermore, they are equipped with an abundance of machinery, allowing them to construct defensive positions with remarkable speed. During the day, they retreat with utmost diligence, while at night, they establish their defenses on the spot. Currently, our army can only pursue them in a desperate chase, and the prospect of annihilating their forces seems increasingly unlikely. Additionally, our main forces on the Western Front have been engaged for over 10 days, depleting our ammunition and supplies. The soldiers, having endured relentless marches, are utterly fatigued, leading me to surmise that our troops are now incapable of launching any large-scale offensives. We must reluctantly allow their escape. However, the enemy forces, including their commander Walker, have become wary and fearful. They will undoubtedly hesitate to linger and continue a drawn-out battle with us. Thus, we can expect them to retreat southward without a backward glance. Seizing this opportunity, our army can continue advancing southward, reclaiming a vast expanse of territory without shedding blood. The situation on the Eastern Front mirrors this, as the enemy's main forces have sustained heavy losses and are unlikely to engage us further. A retreat from Xingnan Port is merely a matter of time. The enemy's naval fleet is formidable and heavily armed, and they will certainly exercise caution at Xingnan Port, making it difficult for us to impede their withdrawal. Nonetheless, their unwillingness to continue fighting allows us to advance southward in an orderly fashion, successfully reclaiming this extensive area. In the short term, the enemy will be unable to mobilize sufficient forces to mount a counterattack, which is immensely advantageous for us. Thus, the forthcoming battlefront is highly favorable for our army, enabling us to steadily push the line towards the vicinity of the 38th parallel. As events unfolded, just as Li Yunlong had anticipated, the 3rd Division and other units retreated in disarray to Haisan, subsequently regrouping near Xingnan Port to prepare for a maritime withdrawal. After a brief respite, the Song Brigade immediately commenced their southward advance, with the 26th Army ordered to launch an assault on Haisan, aiming to reclaim both Haisan and Qingnan Port. However, our forces did not initiate a vigorous attack. Instead, we continued to advance, compelling the enemy to retreat voluntarily. Li Yunlong received orders to lead his troops further southward towards Wonsan, progressing with great momentum and encountering little resistance. Pointing at the map, he remarked, given the current situation, the Eastern Front's military forces and the coalition army have retreated to the vicinity of Qingnan Port. Therefore, along our route, this vast area is devoid of substantial military presence, save for some puppet troops. These puppet forces are merely a disorganized rabble, utterly incapable of withstanding a serious confrontation. Xiaoming, gesturing at the map, concurred, stating, "The commander is correct. Judging from previous engagements, the combat effectiveness of the puppet troops is exceedingly weak, and they can be expected to crumble at the slightest pressure." With a spark of enthusiasm, Li Yunlong exclaimed, "Indeed, while the puppet troops may lack combat prowess, they are equipped with uniform weaponry. To us, they represent nothing less than a logistical convoy." Xiaoming immediately comprehended Li Yunlong's intent and remarked, "Based on our reconnaissance, there are only about a division of enemy troops concentrated around the Wonsan area. They are currently gathered there, but if our forces advance southward, they will likely flee in panic." Li Yunlong, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "A division of the enemy comprises at least over 10,000 soldiers. That represents a minimum of one division's worth of armaments, and unlike us, they are not well stocked with supplies. We absolutely cannot allow them to escape. I have set my sights on acquiring that division's equipment." Chapter 91, The White Horse Division. Lu Chang, frowning, interjected, "I believe it is not that simple. These puppet soldiers are merely a disorganized rabble, likely to crumble at the slightest provocation. They would flee faster than rabbits. Previously, we lured them northward, bolstered by their leaders, emboldening these scoundrels to confront us. However, now that our forces have driven the enemy from the Eastern Front, the puppet troops in Wonsan will probably flee at the mere sight of us." Li Yunlong nodded in agreement, stating, "Lao Lu is right. If these fellows were to learn of our advance towards Wonsan, they would undoubtedly scatter. Yet, I cannot bear the thought of letting go of that division's equipment. We must not allow them to escape." Xiaoming proposed, "There is but one solution. We must catch them off guard. Before they can flee, we should maneuver around them, cut off their retreat, and encircle Wonsan." Li Yunlong concurred, "That is indeed my thought as well, but executing it will not be so straightforward. We must act swiftly, infiltrating before they are aware, and surround Wonsan. Taking the main road is out of the question. The enemy has reconnaissance aircraft, and if we are detected, we will be exposed. Thus, we must employ the old tactic. Dispatch a unit to take the back roads, traveling by night and moving silently to reach Wonsan. Our main forces will advance along the main road at a slower pace to mislead the enemy. This way, they will not be able to escape prematurely, as they must report to their superiors." Xiaoming pointed to the map, saying, "We can circumvent through this mountainous route, which should lead us to Wonsan, given the distance. With a rapid march, we can reach Wonsan in no more than 3 days." Li Yunlong, with a serious expression, stated, "We shall dispatch an elite unit. Lightly equipped and without heavy weaponry, they should be able to infiltrate Wonsan within 2 days." Lu Chang responded, "Without heavy weaponry? What if the enemy has not fled and decides to hold Wonsan? How can we breach the city without heavy artillery?" Li Yunlong smiled, asserting, "First, these puppet troops are likely terrified by now. They will most likely flee at the first sign of us. Securing Wonsan will be a mere formality. Even if they possess the audacity to defend Wonsan, we will encircle the city, ensuring none escape. By the time our main forces arrive, it will be effortless to deal with them. I have already devised a plan. I will personally lead the charge to Wonsan." Xiaoming nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, there should not be any significant issues. As the commander stated, the enemy has become like startled birds, and there is indeed little to fear. Moreover, the combat capability of these puppet troops is inherently weak, making them easy to deal with." Lu Chang nodded and inquired about which unit the commander intended to deploy. Li Yunlong replied, "The independent regiment along with 3 infantry regiments from one division, armed only with a few mortars. I believe that will suffice. Additionally, the independent regiment has a heavy mortar company." Lu Chang cautioned, "The enemy possesses a heavy artillery battalion." Li Yunlong chuckled, "That happens to be my heavy artillery battalion." Thus, it was decided that the main forces would follow closely behind. Subsequently, according to Li Yunlong's strategy, he personally led the independent regiment and the 3 infantry regiments. Marching lightly and swiftly along the mountain paths towards Yuan Mountain to execute a flanking maneuver. Li Yunlong's decision to lead the troops himself stemmed from his desire to encircle Yuan Mountain flawlessly and to annihilate the puppet army. Equipped with a system map, he was able to ascertain in advance which routes were more concealed and safe, devoid of enemy defenses. The crux of this battle lay in the ability to reach Yuan Mountain undetected and surround the enemy. Thus, Li Yunlong opted to lead the team personally, with the system map providing an additional layer of security. After 2 days and nights of rapid marching, the troops arrived in the vicinity of Yuan Mountain. Duan Peng approached Li Yunlong and reported, "Commander, reconnaissance confirms that there is indeed a division of enemy troops stationed at Yuan Mountain. Seemingly the 9th Division of the puppet army." "The 9th Division?" Li Yunlong scoffed. "Are there any troops within the city?" Duan Peng shook his head. "There should be none. Even if there are, they are likely only small detachments." In truth, Li Yunlong had already gleaned more precise intelligence from the system map, which indicated that the garrison at Yuan Mountain was virtually devoid of military forces, occupied solely by the 9th Division of the puppet army. Li Yunlong had some knowledge of this 9th Division. In later years, it became renowned as the White Horse Division. Having successfully withstood the fierce assault of the Volunteer Army's elite 38th Army during the Battle of White Horse Mountain, maintaining their positions for several days before the 38th Army was ultimately forced to retreat. It is well known that the combat effectiveness of the Southern Army has historically been lackluster, with only marginal improvements over time. In confrontations with the Volunteer Army, they were often thoroughly overpowered, and even the Northern Army could easily defeat them. After more than 2 years of struggle, they finally achieved a rare victory against the Volunteer Army's elite, leading to the 9th Division being exalted to mythic status by their compatriots. However, this battle was indeed a setback for our forces, primarily due to the presence of traitors within the ranks, which led to the exposure of our plans. The enemy was well prepared, having secured aerial support and artillery assistance from their foreign benefactors, which allowed them to narrowly hold onto the White Horse Heights. The Battle of White Horse occurred 2 years later, during which the Southern Army, under rigorous training, had seen some enhancement in combat effectiveness. Yet, the current 9th Division's combat capability is hardly worthy of mention. Li Yunlong pondered to himself, since they had crossed paths, he might as well deal with this scoundrel band in advance. What nonsense about the White Horse Division. Today, he would transform them all into a deadweight division. Li Yunlong unfolded a map and summoned all his comrades, including Zhou Weigua. Pointing at the map, he declared, "Let the soldiers conceal themselves and rest for a day to regain their strength. After nightfall, we will strike immediately, first surrounding Yuanshan." The area around Yuanshan was occupied by merely over 10,000 puppet troops, a disorganized rabble devoid of any real combat capability. He was determined to secure the equipment of this division. Thus, no enemy could be allowed to escape. The 2nd and 3rd regiments were tasked with flanking maneuvers to sever all their southern escape routes, while the independent regiment and the 1st regiment would approach Yuanshan head-on to launch the assault. Yes, Li Yunlong added, "We must create a formidable presence and swiftly dismantle their outer defenses, forcing them to abandon the city. This way, we can seize Yuanshan, and the fleeing troops will fall victim to the ambushes set by the 2nd and 3rd regiments, leading to their total annihilation. This operation must be executed with precision. There is no room for error, as I cannot afford to lose face. Anyone who falters in this battle may as well return home and cradle their children. I do not tolerate incompetence among my ranks." Yes. Chapter 92. Fleeing in Disarray. In accordance with Li Yunlong's orders, the various units swiftly mobilized. The 2nd and 3rd regiments took narrow paths, rapidly maneuvering behind enemy lines to cut off Yuanshan's forces from fleeing southward. Subsequently, Li Yunlong personally led the independent regiment and the 1st regiment in a surprise assault on Yuanshan from the front. Wu Qianli, accompanied by several soldiers, stealthily approached an enemy position under the cover of night. Suddenly launching their attack, the enemy was caught completely off guard. By the time they realized their peril, it was too late. Each of Wu Qianli's men was a seasoned warrior, reacting swiftly. Before the enemy could even lift their weapons, their guns had already erupted. Had they been delayed a few more hours, allowing the enemy to fall asleep, they would not have even known how they perished. Rat-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire filled the air as the enemy fell one after another. Grenades rained down upon the enemy position, and the ensuing explosions sent the enemy reeling, resulting in heavy casualties. Charge! The soldiers of the 7th Company roared, rushing forth in a frenzy to seize the enemy's position. At this moment, the enemy had been thoroughly routed, each soldier scrambling for survival, lacking the courage to resist. The warriors of the Independent Regiment and the 1st Regiment launched simultaneous attacks from different directions. In less than an hour, the outer defenses of the Yuanshan puppet troops crumbled entirely, with a multitude of fleeing soldiers retreating in disarray back to Yuanshan City. Inside the enemy command post within the city, the commander of the 9th Division, Jin Zhongwu, was as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. How could this happen? Their main forces were still 200 miles away. How could they have suddenly invaded Yuanshan? This is utterly impossible. A nearby puppet army colonel interjected, "What is impossible? They are about to breach the city. The outer defensive line has completely collapsed." Jin Zhongwu furiously exclaimed, "What are these useless individuals doing? How could the outer defense fall apart so swiftly? They are nothing but a bunch of inept fools." A lieutenant colonel responded, "The enemy's assault was too fierce. We simply could not withstand their onslaught." In the darkness, the mountains were swarming with enemies. There were at least tens of thousands of them. "We are no match for their numbers." Tens of thousands? Jin Zhongwu seethed. Tens of thousands have reached Wonsan, and we were completely oblivious. The outer forces crumbled without resistance. If this had been during the invasion by the Japanese, they would have all been executed. At that moment, the officers of the Li puppet army, particularly the senior officers, had largely served in the previous Japanese military. For instance, Jin Zhongwu had previously been a 2nd lieutenant in the Japanese army. After the Japanese surrendered and the Li puppet regime was established, the military was newly formed, allowing Jin Zhongwu to rise rapidly, ascending from 2nd lieutenant to brigadier general in just a few short years, eventually commanding the 9th Division. Other puppet army officers shared similar backgrounds, having served under the Japanese, as the Korean peninsula had previously been a Japanese colony. One of the puppet army officers remarked, "Division commander, the enemy is too formidable. We cannot hold Wonsan. We should retreat immediately." "Retreat?" Jin Zhongwu hesitated. Just then, a furious colonel stormed in. "What is going on here? I was just enjoying a glass of red wine, preparing to sleep, and now I receive this news. How could the enemy suddenly appear in Wonsan? Just a few hours ago, you told me they were still miles away." This colonel was the head of the advisory group for the 9th Division. Jin Zhongwu quickly explained, "Colonel Robert, I am just as bewildered. You should understand that the enemy is unpredictable. I have no idea where they emerged from." At that moment, explosions echoed from outside the city. Colonel Robert frowned and said, "From the sound of those explosions, it seems the enemy possesses heavy artillery. This must be their main force. Commander Jin, can your troops still hold?" Jin Zhongwu paused, stammering, "Colonel, the outer defensive line was ambushed and has collapsed. The enemy is about to breach the city, and we are completely unprepared. They have overwhelming numbers, at least 3, if not 5 divisions. Yes, indeed, their forces are at least several times ours, and they have heavy artillery and tanks," Colonel Robert remarked. "Are your soldiers blind? Their heavy artillery and tanks are right under your noses, and you only just noticed." Jin Zhongwu lamented, "Well, it is primarily because the enemy is exceedingly cunning. We were deceived by their tactics." Colonel Robert, impatient, stated, "What are you waiting for? Are you planning to stay here and be captured? Retreat immediately." Jin Zhongwu hesitated again and asked, "Are we to retreat just like that? What will happen to Wonsan?" Colonel Robert replied, "Forget about that for now. Saving your own life is the priority." Jin Zhongwu had been hesitating, primarily out of fear that Colonel Robert would oppose the retreat. However, it turned out that this fellow was even more anxious to save his own skin. With no further deliberation, Jin Zhongwu promptly commanded, "Immediately relay orders to all units to withdraw from Wonsan in succession and retreat southward. Colonel Robert, I shall ensure your safe departure from here. It is no longer secure." Colonel Robert replied, "Jin, you must deploy sufficient forces to safeguard our advisory team's safety. Do you understand? Rest assured, I will personally lead the troops to protect your safety. I guarantee absolute security." In a flurry, Jin Zhongwu hurriedly escorted Colonel Robert and others away from the command center, reallocating hundreds of elite troops to escort his command and the advisors, hastily fleeing Wonsan. At this moment, the Independent Regiment and the 1st Regiment had already reached Wonsan. The cannon fire earlier was from the Thunder Company's mortars bombarding the enemy positions. The 107mm heavy mortars indeed possessed considerable power and ferocity, which led Robert to mistakenly believe they were heavy artillery. After all, the distance was great, and he was flustered, unable to discern clearly. Moreover, this large-nosed fellow was solely focused on escaping, fully aware of the 9th Division's combat capabilities. After all, with the Marine Corps decimated. Could they truly expect to withstand the volunteer army? That would be absurd. Jin Zhongwu shared the same sentiment. With such meager wages for a month's work, what was the point of risking his life? If one spoke of heavy artillery, he would counter with the mention of tanks. Were it not for his concern that Robert might not believe him, he would have claimed the enemy had 5 armies. As Thunder's heavy mortars unleashed their barrage, the soldiers of the independent regiment surged forward, cutting through the enemy like a hot knife through butter, easily infiltrating Watson. Chapter 93. Li Yunlong achieves new glory. Li Yunlong stood atop a mountain peak, binoculars in hand, gazing in the direction of Watson. Zhou Weiguo remarked, "The 1st and independent regiments have successfully penetrated the city. These puppet troops are indeed incapable of withstanding an assault." Li Yunlong chuckled, "I have some understanding of these puppet troops. They are inept in battle and excel only in fleeing and reckless driving, resorting to despicable tactics." Zhou Weiguo confidently asserted, however, this time they will not escape. The 2nd and 3rd regiments have already positioned themselves. As soon as the enemy attempts to flee the city, they will run directly into our gunfire. Li Yunlong said with a grin, "Then I shall gladly accept the equipment of this entire division." Zhou Weiguo was equally exhilarated, despite the puppet troops' lack of combat prowess. Their equipment was uniformly of high standard. With the gear from this division, Zhou Weiguo's 1st Division could be outfitted with a new batch of quality equipment, significantly enhancing their strength. "Let us proceed into the city," Li Yunlong declared. Subsequently, Zhou Weiguo led the way, escorting Li Yunlong towards Watson. The soldiers of the independent regiment and the 1st Regiment had already breached the city, and the enemy within was in disarray, utterly incapable of mounting an organized resistance. A large number of enemies were fleeing in panic from Watson, making their way southward in a frantic retreat. Li Yunlong, accompanied by Zhou Weiguo and others, entered the city of Watson. Watson, a significant city along the east coast, was known for its industrial prowess and economic development, which, prior to the outbreak of war, surpassed that of our nation. After all, we have been embroiled in conflict for decades, while Watson has continually progressed. Even before the war erupted, both the Northern and Southern armies possessed superior equipment compared to our forces. The Northern Army was uniformly equipped with Soviet-style armaments, while the Southern Army was characterized by its own distinctive gear. As an important industrial city, Watson was relatively developed. However, now the city lay in ruins. Many areas had been reduced to mere debris. This devastation was not solely the result of the heavy mortars wielded by Li Yunlong and his comrades, but rather a consequence of the relentless bombardment during the military's advance on Watson, where countless parts of the city had been obliterated by naval and aerial assaults. Nevertheless, the military had occupied Watson for over 2 months, and some recovery had begun within the city. As Li Yunlong proceeded forward, he instructed, "Notify the independent regiment and the 1st Regiment to swiftly seize all vital objectives within the city, exert control over the entire area, and apprehend any enemy remnants unable to escape." Zhou Weiguo readily assured him, "Rest assured, Commander, not a single enemy shall evade our grasp." At that moment, Jin Zhongwu and Colonel Robert, along with their troops, fled the city in armored vehicles, racing southward. The entire convoy was in disarray, with retreating enemy infantry hastily fleeing. While their vehicles were ensnared in traffic, Colonel Robert, filled with ire, exclaimed, "Damn it, your soldiers lack discipline. How dare they obstruct the commander's path?" Jin Zhongwu promptly instructed his subordinates to restore order, ensuring an unobstructed escape route. Just then, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted on the road ahead. From the hillside adjacent to the highway, fierce tongues of flame erupted from the trees. A torrential hail of bullets descended upon the enemy forces. Caught off guard, the retreating adversaries were swiftly decimated in droves. Following this, an unrelenting series of grenades, spewing dark smoke, were hurled onto the roadway. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions resonated, flames erupting skyward, leaving the enemy in disarray, with casualties mounting rapidly. These foes, already demoralized in their retreat, were now struck by surprise, causing them to panic and scatter. Jin Zhongwu and his companions, in a state of confusion, disembarked from their vehicles, witnessing the chaos ahead. With a pallid countenance, he remarked, "Colonel Robert, we should consider ourselves fortunate. Had those fellows not obstructed our path, it might have been us lying dead now." Colonel Robert replied, "You are correct." Jin Zhongwu continued, "I should have anticipated this. Their expertise lies in such flanking maneuvers. Since we engaged Watson head-on, it was inevitable they would send troops to encircle us. And here we are." Colonel Robert retorted angrily, "What have you been doing all this time?" Is lamenting now of any use? Quickly organize your troops and launch an assault. Carve a bloody path for our escape. Jin Zhongwu, with a face full of despair, lamented, "Look for yourself. Our troops are in complete disarray. Can you hear the commotion ahead?" Colonel Robert had already perceived the intensifying sounds of gunfire and explosions, the cacophony of battle echoing like a tsunami. Jin Zhongwu despondently continued, "There are too many enemies. We cannot possibly stand against them." Colonel Robert, thoroughly panicked, replied, "What shall we do? I have no desire to become their prisoner. I've heard they are so impoverished that they can barely feed themselves. I certainly do not wish to be captured either," Jin Zhongwu retorted. "Even if they treat prisoners well, we will be handed over to the Northern Army, and I might face execution." Colonel Robert inquired, "What then?" "We escape." Jin Zhongwu grit his teeth and proclaimed, "We'll take the back roads amidst the chaos. I refuse to believe they can seal off every route. We must flee into the mountains. We have to get away from here." Colonel Robert, his legs trembling, remarked, "I may have indulged too much in wine last night." Jin Zhongwu shouted, "Support him. Move quickly. Anyone who does not wish to die, follow me." Jin Zhongwu was not merely being alarmist. He understood that the prisoners of war captured by their forces would likely be handed over to the Northern Army, while ordinary soldiers might be absorbed. The high-ranking officers like them would not receive such leniency. Thus, for Jin Zhongwu, escape was the only means to preserve his life. Consequently, under his leadership, they plunged deep into the mountains, fleeing aimlessly into the dense forest. The battle raged until dawn, with the enemy's disorganized remnants unable to mount an effective resistance. A portion of the pseudo-army was annihilated, while many soldiers, seeing no avenue of escape, surrendered without resistance. Jin Zhongwu and Colonel Robert ultimately could not evade capture, as they were apprehended in a ravine by the pursuing volunteers. As dawn broke, a throng of captives, hands raised, marched back to Wansan City, creating a magnificent scene. In this confrontation, Li Yunlong's forces achieved a resounding victory, reclaiming Wansan and annihilating the 9th Division of the pseudo-army, capturing a staggering 10,000 prisoners. However, these captives held little value for Li Yunlong. He was far more concerned with the weaponry they possessed. An entire division's worth of equipment was effectively seized by Li Yunlong. Chapter 94, A Bountiful Capture. Zhou Weiguo reported to Li Yunlong, "The battle has concluded. The 9th Division of the pseudo-army has been entirely annihilated. The division commander, Jin Zhongwu, has been captured alive, along with Colonel Robert, the head of a military advisory group, and dozens of his officers." Aha! Li Yunlong laughed heartily. "Well, we've truly caught a big fish, a colonel no less. Excellent, excellent." Despite Jin Zhongwu's rank of brigadier general, Li Yunlong regarded this disorganized multitude with utter disdain. Moreover, the captives from the Southern Army are largely destined for transfer to the Northern forces, rendering this brigadier general of little value to Li Yunlong, far less than the worth of Colonel Robert. However, capturing Jin Zhongwu is not entirely without merit. At the very least, it has deprived the enemy of a formidable general. Curiously, Jin Zhongwu would later command the 9th Division during the Battle of Bama 2 years hence. Had the 9th Division not succumbed to Li Yunlong's forces, Jin's position would have undergone several shifts in these 2 years, ultimately leading him back to the helm of the 9th Division, where he would achieve great renown in the Bama battle, thus paving the way for a prosperous career thereafter. Yet, with his current capture by Li Yunlong, such fortunate prospects are now extinguished. In a sense, Li Yunlong has avenged the 38th Army in advance. At that time, the transfers of divisional commanders within the puppet army were rather frequent, not only in the 9th Division but across others as well. Li Yunlong surmised that this was largely due to the influence of a certain group of literati in power who distrusted these senior generals, fearing that prolonged tenure in a single position would allow them to cultivate greater loyalty among their subordinates. Although the puppet regime took precautions against military leaders, it ultimately could not avert the fate of being overthrown by military might. But those are tales for another time. Li Yunlong chuckled and instructed, "Ensure that this precious military asset is well guarded. A colonel is not easily captured. Later, we shall send him to the prisoner camp." "Rest assured, General," Zhou Weiguo responded earnestly. "I guarantee he will not meet an untimely end. This time, the 9th Division of the puppet forces has been completely annihilated, with nearly 10,000 captives taken." Li Yunlong casually remarked, "Let us first settle these captives around the area of Wansan and report this matter to our superiors, awaiting further instructions. In my view, we should expedite their transfer. Feeding over 10,000 mouths daily consumes an exorbitant amount of provisions. I do not have surplus supplies to sustain these wretches." Zhou Weiguo interjected, To my knowledge, the northern forces are also en route to Chosin. Li Yunlong scoffed. Those fellows are all a bunch of incompetents, equipped uniformly with Soviet-style gear, which is a waste in their hands. At this rate, they won't even manage to pick up a warm meal. Zhou Weiguo smiled and cautioned, General, tread carefully with your words. After all, we are currently allies. Li Yunlong retorted, am I not speaking the truth? During the battle at Changjin Lake, we dealt with both the Marine Corps 1st and 7th Divisions. They merely came to pick up the spoils, yet are so sluggish about it. And here we are, assisting them in their fight, while they dawdle, truly a case of mud that cannot rise to the wall. Zhou Weiguo chuckled, while that may be the truth, such truth should not be spoken publicly. Li Yunlong replied, no need for your reminder. I possess a modicum of understanding regarding human affairs. Zhou Weiguo grinned, General. Let us speak of more joyous matters. With the capture of Chosin, our gains are quite substantial. Not only the equipment of the 9th Division of the Puppet Army, but also a substantial stockpile of supplies, including food and ammunition, is stored in the enemy's warehouse in Chosin. This time, we have truly struck gold. Li Yunlong chuckled, saying, Indeed, these national traders are exceptionally wealthy, stockpiling so many resources everywhere. With this, we can momentarily set aside our concerns regarding supplies. Zhou Weiguo nodded in agreement, stating, I have roughly estimated that the seized supplies from Chosin will sustain our army for at least half a month. Li Yunlong exclaimed with excitement. With this batch of supplies, we have little to worry about and can continue pushing our front southward. If fortune favors us, we might even gather more spoils. The army is indeed rich, with strategic reserves spread across the land. Now that they are retreating on all fronts, if we act swiftly, we are bound to reap further benefits. Immediately send a telegram to Old Zhao and the others, urging the main forces to catch up quickly. Additionally, I will report the situation here to the higher-ups and await their directives. We shall strike wherever they instruct us to. Zhou Weiguo furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, Commander, I have heard that you, Li Yunlong, typically command from the headquarters. The higher-ups devise new strategies based on your advanced speed, causing the headquarters to be in a constant flurry. Li Yunlong laughed heartily. Not anymore. I must seek approval now. After all, we are not in our homeland. And in this unfamiliar territory, we cannot act recklessly. Should anything go awry, the higher-ups would certainly not allow me to engage in trivial matters. I would likely be sent to the rear to mend the railway. With age creeping upon me, I am no longer fit for such labor. Thus, seeking approval remains essential. In any case, we have already reached the forefront. The headquarters will have to formulate new combat plans based on our actual circumstances. All right, I leave the follow-up matters in Chosin to you. I am weary and shall take a moment to rest. Zhou Weiguo promptly assured him, Rest easy, Commander. This minor affair is in good hands. Report. Li Yunlong's unit has successfully recaptured Chosin, annihilating the 9th Division of the Puppet Army. Well done, that fellow is quite swift. He has reached Chosin in no time, thanks to Li Yunlong. The enemies on both the eastern and western fronts are retreating entirely. It seems they will fall back to south of the 38th parallel. We can confidently pursue them. One corps from the eastern front is en route to Chosin. They can take over the city and advance along the coastline towards Gochang. As for Li Yunlong's troops, they should depart from Chosin and push towards Pingkong. Inform Li Yunlong that upon capturing Pingkong, I shall commend him further. Understood. However, I do worry about allowing Li Yunlong to operate freely. He might cause trouble. Never mind. Let us proceed as such for now. Notify Old Song to keep a close watch on Li Yunlong and prevent any mishaps. Li Yunlong sprinted with remarkable speed, leaving Commander Song's headquarters nearly 200 kilometers behind, making it unlikely for him to keep pace with Li Yunlong any longer. Chapter 95. The Vehicle Sacrifice of General Walker. Headquarters of the 8th Army. Walker, holding the phone, smiled and said, Esteemed Commander, you need not worry at all. The situation remains firmly within my control. On the other end, Mike nearly lost his breath upon hearing this, suddenly feeling that Walker was even more shameless than himself. At such a critical moment, how could he still utter such words? Mike retorted angrily, Yet I see your troops in full retreat. The entire northern region has been lost, and the achievements of the past months have vanished. He demanded, Where do you intend to retreat next? General Walker replied, The enemy's offensive is too fierce. We simply cannot withstand it. This is a strategic withdrawal. Only by first shaking them off can we stabilize our position and reorganize for a decisive battle. Mike scoffed. It is my first time hearing someone describe a catastrophic defeat so eloquently. General Walker assured him, regardless of the circumstances, The main forces of the 1st and 9th Armies have safely retreated, unlike the Marine Corps, whose fools are still stranded at Chosin Reservoir. Mike fumed. Does it help to speak so flippantly now? Walker responded, we will reconstruct our defensive line near the 38th parallel. I guarantee that we will be able to halt their advance this time and launch a counteroffensive. He vowed, this time we will surely defeat them. The previous failures were merely unforeseen incidents that caught us off guard. Now, however, we are prepared and know who our adversary is, making it manageable. Are they not just hundreds of thousands of farmers wielding rudimentary weapons? I will make them understand what modern warfare truly entails. Mike began to doubt Walker's sanity. When did his confidence surge so dramatically? Was it not Walker who had previously fled in utter disarray? Mike nodded in satisfaction, saying, this defeat, especially on the Eastern Front, has left us utterly humiliated. We must defend our dignity. Therefore, I hope you will live up to your words and establish a defensive line at the 38th parallel, not only to repel their attacks, but to utterly defeat them. Walker vowed earnestly, rest assured, Commander, we will achieve victory. Await our good news. Mike nodded contentedly, very well. I shall await your favorable news. Commander, I apologize, but I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Walker said, glancing at his watch before abruptly ending the call. Mike assumed that Walker had pressing military affairs to handle, so he did not dwell on the abrupt termination of the conversation. With numerous matters to address, Mike hurriedly made his way to a conference hall for a press conference. He delivered a passionate speech, beginning to boast before the reporters. Our current retreat is merely a strategic necessity, a preparation for future triumphs. We shall soon organize our forces to launch a counteroffensive and ultimately secure victory. The notion that a certain Eastern power could stand against us is utterly preposterous. This time, I shall ensure they grasp the essence of modern warfare. In this new conflict, we will employ all manner of weaponry to eliminate any adversaries that obstruct our path. General, does that include mushrooms? Mike exclaimed excitedly. I refer to all available weaponry. We will harness every conceivable force to vanquish our foes. General, you previously stated that this retreat is a strategic maneuver aimed at achieving greater victories. Is the complete annihilation of the Marine Division at the Chosin Reservoir also part of this plan? Mike retorted angrily. The Chosin Reservoir was merely an unfortunate incident, and I reiterate, the Marine Division was not completely obliterated. That is merely the enemy's boast. Under the leadership of Brigadier General Krulak, the main body of the Marine Division has successfully broken through. The Marine Division still exists and will endure forever. After Walker ended the call, he hurriedly rose from his office and addressed his aide. Are we ready? Reporting to the general, everything is prepared and we can depart at any moment. Walker replied with enthusiasm, I am truly exhilarated. Let us set forth, old friend. What he had just told Mike about urgent military matters was, in fact, a visit to the base of the 20th Division to present a medal to a captain in command of a company. Could this really be considered urgent military business? Furthermore, it is rather unusual for a lieutenant general commanding a corps to eagerly rush to bestow a medal upon a mere captain. Indeed, this captain is no ordinary individual. His name is Sam Walker. Yes, this captain is the son of Lieutenant General Walker. In Walker's eyes, engaging in idle chatter with Mike pales in comparison to the significance of awarding a medal to his son. Even the fortification of the 38th parallel cannot rival the importance of this ceremonial act. Walker could hardly contain his excitement as he departed the headquarters, racing towards the 20th Division's base in a jeep. He shares a common passion with his former superior, General Patton, speed. Even though Patton had met his tragic end in a car accident years prior, it did not deter Walker from his love for fast driving. While in the vehicle, Walker impatiently commanded the driver, accelerate, speed up. If any obstacles impeded their path, he would unhesitatingly order, circumvent them, onward. It is evident that Walker never wastes precious time on travel. Despite the biting cold winds outside and the frigid conditions in the jeep, nothing could dampen Walker's fervor. At this moment, General Walker's mind was completely consumed with the vision of presenting a medal to his son. Just then, a long convoy appeared on the road ahead, obstructing their passage. The aide remarked, it appears to be a supply convoy of the Southern forces. Let us bypass them and continue forward. Walker commanded without hesitation. The driver's skill was exceptional, as he honked continuously, preparing to overtake a convoy of trucks. However, at that moment, a truck abruptly veered out of the line and headed straight towards them. The road was narrow, and Walker's jeep was traveling at such a high speed that there was no time to brake. Walker, along with his jeep, was thrown into the ditch. suffering severe head injuries that left him unconscious. He was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, but he did not survive the journey. The severity of his injuries proved fatal. In this regard, Walker outpaced his former superior, Patton, who had at least lingered in the hospital for a while before succumbing. Essentially, Walker met his end almost instantly. Henceforth, the infamous Walker was officially elevated to the rank of general. Chapter 96. Not necessarily good news. Oldly, Zhao Gang approached Li Yunlong with excitement, exclaiming, "Good news, that Walker has died." Walker? Li Yunlong furrowed his brow and inquired, "How did he die?" "In a car accident." "Are you certain?" "The enemy's broadcast has confirmed it. It cannot be mistaken." Li Yunlong, still frowning, remarked, "The death of a major general seems like good news. Yet it may not be as favorable as it appears." Zhao Gang, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Li Yunlong explained, "What I mean is, Walker's death may not necessarily be a boon. With Walker gone, the enemy will likely dispatch a new commander swiftly. If they send a fool, that would indeed be fortunate. But if they assign someone even more formidable than Walker, would that still be considered good news?" Zhao Gang nodded, acknowledging the validity of his statement. Li Yunlong pointed to the map and continued, "However, this matter does not significantly affect us. We must continue to fight this battle as planned. According to intelligence from higher command, the enemy's main forces have largely retreated to the vicinity of the 38th parallel. It seems Walker's prior strategy was to re-establish the defensive line along this front. Consequently, our advance southward should meet with minimal resistance. Commander Xi has ordered us to push towards Pingkong, and currently, the vanguard, the 1st Division, is merely 20 miles from there. Zhou Weigua has reported that they detected no sign of the enemy's main forces in the Pingkong area." Zhao Gang remarked, "So, the enemy has evacuated Pingkong." "Exactly." Li Yunlong responded with a sense of resignation. "I must admit, the enemy is indeed swift in their retreat." Zhao Gang added, "Even the puppet troops possess sufficient vehicles and do not fear aerial bombardment, hence their speed." Li Yunlong acknowledged, "You hit the nail on the head. We previously discussed that without air support, it would be challenging for us to continue this battle. Even possessing partial air superiority to ensure the smooth flow of logistical supply lines alleviates our concerns. However, under these circumstances, the further south we advance, the more perilous it becomes. Therefore, stabilizing our front line near the 38th parallel is the wisest course of action. This strategy not only affords us a sufficient strategic buffer, but also prevents us from entering a more precarious situation." Zhao Gang pondered thoughtfully, remarking, "Your thoughts seem to echo sentiments expressed previously. With Pingkong situated perilously close to the 38th parallel, and in the absence of enemy main forces here, we should secure Pingkong without delay." Li Yunlong nodded in agreement, stating, "This is an order from our superiors. We must swiftly capture Pingkong." He instructed, "Immediately send a telegram to Zhou Weigua, urging them to seize Pingkong at the earliest opportunity and dispatch elite troops to advance southward until they encounter the enemy's main forces. I require knowledge of their actual control line." "Understood." Xiao Ming replied promptly before turning to relay the command. Li Yunlong pointed at the map, asserting, "I am confident that the enemy cannot retreat indefinitely. Their actual line of resistance should lie within this several dozen li range. We must expedite our progress and see if we can reap additional benefits." Zhao Gang chuckled, "However, the enemy is retreating swiftly. It seems unlikely we will encounter opportunities as fortuitous as those at Yuanshan." Li Yunlong, unconcerned, replied, "Whatever we can salvage, we shall." Under Li Yunlong's command, the troops advanced southward, capturing Pingkong and pushing further for several dozen li. Following Walker's demise, the military headquarters hastily appointed Major General Li Chiwei as the commander of the 8th Army Group. Due to the suddenness of Walker's death and the unfavorable circumstances facing the military at that time, Li Chiwei could only bid a hasty farewell to his family before boarding a plane to the front lines. Upon arriving in Japan the next day, Li Chiwei met with MacArthur. It was imperative for him to confer with the commander of the coalition forces before proceeding to the front. MacArthur, as the supreme commander, had primarily remained in Japan, with the front line previously managed by Walker and Amund among others. Upon encountering Li Chiwei, MacArthur launched into an extensive monologue, primarily offering excuses for the failures of the recent campaign, while incessantly blaming politicians for the various predicaments. Li Chiwei scoffed internally, thinking, when victorious, "You boast and claim the glory as your own, yet upon defeat, you scramble for excuses, absolving yourself of any fault." He could only endure listening to MacArthur's discourse, whose credibility had diminished significantly. Li Qiwei harbored complex feelings towards him, both disdain for the man and admiration for his talent and courage. Perhaps he simply preferred the former MacArthur and felt a deep aversion to the current version, clouded by hubris. Ultimately, MacArthur proclaimed, "I have absolute trust in you. I authorize you to command all coalition ground forces at the front." You must understand that Walker was never granted such authority. He expressed confidence, stating, "I believe you will lead our troops to victory. The objective of war is victory, and I trust you will deliver it." Li Qiwei promptly responded, "Thank you, Commander, for your trust. I am about to proceed to the front, but I have a few questions I wish to discuss with you beforehand." MacArthur, smiling and adopting an air of superiority, confidently replied, "I am prepared to answer any inquiries you may have, particularly those concerning military operations." It is evident that Mike is eager for this individual to inquire about military operations. However, Li Qiwei refrains from doing so, instead posing primarily strategic or political questions. Eventually, he arrives at the pivotal inquiry. "Commander-in-Chief, if the situation on the battlefield is decidedly favorable for us, do I possess the authority to order an offensive against the enemy? Do I have the final say in this matter?" Li Qiwei is unwilling to be merely a puppet under Mike's remote command. He seeks autonomous command authority. Although Mike's mind is clouded by a virus, he is not so incapacitated as to misunderstand Li Qiwei's intentions. Mike realizes that he must rely on Li Qiwei to rectify the unfavorable circumstances at the front. With a smile, he responds, "Of course. You are the commander of the 8th Army, which now encompasses the 10th Army and other units along the Eastern Front. They will completely obey your commands and directives. You can proceed boldly according to your vision. If possible, you might even lead the troops to advance once more to the riverbank, driving them back across the river." A surge of excitement fills Li Qiwei. This is precisely the affirmation he sought. He immediately rises and declares, "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. I shall not betray your trust. I must hasten to the front lines now, so I bid you farewell." Chapter 97. Old Li, you truly are a genius. After bidding farewell to old Mike, Li Qiwei hurriedly departed for the airport, boarding a flight to the front lines. Upon landing at Seoul Airport, he was greeted by a throng of people eager to welcome the new commander. In addition to several senior military officials, there was also his godson, Old Li, accompanied by a group of supporters and a number of journalists who had come to witness the occasion, creating a lively atmosphere. As General Li Qiwei descended from the plane, all present were left in astonishment. Clad in military attire, he wore no unusual insignia, yet 2 grenades dangled from his chest, clinking with each step. The crowd's attention was captivated by these grenades, leaving little room for admiration of the commander's countenance. It seemed rather peculiar for a lieutenant general to be adorned with 2 grenades. Did he fancy himself as Rambo? Clearly, this individual was even more ostentatious than old Mike. Indeed, with his status, a sidearm would merely serve as decoration, yet he chose to sport 2 grenades. Was this not a blatant display? From a distant lookout post, 2 sentry soldiers craned their necks to observe the spectacle. Well, it's unimaginable. I never envisioned our commander would appear in such a manner. His appearance was rather unremarkable, particularly with those grenades swaying. One could not help but worry they might detonate, leading him to become the commander with the shortest tenure in history. Indeed, this fellow is overly showy. Is this meant to demonstrate his valor? It seems rather foolish. Are you not afraid he might overhear you? All the better. Then I could return home. I have no desire to remain in this wretched place any longer. Your thoughts are rather fanciful. If he were aware of your insults, he would undoubtedly force those 2 grenades into your mouth. Fear not, for he cannot hear you at all. Just look at his elongated face, adorned with 2 grenades on either side. Does it not resemble that particular object in your trousers? Mine may not be as grand, yet it is infinitely more pleasing than his visage. What do you suppose he is saying? What else could it be but boastful bluster? Judging by his attire, this fellow is even more ostentatious than Mike. Previously, Mike claimed we could return home before Thanksgiving, then revised it to Christmas. And now he speaks not a word. This is undoubtedly the most dismal Christmas I have ever experienced. Count your blessings. The Marines of the 1st Division are far worse off, spending their Christmas in an enemy POW camp. I wonder how they fare now? You are right. Compared to those unfortunate souls, we are indeed fortunate, as we shall not receive a couple of resounding slaps from the POW guards as Christmas gifts, and at least we can enjoy a Christmas dinner. Upon disembarking, Li Qiwei exchanged brief greetings with representatives from various sectors and, when faced with journalists' inquiries, offered only succinct responses before hastily departing the airport. Though he spoke little, he nevertheless conveyed an unwavering belief in victory. However, In light of the current situation, even the journalists are reluctant to accept his assertions, likely due to Mike's prior grandstanding, which ultimately led to disillusionment. Now, no one is inclined to believe they can turn the tide. Furthermore, these journalists are not merely speculating. They possess insights into the reality that far surpass those of Li Qiwei, who has only just arrived at the front lines. According to their findings, following this catastrophic defeat, the enemy's morale has plummeted. The soldiers exhibit no desire to fight, fixated solely on the wish to return home. The vast majority of them are unwilling to continue the battle. They perceive no purpose in winning this war, yet losing could cost them their lives. Consequently, aside from a few exceptions, no one wishes to press on. The troops lack resolve, and the prior route speaks volumes. Reversing the tide of battle is no simple task. At this moment, Li Yunlong has led his forces to Huachuan, on the northern bank of the North Han River, where higher command has ordered a halt to their advance. Li Yunlong is also reluctant to push further south to avoid becoming isolated. Meanwhile, on the western front, the main forces have advanced to the line of the Imjin River. At this juncture, the enemy has re-established their defenses, resulting in a standoff near the 38th parallel. Within the military headquarters, Zhao Gang remarked, "You are all aware, I presume, that Walker has perished, and the enemy has dispatched Li Qiwei as their commander. Their newspapers and broadcasts have extolled this old codger to the heavens." Lu Chang chuckled, saying, "Li Qiwei? Commander, this military leader is actually a distant relative of yours. There are even Lees among the Americans. Could he possibly be a long-lost kin?" "Oh, go on, go on." Li Yunlong replied with a laugh. "Do not bring any rubbish into the family. Besides, he does not even bear the surname Li." Lu Chang curiously inquired, "What is Li Qiwei's surname?" Zhao Gang chuckled and responded, "His surname is indeed Li Qiwei." Lu Chang, still intrigued, remarked, "There are surnames with 3 characters. Zhao Gang elucidated, "Well, they are foreigners, so naturally, their surnames differ from ours. There are even surnames with 4 characters. For instance, MC is a 4-character surname." "You don't actually think his name is just MC, do you?" "Oh, I see." Lu Chang laughed. "I thought his name was Li Qiwei. But it turns out to be merely a surname. What is his actual name?" "Matthew." "What a ridiculous name." Li Yunlong laughed. "That's nothing. Old MC's name is even more absurd. Do you know what old MC's name is?" "What is it?" "His name is Dog Shit." "Dog Shit? Haha. How could anyone be named Dog Shit?" "Commander, you're too funny. Can someone really have such a name?" "Believe it or not," Li Yunlong patiently explained. "His name is Douglas, and dog in English indeed means dog. So when you put it together, it's Dog Shit, right?" "Haha." Chiu Ming laughed heartily. "Commander, you're cracking jokes again." Zhao Gang was also doubled over with laughter. "He really does have that name. Dog does mean dog in English. But only you, Old Li, would interpret it that way." "Dog shit, you're killing me with laughter." "Old Li, you're quite something. Learning English now, are we?" Li Yunlong chuckled. "No choice. With the fighting, I might as well learn a bit. I can even say Douglas 3 times. "What on earth?" Zhao Gang asked, perplexed. "Douglas 3 times. Damn it." "Haha." Zhao Gang laughed. "Old Li, you're making me laugh to death. So this is how you learn English? You really are a genius." Li Yunlong grinned. "What can I say? Being a genius means I can learn anything quickly. A little hint is all it takes. And I can apply it in various contexts. It's all quite easy." Chapter 98. The Armament of the 36th Division. Li Yunlong waved his hand. "All right, enough of the nonsense. Let's discuss something serious. Given the current situation, it seems we may continue our offensive. You all are likely aware that there have been some direct or indirect contacts between both sides recently, including at the Alliance. We have sent a delegation. However, the enemy has always been arrogant. Unless they are thoroughly pained and frightened, they won't easily concede. Even if they are currently defeated, they still carry themselves with bravado at the negotiating table, merely seeking to regain some face. If they desire face, then we must find a way to strip them of their dignity, thus compelling them to concede and accept our terms. Therefore, I anticipate that the troops will continue their offensive. Last time I attended a meeting, Old Song mentioned some good news. Upon hearing of the good news, everyone became instantly interested, fixing their gaze on Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong smiled. "I heard from Old Song that the North has agreed to provide us with support. These fellows previously dared not engage in battle, not even promising us aerial support. Now, as we witness our victory, it seems this battle can continue, allowing us to wear down the enemy. Thus, they have agreed to provide us with support. Regardless of the circumstances, this is a fortunate development. With their assistance, Our forthcoming engagements will undoubtedly become more manageable. It is rumored that they have committed to supplying us with weaponry and equipment for 36 divisions, which we expect to arrive gradually over the coming months. At that time, we shall also receive a shipment of Soviet-style equipment, significantly improving our situation. Furthermore, negotiations are underway for them to furnish us with a batch of advanced fighter jets, enabling us to establish an air force for combat, thereby alleviating our concerns regarding air superiority. Upon hearing this news, everyone was filled with excitement. The ammunition and weapons are consumables. Although Li Yunlong and his men have captured a considerable amount of equipment during recent skirmishes, these too are ephemeral resources. The consumption of ammunition is particularly rapid. Even firearms, after a single engagement, can see a significant depletion. Beyond the normal wear and mechanical failures, the destruction incurred during battles is substantial. As for heavy weaponry, Li Yunlong's forces possess a fair number of artillery pieces and even tanks and armored vehicles. However, with the enemy holding air superiority, these heavy weapons are prime targets for bombardment, and they can be destroyed at any moment. Therefore, no matter how many weapons we possess, as long as the fighting continues, they will never be sufficient. With the prospect of assistance, the more we receive, the better. Li Yunlong then remarked, the enemy has now become aware of our capabilities. Future battles are unlikely to be as favorable. Particularly concerning is this Li Wei. I have heard he possesses considerable skill. His appointment as commander at this juncture suggests he is no mere buffoon. Consequently, we must regard our adversary with greater seriousness and not allow ourselves to become complacent after a single victory. If we can secure a shipment of aid in the future, it will indeed help bridge the gap in armaments between us, which is advantageous. Although we have returned the support we received over the past few years during our most challenging times, essentially under duress, receiving this new assistance can be likened to a timely gift in our hour of need. After all, it is not just that we lack funds. Even if we had the means, acquiring weaponry, especially advanced jet fighters, would be an insurmountable task. However, even with their support, transporting these weapons from afar means we cannot be certain when it will be our turn to receive them. Zhao Gang, smiling, remarked, we are not in a rush, presently. Our forces are uniformly equipped with standard arms. Our soldiers predominantly wield Garand rifles, carbines, submachine guns, light and heavy machine guns, and even large-caliber artillery and tanks. I dare say, no other army's equipment can compare to ours at this moment. Even if we cannot capture large quantities of spoils in the future, this batch of equipment will suffice for a considerable duration. Li Yunlong chuckled and said, Old Zhao, do not celebrate too soon. While the equipment certainly has its advantages, it also comes with a critical drawback, the issue of ammunition replenishment. The discussion surrounding ammunition is manageable. We can produce it ourselves and secure supplies. However, when it comes to heavy artillery and shells, our capacity for production may be limited. Should any components fail, repairs may be impossible, rendering them mere scrap metal. Thus, replenishment relies heavily on what we can capture. If we emerge victorious, we need not worry about acquiring spoils. But should the situation turn unfavorable, or if we find ourselves locked in a stalemate near the 38th parallel, dragging on in a war of attrition, relying solely on captured supplies will be insufficient. Therefore, should there be an opportunity to acquire Soviet-style equipment, we ought to seize it. In truth, Li Yunlong possesses a system that alleviates his concerns about supply issues. He can always find a way to secure provisions through it. His remarks are merely a ruse to alert others, as he understands that they may not remain loyal followers indefinitely. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, stating that he recognized this logic and believed that, for the time being, our situation is stable enough to conduct a large-scale operation. Li Yunlong concurred, suggesting they set the matter aside for now. He anticipated that after a period of rest, the troops might take the initiative to launch an offensive. The enemy, having been intimidated by our previous assaults, may hesitate to counterattack. Prolonging the conflict could yield unfavorable outcomes, thus an offensive seems inevitable. Capitalizing on the enemy's fear, we could initiate another major campaign that might result in significant victories. Currently, we are positioned near Huachuan, separated from the enemy by the Beihan River. Should we launch an assault, our first task will be to breach their defenses across the river and then advance southward or southwestward. During this period, we must deploy reconnaissance teams to ascertain enemy conditions as thoroughly as possible to ensure that when we do attack, we are not caught unprepared. Although Li Yunlong possesses an innate ability to discern enemy movements without needing scouts as a division commander, it would be inappropriate for him to issue orders directly to the regimental level, as that could be perceived as overstepping his authority. Therefore, it is imperative for the units themselves to gather intelligence and devise operational plans independently. The independent regiment is an exception. Li Yunlong established it to facilitate tactical maneuvers and to develop it as a special forces unit. Chapter 99. 4 divisions. 4 divisions. The advantage is ours. A few days later, Li Yunlong convened an urgent military meeting. Addressing the assembled commanders, he expressed his fervor. The enemy remains obstinate, so we shall fight until they submit. The higher-ups have issued orders to continue our advance southward. This time we shall shatter their defenses and push onward, without inflicting serious pain on the enemy. Peace will remain elusive. Following directives from command, our forces are poised to initiate a new offensive. I expect all units to unleash their full might and deliver a resounding blow to these scoundrels. I am determined to see if they understand the meaning of pain. The assembled generals were electrified by his words. Li Yunlong cast a glance at Xiaoming, who rose and approached the map. Pointing at it, he declared, "Currently, our frontline adversaries comprise the pseudo-5th Division and the pseudo-8th Division, positioned along the Beihou Ridge and the Qingyun mountain line for defensive purposes. Further south lies the pseudo-7th Division, serving as a reserve force, stationed at the Changjin line. According to directives from higher command, our immediate objective is to breach the North Han River defense line, vanquish the enemy before us, the pseudo-5th and 8th Divisions, and advance directly towards Changjin to annihilate the pseudo-7th Division, continuing our offensive southward. It is only at the Hongchuan line that we will encounter the main force of our army, the 2nd Division. Therefore, if all proceeds smoothly, we shall contend with 3 divisions of the pseudo-army, in addition to 1 division of our own. However, the combat effectiveness of these 3 pseudo-divisions is virtually non-existent. They are merely a disorganized rabble. Given the strength of our forces, dealing with them should be a trivial matter. Thus, our primary adversary remains the 2nd Division." Xiaoming's words rang true. The current pseudo-army was indeed a disorganized mob. Since the onset of war, a full 6 months had elapsed, during which the southern troops had suffered significant losses at the hands of the northern forces, nearly being driven into the sea. Were it not for the reinforcements from the main army, they would likely have been eradicated by the northern army. Following our army's engagement, we had already dismantled and obliterated several divisions of the enemy's pseudo-forces in the initial 2 battles, effectively decimating them once more. Although their divisions still existed on paper, the personnel had undergone several rounds of replacement. Most of the current pseudo-soldiers were conscripted laborers, lacking combat experience and sufficient training, thus rendering them incapable of forming any real fighting force. Indeed, they were but a disorganized mob. Li Yunlong continued. We have first-hand experience of the pseudo-army's lack of combat strength. They are utterly ineffectual. That old schemer, Li Qiwei, deliberately places the pseudo-army at the forefront, using them as cannon fodder. Observe, not only are our front lines manned by pseudo-soldiers, but so are those of other units. The foreign devils value their own lives. Li Qiwei dares not risk them, relegating them to 2nd and even 3rd-line positions. However, to inflict true damage upon the enemy and instill fear, it is insufficient to merely contend with this rabble. We must eliminate a greater portion of the main enemy forces to fulfill our strategic intent. Yet, we are constrained. We lack wings and do not possess airborne troops capable of direct deployment behind enemy lines, nor do we have armored units for rapid assaults. Our operations are primarily infantry-based, relying solely on our steadfast feet. To savor victory, we must reach the main army. To confront these foreign devils, we must first clear out the ranks of these pseudo-soldiers. Thus, we must strike with the force of thunder, swiftly breaching the pseudo-army's defenses and advancing rapidly towards Hongchuan, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the 2nd Division before the enemy can retreat. Li Yunlong paused momentarily, then added, "With our army's strength, combating these pseudo-forces is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, as the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. We too must dedicate ourselves fully to swiftly dispatch these 3 divisions of pseudo-soldiers, making a direct advance towards Hongchuan." After our discussion, the general battle plan was laid out as follows. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd became serious. Li Yunlong paused briefly, pointing at the map as he articulated, "The 2nd Division will launch an assault on the defenses of the enemy's 5th Division, swiftly breaking through their lines and rapidly maneuvering southward towards Changjin. Following closely behind, the 3rd Division will advance towards Changjin at a brisk pace, aiming to encircle and annihilate the enemy's 7th Division in the vicinity of Changjin. Once Chuncheon is secured, the troops will continue their advance southward towards Hongqian. The 1st Division will serve as the main attacking force, targeting the defenses of the enemy's 8th Division. It is imperative to swiftly crush the enemy directly in front of us and quickly infiltrate towards Xianli. After capturing Xianli, we shall continue to maneuver from the left flank towards Hongqian, striving to cut off the escape route of the enemy's 2nd Division heading south. The 4th Division will follow the 1st Division, launching an assault towards Hongqian as well. In this manner, our two forces can form a pincer movement, flanking the enemy's 2nd Division at Hongqian. To my knowledge, this 2nd Division comprises approximately 20,000 men, while our forces number over 40,000, nearly double their strength, which should be more than sufficient to deal with them. My only concern is that the enemy might retreat without a fight. They are a mechanized unit, and their vehicles can certainly outpace our soldiers on foot. If they manage to escape before we arrive, our long-distance pursuit will be futile. Therefore, we must accelerate our pace, aiming to capture as many of the enemy as possible before they flee. Otherwise, merely eliminating a few enemy soldiers would be rather meaningless. Li Yunlong's apprehension was understandable, for he knew that Li Qiwei had no intention of engaging our forces in battle. Once we initiate our assault, that scoundrel would begin his retreat. This old fox deliberately stationed his troops in the 2nd and 3rd lines, making it difficult to pursue them after breaching the 1st line of defense, especially since they are a mechanized unit. The challenge is that, even with this foresight, Li Yunlong had no choice but to pursue and strive to expand their success. Regardless, this 3rd battle would be considerably easier than the historical one, largely due to the presence of Li Yunlong, which had altered the circumstances significantly. Previously, the Song Corps had faced devastating losses at the Changjin Lake battle, forcing them to regroup and miss the 3rd battle entirely. However, the situation is different now. The losses of the Song Corps have not been as severe, allowing them to participate in this engagement, thereby bolstering our forces. Given that Li Qiwei is unwilling to confront our army directly, this battle should proceed more smoothly. Thus, Li Yunlong contemplated a rapid advance, the swifter the better. Even if unable to catch the 2nd Division, he could shift eastward to encircle the main enemy forces from the rear, assisting the brother units on the eastern front in intercepting and eliminating some of the enemy troops. This time, Li Yunlong was determined to exert every effort to extract a significant victory from the enemy. After completing the battle assignments, Li Yunlong instructed the generals to return and make their preparations. According to the directives from above, the offensive is about to commence swiftly, as we must catch the enemy off guard and not allow them any respite. It is prudent to launch the attack without delay. Zhao Gang observed that Li Yunlong was still engrossed in studying the map and curiously inquired, "Old Li, what are you pondering over?" Li Yunlong casually replied, "Old Zhao, what do you think of this fellow Ma Dan?" "Ma Dan? You mean that Li Qiwei? Didn't you say he was called Li Qiwei Ma Dan?" "What Li Qiwei Ma Dan? His name is Matthew Bonk Li Qiwei," retorted Li Yunlong with a chuckle. "How did another shellfish get added to the mix?" Zhao Gang responded, somewhat speechless. "These foreign devils have names like that. It's impossible to explain." He concluded, "Let us just call him Li Qiwei from now on." Li Yunlong laughed and asked, "What's your impression of this guy?" Zhao Gang replied, "How would I know? However, this chap has been boasting recently, shamelessly declaring that he welcomes our attack. He seems quite confident, at least he possesses some audacity, but how capable he truly is remains uncertain." Li Yunlong pointed to a newspaper featuring Li Qiwei's photograph and remarked, "Don't be deceived by his donkey-like appearance. He enjoys showing off with those 2 grenades dangling from him. Nonetheless, to be fair, he is certainly not someone to be underestimated." Zhao Gang added, "Previously, the newspapers praised that Walker excessively, calling him a legendary figure from World War II with a nickname like Tiger Head Dog. Yet, it is evident that he was not as formidable, as he was thoroughly trounced by the 13th Corps on the Western Front." Li Yunlong waved his hand dismissively, stating, "We must not be complacent. Didn't the newspapers mention that this Li Qiwei was previously the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Army? A person capable of entering the highest echelons of military decision-making is not someone lacking in competence. He certainly cannot be the fool he appears to be. I suspect he is deliberately feigning this foolish demeanor." "Haha." Zhao Gang laughed. "All right, enough nonsense." Li Yunlong pointed at the map and asserted, "Based on my assessment, this fellow is likely not to confront us head-on. I have mentioned before that these foreign devils are quite protective of their lives. Our army has been achieving consecutive victories, and morale is soaring, while the enemy is quite the opposite. Furthermore, Walker's abrupt demise has left Li Qiwei in command for only a few days. Without a clear grasp of the situation, How can they possibly engage in battle? They are placing the puppet troops in front to serve as cannon fodder, essentially buying time for their retreat. Thus, I deduce that once our army launches a full assault, they will certainly continue their retreat to the south. Consequently, our plans to annihilate their forces may very well be thwarted. Zhao Gang, with a serious expression, remarked, "So you are dissatisfied and have ideas? What is your plan?" Li Yunlong gestured at the map, saying, "If the army truly intends to retreat, we will never catch up with the 2nd Division. However, if we cannot engage the 2nd Division, we can target other divisions." Zhao Gang fixed his gaze on Li Yunlong and warned, "Li Yunlong, I have a bad feeling about this. I advise you not to act recklessly." Li Yunlong chuckled. "What do you mean by acting recklessly? When have I ever acted without consideration? Look at our current position, or rather, our eastern front, which is somewhat more advanced than the western front. However, according to the directives from higher command, we are to initiate our offensive simultaneously. If we were to act with greater haste and reach the forefront, our position would be even more pronounced. We may not be able to catch up with the 2nd Division, but we can certainly intercept other units by swiftly maneuvering westward. If the enemy to the west does not retreat quickly enough, we could completely encircle them and block their escape routes." Zhao Gang remarked, "Your idea is indeed commendable, but the higher-ups have only instructed us to advance southward." Li Yunlong responded with a smile. "The battlefield is ever-changing, and operational plans must be adaptable. They cannot remain static, for that would merely be theatrical. I am confident that as the situation evolves, our commander will come to this realization. What is the fundamental objective of our current offensive? It is not merely to capture a number of cities, but to annihilate the enemy's active forces. We must prioritize the destruction of enemy combatants over the acquisition of territory, a principle we understood well during our battles against the Japanese. The same holds true today, and I believe our commander will indeed act accordingly." Zhao Gang shook his head with a wry smile. "Whether the commander will do so, I cannot say, but you, Li Yunlong, certainly will. Time and again, you have led the charge, with more troops trailing behind to clean up after you. Our commander has likely grown accustomed to it by now. However, should we win, there will be no complaints. If we lose, you will be the first to face the consequences." Li Yunlong, brimming with confidence, laughed, "You worry too much. After all these years, this is not my first foray into such matters. Who would dare to execute me? At worst, I might be sent to the rear to carry railroad tracks. If we truly lose, I will accept it. But I, Li Yunlong, will absolutely not face defeat." Zhao Gang remarked, "No wonder you urged all units to hasten their pace and advance as far forward as possible. It seems you had already devised a plan." Li Yunlong explained, "There is no other choice. Warfare operates this way. If you don't act swiftly, you'll miss the opportunity entirely, let alone savor the spoils. Defeating the enemy directly before us is merely an appetizer. The real battle lies ahead. We must accelerate our progress. The faster, the better. If we delay, we risk losing everything." Zhao Gang inquired, "Are you suggesting that the enemy will continue to retreat?" Li Yunlong replied, "As long as we attack, they will undoubtedly withdraw. However, our logistical support is strained. Based on my estimations, we can sustain this offensive for no more than a week. The soldiers' rations will only last that long. Once our ammunition and supplies are depleted, we won't be able to continue fighting. Although I, Li, manage our resources prudently and our situation is slightly better than that of other units, without the cooperation of additional forces, our army alone cannot achieve significant outcomes. Should we find ourselves isolated and encircled, the more than 200,000 coalition troops under Li Qiwei could easily overwhelm us. To achieve victory, it hinges upon our swiftness. We must conclude the battle within a mere 10 days. Zhao Gang nodded and remarked, "I concede that your point holds merit, yet your previous assertion about frugality seems contradictory. Is indulging excessively and hoarding resources truly what you deem as prudent management?" Li Yunlong retorted with irritation, "Listen here, old Zhao. You must not allow your elbows to stray outward." Zhao Gang chuckled and replied, "If I were to let my elbows stray, I would not have permitted you to clandestinely claim so many spoils of war. However, on a serious note, it is best to seek approval regarding this matter." Li Yunlong responded, "At present, these are merely our conjectures. The developments remain uncertain. As for seeking approval, we shall address that when the time comes."